WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Ground ball towards Altuve. And the Astros have shut out the Mariners 4-0 the final score. Astros salvage a game in this 4-game series, and they now gain ground on the Mariners. They are 5.5 games back in the AL West by taking this final game. Fourth shutout of the year for Houston. Spencer Arrighetti was outstanding today. Blummer and the bullpen did their job.
All right. Well, a little something with Spencer Arrighetti yesterday, man. You need someone to come up big. You go to the rookie who's been a Major League Baseball player for like 7 weeks. That's who you go to, man. Spencer Arrighetti was outstanding yesterday, as you just heard. That was Todd Callis' final call in the game yesterday afternoon. The Astros salvaged one of the 4 games against the Seattle Mariners, and they sit 5.5 back in the AL West as they head into a big series and a reunion with Carlos Correa this weekend at Minute Maid Park with the Twins coming to town. I'm Sean Pendergast. The woo you hear is Seth Payne in the background there. What's going on?
That wasn't Josh Reddick woo. That was just yeah. That was more about
That was a hand on chin woo. Like, okay.
I thought the good thing about Arrighetti yesterday was he was able to rein himself in the first inning very, very quickly. Yeah. You know, he was having a little bit of trouble locating the strike zone. And it didn't help matters throughout the game or this series. I think for either side of the team that the strike zone seemed to be especially erratic.
Dude, the tone was set with Vanover doing the first game of this series. That guy, that old coot, didn't know where the hell the strike zone was. But yes,
like Jordan's strikeout, I think in his first at-bat was like severely inside on the third strike. Yeah. And Blum pointed out at one point during the game that for young pitchers, it can be kind of an emotional challenge because you throw your perfect pitch, it's a strike, and it's called a ball. You start to perhaps overcorrect, or you gotta do all that baseball stuff about even keeping an even keel and everything. And I thought Arrighetti did a great job, and reining himself in to have better control, but also well understanding that sometimes you're just going to get screwed. And with this crew in that ballpark, for whatever reason, it was just really weird.
Yeah, it was weird, but he was good, man. They gave him exactly what they needed. Breggy was fortunate enough to hit a home run where the left fielder decided to stop and play it off the wall. It did hit the wall, but it hit the top of the wall and skidded over for a home run. So that was good. That was good to see Bregman kind of get things going. We've been through this previously in this month as we wind down the month of May here, which has been a very strange month for the Astros. You know, it's been very up and down, and it's been very up and down for Bregman. I'm not going to let one game get me too fired back up for Bregman because we saw that stretch of about 7 or 8 games where he looked like peak Bregman again. So, but this was nice progress yesterday.
We've seen more instances of Bregman looking like Bregman than we did maybe like in the month of May. I'd say you saw more little mini stretches of Bregman type behavior compared to what you had earlier in the season. So at this point, I suppose I guess that's the business we're in. Is that's what we're hoping for right now? At least one of these former MVP candidates to just join Kyle Tucker on the bus and just be playing out of your brain at some point.
Arrighetti's giving you four like nice starts in a row. Like, if this were Verlander or say Fromber before Fromber became schizo again, and these were his last 4 starts, you'd be like, we need him to get it going again. But we're talking about a guy who's been in the big leagues for a month and a half, who was not supposed to be in the big leagues right now. Like, Spencer Arrighetti is a 2025 guy. Like, he's not a 2024 guy, but you get hit with all these injuries in the rotation. Like, your rotation is just it's like whack-a-mole. This guy gets hurt, this guy comes back, now a new guy gets hurt, and now you've got guys in Javier and Urquidy who looks like it. I mean, it might be curtains for both of those guys this year. So now you're in this holding pattern where you're going with 5 guys, and it's got to be these 5 guys, and they've got to stay healthy. Arrighetti's last 4 starts, the Astros have won 3 of them. The only one they lost was that 3-1 loss to the A's, so you could argue, like, yeah, get a little more run support in that game. Maybe we're talking about 4 wins, but he went in the 9-2 win over Oakland a few weeks ago. He gave you 5 innings, 2 runs. And that, I remember after that start thinking to myself, you get 5 innings, 2 earned runs from Arrighetti, you'd sign up for that every time out versus saying, okay, show me what's behind door number 2, as Vandermeer likes to say. Then you get you get 6 1/3 from him against Milwaukee. That was the game where he left with the bases loaded and Abreu came in and allowed all the runners to score. Yeah, so you and I both said that box score was a little deceptive. He was better than his numbers would indicate. Then you have the loss to Oakland. And now this game where he looked, 8 strikeouts in 6 innings and no earned runs, just 2 hits. This was really good stuff from Arrighetti.
This is something to definitely build on.
Yeah, this is like, okay, he's trending in a direction here.
So that's a big step. That's a big step. Another baby step, I would say, is that the Astros scored in more than 1 inning yesterday. So they missed out on a chance to be the best team since like 1918, or the team to score only in 1 inning.
The best at sucking in innings during games. Yes.
For 8 straight games, they actually scored in multiple innings yesterday. And Alex Bregman had a chance to hit for the cycle, and it would have been the first ever sweep by the Mariners of the Astros in a 4-game series. So, for whatever psychological burden that might place on you, at least they didn't have that. There have been other moments in Astros seasons where salvaging a non-sweep at the non-sweep at the end of a series has actually sprung you onto great things. Altuve with the walk-off home run against the Yankees.
Oh, back a couple years ago in July.
That was that was a big moment, and at the same time, it was like their only win in that series. Yeah. But it can sometimes have an outsized emotional impact on things.
Yeah, it's big. Minnesota coming to town. Minnesota's not a bad baseball team, and they're a decent baseball team. Here's Arrighetti last night. What's the key to this little run that you've been on?
We have so many fantastic pitching minds in this organization. That's players, that's analytics, that's coaches, and I feel like everybody's they've done a lot to help me understand what's going to help me perform here and what's going to play well here, and obviously that creates a little bit of confidence, and I feel like once I have that, I can kind of go just throw the ball and be a little bit looser, a little bit easier on myself, and continue to execute pitches when I need to.
I think there are a couple things that stick out in my mind when he references the coaching, or and with the Astros analytics with the pitching, so much of it boils down to basic pitch selection. With a younger guy, it's different, But with Hunter Brown, I think he's another example of a guy that hadn't thrown his sinker since college, introduced it this year, and in mid-season, and it's made a big difference for him.
Yeah.
So, and that goes along with working with the pitching staff and talking these things through. I think this has been, I don't want to say impressive just yet, but I think Josh Miller made a lot of changes with a lot of these guys with their pitch selection. So many more guys are throwing changeups more frequently this year that sometimes those changes take a while to take root, especially when you're dealing with so many injuries across the board and you're dealing with so many young guys. But it's been a tip of the cap to Josh Miller, the pitching coach, that they've managed to make this progress and get back on track.
Yeah, well, and especially the 2 young guys in this rotation, Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti. But, both outstanding starts in this series against the Mariners. Here's Joe Espada, Astros manager, following the game, talking about those two.
Huge, and just for their for their personal development, their growth, being able to every step of the way, just making progress, and the coaching staff has done a really good job, getting them through some tough times, and we're going to need those guys moving forward, and they've done a fantastic job. I'm very proud of where they, how far they've come, and they work hard. So I'm not surprised by their success. They work really hard.
He's understating it a little bit. He's like, a lot of times when you say about a young guy or some player who's developing, you're like, we're going to need this guy at some point. We're going to need these guys moving forward. Like, no. Like, if one of these guys starts underperforming or goes down with injury, you're dipping into Blair Henley now. Like, that's where we are. Like, there is zero margin for performance or health with this starting rotation right now, for at least, unless you make a trade, for at least the next, tomorrow's June 1st, for at least the next 2 months, probably. You know?
Feels like we're stuck in some little Alaskan fishing outpost with only so much insulin to make it.
That's what I was thinking, yes.
We're diabetics with a limited supply of insulin, and we're just waiting for the seaplane to arrive. Is that seaplane piloted by Luis Garcia? Is it piloted by Lance McCullers?
Yeah.
I don't know, but they've got our insulin, baby.
Yeah.
I got to eat some sugar at some point.
We gotta find a way to spread these 3 shots of insulin out over the next 2 months.
Yeah. Some more. It's a precarious situation.
It is.
It's the most precarious situation we found ourselves in.
Did you see?
And I still look at it on paper, and I try to soothe myself with ERA rankings and OPS rankings and all these other things that show that at some point it seems like the Astros' luck should swing back when there's runners in scoring position, or maybe the clutch gene expresses itself somehow.
Yeah, they've got it. The big thing right now is getting hits when guys get on base. I mean that's the big thing. The bullpen, I know Presley had an implosion the other night, but by and large the bullpen has straightened itself out. These 5 starting pitchers, if these young guys are trending in the direction they look like they're trending in, Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, you can get through the next patch of schedule over the next handful of weeks with these guys in your rotation, certainly. And statistically, this is a lineup that hits. That's all I'll say about it. They hit. They just don't hit at the right times.
I'll tell you what, I just got a text from somebody who I care about in my life, who just called us both negative Nellies.
This morning? Okay, hold up.
Wait a minute.
Wait
the hell a minute.
Okay, let me be a little the self-awareness here. I have not mentioned once Joe Espada. Did Jose Abreu's name come up until now in the open?
No.
No, okay, I need to know who this person is. You don't have to out him on the radio.
Tell me exactly what you think of this person right now. Tell me what's wrong with this person.
This person who's texting you?
Yes. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. That's messed up. That's messed up because as we're doing this segment, I'm like, man, we're doing such a good job of accentuating that they won a game.
Yes,
No, I'm pissed now.
What of Hunter Brown?
What did you text them back and say? What did we say that made you text that?
They're saying that Sean is scared.
Did they really just say that?
Then said this, yeah.
Oh,
I want you to skewer this person right now.
I can't wait to find out who they are. No. I need to see who they are.
It's Brandy.
Oh, it is? Okay. I'm assuming Brandy's being sarcastic.
I guess so. I don't know. She gets kind of, honestly, dude, she gets...
What? Okay,
she gets tribal in her defense of the Astros.
No, I
respect
it. I respect it.
She gets irrationally protective of them.
Now I know how Charlie felt when Maria didn't vote for him on Survivor. Like, I'm just gutted. Like, Brandy's often on my side on a lot of things, even in the face of logic. She's on my side on a lot of things.
Honestly, I will give her a tongue lashing when I get home because. Well, but
sounds like you're rewarding
I will give
yourself.
her a tongue lashing shortly. So I think this is the thing. We're addressing what the issues are, but we're talking about Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti have made drastic turnarounds from how they looked early in the season. We're waiting for the reinforcements to come in.
Yeah, man.
We're just addressing what the issues are without even harping on. Because I did have that same thought this morning. I'm like, man, people are probably going to get pretty sick about.
I did too.
Jose Abreu is going to become one of these topics that, like, you don't want to even acknowledge it. You want it to be the elephant in the room that nobody's talking about.
Yes.
It's not like an uncomfortable situation. It's like, no, we've agreed to ignore the elephant in the room.
Just tired of talking about it. Yeah. Okay, well, I feel gutted right now. 6:14, I feel gutted right now. Thanks a lot, Brandy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Stephon Diggs in the house yesterday. And, boy, did his new teammates and coaching staff have some good things to say about old Stephon Diggs. We've got that for you coming up next.
Just one series into Jose Abreu's
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Stephon Diggs was at practice yesterday. That was the breaking news going into In the Loop yesterday. Their lead into the show was breaking news. Stephon Diggs at practice yesterday, which is big news. It's voluntary. Stephon Diggs being there was really cool to see. Man, I get excited just seeing some of the videos of 7-on-7 with Diggs out there. Bobby Slowik, I feel like this first round of questioning that coaches are getting on Diggs, whether it's D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, not a coach, but obviously the guy that engineered the trade, Bobby Slowik, it feels like, Seth, the first question about Diggs that anybody gets is always about the personality of Diggs, not the player Diggs. You know, like, how do you expect him to blend in? The word diva comes up sometimes. It happened with Nick, where the word diva came up, and he said, I don't even know what that word means. I forget who the interview was with, but probably at a press conference. Bobby Slowik had very high praise for Stephon Diggs yesterday.
He's been great to work with. You know, his big thing right now, kind of like we already talked about with some other guys, is verbiage, just picking up verbiage. It's a little different than when he was in Buffalo, but there's nothing that he hasn't seen or done before. And then the football player, man, is just, he's so competitive. And, I mean, it shows on tape. He is a lot like our quarterback in that he will do absolutely anything necessary to win the game. Whether he doesn't have the ball, he has the ball in his hands. At all times, he's in between the white lines. He's doing everything he can to win. Good route runner. I mean, he's got all the receiver traits you could ask for. But what jumps out to me and what fits with us and what we're always engaged with is how competitive guys are, how tough they are, and the style of play they have.
And they know what they look for in players. You've brought this up continuously since they traded for Diggs, Seth. Him showing up at practice and practicing the way he does, being as competitive as he is, and seemingly fitting in really well behind the scenes with this team is actually what should be expected at this stage of Stephon Diggs.
Right.
It always goes well early with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think when people are anti-Stephon Diggs, they like pointing out, understandably and justifiably so. They'll say, hey, look at his history. It hasn't ended well in Minnesota, and it hasn't ended well in Buffalo. But it's also important to point out that it went really, really well for a couple of years in both those places, 2.5 years in Buffalo. So that part of it isn't really a concern. If you're going to go on the history of Stephon Diggs, then history would also suggest that he's just fine at the beginning. And I think the issue with him in Buffalo is much more not about him not getting the ball. It was at times the ball not going to the appropriate spot, whether it was him or otherwise. Yeah. And some of the changes they made in the offense, they were starting to treat him more like a Tavon Austin than as a true number one wide receiver. They were trying to do a lot of screens and dink and dunk stuff with him. And in some ways it was better for the offense. It gave it more diversity and less predictability than it had been before. But I think there were a lot of things that were frustrating to him that aren't going to be an issue this year. It's just given the makeup of A, the quarterback, and B, the weaponry, the Texans can simply do more things justifiably than when the Bills are trying to mix and match and do different things. It was really still using Stephon Diggs as the biggest threat, but trying to spread the ball around to the rest of the field. Now it's that, okay, there'll be times where Stephon Diggs gets a pass on a bubble screen this year where, there's actually a chance or opportunity to do something because Tank Dell and Nico Collins have shifted the coverage away from that area of the field. So I just don't see it being nearly as big of an issue because they're just different teams. Buffalo was a different team in the stage of the life cycle it was last year than the Texans are right now.
Yeah, perfect segue into this from Slowik. Slowik was asked about the new additions, specifically Diggs, and what that allows you to do. And you can hear Slowik's brain whirring like a machine as he's talking about all the different things that these weapons allow him to do.
Takes all limits off whatever you feel you need to do to win a game. You know, if we feel like we got to throw the ball deep to win a game, we could do that. If we got to throw it short to win a game, we could do that. If we got to run the ball 40 times to win a game, we feel like we could do that. So it just enables and empowers all of us to really do whatever's necessary that given week to beat the opponent in front of us. And everybody on our offense and really on our team right now is all in on that. And that's what's making this really fun.
Yeah, I think with the way the team's constructed right now, if you can think about it in terms of like a toolbox, where if you've got a limited toolbox and you've got a job to do, to fix a piece of machinery, there's going to be times where you're like, well, I don't have a hammer in the toolbox, so I guess I got to use this wrench.
Use the back end of this wrench.
Yeah. Right, yeah. I got to, so you've really just, and people will talk about their toolbox or their toolkit. You've just got a much better toolkit right now.
Yeah.
You've got a, if you're cooking a recipe and it needs melon balls, like now you've got an actual melon baller instead of like trying to use a tiny spoon.
Yeah.
It's so yes, Stephon Diggs is the ultimate melon baller, I think.
And Robert Woods is the backside of a wrench. Yeah.
That was his nickname. Yeah,
the
melon baller.
The melon baller. Yeah.
No, so because there were a lot of questions yesterday about how do you figure out who gets the ball, how do you use all those weapons and everything, and it really is. I think Bill O'Brien kind of scared people off the game plan offense mentality because if you try to get too cute and too clever all the time, everything blows up in your face. Yeah. But game plan to game plan, and including within the game when you make adjustments in your play calling, it really is. It doesn't have to be a grand plan at the beginning of the season. Like, well, how are we going to get all these guys involved? The fact of the matter is you got a bunch of different tools, and week to week, how you're going to use these guys are going to be different. It's just a nice luxury to have. There will be some weeks where Stephon Diggs gets 15 targets. There might be other weeks where he gets 3. But as long as the offense is functioning properly, everybody gets to eat a little bit.
Yeah, if you're winning games, none of it matters. And here Slowik kind of said, with the impact of Diggs and Mixon, a lot of this stuff is going to work itself out.
Yeah, it's actually, I know it seems like it'd probably be hard, but it's actually pretty easy because a lot of it's dictated on what they do and what's the best way for us to attack that. And if it's a heavy 21-12 game, all our receivers are still out there working. You still go 11 in third down. You still go 11 in the red zone a good amount. And we really believe in keeping all our guys fresh, so that when they step on the field, they got 100% every play. And if it's a heavy 11 personnel game, then we have a lot of guys that can go fill that role. It could be a 10 personnel game. It really winds up sorting itself out through the course of the season. That's what, like I mentioned, that's what's fun for us is all of us are all in on just whatever we got to do to win this game this week. We're equipped to do that.
Just so to get past the personnel verbiage, basically what he's just saying right there is,
what are all these numbers?
if you're playing a whole bunch of 3 wide receiver sets in one game, then that's how it is, and you've got the weaponry to do that. Yeah. But some teams, and this is where, I think somebody yesterday, a listener I respect, thought that yesterday I was trying to say that the Texans need to run the ball more. And that's not what I was saying at all. I mean, they ran the ball a lot. They need to run the ball effectively when they do run. Yeah. So when you get into the playoffs, especially, that's when, there's going to be a team that might have the best pass defense in the league. And maybe they're really good no matter how many good wide receivers you have on. You want to be sure. It's nice when you have a Joe Mixon and hopefully this year a competent offensive line that if it demands it, that you can become an old school running with a fullback type of team. There's other times where it demands three wide receivers on the field, 4 wide receivers on the field, and they're just more capable. They're much more capable of doing it this year than last year. If you just think about even when Singletary was running the ball well, he's still not necessarily the guy you really want in there against heavy defenses.
That's right.
And Joe Mixon more so is. It's just they've got a better complement of weapons this year.
Remember Mixon's introductory press conference where he seemed very tepid on the idea of being a Houston Texan? He seemed like a guy who had spent his whole career with one team and was
Mixon.
a little
Mixon,
and was a little bit hurt at the fact he wasn't with it. It wasn't anything personal. This is a sense I got the day that he did his press conference was it's nothing personal with the Texans. This is a guy who's still trying to process being traded for a 7th-round pick by the team he had played his whole career and played well his whole career for, and basically being let go for a team to bring in Zach Moss instead of him,
It's like asking a kid the first day in a foster home, like, hey, isn't this great? Isn't this awesome compared to your real parents? And I was like, I'm still kind of trying to figure out what happened with that situation back there.
If you give me $27 million, it becomes a whole lot better. I'll tell you that right now. But Mixon definitely seems to be taking to being a Texan based on it. He gives good press conferences, Joe. I'm going to enjoy Joe Mixon, I think. Joe Mixon assuring us that everyone will eat on this Texans offense?
I definitely think with how we got this offense rolling, I think that no matter what, I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. I definitely feel like with the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing, bro, because, usually I guess you got the young guys that's not paid yet, and you got the guys that's fortunate enough to be able to make that type of pay, come in and be with CJ. And by CJ being, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, bro, it's a hell of a thing. I don't know if he even knows it yet, but, he has all the right tools. He have all the right traits for him to be actually the best in the league. And I think that the way that he prepares and the way that he leads and the way that he works, I truly feel like, it's definitely something special in the making. But in terms of everybody touching the ball and doing certain things, we stay on the field, everybody eats. Everybody touch the ball, everybody put up what they want to put up. We know defense for sure going to give us the ball back. So I think that as long as we execute, doing all the right things well, man, and building that chemistry right now to, come back in July, I think that is going to go a long way. And I feel like, it's like I said, in this offense, man, sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit, man.
Yeah, and the whole everybody eats thing, again, that's kind of in line with what Stephon Diggs, I guess, some of his objections at times. I think Diggs, I don't want to paint a picture of, like a saintly human being or something, but I do think that there's that element of like, okay, if you're part of a finely tuned machine, then it's a lot easier to take yourself out of the situation.
Yeah.
And it's just when things aren't operating the way that you feel is at a championship caliber, and it's a lot easier to focus on, your personal insults, I suppose, or what you perceive as personal insults.
Yeah.
If, you use a sales analogy a lot, and sales cures everything in business. If if business is humming along and everybody's stock options are going up, you don't worry too much about whether you were employee of the month or not.
That's
it's just fun to be on that winning team.
Yep.
And that's you can worry about the adversity side of things when you face it, and you got to have a contingency plan for everything, I suppose. But it's not necessary. I think people are wringing their hands over it a little too much.
Yeah.
Like how do we be sure? How do we not let all this potential success screw us up?
Yes.
So, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Let's get to 1-0 first.
Like we had no talent a few years ago, and now the worry is we have too much talent on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, maybe it's like that. Maybe that's a better, if you think about in a baseball team when you've got 6 really good starting pitchers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, somebody might be disgruntled that he doesn't get to go every 5 games.
Yeah.
Get over it, bro.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Let's get a Matt Burke cut in here while we've got a little bit of time. I like this. The question was about Will Anderson and what he can improve upon, but I thought this was really good insight as to the specificity with which they're coaching these guys during the offseason.
There are definitely things that he can get better at. I think just like small thing like separation, like trying to get more extension and separation at the top of his rush, or things that like we've worked on. One of the really cool, it's just part of D'Amico's sort of system of how we do things. Every player that we have, we do an off-season sort of like study or off-season project on for, we call them pro-grow tapes. So like just one thing or something specific that each player can grow and get better at from what we saw off tape last year, whether they were here or somewhere else. So like we try to give each player something very specific, like, hey, we saw this on tape last year, like, let's focus on this, like, for these next 6 weeks. Can you get better at this? So, like, that's off your plate, and that's a step in the right direction. So between that and just, I think, the understanding, I think there was times last year Will was just throwing fastballs and being Will, and like I think his understanding of the defense and some of the stuff we just talked about, protections and those things, are kind of growing as I have conversations with him. So excited to see where he takes that.
There's
for sure.
So much about that cut that I love. Like the last part, he's just throwing fastballs and being Will.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a bull in a china shop. Yeah,
there's times where with Will, he's got every bit of energy and work ethic and everything that you want, and in some ways it's a matter of just focusing it and channeling it.
Yeah.
And I loved what Burke was saying about having that action plan for every specific player. Ted Johnson and I used to talk about this, and, because Ted and I both played in the NFL and kind of under similar circumstances. Belichick and Coughlin were very much similar in a lot of respects. But we both felt like I never went into a training camp feeling like, all right, here's the plan for you, Seth. This is what you really need to focus on. It always more felt like everybody's being coached to just get better at everything all at once. And the reality is there are a few specific things that each player can do that have an outsized effect on their performance. Mm-hmm. So with Will Anderson, they talked about at the top of his rush, getting better extension. He's a guy that needs to continue to work on his hands. When you watch Daniil Hunter, his hands and feet are tied together, and they're always constantly making a counter to a counter to a counter. Sometimes Will gets kind of locked into turning it into a physical battle of just me pushing against this guy, where he can make it a lot easier with himself if he just keeps his hands active. Mm-hmm. And to just work on that, identify it, and get really good at that part of his game, that might yield 5 more sacks in a season. And he can focus on that every single day. It just goes back to everything we've always noticed with D'Amico, that his methodology is it's very defined when it comes to giving guys things that they can improve on, feel good about, see it in the production. And then once that gets ingrained and grooved in, then you move on to the next thing. They did it with CJ last year. They brought him along slowly. Get really good at this part, and then we'll move on to the next stage.
That's a relatable thing, I think, for people who don't even play in sports. People who are just in their regular jobs, and they're trying to improve. And if your boss tells you, just get good at this for the next couple of months, that's a consumable thing.
Well, that was, Tony Brackens, the University of Texas defensive end from way back. He made one little change in my stance one day at training camp, and it changed my game completely.
Wow.
Just from a change in my stance, from putting more of a stagger in my stance, it turned me into a different type of player.
Wow.
And then you hammer in and focus on that. And I got that from a player, not from the coaches.
Yeah.
I think that's again where I think D'Amico, not all former players apply all of their learnings as a former player effectively as coaches. I think D'Amico really has.
Yeah.
He understands that part that Ted Johnson and I complained about.
Headlines: Astros get a win, Diggs at OTAs, and we know who's going to be on Hard Knocks. That is next.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation custom.
Network. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Bregman sends one to left. Back goes Canzone. He will watch this go off the top of the wall. It's gone. Alex Bregman has both home runs for the Astros in this series. That ball carried well to left, hit the top of the wall and went out.
That was a low beatie. I wasn't sure that one was going to get out, but I noticed that the left fielder immediately turned around to play that off the wall.
Yeah, that was wild. That was all the runs the Astros needed last night. So Bregman had 2 home runs in the series. Astros win 4-0 last night, by the way. They salvaged 1 game out of the 4-game stretch. They're 5.5 games back of the Mariners in the AL West. Bregman had 2 home runs in this series, and neither of them were just like normal home runs. Like the home run a couple nights ago was this sky ball that everybody's like, well, that's a high drive, like really high. And it's very high. And, wow, that just landed in the stands, barely. And then, yeah, this one yesterday where the left fielder isn't even playing it like it's a home run. He's not chasing back to the wall trying to go up and get it. He thought it was going to be a double off the wall.
Yeah. That was that ball. And between the sun and maybe the wind yesterday, it was those balls were really carrying. So, which obviously works to Bregman's benefit, but he had a chance to hit for the cycle yesterday. It was a very, very good day for Alex Bregman.
Yeah,
and I feel like we've at least, even though his OPS and everything else hasn't changed all that much from April, he's had some stretches where he looks a lot more like himself. So hopefully he's found his way home.
Here was Joe Espada, Astros manager, summing up not just yesterday but the series as a whole.
We pitched really well. I want to, look at the positive. Like we didn't win the series, but I thought we did a lot of things well. Spencer, set the table there with a great performance, and the bullpen came in and did a great job. We grinded some at bats, big at bats. Breggy had a big day. Caratini there with that big homer. Ended on a good note. Now we go home and just like we did on the previous homestand, we just got to go play well at home.
I'm not going to get hot on Espada today. I mean, I declared yesterday that I'm out on Espada, and I still am. I hope they win. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I'm an Astros fan. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm not going to get hot on Espada being positive about yesterday. Like, there was a lot, Spencer Arrighetti alone, his performance is reason enough to walk away being positive. I wasn't expecting Joe Espada to pull out a red marker after yesterday's game and go through and put X's all over the paper.
Right. Yeah.
So... did a lot of things well, he thought, and now they head back home, and this will be it's a big series this weekend, man, with Minnesota coming to town.
How are you doing after your you were fighting more battles on Twitter yesterday over your disdain for Abreu? Are you doing all right psychologically?
I am. There was
I saw you got called an engagement farmer by Chandler Rome.
Chandler Rome said I was seeking. Well, yeah, I mean, I think he was talking about me. He didn't tag me on it. It was a reply to Matt Young retweeting me, so I'm assuming that it was...
He was replying to somebody else that somebody was criticizing what you said. Oh, somebody had brought up Singleton's stats.
That was Matt Young,
fielder. Right, yeah. And immediately Chandler Rome replied, that's not easy engagement, though.
Yeah, Singleton isn't... Yeah, he's not big box office like Abreu tweets are.
You and Rome's come at you a couple times now.
That's okay. Yeah,
is this a media rivalry now? Sean Pendergast versus Chandler Rome?
I don't know.
SportsRadio 610 versus the vaunted New York Times owned Athletic.com.
He's got there's the battle, Odyssey versus the New York Times, the battle for the ages. Yeah.
I feel like you versus the New York Times plays better in our market.
Yeah, probably. Chandler has an odd gatekeeping thing going on with the Astros, it feels like sometimes. Like, when especially I feel like sometimes, and this isn't, I don't know if this is Chandler's way of thinking, but I get this a lot from the diehard Astro Twitter that disagrees with my takes, is that, hey, why don't you just wait for football season to get here, 6'10" guy? Like that we're on the football flagship somehow invalidates our baseball opinions, I think, with some people.
I don't get as much of that anymore. I don't think. I don't know. That used to be a thing a few years ago.
I got it yesterday from somebody.
Yeah, well, you're gonna, know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the whole thing is like you can sometimes a sample size is bigger than other sample sizes, and the fact of the matter is that John Singleton has been a different player. Was a different player while Abreu was down in West Palm Beach. And at the very least, still, offensively, gives you competitive at-bats. Yeah. Whereas Abreu, where is he right now? Is he a little bit below 50% on his strikeout rate, at least?
He's right at since back you're saying?
Yeah.
He's right at 50%. He struck out in 5 of his 10 at-bats.
Yeah, competitive at-bats is what I would like.
Yeah.
Competitive at-bats.
Yeah.
All right? I don't need him to be hitting 400.
Yep.
But we're not getting competitive at-bats.
Right. Shifting gears to the Texans, Stephon Diggs at OTAs yesterday, so we talked about that. Let's skip to the second Nico here, Ben. Nico won because Nico Collins met with the media yesterday. His first time in front of the media since signing his $75 million contract extension just a few days ago. Here was Nico on the life-changing wealth that he is receiving.
Man, the feelings is unexplainable right now. It's something you've been wishing, since you was a little kid, man, playing football, 5, 6 years old, man, and your dream is to, make it in the league, get that second contract, man, and God blessed me with the opportunity, and I got it, and I feel like now, man, is motivation is, something that you always been wishing your entire life, and it's here, and I feel like now is only up.
So Nico Collins, man, he is a rich dude.
He made a few references just about how he really tries not to think about that side of it, the business side of it and everything. And I think sometimes people hear that, and I know a lot of media members at least will scoff at that. There genuinely are. If I could, point to Shohei Ohtani, there are guys who genuinely try to stay out of the business side of it as much, and if they feel like they trust their agent, they allow their agent to handle the business side of things. Just unlike Shohei Ohtani, though, just be sure you got somebody like watching everybody else. And yeah. I think that's where Nico was when he talked to TJ Houshmandzadeh in his podcast a couple months ago. That was what he said, and I do think he's got an agent in Drew Rosenhaus who you can trust is going to get you a good deal, and he's got decades of happy clients now. I think Nico really was and remains just focused on football and knows that the money will take care of itself. You tell all these young guys, some guys need to hear it way more than others, but stop worrying about all this extraneous stuff. Just know that it's a very simple formula. Play good football, make lots of money.
Yeah.
Okay?
Easy.
You can worry about the details and everything. You got to go start 3 different business ventures. No. Play good football, you'll make lots of money. So just focus on part A of that equation, and the part B takes care of itself.
Great to see it come to fruition, man, with a really good dude in Nico Collins. Other NFL news, the Bears are the choice to be on Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks this coming summer, and the Texans will probably be, I would guess, a fairly significant part of the season premiere of Hard Knocks because it premieres August the 6th, which is the Tuesday after the Texans and the Bears play in the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. So there will probably be at least a little bit of Texans flavor in the first episode of Hard Knocks. I would say the happiest person on earth this morning is Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, who never met a microphone nor a camera that he did not like. And this, I have a feeling, is going to turn into a 5-week infomercial for how awesome Ryan Poles is.
Yeah.
Prediction.
Poles has been getting... It's almost like if you could go back in time and start heaping praise on Jeff Luhnow in 2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
But which nobody was doing. There were very, very few people that were dyed in the wool. Yeah, this is the process, and it's going to pay off. There's a whole lot of skepticism about it. I feel like Jeff Luhnow paved the way for guys like Ryan Poles to get credit for sucking as a football team.
Yeah.
And for turning down a chance to opportunity to draft C.J. Stroud. All these things, somehow Ryan Poles is the mastermind simply because they've been bad enough to accumulate a bunch of draft picks.
Yes.
And get a number 1 overall pick.
If you're power ranking things you can do to get love as a GM, winning a championship, number 1, accumulating draft capital, number 2. And then everything else is after that. You're a hero if you accumulate draft capital.
The PR matters. They did it in.
He knows that.
With the
Poles
76ers, they ran the process, like just dubbing it the process and everything.
Yeah, man.
They rode that for a long time, and it bought the old Astros the assistant GM there a whole bunch of time.
The Astros assistant GM.
Not the Astros, the Rockets.
GM. Sam Hinkie.
Thank you, Sam Hinkie.
Yeah. Speaking of the NBA.
Damn it. No ding for me this segment.
No. Speaking of the NBA, real quick, Dallas on to the NBA Finals. There will be no comeback from down 3-0 for the Timberwolves. They lay an egg at home last night, 124-103. So it'll be Mavericks, Celtics in the NBA Finals. All right, we head into the 7 o'clock hour. And speaking of the Nico Collins contract, man, news coming down yesterday morning, the Texans got that thing in just in the nick of time. Where is this market going with these wide receivers right now, man? And we'll get to more from Joe Mixon, who had some awesome things to say about his new teammates. We'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there. It's a Friday. Payne and Pendergast.
Nico Collins, God.
for condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, feel for our guy Ocho. He's still processing the whole wide receiver thing. You got to let this Diggs thing play out, Ocho. You know, I don't normally play therapy with a listener, but you're a loyal listener. Got to let it play out, man. And he's really mad they didn't draft Brian Thomas. Ocho's mad about two things, trading for Stephon Diggs and trading out of 23, and where they could have had Brian Thomas Jr., who's now in the division playing for the Jags. Says, I was watching, this is actually addressed to you, says, Seth, I watched OTA highlights of Brian Thomas Jr. yesterday, wondering what should have been. Very depressing, Ocho.
Very depressing for Ocho there. So you got Stephon Diggs for 1 year instead. That's something I want to talk to Caserio about when we have him
next week.
Is that official yet? Okay.
It's happening. We're just nailing down a date. He'll be in studio next week.
So next week when we have Nick Caserio in studio was just it seemed that he alluded to this. It seemed like I heard a few different GMs not come right out and say, it was actually a lot harder to trade back up than we thought it was going to be, but that's how it felt. You know, Caserio talked about how they tried to make some moves and were inquiring about moving back up into the first round. It played out this year that all these teams just thought it was way too expensive to move back up, and I think that's probably the part of this offseason. That and the botched Malik Collins trade, or at least the abandoned Malik Collins trade. Those two things are the things that are just lingering out there that it seems like it didn't go the way the Texans planned.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Ocho also says, I just spent $40 on 5 small grocery items. This is criminally depressing. That's true, man. Like, I go to the grocery store probably for something like at least every other day. Like, hey, I got to pick up some sparkling water. I got to pick up this or pick up that. And I feel like that's only going to be like a 20 every time. It's like a $50 trip now, at least every time, and I'm walking out with like 5 things. Like
I know, man.
Dude,
it's not. There's so many things even things that I didn't really used to pay attention to the price all that much. Now it hits you so hard.
It does.
I don't know how much to give kids for their birthday presents anymore.
Yeah,
because it feels honestly like giving my niece or a nephew. I always try to keep it reasonable. But I give them like a 20, and I'm like, what's what the hell are they going to do with this?
The irony in this whole thing is that the most expensive thing relative to what it had been for a while before we really got popped by inflation. Remember that period of time where like you couldn't get a dozen eggs for less than like $6? It was crazy. Yeah. And now eggs are like back to normal again. Like you get a dozen eggs, they're not going to be your bougie chicken eggs where where they've got butlers and maids serving the chickens and things like that. They're going to be your muckety muck chickens that like to walk around in their own feces. You can get those eggs for $1.69 now again. You know what I mean? Uh-huh. And now everything else is like double what it used to be. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm with you on that one.
I feel like my large containers of Greek yogurt are way inflated from what they used to be.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. So Ocho, I'm not with you on the Diggs thing, and I'm not with you too much on the 23rd overall pick trade down. I guess those two things are tied together. But brother, fist bump on the inflation, man. It sucks. It sucks. You know who can deal with the inflation really, really well right now? Nico Collins. $52 million guaranteed. He'll be able to buy the good eggs for a long, long time. Here was Nico Collins yesterday saying he never let the contract distract him.
It wasn't on my mind. I knew, you continue to have your head down, continue to work on your game, continue to play football, and continue to do the things you love, and the money gonna come. It's gonna come, it's gonna fall in place if you continue to do the right things, continue to finish your mission. And I feel like for me it was, never about the money. I just love the game of football, so getting money, it's a good thing, I ain't saying no bread now. Nah, but it's just a blessing. I just love the game of football. I love what comes with it, man. I love working on my game and love winning, so I feel like you continue to have that mindset, continue to, walk one foot in front of the other and everything else.
Let it play.
I feel like that's where I'm at right now, continue to work with me.
The correct balance to strike as a player is to always remember that if you didn't know anything else at all, you'd probably play that game for $50,000 a year, at least for your first few years out of college, just because because you're playing in the NFL and it's awesome and it's what you dreamed about as a kid. But that you never, ever say that out loud, because that's a horrible negotiating tactic.
Yes.
So always try to maintain the attitude that, like, man, this is a really amazing thing and I can be one of the best in the world. Almost like an Olympic athlete back in the day before they made money. Like you're doing it because you're driven to be the absolute best. But also, you do have that carrot on the stick out there of the financial reward, but you just try to maintain that Olympic athlete attitude as much as possible, knowing that you'll get rewarded as long as you meet your goals on the football field. And I think Nico Collins has conducted himself like that.
Yeah, he seems like the ideal guy if you're going to give big life-changing money to. He seems like he's wired the ideal way to handle that. Like, pretty humble guy, hard worker. I think the fact that he made a lot of changes to what he does this past offseason showed a self-awareness with Nico that would incline me to give him a lot of money if he produced.
Right, well, and like when you say that, it's not like he was like living irresponsibly or anything.
No.
He just learned over the course of 3 years. He's cited the veteran players that he played with and like all the things he learned from them about how to stay healthy, how to take care of your body, what your routine should be.
Right.
And that takes a while sometimes. But and again, to go back to the Carlos Correa comparison, Correa figured out how to have a regimen for dealing with his back issues, and those didn't end up being an issue after a while.
Yep.
And he stopped breaking his ribs at massage therapists.
Yes. Here's Joe Mixon. I like hearing the new guys talk about their new teammates. Here's Joe Mixon, one of the newest Houston Texans, on his new teammate Nico Collins.
Man, Nico, one thing about him, he's a very hard worker. I've seen him, and you see the physical traits, and you see certain things where, certain things, usually jump off the charts. And I think that, his size in terms of the way he's built, and, he's about 6'4", and he actually can run too. So he's, like I say, he's a very hard worker, and I think that from what I see personally, and firsthand, I think that he deserves every bit of what he got.
All right, so that's Joe Mixon on Nico Collins and what he's seen out of him. Now, the news came down yesterday just as we were, it was in the last hour of the show, the Jalen Waddle deal. Jalen Waddle, Houston native, same draft class as Nico Collins, except he was I believe the 6th overall pick in 2021. He got 3 years, $84 million. Nico got 3 years, $72 million. So he gets about $3 or $4 million more than Nico. As we've had a few people point out, before I've even brought up Waddle, text message, Waddle had 3 1,000-yard seasons, deserves more money than Nico. Yeah, I'm not here to tell you that Nico's getting screwed or that, Jalen Waddle doesn't deserve the money he's getting. The point I was going to make with the tease was that I feel like with every wide receiver contract that's going to come down in the next 4 or 5 weeks, there will be maybe a small part of us, in the case of the Waddle contract, for me, a big part of us, that is very thankful that Nick Caserio and Nico Collins agreed to this deal now, before all the dominoes start falling here.
And because I think you and I both agree with that texture. There's the reason that Nico signed the deal he did, I think, was partly an acknowledgement by him and his agent that, he has not produced as much as Amon-Ra St. Brown. He has not produced as much as Jalen Waddle. And last year was very promising, but there are reasonable reasons not to give him the top of the market deal. And that's why, again, you shouldn't worry about Nico Collins getting overpaid somehow or somewhat. So far, this deal to Jalen Waddle shows that, the Texans are they're not getting taken to the cleaners by a guy that's had one good season. They're projecting last year forward, and they're acknowledging the fact that Davis Mills was the go-to quarterback for the first 2 years of Nico Collins' career and everything else like that. So, I think for people who look and fixated on, wow, Nico Collins is the 7th highest paid receiver in terms of new money, they weren't acknowledging also that he's not going to be in the top 7 for very long at all.
No.
It's he'll be down probably by the end of next offseason. I would imagine he'll be 15th or 16th on that list.
Yeah.
So, and if he plays the same way this year that he did last year, that'll be an extreme bargain.
He will be, my prediction, he's 8th now. My prediction is when week 1 rolls around, he will be I'm going to predict he will be the 12th highest paid wide receiver.
Yeah.
I think 3 of these 4 guys, I don't know that Jefferson, Ayuk, Jamar Chase, and CeeDee Lamb are all going to get deals done this offseason. I could see one of those guys, like Jamar Chase, for example. I could see, like, I think they want to take care of Jamar Chase, but, like, they've got a lot of expenses there right now in Cincinnati. They may be like, hey, man, let's hold off a year. T. Higgins will be off the books. We can really take care of you next year, that kind of thing. I don't know.
The Bengals are a team that, when they started in on this run the year before Burrow got there, they were out of character in terms of, like, they were spending aggressively in free agency, but you still really haven't seen, like, okay, but how are they going to be as a team that has paid their quarterback and needs to maybe make some really uncomfortable expenditures? I think at some point the Bengals just might go back to who they are and start to jetport some people out of there that you wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah, it is wild, as long as we're talking about the Waddle deal. And I think this is something that's going to be relevant to the Texans in a couple of years if Tank Dell stays healthy, continues to produce. Because I feel like Tank Dell's a guy that if those things happen, they're going to want to keep him around here. I think CJ likes playing with him. I think Houston really likes Tank Dell. I think he's a really good player, most importantly. But seeing what Philly and seeing what Miami are doing, both of those teams now have 2 wide receivers that are among the top, 15 paid wide receivers. With quarterbacks in Philly, one that they've already paid. Like Jalen Hurts, they are pot committed to Jalen Hurts at $50+ million a year. Miami, they keep talking about taking care of Tua. I can't imagine that Tua is not going to get some sort of extension. Just not because he's great or anything, but just because he fits their offense and he's the devil they know. So I think he's going to get maybe not $50 million a year, but he's going to get a big contract at some point. That's really interesting to me, to see, like, okay, these are teams with highly paid quarterbacks who are also giving these guys who, if you're paying a quarterback that much, in theory, to me, like, I think of guys like Mahomes. I think of, like, what Buffalo clearly thinks with Josh Allen. Like what Green Bay had thought with Aaron Rodgers all those years, which is we shouldn't have to pay 25-30 million to 2 guys.
Look at Tom Brady for years and years and years.
Yes, Brady's a great one.
Okay, if he's that guy and he's playing at a discount, but even if he was playing at his actual worth, what makes those quarterbacks so great is that they don't need 3 all-pro receivers on the team to have an awesome offense. That's when it comes to the salary cap. Yeah, Brady, it would have been awesome if Brady had a first-round pick at wide receiver every year and a whole bunch of all-pros out there. And that's where you're trying to get to CJ. You're trying to get to CJ the same spot, where Pat Mahomes was a couple years ago when first year with no Tyreek Hill. How does he adapt and how does he manage? And he did really, really well in it. You want to get CJ to that spot by his 4th season.
Yep. Absolutely.
So after he gets that extension, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a guy that can make everybody else around. I mean, he already is a guy who makes the guys around him better. It's just got to be at that amped up all-pro caliber level.
No doubt. Text message, y'all should do an acknowledge me for Nico's contract. Not for Nico, but for his contract. Done. It's a good. Seth and I both like the contract. We are pro Nico and pro Nico's contract. Any word on Kenyon Green's physique? That's a text message. Same as last week. I don't think he went on a donut binge or anything. He looks really, really good out at OTAs.
Yeah, he didn't all of a sudden deflate or something. Right. He didn't go out and get a bunch of those synthol injections to make himself look muscled up. He looks like he's that's somebody that might not have been listening last week. Yeah. One of the big things. One of the first things people noticed last week at OTAs was, okay, wow, Kenyon Green does not look like the overgrown adolescent that he did when he first arrived
there.
Who's
76? Woo.
Yeah, 76. It was a new guy. If you didn't know, they've got the names on the back of the jerseys this year, too.
Yeah.
In OTAs,
helps.
which hasn't always been the case, I don't think. Kenyon Green looks good. So far, so good. Now, physique changes when a guy is already playing well. they don't do it for me because usually, like, I get nervous about that. Like when Dameon Pierce lost weight, I'm like, well, man, you were like one of the best rookies in the league last year. In the case of Kenyon Green, it's a welcome sight.
He needed it.
Like, part of it was that for a guy that really is more of a mauler type too. He's more of a mauler and a big, strong guy than an athlete. To take that game from the SEC on into the NFL, you got to be actually grown man strength. And he looks a lot more actual grown man strength this year.
Yep. Matt Burke, Texans defensive coordinator, met with the media yesterday. He's a good quote. He's a good press conference. Here is Matt Burke on, to me, one of the biggest X factors on this defense this year. Can Jalen Petrie start to live up to where the Texans saw him when they drafted him in 2022? Here's Burke on Jalen Petrie.
I think Jalen's knowledge of the defense, again, some of it we're scrambling a little bit last year, obviously, and things are flying. And again, sort of having banking those hours that Jalen did. I mean, it's showing up now, just his level of communication, his sort of comfort in some of those things. So, like, I think the consistency comes from that, just the awareness, knowledge of the system, and being comfortable in everything we're asking him to do. I think that's just going to, again, we just try to ask all these guys to if you think you stink, like to just not be thinking when you're out there. So the more reps you have and the more comfort you have in the system and the scheme and the calls, it frees you up to go make those plays and to let their athleticism shine. So I would say sort of like that fits in with that. An overriding philosophy of the defense is like, let's just keep it simple, do what we do, and let's be really good at it, and then it lets those guys be playmakers.
Okay.
And he's obviously shown the ability to do that, to make plays, so we're hoping he gets there.
Now I get it. I listened to that a second. The first time I heard that, and when he said, if you think you stink, I thought that was a prelude to like someone actually thinking that they stink, whereas it's more of a slogan, right?
Yeah, you thought it was going to be some kind of a believe in yourself motivational thing or something, right?
Right.
If you think you stink, you already do, or something like that. Yeah. No, there's a comma in there.
Yeah.
If you think, you stink.
Yeah.
And I'll use Peyton Manning as an example on this. A lot of the stuff that Peyton Manning would do that seems brilliant it's something that's drilled in so much, and it's something he's taken so many reps at that for him, it's not like some big moment of inspiration on the football field. It's just that the reactions and the ability to read coverages and everything else like that are just automatic. So from a defensive back perspective, there is a intelligence part of it, but it's got to be so drilled into you that you're reacting on the field more so than consciously thinking like, well, if this receiver breaks in and I've got another receiver on the outside, then I will turn and run. That's what it looked like with Petrie at times last year. And sometimes when he got burned on double moves, you can almost see the gears grinding in his mind about, like all the different possibilities that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think when you're trying to learn the defense or learn the offense, or especially when you're trying to learn it as a safety, because safety is the ultimate football IQ position. It's not that you're not thinking at all. It's just that you want to have a lot of the stuff so ingrained that it's automatic. I saw a chess player talking about this once, Sean. I'm not a chess fan myself. I don't have the patience for it. But this was like a grandmaster or whatever. And he was saying a lot of the things that amateurs look at with pro chess players or world-class chess players, they look at these moves in these moments where it seems like a moment of genius inspiration, when in fact it's really a whole bunch of boring drill work and mentally rehearsing scenarios over and over again. So to the people who haven't done all that stuff, it seems like a moment of inspiration. To the actual champion chess player, it's another day at the office.
Yeah.
And that's where I like Petrie. You hope he gets to that point where some of the pattern recognition and some of those things, it just comes automatically. Because he's certainly intelligent enough to do it. It's just a matter of making it all automatic.
Here's Matt Burke, Texans defensive coordinator. As we kind of walk, we're kind of giving you a feel what it's like to just walk around OTAs. Hey, a little bit of Nico, a little bit of Joe Mixon. Let's walk over and go check out the defense here. Here's Matt Burke on adding Daniil Hunter and Azeez Al-Shaair to this defense.
Both those guys have been really cool to work with. Daniil obviously like a history of success rushing the passer. We think that, hopefully like playing in his front and stylistically can even enhance that. And, partnering him with Will and the other guys we have rushing, we're excited about kind of seeing how that comes to fruition. And, Azeez, I didn't have any history with personally. Obviously, D'Amico and that connection. I would say the coolest thing with Azeez is just the level of command of the huddle, of the group, communication-wise. I mean, obviously something we've stressed, you guys that have been here all last year and everything. He's like A+ with that stuff, and it's just watching it enhance everybody else, because of that, like just taking some of that burden off, even Christian and some of the back end guys, and everyone's like just on the same page. Like it's just been a really, really joy to watch him sort of take command of the huddle and do those things. So really excited about the additions those guys are going to bring.
I'm excited about Azeez Al-Shaair, man. The more I hear people talk about him, I'm very excited about that signing.
I think a guy that can be next to Christian Harris too, and really just be an example for Christian Harris to see how to be the total package, because Al-Shaair is the green dot guy. He's going to be out there calling the plays. He'll be out there on third down. And, again, going back to what we were just talking about, with taking a lot of the football IQ stuff and just making it natural to the point where you're not thinking about it, Al-Shaair is that guy that has built himself into that type of player. And it's really, like, the huge challenge for the Texans linebacker this year, one of the big challenges, is just their ability to identify play action, not get duped by play action, not be overly aggressive versus the run, versus, getting back into your pass coverages. The play that got Petrie benched in the Browns game, it wasn't just Jalen Petrie being overly aggressive. It was because he was being overly aggressive because the linebackers had completely missed the tight end who was running wide open across the field, and Petrie thought, I gotta go patch that hole. Instead of staying deep and helping out the cornerback on Amari Cooper, he wanted to go up and help, and that started. It wasn't the right decision for him in that moment because Steven Nelson was out of the game, but it was something he did because one of the linebackers had screwed up.
Man, you hate to see a good Samaritan get punished like that. He's just out there being a good Samaritan, Jalen Petrie. I'm just out here. Yeah. I'm trying to help these linebackers get their car out from underneath this light pole that fell down, and I get hit by a bus.
It's the equivalent of like having the discipline to donate money to the food kitchen instead of giving it to the person like who's likely going to go use it on meth.
Right.
You got to give it to the food. It's better to give to the food, even though in the moment it feels like I really want to help this person.
This guy,
all right, I'd be better off and help more if I just donate to the food kitchen.
To the food bank,
or the homeless shelter, or whichever your
whatever.
choice is.
Somewhere we know is going to do something good with the money. Yeah. So one more from Matt Burke here. In this cut, Seth, when I'm listening to Burke, I felt like I was listening to the defensive version of what we heard Slowik talk about, with all the things that now having Diggs and Mixon on the team allow him to do. Like, we can go attack this thing any number of ways. This is Matt Burke talking about the pass rush and the things that having Danielle Hunter on this team sort of unlocks for a guy like Matt Burke. The defensive
anytime that you have a rusher like him that is going to command attention from an offense, it just changes protections and how you do things, and that just sort of unlocks, other parts of the rush, I would say. So, when we are looking to attack protections, probably the biggest thing is just how predictable can you get the protection. If you haven't it's like anything in football, right? If you know what the other team's doing or has a good sense of, like, the percentages are pretty high that they're going to do it this way, then you have an answer for that. So, if they're focusing attention on Hunter or Will or whoever, it sort of unlocks some other things we can do or how we manipulate some of those protections. So I think just having his presence and, again, his history of what he's done in the league, and I think teams are going to have to account for where he is and how we're using him, and then kind of how we play off that is going to just be sort of on us. But really all those guys, D'Amico is a unique style of rusher, again, obviously with Will, Mario Edwards, like all the guys that we have are just, we can move pieces around. I think it's just trying to put guys in different spots to either dictate protections or to win matchups that we like.
Yeah, the whole, as far as dictating protections, I think a lot of times it's like the easy part to visualize when you have two defensive ends is just, okay, well, if they double team one guy, then somebody else is going to be free. But it makes a big difference with blitzes, too. Because if you've got Danielle Hunter up versus a backup left offensive tackle, then that's going to open up some blitz opportunity on the other side. And then you get to, switch around. You don't mind. A lot of times when people get upset about a linebacker getting stuck on a wide receiver, what have you, it's not like the defensive coordinators are idiots and thought like, well, this is what I choose to do. I want this guy. No, it's because you're taking a chance because you're going to get you're going to send a blitz that you thought would come free, and the guy just needs to cover for a little bit. So like a guy like Danielle Hunter just makes it that much more predictable how the offense is going to respond to him. It makes it a lot easier to switch up your coverages and change your blitzes and everything else like that. As well as just something like the plain old, hey, when you're rushing four guys, you can only double team so many if you got four awesome pass rushers out there.
These two coordinators sound very excited with these new toys that they've got, man. Like they had the best Christmas ever. Bobby Slowik and Matt Burke came down underneath the tree like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting a Diggs. I didn't even ask for a Mixon. Holy cow, this is great.
I bet they're the kind of kids that actually like sit down and read the instruction manual.
And
with a new toy.
Yeah.
Every time I got a new toy, it would be just, all right, what's the first 10 minutes of joy I can extract out of this? I'm bored.
Right.
Moving on to the next one.
Yep. No, they're going to play with these toys for a long, long time. Joe Mixon, what does Joe Mixon think? Speaking of Bobby Slowik, here's Joe Mixon on his new offensive coordinator, and he says something here, Seth. I think Joe Mixon mixes up his metaphors here. You tell me if you think he mixes up his metaphors.
Yeah, Bobby definitely, I could tell he's very eager to get out there with us working. I mean, I think he sees all the talent. He sees all the people and what we bring to the table. And I think Bobby probably over there in the room twiddling his thumbs right now. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the way he attacks in the room, in the meeting rooms, and the way they explain attention to detail, man, between really all the coaches, I think they do a great job with breaking a lot of things down. One of my OCs that I used to have in Cincinnati, Bill Lazor, he does a hell of a job with breaking things down as well. So I think that, it's definitely a hell of a thing that we have going, the chemistry that we've been building, and I think it's only going to obviously get more better.
I'm glad to hear Mixon excited. Bill Lazor's a guy you know well, Seth. He was on the staff at Cornell when you were there, right?
Well, but he was also he was the quarterback my freshman year.
Oh, okay, okay, that's all right. You guys were the same. Got you, teammates.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
Actual teammates.
Yeah.
Which was the metaphor that he mixed up?
Twiddling his thumbs.
Okay. So he didn't mix metaphors, but he used the inaccurate phrase. Yeah. Twiddling his thumbs sounds like you're bored and don't know what to do.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he meant twisting his mustache, I think is what he meant. You know what I mean? Like when you diabolically are like getting ready to unleash hell on somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he meant.
Twisting his mustache, like a vaudeville villain. That's what he meant.
That's popular with the kids these days.
It's twisting his mustache. What do you think he meant?
At the end of the press conference, he actually said, hey, by the way, I meant to say twisting his mustache.
He should have said it. That would have been more accurate. That's what I'm saying. He meant to say that. I don't know if he knows he meant to say that, but that would have been what he was implying was what the twisting the mustache metaphor implies, which is you're getting ready to unleash hell.
What would be the right little visual there? It's not twiddling your thumbs, bouncing off the walls, maybe, getting excited about all the things that become.
Yeah. You're like his head is like he's swimming. Like his head, he's thinking of so many things to go do to these other defenses. Yeah, twiddling his thumbs means he's like, this is boring. All I have is Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon and Tank Dell.
D'Amico's like, hey, great day, Bobby, and Bobby's like, I guess.
Whatever. See my thumbs? Huh?
Why don't you take that meathead energy somewhere else?
Nelson was right.
Steven Nelson's twiddling his thumbs.
Yes,
he is.
Yes,
with it, and almost literally on his phone.
Right.
He's twiddling on
it. He is. He is twiddling his thumbs. Hey, have you ever done anything as silly to express your forlorn love, scorned love for a woman as Darren Waller did yesterday, or as he dropped yesterday on the internet?
I honestly thought this was a joke. I thought that it wasn't actually Darren Waller. So
in a manner of
Darren
speaking,
Waller,
it is a joke.
whose relationship with WNBA player Kelsey Plum has gone up in smoke.
Yeah, they're married.
And I think people. What's the going story on this? Did he wrong her some way?
I don't know.
It seemed like the way she brought it up publicly, it seemed like he must have cheated on her or something. I don't know.
Yeah, boy, I don't know, but just based on I've only got 2 visuals of either of these two since this all went down.
Yeah.
And Darren Waller is not playing football now. He's on the Giants last year. They gave him a big deal. He wasn't good. And Waller is a guy, he's had issues, off the field. Like, he's been very up and down in his career. This would be a down moment that we're about to play here, I would say.
He's very distraught over the loss of his wife, Kelsey Plum.
So the only 2 visuals that I've had of these two, Kelsey Plum, the only visual I've had of her since this went down is walking into her opening game this year like a boss. Like, doing that Russell.
Like wearing like a sleek dress, like a very sexy dress.
Dude, like a top that's cut off right at the top of her abdomen and a really cool coat. And, like she looked ready to go. I'm like, man, I need to see more WNBA entrances into the building if this is what these are like, man. But the only visual I've had of Darren Waller is the video that goes with this god-awful song that you're about to hear. Here we go.
In life, it's hard to love. It's hard to be free.
It's all true.
It's hard to give all of your soul
I hear no lies.
Wait till he starts singing. Hang on, wait.
It's time.
It's time.
Take your time ahead. Just take a time out and feel.
This is
the nights we opened up and we knew how
bold move to bring back the auto-tune.
Okay, hit pause, Ben. We'll start putting pause on this.
We cheated on Kelsey Plum with auto-tune. That harlot.
And not even like a good job of auto-tuning either. It's one of those auto-tunes you're like, is that an auto-tune right there?
Is that an app on his phone? I think it's an app on his phone. I think he was singing into an auto-tune app on his phone.
Did AI make the video that goes with it? I could continue, Ben. Like, this is some...
How long I gotta climb up this hill? I'm tired and I wanna be still. Imagine if we fell out of tune, cause fuck, who knew?
Oh, hey, whoa.
Pause, man.
Dump that.
Oh, there was a curse word? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were curses in the song. I was just focused in on the melodiousness of his voice. I wasn't even paying attention to the lyrics.
Yeah, that was a big old F-bomb.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know. I don't have the... Hold on. Let me get my jewel box and get the lyrics out of Darren Waller's CD. So I gotta read the lyrics.
Do you think that the internet has lyrics up for this? So, you can put in almost any song and put lyrics and it has it somewhere?
Yeah.
Do you think...
Yeah, I'm sure. Right? Yeah. Because it's so easy to just auto-generate the lyrics anymore.
That's true. I like it when he's doing that thing where he's rhyming and you're just randomly picking words. He's like, I know I gotta climb up that hill, and now I just sit and be still. And boy, this beer tastes like swill. This is not a very big thrill. Huh?
Do you think he wrote the lyrics?
Yes, because they're horrible. Yeah, they're terrible. Yeah.
There's a lot of bad songs written by actual musicians and everything. He could have written those lyrics. Sean, he's singing from his heart.
Yeah.
I think this turns the narrative around. I think right now you feel like, okay, this is a woman in Kelsey Plum who obviously didn't support his music career.
Yeah.
Should she have? God, no. But at least it provides a reason for perhaps why she fell out of love with him. Can you imagine, the very song he wrote about falling out of love with somebody was the very thing that made her fall out of love with him?
Yeah.
I feel like he was maybe just writing, it was like, I tried to channel my cousin John went through this ordeal, and she hears it, and she's like, oh, I am so out of love with you right now.
Yes. So it's probably not a great look for Waller. Like, if Waller were still in an NFL locker room, would he be getting destroyed over this, Seth?
Oh, yeah, that music would be played at practice.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
But Waller wouldn't realize that Waller might be the kind of guy that doesn't even understand.
Yeah.
Like some guys will take it in good stride, and laugh with it, but he might not even understand that they're making fun of him.
Yeah.
He might think that they genuinely all love the song that much.
I'll say this, like it looks like, it looks like a fair amount of effort went into the video. Like
it's a professionally produced video.
Yeah.
It's like he spent a lot I on that.
Yes, he's walking on the beach.
Unless his cinematography and editing skills are better than his singing skills, I think he outsourced a lot of that and paid some good money to get that thing done.
Dude, that's a tough bar to clear. Better than his singing skill. I could do a selfie video for a minute talking about Nico Collins' contract, and that's better than his singing skills. Oh, we're getting a lot of texts on this song here. Ocho, Sean, this sounds like Future meets Coldplay. That's actually pretty good. If Future had a baby with Coldplay, I know Coldplay's a band. Waller sounds like a wannabe Post Malone. Yes, I would say that. Sounds like Travis Scott with a guitar. It's got a ballady kind of thing going to it, man, for sure.
I wonder if he should have, maybe just sort of stuck with an acoustic rap type of thing instead of trying to sing.
Yeah.
I'm not here to criticize. Look, I'm the world's worst singer, but that's why I don't put out music videos anymore.
You learned after the 15th music video to stop doing that, right?
I can't even do I was for a little while. I was just kind of like trying to do funny little songs, stuff and it's just my voice is just too annoying. I couldn't listen to them. I was like, this would be fun for like a 3-minute little break, make some parody song about Matt Schaub or something. Nope. You can't get past the voice.
Hey, back to twiddling his thumbs. I think this texter nailed it. What Joe Mixon meant to say is that Bobby Slowik is sitting in the corner twiddling his fingers like Mr. Burns saying, excellent.
Oh, yeah. What do you call that? When you have your hands like almost in a prayer but without the palms meeting, your fingers are just massaging each other?
I think it's a Mr. Burns. He's been doing it for 35 years now. Excellent. Excellent, Smithers. Yes. We shall use 4 wide receivers. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I get all this gushing over how awesome all of these pieces are on paper. It's getting me kind of nervous. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just it's been drilled into my head too much, man.
You get nervous too
easily. You start congratulating yourself about stuff before you've ever actually taken the field. Sean, I'll tell you one thing. We better shut the hell up about some of it because by the time Nick gets in studio next week, he's going to come in here the biggest negative Nelly of them all.
Yeah.
Like, you guys sound stupid.
Yep.
Just you crowned us already, huh? You crowned it. Go ahead and crown our asses.
He will set us straight next week.
I'm gonna go. We're going to go out there and lose the first 4 games just to prove you wrong.
That's right. It's all on you, Payne and Pendergast. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the 8 at the top of the hour. A lot of stuff to get into news-wise. But Astros, some odds dropped yesterday. Not on the World Series. I don't want to look at those right now. They're pretty high up the odds board for a couple of potential Jose Abreu replacements. Do either of these names make sense? If the Astros are to get one of these guys, it means they are serious buyers. That is next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Ooh, it's Friday, my Men's Tea Clinic day.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seems as though some of you want Seth and I to review more horrible songs made by athletes.
Don't worry, we've got James Harden's Foot Locker commercial coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was intentionally bad singing. James Harden had the sense to make fun of his own singing in that Foot Locker commercial, whereas Darren Waller seems to think that he's on his way to fame and fortune. As
or winning back the heart of Kelsey Plum at the very least. Yeah. Okay, I have a hard time envisioning a scenario where the Astros are hardcore buyers at the trade deadline, logically, and yet this is a franchise that's operated with very little logic over the last year and change. And so I could see the Astros actually going, you know what we need? 10 games back at the trade deadline, a splash. That's what we need. And this would be a splash if they were to acquire either of these two. This would also mean that the Jose Abreu era is officially over if they were to acquire either of these two players, because they are first basemen. And potentially expensive first basemen down the road, but they're both still obviously under contract for this year, one of them, and then the other is under contract for another year after this. But Pete Alonso of the Mets are terrible. They could be in a selling mode like they were last year when they traded Verlander to the Astros. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who is a name that I hear a lot. You know, I do hear some smoke with Astro fans. Like, what about Vlad? What about Vlad? We should point out that both guys are having, I would say, less than what their normal season would be. And with Vlad, it's been a couple of years now where he's not been peak Vlad anymore.
Right, yeah. He's gone through some ebbs and flows in terms of his body weight management, and I don't think he's been as consistent as Alonso.
No, he's just been very normal the last couple of years. Alonso, but there is a great player inside both of those guys somewhere. You know, we've seen it.
Right.
And the reason I bring these names up is because there are odds out on betonline.ag for where these guys could wind up if indeed they do get moved this year. The Astros are fairly high up the Alonso board. They're sixth behind the Padres, the Giants, the Mariners, and Orioles. Those would be two that would be concerns for the Astros if he were to go to either of those teams because they're in the AL. Then the Cubs, and then the Astros are sixth at 8-1. So, you know, it goes Padres 3-1, Giants 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 7-1, and then the Astros at 8-1. They are much higher up the board for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They're number 2 on the Vlad board, behind the team they just got done playing for 4 days. The Seattle 2-1, and the Astros 3-1. Then it drops a decent chunk here to the Yankees at 7-1. So the Astros and Mariners, at least in the eyes of this particular online or offshore online betting outlet, the Astros high up the board for Vlad Guerrero Jr. Seth, getting either of these guys, I don't know what you'd give up to get either of these guys. I mean, they've gutted their farm system. They've got some guys, but like you would be further gutting your farm system here.
It would hurt. Yeah. It would hurt. I think I don't know. Maybe you throw every injured starting pitcher you have into it at the point and say, hey, look, at least one of them might make it.
Yes. Yeah.
At least one of them might make it somehow. I guess I'm torn. If I had to pick between Alonso and Guerrero, I think Pete Alonso has been more consistent, but Guerrero's upside and his peak performance is higher than Alonso. Like, his best seasons have been better than anything Alonso has done. So I might, if you're going boom or bust and just trying to really go for it, Vlad Guerrero Jr. might be the better choice there. You're just making one last desperate grasp for something.
Yeah, I think too. We know that when Crane, and I'm going to call it Crane here because Crane is the one common thread in all these deals they've made through the years.
Yeah,
they trade for Verlander last year. Dana Brown's the GM. They trade for Verlander 7 years ago. Jeff Luhnow's the GM. They trade for Greinke. Jeff Luhnow's the GM. But Crane, and these are deals. These would certainly be deals at a level where even if Crane weren't 2023, 2024 involved level Crane, if it was 2019, he'd be getting involved in these deals. These are high-level deals. We know that the one thing that they've really liked in doing deals like this is it a true rental where we're only getting this guy for a couple of months, or are we getting some sort of residual value here by getting them for another couple years on the cheap? You know, Verlander still had a couple years left on his deal when they traded for him. Greinke still had 2 more years left on his deal that Arizona picked up the tab for. Alonso's a free agent after this year. So whatever you give up, you're getting him for 2 months, and then you got to make a decision as to whether or not you want to go after the guy. But he's a free agent with very little history here at that point. Guerrero's only 25 years old, and he's under team control for another year after this. You know, and, you know, like maybe a change of scenery does him good and gets him back to what he used to be. You got some guys coming off the books here in a couple of years where, you know, if
the hard part for me on this really is I appreciate a never say die attitude and all of that other stuff. On paper, you've got more realistic options on paper on the team right now. That, damn it, if they would just play to what they're capable of, then you should be good enough to compete for a World Series championship. Some of the bigger question marks are just with your younger pitchers, you know, first and foremost, and the health of your pitchers. But moving on beyond this year, it's way more complicated than this, but am I going to trade away my future right now while also not retaining Kyle Tucker because you don't want to give out a 10-year deal? That's the part that I just for anything I'm going to spend right now, my first question is almost like, okay, wait a second. Does this make more sense than just going all in on Kyle Tucker? And it's hard right now to feel like, oh yeah, getting a first baseman for 1.5 years is the way to go. We definitely need to get rid of more young guys in this extremely depleted farm system compared to what we had a few years ago.
Yeah, these are fun conversations to have on a show like this because that's what this genre is about. It's about dreaming and fantasizing about silly stuff like Vladimir Guerrero or Pete Alonso coming to the Astros. But so that's part of why we're doing it here. Plus, there is a huge need at first base on this team. I don't think we've ignored that. But this team needs to get back to a point where you're even entertaining conversations about buying at the trade deadline. Forget about what you're shopping for, and that's a separate argument altogether. Because I think some people would say, well, you need to go get more pitching. You know, you got all these injuries in the pitching staff, and you're counting on Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers right now to come back eventually and be your depth. Like, if you were to make a trade right now, if someone said you need to make a trade, a buyer-type trade, and you need to do it in the next 2 weeks, forget about your record. You must make a trade in the next 2 weeks. The responsible thing to do is go get another starting pitcher and DFA Abreu and put Singleton back at first base. That's the responsible thing to do. But the truth of the matter is they're not even remotely close to a position where you entertain buying in an aisle that would include Pete Alonso, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., or an above-average starting pitcher. You know, you're 25 and 32 right now. Like you're not shopping in that aisle right now.
What is the date of the trade deadline this year?
It's July 30th this year.
July 30th.
Yeah.
If I'm going back to 2017 when, you know, Dallas Keuchel after the first trade deadline, back when there used to be 2 trade deadlines. I can't remember when it was specifically that year, but like the Astros record at the point was 68 and 36, 69 and 36. Dallas Keuchel was very upset that the Astros didn't go out and make an aggressive move at the trade deadline. They rectified that in a big way by going out and getting Justin Verlander a little later on. So, that was a much, much different situation than where you are right now. To be big buyers like that when, again, the issue isn't with the roster as constructed. This roster as constructed going into the season was one of the top 3 teams favored to win the World Series.
They were the favorite to come out of the American League. They're favored to win the AL and go back to the World Series.
So I can't. I don't have it in me to advocate just going to the wall and trading for Vlad Guerrero Jr. this year.
With you on that. It's fun to think about, but it's not the right thing to do, and certainly not the right time to even be thinking about it. All right, the 8 at 8. We do it every day at 8 o'clock. Man, it is tough sledding out there on the road. Stay safe out there, people. Man, the gods are angry at Houston weather-wise lately. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. We've got Astros. We've got Texans. We've got NFL. We got a bunch of stuff coming up next.
What's Bobby Slowik most excited about with the Texans? Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sends one to left. Back goes Canzone. He will watch this go off the top of the wall. It's gone. Alex Bregman has both home runs for the Astros in this series. That ball carried well to left, hit the top of the wall and went out.
That was a low beatie. I wasn't sure that one was going to get out, but I noticed that the left fielder immediately turned around to play that off the wall.
All right, so the good news is the Astros won yesterday. The slightly bad news is anytime you have a 4-game series, we're midway through the 4th game of the series, the phrase, so-and-so has both of the team's home runs in this 4-game series. Like, I don't like only having 2 home runs. Now, Victor Caratini would go on and hit a home run the very next inning after that. Bottom line, the Astros win yesterday, 4-0 over the Seattle Mariners. They were able to salvage 1 game out of the 4-game set. Here was Joe Espada following the game, kind of summing things up.
We pitched really well. I want to, look at the positive. Like, we didn't win the series, but I thought we did a lot of things well. Spencer, set the table there with a great performance, and the bullpen came in and did a great job. We grinded some at bats, big at bats. Breggy had a big day. Caratini there with that big homer. Ended on a good note. Now we go home and just like we did on the previous homestand, we just got to go and play well at home.
That's it.
For Bregman, he had 5 hits in 4 games versus the Mariners, with a hit in each of the last 3 games. Definitely more competitive version of Alex Bregman. Small sample, blah blah blah, all that. Let's hope this is something he can continue on. Had a couple of moments against the A's too, but it's the A's. This is against a team in the Mariners that has really good pitching, so that was nice to see. As far as Arrighetti just was able to rein himself in the first inning. Was he have a little trouble locating at first, and then dealt with a very erratic strike zone all game long, as did the Mariners pitchers had to deal with this too. This whole series, the strike zone was just weird.
It was bad.
It wasn't even. They weren't even annoying. They were both inaccurate and inconsistent. Yeah. The ump would make you think he was giving you the outside of the plate, and then all of a sudden he'd take it away. But like for Arrighetti, a young guy, to be able to work through that and to find his location after the first inning, it was just a really nice professional performance out of a young pitcher.
Yep, 6 innings, no runs, 8 strikeouts. It was good. It was good, no doubt. So the Astros win 4-0, as Espada mentions. They're back here now, home for 3 with Minnesota, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week against St. Louis. And Payne and Pendergast will be on site scouting on Monday, so we'll get an up-close look on Monday.
Sitting behind home plate
That's
on
it,
Monday.
Man. You guys are going to see us on TV.
You guys are
going
to see us. I'll wear a big Hawaiian shirt or something so you can pick me out.
Wear a big foam hat.
I'll wear the biggest novelty foam hat you have ever seen.
The only thing worse than someone wearing a foam hat, someone who's 6'4" wearing a foam hat.
Yeah. Everybody look at me. Let's make this game about me, damn
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
2.
All right, Texans, mandatory minicamp next week as well. We'll be out at that, too. But they had OTAs yesterday, final OTA session, voluntary. Final voluntary thing. Everything else, from here on out, you need to be at, or else you're getting fined, buddy. Stephon Diggs at voluntary OTAs yesterday. Here was Nico Collins, Texans wide receiver, newly enriched with his contract extension, talking about the impact that Stephon Diggs has had so far.
A lot, man. Steph, he's that vet in the room we've been needing. I've been watching Steph since I was in middle school. Middle school, high school. Like, he's been very successful in his league, man. And for him to be in the room with us, man, and a teammate of mine, of everybody, man, and just his success he's had on the field, man, there's no better feeling. You could pick his brain, pick how he move, how he think, coming off the line of scrimmage, if the defender in a different position, like, the little things like that, man, like, it really goes a long way. Now I see why he has that type of success, and him being a part of the room, man, joining the field with him, sharing the field with him, just every day, man, just picking his brain, we push each other, everybody, and I feel like as a unit, as a receiver room, man, we got the right pieces for everybody to shine. I feel like we all gonna push each other, which we're doing right now, and continue to do, and just play for one another. Play like that, man. Can't nobody stop you.
I'm excited about this. You brought this up earlier in the show with respect to Arrighetti, and here's where I'm going with this, is that Arrighetti, just by virtue of being in a clubhouse and being on a pitching staff with some of the guys the Astros have had, it's not just the coaching that you're getting, but it's the intel that you're getting from the Verlanders and the veteran guys that are on that.
Right.
You think about the Texans now with the guys that they brought in, not just this offseason, but in previous offseasons, like the young guys on this team all have a guy now. You know what I mean? Like Petrie has Jimmy Ward. Christian Harris has Azeez Alshire. You know, Will Anderson has Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry. Nico Collins and Tank Dell now have Stephon Diggs. Damian Pierce has Joe Mixon. You know, you got some veteran O-linemen there. You know, C.J. Stroud with Case Keenum, all these kinds of things. Like the matching up of not just coaching staff, but the veteran guys they brought in, because these guys all talk about this stuff and how important it is.
It's interesting because when people questioned what Caserio was doing in the first couple of years, where they would sign all these veteran free agents to 1- and 2-year deals, it seemed to me at the time that it was like very simply that they were planning on building through the draft, and then they wanted to have a Christian Kirksey there to help out your younger linebackers. You know, you've got a veteran guy there. But given where the Texans were in their growth cycle, they're not going to go out and spend on big-time free agents to do that. They've kept that same buddy system going now, but they've gone out and gotten actual players.
Pro Bowlers.
Like, so instead of Christian Kirksey, you got Alshire. You know, it's just a different category of player.
Yeah.
So I think this is just it really is still a continuation of what Nick has been doing. Yeah. It's just they're doing it with a higher caliber of player.
Yep.
3.
Speaking of Nico Collins, as you heard, he met with the media yesterday. First chance that the media's had to talk to Nico since he signed his 3-year deal, $72 million a couple of days ago. Here is Nico Collins talking about what a blessing his contract extension was.
Man, the feelings is unexplainable right now. You know, it's something you've been wishing, you know, since you was a little kid, man, playing football, 5, 6 years old, man, and your dream is to, you know, make it in the league, you know, get that second contract, man, and you know, God blessed me with the opportunity, and I got it, and I feel like now, man, is motivation is, you know, something that you always been wishing your entire life, you know, and it's here, and I feel like now is only up.
Yeah, happy for Nico.
And I think this jives with some things he had said before he got his contract, or before the Texans had even talked to him about a contract, when he talked with T.J. Houshmandzadeh around about the time of the Super Bowl, was that he seems more focused on being a top 5 receiver, and he understands you set the part about the money to the side, just knowing that, okay, if I play well, then I'm going to let my agent handle this, and my agent thinks that I'm being offered a deal that makes sense and is fair, then that's as simple as it needs to be. Some guys get way more involved in negotiations. Some guys take it personal. Other guys, and I think it helps with Nico Collins, that he hasn't had so much success that he's really had time to think about it, you know?
Yeah.
Like if he'd come in and he was Rookie of the Year and then was all pro in his second season or something, you got more time to think about it. He comes right off like his breakout season, and he hasn't had all that time to think about the money that's laying off there in the future. It came kind of quickly to him.
Yeah.
And really, like, those first 2 years ultimately may have worked to the Texans' benefit.
Yes.
Davis Mills may have made Nico Collins a lot more affordable for the Texans. Because if C.J. Stroud had been here as Nico Collins' rookie year, Nico might have come in wearing a mink coat to negotiations, you know? With incredibly dark sunglasses, and then refused to speak until he got paid. We're not getting that version of Nico Collins.
I do wonder at what point during the season, like, it dawned on him, like, wow, I might get paid this offseason. If it had, you know what I mean? Like, if there was any point, I would say probably if it didn't dawn on him after that Indianapolis game, then he's the most humble person on the face of the earth. If it didn't dawn on him after being the linchpin for clinching a playoff spot for a team that was predicted to be the worst team in football by going 9 catches for almost 200 yards, then he's a more humble person than I am.
It really is. I think it's like when you try to give meditation a whirl, Sean, and you're like, okay, all I got to do is clear my brain of all thoughts. Am I doing that? Oh, damn it!
Easy peasy.
As a player, that's the challenge. Is like, okay, you shouldn't be thinking about this, and you should be focused on it. So if you're successful, you kind of just always place it off to the side. It's there, and it's a motivator, but you don't want to fixate on it too much. So it probably occurred to him a few times, but you just try to It's like trying to, not have impure thoughts. Like, all right, no, just don't. I'm just gonna. Yeah, sure, they're gonna seep in here and there, but as long as I just stay focused on something else, I can drive the demons out for at least a little while.
Much more relatable analogy. As you're sitting here going through, you got to take this potentially $10 million a year job and just not think about the $10 million. Now that you're going, you just can't think about all those dirty thoughts. I'm like, now you're speaking to me, Seth. Now I can relate to this. Yes.
One thing I never liked the fact that sometimes in NFL teams, there used to be this thing, I think it was called the Rob Report, but it was basically like it was something that it would just have a whole bunch of luxurious items in and everything. It was basically like a super incredible catalog. And they would send them to NFL teams, and teams would just put them out in the players' lounge. And I'm like, I'd be looking at it, and you're like, articles about why you need a 100-foot mega yacht and all this other stuff. Like, guys don't need this, man.
No, that's
you guys don't set the bar at a certain. Don't watch any music videos.
No,
just try to live as simple a life as possible.
That's the rat poison for sure.
4.
The Bears will be the subject of Hard Knocks this training camp, which means we'll get probably a little sliver of Texans on there because the first episode comes just a few days after the Hall of Fame game, so we'll probably, on the season premiere of Hard Knocks, if you're still someone who watches Hard Knocks, you'll see the Texans on there. The Bears were one of 3 teams, Seth, that had to say yes if the league asked them based on the rules that the league has.
Yeah.
I believe 3 teams. For sure at least 3. The Bears, the Saints, and the Broncos. Would you have rather seen, if you do watch Hard Knocks, would you rather have seen the Broncos or the Saints ahead of the Bears?
I would have rather seen. I wouldn't have wanted to see the Saints. I think the Broncos just because
Broncos for sure.
The Broncos because there'd be some choice Sean Payton interactions.
It's Sean Payton coaching a bad team.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's the only thing. Whereas with the Bears, at least there's a lot of intrigue there, and there are a lot of. That's a team that people are keenly watching.
It's a hip team, man. Yeah.
The number of teams that could have been forced to do it was a lot bigger this year.
Yeah.
I believe the Texans were one of the teams because they removed some of the restrictions about making the playoffs or all that stuff. There were a lot more teams that were eligible to be forced into doing it.
Texans would have been a good one. It would have been a good one for sure.
5.
NBA Finals are set. Dallas beat up on Minnesota last night in Minnesota, 124-103. So we get Dallas, we get Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving going against what's been largely a prohibitive favorite to go win this thing. Like these playoffs have been the Boston Celtics Invitational so far. I mean, they've been destroying. They've had some really good injury luck over in the Eastern Conference. Jimmy Butler going down, and Giannis going down, and Embiid going down, and a bunch of guys. Tyrese Halliburton goes out in the middle of the Eastern Conference Finals. So they've had some good luck along the way. For someone who doesn't root for either of these teams, honestly, someone who's probably, if I would root against either of these teams if they were playing somebody else, I'm intrigued by these finals. I'm anxious to see if Luka finally gets inside the velvet rope of title-winning superstar. I think that's the big story.
One of our listeners is distraught over the fact that Dallas is having success as a sports city so much right now. And I would just say, look, the Cowboys are a vast disappointment in that city right now. And first and foremost, I think that's the thing that makes people miserable. There's nothing the Mavericks can do that takes away the pain of the Cowboys being so weirdly well managed and incredibly poorly managed all at the same time. It's a conundrum trying to figure out the Dallas Cowboys.
This is the
very successful regular season team, just cannot do a damn thing in the playoffs.
This is my Dallas trade-off, okay?
Yeah.
My Dallas trade-off is I'm fine with them winning one title in the other 3 sports every year. Not in all of them, but they can win a World Series, they can win a Stanley Cup, they can win an NBA Finals, just one. And the other 2 teams in that mix, Rangers, Stars, Mavericks, can all be playoff teams for all I care. They can all be good. Yeah. It doesn't matter to me. They can win a title a year and have all 3 of those teams be relevant as long as the Cowboys remain an object of ridicule and a dumpster fire and a non-factor in the postseason. That's the trade-off. I'm fine with that.
6.
Okay, this was an incredible jinx yesterday. Okay, let me set the stage on this one. This is the Oakland A's and the Tampa Bay Rays have been playing each other this week. Jose Siri on Wednesday had a walk-off base hit to win a game.
Good job, Jose.
Yeah. former Astro. We like Jose Siri. Definitely a guy who would throw his glove into the stands back in the day, probably, if he got a little agitated. He was very high energy. So he had a walk-off single on Wednesday, or it might have been Tuesday, but earlier this week. Very next game, he's up late in the game. The Rays are down 4-3. Mason Miller is on the mound for the A's. Best closer in baseball right now. Jenny Kavnar is the name of the A's play-by-play announcer. And the very first part of this audio is the first pitch to Jose Siri. Down 4-3, bottom of the ninth. Jose Siri up. Here we go.
Hey, Siri, it's not your night. I'm feeling Mason Miller might have some payback.
Pause right there, Ben. Okay, so strike one, Jose Siri swinging. Hey, Jose Siri, it's not your night. Very next pitch.
0-1, and that's launched towards left field, and the payback comes at the bat of Jose Siri. Tied up the ball game with another homer.
Jose Siri, she goes, hey, Siri, not your night. Literally next pitch, he ties it up with a solo home run, and the Rays go on to win.
That's classic Jose Siri. I always said Jose Siri's energy. I don't think it's throwing the glove into the infield like you're referencing what's his face from 2 days ago,
yeah.
Like you said. He always struck me as the kind of kid that he charmed his way out of detention a lot when he was in high school. Like he was like he might have like angered a teacher, but then he could just smile at her and say something like an appropriate compliment or something and get out of it. I feel like that announcer in my mind I'm visualizing like a teacher and Jose Siri, and he basically, she'd love to send him to detention, but she can't help it.
She was getting killed. She was getting killed over this yesterday.
Yeah, well, you know what? The rough part about that call was she was just trying to sneak in a hey Siri joke.
Yeah.
You know, which is all right. A, it's a played out joke, obviously.
Right.
And B, pick your timing better than that.
Yeah.
You know, like can you wait until he actually strikes out or something?
It's like she looked down at her watch, like, oh, I got to get this in. I got to get this Siri joke in. I need a swing and a miss. All right.
7.
The Wild Wild West is truly here. We already know the transfer portal allowed players in collegiate sports to transfer without having to sit out a year one time. If you transferred again, then you had to sit out a year. Like the dark cloud of having to sit out a year still was out there if you transferred a second time before getting your degree. The Department of Justice basically yesterday turned it into the Wild Wild West, permanently banning the NCAA from making athletes sit out at all after a transfer, whether it's the second, third, fourth time. You are a free agent for life now, thanks to the DOJ, Seth.
It's
and oh, by the way, they can pay athletes above board now as well.
It's funny because there's so many things about everything that's happened in college football in the last few years. They've removed a lot of things that frankly were just un-American. There were a lot of things about college football where it was like, all right, we're just going to restrict these guys' abilities to actually exercise the rights that any other college student or any other employee, now that they're making money officially, that any other employee or young person would have. We're just going to restrict all of that. And that's how it was with college athletics for a century or so.
Yeah.
And they've kind of removed it. So as somebody that would like free markets as much as possible with an appropriate amount of regulation, this is, for me, as a capitalist, I'm like, this is the right thing. As a football fan, I'm kind of like,
dude, it is going to be insane. Insane.
I know, man.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
8.
All right, last one here real quick. Dwight Howard, remember him? Remember when signing Dwight Howard was the thing that was going to bring the Rockets back to all sorts of glory back in 2013? And it wound up being okay. I mean, a playoff team, whatever. I mean, it ended up not good. Dwight Howard, I respect this. He signed with his team in Taiwan yesterday. Dwight Howard still enjoys playing basketball. You know, like he could stick his toes in the sand, probably made a ton of money, you know. And
what do you think, what are the chances that he's doing it out of love for the game versus the chances that he's not saved as much money as he would have preferred to at this point?
I think there's a possibility that it's a combination of the two things, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Dwight never seemed like a guy who hated basketball or anything like that, you know.
Right.
But I think there's a decent chance.
He's 38 years old.
Yeah.
But he's also, I don't know, he's kind of he's a free spirit. He might just be like, yeah, I like playing basketball. I got to keep myself occupied, and I'll go play in Taiwan and have a good old time doing that. There's other parts of like some of Dwight Howard's past that make me a little uneasy about him being in Taiwan right now and why he might want to be there. But still, it's I'm going to go with it. He just wants to have a good time playing basketball.
The team is the Taiwan Beer Leopards, and they are pairing him in what's called a two-beast connection with 7'6" Samuel Degara, with Howard's nickname being Warcraft and Degara's nickname being Dracula.
What?
Yeah. Twin Towers, man. Dwight Howard and a 7'6" dude called Dracula.
And what are they calling Dwight?
Warcraft.
Did you play? Did they put that like on your jersey?
I don't know. It's a nickname. Yeah, it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but they gave him a nickname.
Yeah.
So like as part like an official team nickname.
Yeah, I don't know.
So like some kind of anime thing or something.
Yeah,
okay.
Not sure. All right, C.J. Stroud. We've not talked about C.J. at all today, which goes to show you how much is going on with the Texans.
Maybe do something, CJ. You'll get a little bit more love in this town, okay?
That's right. Bobby
Put
Slowik,
that meathead energy to work.
Bobby Slowik talked about C.J. Stroud yesterday. How big is year 2 for C.J., and what's it like in year 2 for these two? How much easier is it now with C.J. and Bobby having been together for a year? We'll hear from the Texans OC next.
Area 45 with
Monial.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Bobby Slowik met with the media yesterday. And we love having Bobby Slowik back with this team. So much continuity here in year two, and the coaching staff being the big thing here. Bobby Slowik, Gerard Johnson, both back to work with C.J. Stroud in year two. What's the dialogue like now, Bobby, with you and CJ heading into year two?
You know, he had a lot of input last year as well. It's more what he's comfortable suggesting. And, you know, when we have dialogue, I said last year, we get to the answer a lot faster. There could be weeks where there's more dialogue because he has more thoughts. There could be weeks where we're already on the same page because of what we went through last year, and there's not a lot of dialogue needed. But that really won't change.
I think that part, the dialogue, and how, you know, they don't have to have as much dialogue because they're starting to build a bank of shared memories and, you know, understanding of what the other needs and how the other phrases things. But I always think back to Drew Brees once talking about just building up so much time in a system and with the same coach where you can immediately reference back to, you see something in a game and you're both like, oh, yeah, remember 4 years ago when the Broncos tried this against us or whatever, and it's immediate like that. That's both the blessing and the curse right now of the relationship between C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowik. It's that, these two are forming that little black book of shared experiences. And yet, at some point, Bobby Slowik's probably going to get a head coach opportunity.
Yeah, of course he is. He is. Okay, we'll hear more from Slowik in a second. I'm curious your take on this. I was driving around yesterday. I was driving back from NRG Stadium. I had to go to NRG Stadium to get my headshot taken for my media credential this year. And I'm driving back, and it's about 2:30, and I'm listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And, Clint, if you're listening, I hope I'm not butchering this. I was hoping this would be one of the clips that was in their show email. But Clint said that he thought Bobby Slowik being back for year two with CJ, Seth, and the continuity and the fact that they don't need to, you know, learn any new terminology or create new chemistry with a new offensive coordinator, Clint thought that was more beneficial than any of the individual acquisitions that they made on the offensive side of the ball. Like, that was bigger than bringing Diggs in. That was bigger than bringing Mixon in. That retaining Bobby Slowik for CJ was bigger than either of those things.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, I wouldn't argue too hard against that. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like ultimately, you know, you're never going to be able to figure that out.
Sure.
But as far as, and especially I think for the long-term growth of the team and C.J. Stroud, you want to get it to the point by the time Bobby Slowik leaves, C.J. Stroud knows the offense and all the little nuances like the back of his hand, because they're going to be able to find a coordinator replacement for Bobby Slowik, either from within or from outside the team, that knows the Kubiak-Shanahan system. And really, it's the Shanahan philosophy more so than anything, that knows the terminology, the concepts really well, because it's pervasive around the league right now. So you just want to be able to have CJ at such a point that he's expert level on the mental part of it, and that he can get a good working relationship with somebody. And it might very well be Gerard Johnson. It could be Bill Lazor. Maybe it ends up being Ben McDaniels. There are multiple offensive minds on this staff right now that I think could probably seamlessly step into that offensive coordinator role. And it just becomes a whole lot easier and manageable, and it makes a lot more sense when CJ could basically be, like, I don't want to say he could be the offensive coordinator, but you know what I mean. Like, he's got that level of awareness and understanding.
Yeah. Here's
I'm not suggesting that CJ should be the player
coach is what I just heard. I just heard Seth Payne had a hot take that CJ should be player coordinator. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Bobby Slowik, how big is year two for a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud?
I think the biggest thing going into year two for C.J. is really year two for a quarterback is a big year. It's a really, really impactful year to me that kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of his career. And I think a lot of that has to do with, you get a chance to hammer the fundamentals. Like last year, there's a lot going on. You got to hit fundamentals, you got to hit verbiage, you got to hit play calls, you got to hit protections, you got to hit all this stuff. And you hit fundamentals to a degree, but you can only do so much. Now we really get to dive into the fundamentals of this is what we do and how we play and what makes him great, and really fit that and grow that within our offense. So that really, to me, is what's been just through phase 2 and OTA so far. I mean, he's on board and all in, and he's picking up right where he left off, for sure.
Sean, like to go back to our youth when you were playing Mario Brothers or something. I haven't played video games in forever, kids, so I'm sorry. I don't have a good modern explanation for it, but it really is. It's honestly like going through a video game where, okay, let's say there's 10 levels in the video game, and it's a battle. To get yourself to finally slay the dragon, it is a battle, and it takes a lot of mistakes and a lot of attempts and everything. But after you do it a few times, all of a sudden levels 1 through 7 are just boring because you're so good at it, because it's just drill work. Yeah. And it really is. It's no different than a video game when it comes to the mental side of playing football, or just and the physical side, just the reactions. Just they have to get so grooved in that it's automatic. CJ's now at that point where you can work on the little nuances because all of the basics, you can drill those into being automatic.
Yep. And
that's where the real growth takes place. And it's a race. I know when people talk about the rookie quarterback window, I think sometimes they get too fixated, the rookie quarterback contract window. I think they get a little too fixated on thinking like, well, yeah, this is your chance to win a Super Bowl. Well, that rookie quarterback is still on his rookie deal. Yes, there is that chance. It's very rare that a guy wins a Super Bowl on his rookie contract.
Oh, yeah.
It's more for me, it's that in those first few years, you can bring in Stephon Diggs and pay some of these guys like that to create an environment where you can have success while also drilling in all these fundamentals. So that by the time you're out of that rookie quarterback contract window, I don't care whether you won a Super Bowl or not, it was worth spending because it helped you get your quarterback to that spot where all of a sudden, okay, you can get by with inadequate receivers.
Development.
You can get by, you can spend more on defense because your quarterback brings so much to the table.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the goal is to win a Super Bowl, but it's almost like you're creating a farm system for your quarterback, right? Like you're creating a miniature developmental league for your quarterback, and it's called the roster of your team.
Well, I guess no. It's more so. I think that you create a fertile environment for your quarterback.
Yeah.
To where he can do all these things that Bobby Slowik is talking about, while also still having success. But the goal is to win a Super Bowl. But really, for me, the rookie quarterback contract window is you've got 3 or 4 years where he becomes a true professional quarterback.
Yeah.
Where all of those things that you see the true masters of their craft do, you want to get him to that point right around the time where your ability to spend goes down because you've paid your quarterback.
Yeah, creating that environment. I like that. I'm just glad we don't have to worry about this, man. Like, I see these articles. There was an article I saw, like, what week are each of the 6 first-round rookie quarterbacks going to make their first start? And I'm like, I don't need to click on this article. The only reason I need to click on this article is because the Texans play 3 of these guys in the first 6 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there was an article yesterday, 2025 draft class for quarterbacks into tiers. We put them into tiers, and I'm like, don't really care. The only one I care about is Riley Leonard because he plays for Notre Dame. That's it. Like, I don't have to go there now and go, okay, what are we rooting for this year? You know, are we rooting to get into position to get one of these guys, or what?
What small victories can I focus on? And
it's just, and you know, and then there's another article that I saw, and I've had this thing in the rundown for a week, but I think it's worth touching on because it's one, it makes you feel yet another brick in the wall that makes you feel great about C.J. Stroud. But this backs up something that you've been saying really since draft season this year, probably longer than that, but, you know, certainly in the last couple of months, I've heard you say it a few times, which is these teams are just taking wild flyers on quarterbacks now that wouldn't normally have been taken in the first round. And Sando has an article that I think it was last week, he had this in here, about how very low the hit rate has been on first-round quarterbacks, like very low. Like the Texans are so fortunate. The Texans are fortunate to have drafted Deshaun Watson and got that one right until it was wrong. And then now gotten C.J. Stroud, which looks like they got right even more than the Deshaun Watson one. And this was the one that made me think, yes, this backs up what Seth was saying. In the average draft slot over the last 30 years in the first round for the 6th quarterback taken was 116th.
Fourth rounder.
No. It was the 6th quarterback in any given draft wasn't taken until the 116th overall pick on average.
Which is a 4th round pick.
Oh, I thought you said first round pick. Sorry.
No,
I misheard you. Which is a 4th round pick. Bo Nix was taken with the 12th pick overall. He was the 6th quarterback taken.
And the most annoying part about all that is that you've got these jamokes like Kenny Pickett getting disgruntled that he's not being treated like a star. Right. Because you're a 4th rounder. Yeah. Like, you really, if you're any other position based on your skill level and expectations, you would have been taken in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yep.
Get over yourself.
Yep.
It's annoying.
Yep.
But you're right. Yeah, like, teams are so desperate for quarterback because it's such an important position that they're willing to take a risk on. They'll spend a 1st rounder on a guy that they don't actually feel all that great about. And because hey, sometimes you catch lightning in a bottle. So, yeah, the fact that the Texans don't have to worry about entering that lottery anytime soon feels really, really good. To go back to what you talked about where with some of these other teams and their rookie quarterbacks when they might start, I do like keeping an eye on that because the Texans face the Bears in week 2, Minnesota in week 3, they go New England in week 6.
Yep.
So the biggest thing I don't want the Texans to face a rookie quarterback in his first game. Because that's the Will Levis dynamic, where teams don't exactly know what the game plan's going to be with that quarterback in the game, so it's hard to game plan for them. You don't know exactly how their offensive coordinator views that quarterback and everything. So there's an element of surprise and ambush quality there that you can't quite game plan for it. So that's where I'd rather have some of those guys start immediately week 1, so they've got some tendencies on it, or just, maybe a loathsome backup is in there.
They get Caleb in week 2. Are you nervous about that, or does the 1 week make that big a difference for you?
I think the 1 week makes that big of a difference.
Okay, they play Tennessee in that week.
What's that?
They play Tennessee in that week. Does that matter?
Yeah.
Like if they play a team that's probably going to...
I think Tennessee's defense can do some things.
They can? Okay. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What is the most embarrassing thing that you've done to try to win back the love of your life? Because there is a now former NFL player. We played this earlier. We're going to play it again because we want to do a comparison in voice quality in what an NFL player has done to try to win back the love of his life. That is next.
Just one series into Jose Abreu's entries.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Darren Waller, former tight end in the NFL, and I guess soon-to-be former husband of Kelsey Plum, WNBA player. They're getting divorced, according to reports. I guess this music video that he did was an effort to try to win back her love, it would appear, Seth. Like, right? Like this.
I guess.
Why else would you do it? It's not like his 12th single that he's released or anything like that. Right?
It's a pretty professionally produced video. Yeah. I almost wonder if this video was actually what led to their breakup. If she saw this and she's like, I cannot be married to this dude.
Yeah.
No, things are going pretty well for the WNBA right now.
Yeah.
I gotta strike while the iron's hot, and this guy's gonna be a weight around my ankles.
That's right.
If I try to go swimming in the endorsement money with this video out here. This is a bad video.
My stars rising.
It's actually a pretty good video.
The video's good.
Bad song. Really bad song.
So take a listen. Ben, you've done the thing you do where you put guardrails around me or Seth when we accidentally leave a curse word in this, right? Okay, good. So here's just a small snippet of what Darren Waller sounds like. Keep in mind, this would appear to be an effort to try to win back somebody's love.
Thought of love was real. Who knew that love could kill? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
These words, or is he just moaning?
Take your time in here. If you take your time, you feel the weight fall off. What your plans are. Go ahead and fall off. Tired of your day job. We can go down that dirt road like some kids. We can go play.
Okay, we've had enough. Yeah, that's good.
It's a lot of auto-tune there. A lot of auto-tune. Like a heavy dose of auto-tune.
Yeah.
I think you're right because the lyrics are I wasn't focused in as much on the lyrics as I should have been.
Yeah.
They are out there, by the way, on Apple Music.
Oh, okay.
Take your time and heal. Just take a time out and feel. The nights we opened up and we knew how much that you and I were real. How long I got to climb up this hill? I'm tired and I want to be still. Imagine if we fell out of tune, 'cause bleep, we knew that love could kill. If you take your time, you'll feel the weight fall off. So yeah, I guess he is. I guess he's kind of saying like, all right, I understand you need your time and you need your space.
Give you some space.
But I'll be back here singing on the beach for you. With, curiously, another woman in the video that I'm singing to. But okay.
In the video. Yeah. She's an amalgam of every memory he has with Kelsey Plum, okay? Kelsey Plum was
I didn't
busy.
watch the whole video. Does he make out with the woman on the video?
No, she ends up kind of like pushing him away. Like,
Okay, all right.
Right.
So Kelsey Plum will respect him as a professional actor as well and know that, okay, this
theoretically,
that's okay. That's me. That's me that he's saying these things
Yeah, in
to.
theory she will. We'll see.
Right,
Yeah. So we
spent a lot of money on this video, Sean.
Right.
There's the lighting and the film, like everything about like the video itself.
Well done.
Yeah.
It's very well done.
If the person singing could actually sing, he should have gone Milli Vanilli on this, really.
Yeah, lip synced it.
I mean, he should have just had somebody else sing the song for him. Then it might have worked, but I don't think this one's going to work.
I don't think so either. So the question is, should he have had James Harden sing the song? Would it have been an improvement for Darren Waller if he were to have James Harden?
Yeah.
From
this is James Harden from a Foot Locker commercial where it was a satire. He was intentionally he knew when he made this commercial that it was about how bad he was at singing.
I know you want to see this chest. I know that you want me 'cause I look the best. I wear my shirt open so you see my chest. I know that you want me 'cause I look the best. Let's go out for seafood. We'll have a trip fast, girl.
Yeah.
Shit. Slide right down that highway. We can take off. Why you wanna run away?
Yeah, I don't know. I like Harden better. I don't know about you. I
like Harden's better. I like Harden's better.
Go back to Harden, Ben. Give me some more of that. I like that.
It's
You want to see this chest?
You You want to see this chest?
Yeah, this is good stuff. Right there. I don't know why they thought he was making fun of himself.
The plot of the video is that's probably enough, Ben. We don't want to.
You can take it down, Ben.
The plot of that at the very end of that commercial. Remember, he's like listening back to it, and he's like, "Wait, what? No, that's not me, is it?" So they make a joke about how bad his singing is. Darren Waller, I didn't have that person. Like at some point in the video, he should really be making fun of how heavily auto-tuned it is, and even auto-tune couldn't rescue it. That was some bargain basement auto-tune work on that song.
You said earlier that at the very least, in an NFL locker room, if he were still playing, at the very least, that would get mixed into the playlist out at practice, that song.
At practice, or like when he walked in the morning, somebody would have a big old boom box in the center of the room and they would hit play.
Yeah. Have you done anything remotely close to that in terms of embarrassingness as far as like trying to demonstrate your love for somebody or win somebody back? Have you ever done that?
I think probably the thing I'm most ashamed of isn't in trying to win somebody back, but the old high school kid move of telling somebody you love them even though you might not feel it, just to try to move things along.
I would love to see a video of a young Seth Payne telling a high school girl that he loves her.
I love you? Would that do the trick? No?
And then
all right.
and you started going, I'm a shirt open, so you see my chest. I would say probably for me, like child of the 80s, I'm sure there's some embarrassing mixtapes that are out there that some girls have that I gave them back in the day, you know, like.
I wonder how many guys have done like the say anything thing.
Oh, the boombox over the head?
Yeah.
Standing, and for those who haven't seen it, Say Anything, great 80s movie starring John Cusack. His girlfriend broke up with him, so he slept in her front yard, and when she opened the window that morning, he's out there, boombox over his head, standing over the sleeping bag. He just got a night's sleep in her front yard, and blaring In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel.
That's right.
Yeah.
And did that do the trick? I don't think I've ever seen the movie. I've just seen the clip forever.
Yeah.
So did he get her back with that? You don't remember?
I don't remember if there was a happy ending to that movie or not. I don't recall. It's the 80s, so yeah.
I never got a happy ending when I said I love you, just to try to get the,
ending.
It's not a crime.
Right. That's true. I don't feel bad about it, Seth.
I tried that, too.
Hey, I love you. You do? Well, it's not a crime.
It's not a crime.
It's true.
Here, I did a PowerPoint presentation of all the reasons we should go all the way. Let's see if any of these do it for you.
Right. Text in. What's the most there's got to be some good stories out there. Text in. What's the most
mixtapes for sure.
I guarantee you there's probably a handful of mixtapes out there with my name on them, you know, that I wrote probably with a note inside of them or something like that, you know, with every sappy 80s ballad in there. Yeah.
No, most of my relationships that have ever gone south were like when I was younger, it was due to an inability to express or an unwillingness to express my feelings about, actual matters. And I think that would be the very thing that would also prevent me from expressing my feelings after things went south.
True.
So, yeah.
So
those were beyond. Like I had to do some work on me before I ever made an actual stab at regaining somebody's trust or love.
I love that was your big issue, and yet your go-to move was telling them that you love them.
Well, that's some psychopath stuff right there, man.
Crazy. I was about to say the S word.
I'm like the psychopath in the movie that's like, learning how to mimic other people's emotions and stuff. I'm taking notes. I'm like, this is how you express devotion. Okay.
Wait, Seth gets a lot of women. Seth, what's your best move? Being completely duplicitous about the thing I'm worst at? Oh, okay.
Well, the whole thing about that one is you don't want to pull it out too quickly because then you just look like psychotic, you know?
Right.
Like a girl glances at you at a party, like, I love you. There's a time to try to put it in there.
Oh, my God. People saying you need to watch Say Anything. I would say anything. I got to go see what the old Rotten Tomatoes says about it. It's a good 80s movie. It's not a great 80s movie. It's not a Pantheon level 80s movie, but it's a decent watch. It's a good, quick 90-minute 80s movie, You
got to be careful on Rotten Tomatoes, by the way, Sean, at least with the more modern movies, because the studios have learned how to game the system a little bit.
Yeah.
And they maybe Rotten Tomatoes has fixed it by now. But a bunch of these like bloggers that don't make any money at all, the studios would be like, hey, how about we pay you some money to just go ahead and write a review of this movie?
Good point. Good point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Harden or Waller? Who you got?
Say anything. 98% on the tomato meter, Sean.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah.
85% on the audience score.
Yeah. That's what I said. I don't think it stinks. 85 is a little high for me. Like, I would have several other 80s movies ahead of it, but it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
Yeah, it's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle back to the Astros. You know who else is fine? Spencer Arrighetti. Baseball fine. That's not a commentary. He's a good-looking fellow as well. Spencer Arrighetti. How important are Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti to this crucial stretch coming up for the Houston Astros? That is next.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Bregman sends one to left. Back goes Canzone. He will watch this go off the top of the wall. It's gone. Alex Bregman has both home runs for the Astros in this series. That ball carried well to left, hit the top of the wall, and went out.
That was a low beady. I wasn't sure that one was going to get out, but I noticed that the left fielder immediately turned around to play that off the wall.
Personally, I was glad the left fielder turned around to play it off the wall. He was right. It did hit the wall. It just hit the wall and caromed into the stands. That's all.
It was an exciting day. Actually, it was an exciting series for it seemed like more than an average number of pop-ups that almost became collisions in the outfield. Yesterday, especially, guys were having a hard time with the sun in their eyes.
Yeah, big time.
And the ball seemed to be carrying further in the outfield than guys were anticipating. So, I don't look at that as like a lucky play by Alex Bregman. I think it was just that was what a lot of people were dealing with, and it was a hard hit enough ball to end up a home run.
If the Astros had a better record, they're 25-32 now. Let's say they were 32-25 for a second. Then I might have had one of those Sean Pendergast takes where I'm willing to sacrifice games with the gods if we come away feeling good about a certain aspect of the team. Like, you know what? I'll lose 3 out of 4 if Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti both look dominant in their starts. I would feel better about the long term, but we're not in that position now. Like they need to start freaking winning baseball games. But the fact that Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, Verlander, I think you expect that from Verlander, but the fact that those two have started to not just this spot start where they've looked good, like that it's now looking like a trend with these two, where Hunter Brown just for whatever reason, pitch selection maybe being part of it. As you pointed out, he started to mix a sinker back in. But for whatever reason, he was one of the worst pitchers in baseball the first first month of the season. He had an ERA of nearly 10. And now he started to look like the Hunter Brown that they thought they were getting when they brought him up from the minors a couple of years ago. And similarly, Spencer Arrighetti, who to me is ahead of schedule right now. He's not even supposed to be on this team right now. This is a really positive development for the Astros here, as precarious as the staff is right now.
I think we were spoiled in 2020 when the pitching staff ended up being way better than people would have anticipated, because you had so many pitchers come up and play extremely well, and you had Framber turn around into a different type of guy. There were a lot of I think you got to remember that was also back when those pitchers had all spent the appropriate amount of time in the minor league system, whereas over these last couple of years we've had to accelerate the maturation of some of these guys. Spencer Arrighetti probably shouldn't have been called up. If you could do it properly, it would have been mid-season before you ever called him up this year. But guys were pressed into action. So to see him roll with some of those early punches and figure some things out, both during the season, but then also yesterday. He had looked a little bit shaky in the first inning, but he got his command, figured it out, worked through a really erratic strike zone as it had been for that entire series. And, there's a lot to build on there. The pitching in general in this series, you should be very pleased with. Taylor Scott was the one letdown, but he's been so good all season long that it's not like I'm going to get upset with Taylor Scott for losing an extra innings.
Yeah, you get
the offense had a five-pitch top of that inning.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting mad at the guys who give up one run to in an inning with a ghost run. Like you're already paddling upstream. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on Taylor Scott. So that was good. Here was Spencer Arrighetti. What's been the key to this run that you've been on of late?
We have so many fantastic pitching minds in this organization. That's players, that's analytics, that's coaches, and I feel like everybody's they've done a lot to help me understand what's going to help me perform here and what's going to play well here, and obviously that creates a little bit of confidence, and I feel like once I have that, I can kind of go just throw the ball and be a little bit looser, a little bit easier on myself, and continue to execute pitches when I need to.
Man, you're right. He was 3-2 on everybody in the first inning of this game. Like that. A pitch here, a pitch there. This thing goes very sideways early in this game, Yeah.
It was
You're right.
The first inning was dicey.
Yep.
And he's just he's got a maturity, I think. And even in the sound bites you can hear that when he was interviewed in the he was interviewed in the bullpen a couple series back. He seems mature beyond his actual experience.
Yep.
And I think that's starting to show up in his play. As far as the pitching minds that he referenced, early in the season, my fear, and I know a lot of the listeners' fear, was that, okay, this might be the year that the ghost of Brent Strom has left the building, and maybe they really can't bring guys along with such regularity. Look, there were a lot of injuries that led to a lot of this. Everything we just talked about, how these guys were brought up early and everything. I think they made a lot of they made a lot of changes in a lot of guys' pitch selection, and I think it may have been as simple with some guys of just it taking a month or two for it to really take hold. The Taylor Scott part that's intriguing to me is that I feel like Taylor Scott could be a guy like the days of old, the guy that comes in and completely reinvents himself as an Astros pitcher. Now he's a guy that had moved from being a starter to being a reliever, but he's got a 1.63 ERA.
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
he's been
great.
great.
I mean, he's never been anywhere close to that in a season.
Yeah.
So sure, I'd love it to be a starter like Charlie Morton or something, or Garrett Cole, who came in and reinvented himself. But that is just one more little vote of confidence for Josh Miller and what the pitching staff is doing, the coaching staff is doing.
Taylor Scott and Seth Martinez have been very underrated for this team this year.
Yeah.
As far as what their role is, early in the season they were just pitching mop-up innings, and now they get brought in, from time to time, Taylor Scott especially, in pretty crucial situations here. So those have been.
Scott was in Japan in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, it's been a good pickup, man. That's the chalk one up for Dana Brown on the Taylor Scott pickup so far. As far as the Jose Abreu thumbnail sketch goes from last night, and if you've missed the show today, I think we've done a good job of straying out of the Jose Abreu swimming pool here, even though he looked largely as inept last night as he's looked since he got called back up and as he looked during his minor league stint. Did have a base hit in the top of the ninth inning, solid line drive to right field. But the other three at-bats, a weak grounder to second base, and then two swinging strikeouts. It looked exactly like any Jose Abreu at-bat from his Astro tenure, minus September and October of last year. He looks the same. He's 2 for 10.
It's the same thing, right?
He's 2 for 10.
And we're looking for something that people can bring up small sample sizes all you want. No, we're talking about 1.5 years, including his good stretch in September and October last year.
Right.
But for him to come back and not look any different after Dana Brown and others were talking about how he was rejuvenated and he's a different guy, and you can see how different it is. All right, stop striking out 50% of the time.
Yeah.
John Singleton at the very least gives you competitive at bats. I just don't. You know what, Sean? There's this movie on Netflix right now. It's with Zac Efron and a bunch of other people. But Zac Efron plays Ted Bundy, serial killer. Not Al Bundy, Ted Bundy.
Wow.
And this is based on a true story. Ted Bundy's girlfriend, when he started off on his little escapade of serial killings, she the entire time, as he was going through all his trials and everything, they broke up at one point, but she still just couldn't accept that it was him doing all these things and that maybe he was, being framed for whatever reason. And I'm watching this movie and I'm thinking, you know what? She seems a lot more reasonable than the Astros are in their treatment of Jose Abreu. I feel like she would have given up on Jose Abreu by now.
Yeah.
But no. Yeah, the Astros just will not give up on their serial killer, Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu, Ted Bundy, a comparison I didn't see coming today.
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
That's right.
Yeah, that's...
Seth meant Al Bundy when he said that, by the way. Yeah.
Did I? Oh, yeah, I was talking about, embracing your high school stardom. If you're,
Yeah.
People try to shame people for, reliving their glory days.
Right.
And they're invoking the Bruce Springsteen song and whatnot. But, no, I say go full Al Bundy on them.
You go full Ted Bundy on them.
Yeah. Or go full Ted Bundy on the people who would question you reliving your glory days.
That's true.
I talked to Owen Daniels about this, because Owen Daniels won a state championship in Illinois when he was in high school, and then he won a Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's some parts about winning a high school state championship that are way more emotionally impactful and powerful than winning a Super Bowl.
Dude.
Those are kids you grew up with.
Yeah.
You're in the school every day. You get that love from the student body. It's just a different feel.
You played Pop Warner with them in the Naperville Pop Warner Football League. You know, like that. Boy, I'll tell you that about Owen Daniels. There was one time I was interviewing him, and my kids went to high school in Naperville, same town that Owen Daniels went to high school in Illinois. And there's Naperville North and there's Naperville Central. My kids went to North. I thought Owen went to North when I was interviewing him one time.
Yeah.
And so I brought it up, and he's like, no, I am not a Husky. I am a Red Hawk, okay? Like, he was visibly agitated with me that I plunked him down at the wrong Naperville High School.
I do object to Husky as a nickname for a football team because and I love Huskies, but man, they are whiners. They will whine and whine and whine.
Really?
They are.
Have you had one? Have you owned one?
No, my nephew had one, and I loved her, Naya. Her name was Naya.
Okay.
But she just, when they don't want to do something, they are going to let you know about it.
Really?
Oh, and then they won't come in from out in the cold. You try to get them in, it's like negative 10 degrees out, and they're like, nope, staying out here. Okay. I like this weather.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're tough in that they can handle the cold, but they just look up on on your TikTok just Huskies whining.
Oh, really?
Yowling and it. Yeah,
that's a big thing, huh? I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah.
The Zac Efron Ted Bundy movie was good. Someone is saying we're getting a lot of movie reviews on the text page today. Zac Efron, that's pretty versatile, man. Played Ted Bundy and played Kevin Von Erich. That's not bad.
Weird. I was talking to Brandy about this. As I was trying to get her eyes off of Zac Efron. That Zac Efron's a guy as an actor that you look at and you almost. It's weird to kind of pull for the guy who's devastatingly handsome and everything. Like he's the underdog, and yet. I think when he was a young actor, people would have just written him off as like, oh yeah, he's just a pretty face, whatever. Like he doesn't have. I feel like he's developed into an actually really good actor.
Yeah, for sure.
Extremely wicked, shockingly evil, and vile. One issue I had with this movie was that they reenact some of the actual court case scenes.
Yeah.
And or trial scenes and everything. And they try to do it pretty accurately. But there's a couple I remember the judge from the Ted Bundy trial in Florida, and he just was like an old Southern judge. It was had a lot of little one-liners and everything, very charismatic, but he had a North Florida accent, which is a Southern accent.
Yes.
And they chose John Malkovich to play him, and John Malkovich doing his John Malkovich voice.
Yeah.
This is what is this? What is this Connecticut Yankee or who doing in this role of the funny, folksy Southern judge? I did not like that choice.
Bad job. Now John Malkovich, good Russian accent in Rounders. He did a good job with that.
Yeah. They do a good job in that movie of too. The whole story about Ted Bundy and everything, but they pull you in, and you're almost even in your own mind, you catch yourself being like, no, wait a second.
Yeah.
No, he totally did all this, and it was awful, awful stuff. But they don't show any of the really awful stuff until the end. All right, never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
You guys should go watch the movie. I didn't give away anything. I almost did.
I've infected Seth with the spoiler bug.
I almost gave something away, but I didn't.
Do you want to hear some funny audio? There's a story out of Lamar Consolidated ISD. Amy showed me this TikTok the other day, censored version of the TikTok. There's a former teacher in Lamar Consolidated ISD, elementary school teacher at Gray Elementary School, unnamed. Her name's not in any of the articles. But the video has surfaced of her in an empty classroom, I should point out. But in an empty classroom, in an empty adult restroom, making videos of her pulling her shirt up, pulling her pants down, supposedly to post on her OnlyFans account.
Okay.
The videos surfaced. The fact that they took place in the school, albeit in an empty classroom, but in the school, has caused a pretty major uproar out in Lamar Consolidated ISD. It's become a big story. Quan LX, social activist, was out there in Lamar Consolidated ISD. I think this is yesterday. This is when I saw the video, speaking about this travesty. And this is some pretty funny audio right here.
You really can't make this stuff up. It is absolutely appalling, shameful, and frightening that these are the type of educators that are in an elementary school teaching our children. But now we got a teacher in the classroom on school hours, stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair. This is a disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom.
Okay.
Is he more upset about the fact that she did it or that she wasn't put together better?
I think he wanted a better video.
I want to see. Now I need him to react to one in which like a super hot teacher does it.
Right.
Like,
now this is my kind of video.
Taut thighs, perfectly trimmed.
This is how I like them.
This is exactly what we need in the schools.
Skinny and shaved. That's how we want them. Yes. I got more.
Oh yeah, no. I just like also that like when you do that, when you go out and you describe that, you are also disclosing that you totally watched and studied the video. You know, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There's
which
more.
I mean, for due diligence, you have to.
Yes.
It's if you want to speak with authority on something,
be informed.
You got to have and credibility. Yeah, you have to do the work.
Got to do the dirty work, man. Here's more Quan I'll just say here's more Quan LX.
This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breasts, and she's juggling them. Look like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties, spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. Spreads her cheeks. This is madness. This woman should never, ever be allowed to be an educator.
Well, I agree with that. If anything, if I'm this woman, I'm laughing right now. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get so many hits on this video. There's going to be so many people signing up for my OnlyFans.
You know what? I give them, that's pulling psychotropic medications out. That's good. That's really, he might be of grandstanding attorneys. Oh, is he an attorney?
No, I don't.
I always thought he was an attorney for some reason. I don't know.
He may very well be.
Okay.
I know he's known as a social activist.
Right. Well, he speaks on civil rights matters and everything. So I kind of always put him in that category of attorney.
Sure.
Yeah, that was. I got to tell you, he's sold me. Yeah, I don't need to watch the video of the teacher. I feel like he gave a pretty good and adequate description of just how you wouldn't want your elementary school teachers. She's an
elementary
teacher?
Gray Elementary School in Lamar Consolidated ISD.
Hey, your son's an attorney. Let me ask you.
He's got a law degree. He's got to pass the bar. But go ahead.
Where should I stand on this? If somebody's doing something away from school, let's say it wasn't on school property, but she done it away from school property.
Yeah.
But it is on like an OnlyFans account, which is it's a paywall site and everything. So it's not like she's putting it out to the masses necessarily. Yeah. Is that something that is you as an employment attorney? Is that something that actually should be disallowed or not?
I don't know. You know what? I feel like there have been many cases. I feel like we could Google it and find out what's happened. I guarantee you this is a thing. Like, teachers don't make much money. There are stories of teachers like, I make $60,000 a year, and you can't make $60,000 a year ain't squat for the life I want to live. I got to go make some extra money. So I'm sure if we Google it, there have been cases of teachers with OnlyFans accounts. My gut feelings.
Well, right. But I'm asking, should there should that totally? It seems like it's up to
should it be allowed?
Community standards and everything, and you got to conduct yourself a certain way. I'm just curious from the legal side of things.
I don't know. What do you think? What's your common sense gut tell you about it?
I'm guessing that they can say that they expect a certain almost kind of off-field behavior
level of decorum, right?
That you don't. That it's as simple as that. I never know how these things have been tested in the Supreme Court and everything.
Yeah.
Like, is there going to be a Supreme Court ruling 3 years down the road in this case where the Supreme Court basically says, with this Supreme Court, I'm guessing no, but in general. That where they would say, well, actually, they've got the right to do whatever to make money away from the.
Or they need to.
I doubt it.
The teachers need to collectively bargain their ability to have OnlyFans accounts. That's what it needs to be. It needs to be part of their next CBA. If there are unions in some of these school districts, I have no idea. All right, so there you go. I just like the way he said panties. Panties. Yeah, that was good.
Panties.
That was good.
He was feeling it, man. He got rolling.
He was
getting some. You could tell he was getting some response out of the crowd.
He was vibing it, man, for sure. Matt Burke. Matt Burke speaks on the position on defense for the Texans that I think this is the biggest concern that Texan fans have. How concerned is Matt Burke about this? The Texans DC. We'll do that next.
Nico Collins got.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I have some clarity on the teacher conduct situation, and are teachers allowed to have OnlyFans accounts? We've got multiple texts. I don't know if you know this, Seth. I'm actually sleeping with a teacher.
Nice.
She's texting me right now. Her name's Amy.
Yeah.
She's a teacher in Deer Park ISD. Teaches kindergarten.
They're married. Yeah, listen, Deer Park ISD, they're married, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Don't go firing Amy over Sean sleeping with her.
We're married.
Is that allowed?
We're married.
Is that allowed?
We're married. But I like to describe her as the person I'm sleeping with. This is what she said. She says in her school district, you can't post yourself with liquor on social media even.
Okay.
And people have been fired for TikTok and OnlyFans accounts.
Okay.
Says the district has fired people for doing simple TikTok videos in their classroom, not even ones where their panties or cellulite are flapping around, but just simple TikTok videos in the classroom, which I think that kind of makes sense to me, that you got to have a separation of the,
Well, and there's a violation of privacy sometimes.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I see some of these TikTok videos where the teachers are kind of like ridiculing their kids and using their names and everything. Like, that's something you got to get like parental sign off from, I'm sure, to
100%.
put videos like that out. Yeah.
She says where other districts do allow them, they were simple videos like showing the classroom setup, that kind of thing. Like, hey, here's my classroom. And then she's talking about the alarm going off in the building we live in. So that's not
they've got pretty strict rules about what you can do on social media.
Yes.
And like with all this stuff, it's always, if the policy is in place beforehand, then what are you going to do, right? Yeah.
The big loser in all this, guys out there on the internet looking for more content on OnlyFans, man. Those are the big losers in all this.
Yeah. Now you got to deal with bad acting about somebody claiming that they're a teacher, even though you might have seen them in 20 other movies in which they were a stepsister or stuck under a table or something.
A masseuse or a nurse.
This person has so much bad luck.
Right. Exactly. I got to suspend disbelief again. All right. Let's get to Matt Burke here. Matt Burke, I would say, Seth, if there's two areas of concern on the Texans defense, it's probably cornerback opposite Derek Stingley Jr. And then I would say if there's a cluster position, like the group as a whole, where there's some concern, is the interior of the defensive line. I'm not saying it can't be good. I'm just saying that's the biggest no-name bunch out of all this team. That's probably a big reason why. Here is Burke's overview of the defensive tackle position.
Yeah, I actually feel pretty good about the depth of our interior guys. Foley I have a history with from New York, so he's been in the system. He's been great. Tim Settle's a bigger body type for us in there and still can move. For our system, I think this system lends itself to Tim's skill set and traits, so I'm excited about him. Honestly, the guys that kind of were here, like Kurt and Khalil, that got a lot of reps in this system last year and sort of showed the same growth curve that some of these other guys that we've been talking about. Sosa's done a really good job. McTelvin. There's just and Mario's kind of been here for the last month or so and really has some twitch and stuff. So I actually feel like there's a really good depth of players in that interior. And again, it's another position that we're kind of moving them around, letting them all sort out and see kind of how it shakes. But I actually do feel like we've grown some depth there.
They took a swing at Eric Armstead, and that deal went south when they pivoted towards Danielle Hunter. And Eric Armstead would have been the guy that can do it all. He's your first down, second down, third down defensive tackle. He can stop the run, he can rush the passer, all those things. I think the way they're looking at it right now is defensive tackle by committee. And there's you're always going to rotate your defensive lineman here, but they've got one school of players, Tim Settle, for instance, that they are run stuffers. And then they've got other guys like Danico Autry, who on passing downs can play inside. So they're going to do it by committee. And it's always nice when you've got a guy like Eric Armstead that can just stay out there all three downs and do everything for you. It makes it a lot tougher for the offense, and it's more playmaking ability on the field. But just looking at Tim Settle during OTAs, he's a guy, I think he's listed at 326. I feel like that might be sometimes with the big defensive tackles, they get a weight that's put onto the program, and that's where it stays even though they might actually be 340 or something. And I think that he's a big body dude. That is a wide body.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's, going to reset the standard for a run-stuffing defensive tackle or anything, but he's a big body, and there's certain parts of stopping the run against the power running game where it's just geometry. Or just old classical physics. You got height, weight, body, height, weight, width really, and just by having that massive human being there, it makes it easier for the linebackers to sort things out. And I think that's what they've got for when they absolutely need to stop the run. And then if you look at what they did late in the draft, both Marcus Harris and then the rookie free agent, Feldarius Payne, they're light-bodied guys. They're small guys, but very quick. Get across the line of scrimmage immediately. And not saying that they're going to rely on those guys, but I think they're trying to build out having both some guys who can penetrate and be disruptors versus other guys that are Foley Fatukasi or Tim Settle types that can just be space eaters. And none of them are going to be all pro this year or anything, but you hope that it's enough for each different situation.
Yeah, I think of, if I'm a Texan fan and you're the former defensive lineman, you have an expert opinion on this. How concerned should I be about this position?
I'm not that concerned about it, only in that it's one of those things where I don't want to say you can get by having guys that are just journeymen at defensive tackle, because you can thrive with having guys that are journeymen at defensive tackle if you've also got a few guys who are studs at the defensive end position, or like Danico Autry can play inside and outside. So it's really just a matter of can you get competent play out of them? When they're supposed to be in the A gap, do they stay in the A gap? And I think that's where the personality comes into it a little too. Do you have guys who are willing to do the dirty work? And I think they brought in big body guys who are willing to do the dirty work. And then after that, you could have Danico Autry or Mario Edwards or the other guys that they're not. Don't get me wrong; those guys aren't afraid of doing the dirty work, but they can also get upfield in the passing game.
Yep. I think of all the things Matt Burke said yesterday, my favorite one was when he was asked about what Will Anderson can improve upon, and gave a window into exactly how these guys go about teaching the defense. I just heard this cut. I just felt really good about our head coach and the staff and the way they execute things, particularly, on the defensive side of the ball with Burke talking about it here. Here is Matt Burke when he was asked, what can Will Anderson improve upon?
There are definitely things that he can get better at. I think just small thing like separation, trying to get more extension and separation at the top of his rush, or things that we've worked on. One of the really cool, it's just part of D'Amico's sort of system of how we do things. Every player that we have, we do an off-season sort of study or off-season project on for, we call them pro-grow tapes. So just one thing or something specific that each player can grow and get better at from what we saw off tape last year, whether they were here or somewhere else. So we try to give each player something very specific, hey, we saw this on tape last year, let's focus on this, for these next 6 weeks. Can you get better at this? So, that's off your plate, and that's a step in the right direction. So, between that and just, I think, the understanding, I think there was times last year Will was just throwing fastballs and being Will, and, I think his understanding of the defense and some of the stuff we just talked about, protections, and those things are kind of growing as I have conversations with him. So, excited to see where he takes that for sure.
Yeah, with Will Anderson, a lot of it has to do with learning how to be surgical with his hands, because he does a really good job getting across the line of scrimmage quickly. He got better at converting a speed rush into a power rush as the season went on. But there's times where he's really close to having a really good pass rush, but he just doesn't tie his hands and his legs together the way a guy like Danielle Hunter does. And that's all stuff that you expect to see out of a rookie pass rusher. Especially a guy that wasn't, Will Anderson was not used in the same role in college that he is in the NFL. He's got just way more opportunities now to line up wide on the edge, pin his ears back, and go. And it takes a while to groove all of those movements in. You saw a really good development from week 1 to week 17, even as he was injured, in that Tennessee game. And he was doing things in the second half of the season that he wasn't doing in the first half of the season. So I think a lot of that is just learning how to finish one extra quarter second of activity instead of just trying to turn it into a sumo wrestling match at times. Because he's not – part of it for Will, I think Will Anderson last year was learning that, okay, I'm not I'm not a guy I'm not going to beat some of these guys with my power. I could beat up on guys in college sometimes by just
play for
being
Vanderbilt.
more energetic and just more athletic and stronger and everything. You come up across some of these guys in the NFL, and it's like, all right, I gotta have a few tools in the tool bag to deal with this.
Yeah, that was my concern about Will. Just in watching his film from Alabama, I'm like, he's just freakier than all these guys he's going against.
Yeah.
Like how. And this is obviously without having the intel that we've got on Will, the person, and the coachable player that he is now. But that was my concern. But I've got no concerns now about Will Anderson. One more from Matt Burke here. Stephanie Stradley asked him, "You got anything you want to say to J.J. Watt?"
Something publicly that you want to say to J.J. Watt?
About what?
Anything.
No. Miss you, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. I talk to him pretty frequently, so I don't need to say anything in public.
Talk to him.
Sorry I got relegated, I know.
Talk to him in the building, too?
No. That's his game. I'm not going to play that one.
Okay, you're not sucking
That's
Matt Burke
game.
into yeah.
That's his game. I'm not going to play that one.
Yep.
All right. So is JJ playing games with the Texans?
Sorry you got relegated. That's a reference to JJ's Burnley soccer team. Yeah.
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I feel like an idiot. Yeah. Sorry you got
Yeah, dude. I was feeling for JJ this week, man. JJ put up a video on Twitter. Burnley, their coach just left to go to, I think, Bayern Munich or one of the German teams. He just left Burnley to go take another job. And apparently the Burnley fan base has been peppering JJ like, hey, can we get some transparency here? What's going on with the coaching position? Blah, blah, blah. So JJ did like a 2.5-minute video, like explaining like we had to wait for certain. Like he sounded like an owner. Like this is the first time he hasn't been able to just kind of wear Burnley stuff and celebrate at a game with a pint of ale and things like this. Is JJ actually having to do some ownership things, man?
I wonder what the impact has been of his minority ownership in that team. Like in terms of, I'm sure their goal was to bring more American fans over and be fans of them. And he's delivered on whatever I think they probably would have expected to get out of him in terms of actual effort. Usually, some of these when celebrities become minority owners of pro sports teams, a lot of times, man, like it's a big flourish at the beginning and then it's just whatever. JJ's kind of thrown himself into just really like ingraining himself in the culture of it and everything. It's been cool to watch. But it also makes me think that it's like one more thing that keeps him away from actually considering a return to football.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now he's actually having to do stuff. Like he's got to find another coach for this team that he's a part owner of.
Well, I also think it is nice that we can kind of treat it like a fun little sideshow. But the difference in this team this year versus perhaps what they were last year was I don't feel like you need to have this superhero waiting in the wings. It's not like JJ Watt coming in and playing and potentially still being good after an entire year off at his age and with all of his injuries and everything. Who knows? Like I don't think it looms as large in the minds of Texans fans as it did last year.
I am just glad that Joe Mixon sounds really happy to be a Houston Texan, and he gave one big reason why yesterday. We'll let you hear it coming up next.
In the Loop.
Good for Nico, man, and good for the Texans. Whether SportsRadio610presents.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's pointing out Rich Rose on the text page. Hey, guys, I'm behind. I'm listening on the app. Man, 2 F-bombs in 1 week. Dang, I listen on the app. I hear uncut. Y'all have a good weekend. To be clear, there have been 2 that got dumped by Ben. One was Seth's responsibility. One was mine. We handed audio off to Ben that we, probably maybe should have been a little more careful with. That's all. But that's why you got a producer like Ben Gary. That's why he's the GOAT when it comes
Quick
to
the dump button.
Yeah, he's the dump.
Because sometimes
GOAT.
Sean forget. Yeah, sometimes we forget that we can press the dump button too. But,
yeah. It's right there.
Feels more. Ben's got to make some very quick decisions at times on what he should and should not allow. And,
yes, he does. Most
He's
of the
one
time,
that gets fired
most of the time I'm right.
Yeah.
Most of the time you choose correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking some of the words that you are allowed to say on the radio, like a-hole. Like you could say the actual, it doesn't feel right at all.
No.
And yet you can say that actual whole phrase.
Dude, when Rich Lord found out that you were allowed to say the D word and the P word as long as you weren't describing the genitalia, as long as were you using it as an insult, not a description of somebody's body part, it was like he found a new toy. It was like he wouldn't shut up with it. It was unbelievable. Like he kept using it and using it. I'm like, hey, Rich, maybe lay off the red button there a little bit, like keep banging on it like that.
It's like how some people realize that when like in states where pot is legal now, they were like, oh, well, what the hell? I used to do this back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And then they get a hold of a gummy and don't understand that they would have had to smoke 18 bongs to get that same level of THC that they got in that one gummy.
That's right.
They had to back off a little bit after their first couple forays back into it.
That's right. Joe Mixon, who I don't think we're reading too much into it. Like his first press conference as a Texan when he got traded here, like there was still a lot he was processing. I think at the time he didn't seem overly excited to be a Houston Texan. He didn't seem mad or anything like that. But I would imagine. I mean, that's.
He looked a little disoriented.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe it just he was a fish out of water, and that like he just his whole kind of. I don't want to say his whole world got turned upside down, but just all his expectations about where he was going to be that year and everything. He wasn't really expecting it. So he hadn't really had time to embrace the Texans yet because it was all very new to him.
That's right. Ben, I'm going to go to Mixon 7 here. I like this one yesterday. Mixon sounds much more excited to be a Houston Texan now. This is when he was asked about the Houston Texans' defense yesterday.
Sheesh. I ain't gonna lie, them guys over there, I'm glad I'm on their team. I just say that. I'm glad I'm on their team, man. And it's a lot of young, hungry guys that's out there flying around. Them boys is hungry. They all run real fast. And they physical. So at the point of attack, man, that's what they preach. Point of attack and, attacking the football and creating turnovers. And one thing about them that I've been seeing and that I'm very impressed with is that, one, the communication of what they have with each other, and also, two, the chemistry that they didn't build already, despite, what they didn't have before, man. So I think it's been a great thing for me to see.
Joe, all that running around, that flying around that they're doing out there, let me indoctrinate you. We got a little word for that here in Houston.
Yeah.
It's called swarm, baby.
That's right.
They're swarming.
Seems to get used on defense a lot more than on offense.
Yeah.
Because it's just much more easier. It's easier to visualize the swarming on defense than it is on offense. For what it's worth, when Joe Mixon faced the Texans last year, he had 46 yards rushing.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow had 20 in that game. So they had 66 yards rushing.
How many carries? I'm just curious. Do you have the box?
11 carries for 46 yards. So it wasn't bad. It was 4.2 yards. He got a touchdown. So it wasn't like they took him out of the game plan more so than they shut him down play by play.
They were behind a lot of that game. I mean, that game shouldn't have been the Bengals. Yeah, sorry, the Bengals. Yeah, that game shouldn't have been close. I mean, the Texans were up 10 with 4 minutes to go in the game, and CJ threw that near pick six. That should have been a double-digit win for the Texans.
Right. Yeah, like the offense, for the most part, the Bengals' offense didn't do a whole lot until the very end in that game.
That's right. I like his reaction at the beginning. Boy, when you get the whistle, and Ben, play the very beginning again. Hey, yeah. You get the whistle and the sheesh. Like, that's He ain't lying about
Well,
the
we're gonna like Joe Mixon, I think, as a teammate. He was it 2 or 3 years in a row he'd been a captain for the Bengals?
Yeah.
Like, they all just
Like
gushed about what he was as a person and everything. They just, I think the way the Bengals offense changed and the way they're using Burrow now isn't as conducive to Joe Mixon's skill set.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know Bobby Slowik yesterday said a lot about how, Mixon has played in multiple schemes, can do this, can do that. And it is true, but I think he's at his best when the quarterback is under center and when he can get a run and start and hit the hole hard, all of that stuff. They were running out of gun a lot last year. And that's just, I mean, there's a lot of running backs that aren't as good when you're running out of gun because it's harder to do.
Yep. Here's Joe Mixon on his new teammate, his new running back room mate, Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, Damien's a hard worker too, and the thing that I love about Damien is, he keep me working hard too as well. I mean, I always had a great work ethic, but the way he works, it's like, okay, I gotta keep rolling too, and I think it's a great thing for both of us and also the other running backs in the room because we all feed off of each other, we all bring certain things to the table, but he definitely works hard, and I love his work ethic.
That's cool. That's cool to hear, man. The vet's going, yeah, man, this third-year guy is this work ethic. I got to keep up with this dude.
So I read that book, one of D'Amico's books yesterday that we learned were next to his desk at the in his office.
In his office,
So there's an article in The Athletic, and one of the rules that they cited was the energy, or one of the books that he cited was the energy bus.
Yeah.
And I decided to read that one because I knew I'd be able to read it in like an hour. John Gordon does it. He's got a nice little thing going. He puts out these books that are like, they're almost like little parables, that they don't go in deep on anyone. These are like 10 different rules to be a leader, an energetic leader. But the story he tells in this book is one of this bus where there's the woman, the bus driver, is just like this incredible lady that's like basically a motivational speaker. And she's got these rules to live by. And I could see Dameon Pierce as the driver of the energy bus.
You could?
Yeah. I could see he's just eternally positive, takes any setback as a challenge to be overcome, all of these things. And yeah, he could be a character in a John Gordon motivational book.
This is the same author that wrote The Coffee Bean, which has been universal.
I read that in like 13 minutes.
You read it during a break in the show, I think, one time.
Yeah.
That book has been universally panned, and by universally I mean Payne and Pendergast panned. What did you think of the Energy Bus?
I liked it. It's not my kind of book necessarily because it's like these motivational books. I like they'll say stuff like science backs this up, but then they never show you the study or anything like that. Actually, I'm like, I like when they dig in deep on the scientific part of some of these things when it comes to human motivation and everything.
Yeah.
But it serves a purpose. It's like easily digestible, and you can take the lessons and apply them to your life. So I think it was good in that regard. It's not my type of book, but I did like, and it's also. I mean, some of the business books are the worst at this. They take like one little small sliver of a study and like use that as justification for an entire philosophy or something. Like, oh, well, the actual study itself didn't actually say what you're saying it's saying, but okay, we'll go with it.
Yeah.
But
it's called selling books. That's what it's called.
If you stop being the annoying well actually guy like me, then you can find a lot of value in it. I found value in it.
You did?
I like one of the biggest themes in there, one of the biggest issues they address in terms of being a leader is how to deal with energy vampires.
I was going to ask
the people
you about
that just
that.
aren't. They're not going to get on the bus, or they're constantly pointing out that's wrong, that's wrong, all of that, or they're not pulling the same direction as everybody else. And we've heard that from D'Amico. No energy vampires.
Right.
But it's interesting. Like that's an interesting part when it comes to a football team, especially in pro sports where it's not always so easy just to bench a guy or to get a guy off your team. So working with your energy vampires. And, like, you want to keep them off your team as much as possible, but sometimes either that's who you've got right that moment or, like, he also is the best football player on the team. So, like, how do you manage that energy vampire? I think D'Amico probably puts a lot of energy into that.
Into vetting it.
Well, vetting it, but then also like, how do I convert an energy vampire?
Oh, okay.
You know, it's not like you're genetically pre-programmed to be an energy vampire for the rest of your life. Some people just need to see things a little bit differently, you know. And D'Amico's really good at reframing things.
Yeah.
So I think on the level of like trying to work with your problem children and the guys that aren't on board, like how do you figure out a way to get them on board? What's holding them back? And a lot of times in football or just in life in general, it's all right. It's something about just the way they were taught either in childhood or in a previous team that's just the way you're supposed to operate. Like I think D'Amico's probably good at turning some of those guys around.
Well, you know, and that's probably some of the thought process that goes into this being a good spot for Stephon Diggs. You know, where he was definitely an energy vampire at the end in Buffalo, it would seem. One more from Mixon here on Dameon Pierce. We heard D'Amico Ryans use the phrase 1-2 punch with these guys, which is interesting because Mixon's been a guy who's shouldered the load for most of his career in Cincinnati. Here's Joe Mixon's thought on being a part of a 1-2 punch with Dameon Pierce.
Well, you know, I've yet to really see much film, honestly, on Dameon, but what I have seen is, like I said, he works hard, but, you know, so does the other running backs, too. I think that, you know, I guess besides the whole 1-2 punch thing, I think that there's other guys in that room that's going to contribute in a major way as well. So I think that the way that we want to go out there and obviously make yardage, make touchdowns and things like that, I think that everybody's going to, you know, have a fair share in the room and obviously in the offense.
I think that the big thing about running backs these days is that it's been so long now that the notion of a bell cow isn't really the standard for what you're looking for anymore. It's, you know, you've got them sprinkled here and there. You've got your Derrick Henrys and whatnot. But I don't think most young running backs, and I would include Joe Mixon in that just because guys that came of age in the 2010s and later on, it's way more common that you've got like a Fred Taylor and Maurice Jones-Drew type of scenario. And that I think the veteran running backs appreciate that because they know how short the shelf life is for running backs. And Joe Mixon at this point in his career would love to be part of a 1-2 committee and play another 7 years than he needs to have his ego fed, and I need to be the guy that gets 400 touches this year.
It's a great point. He came from Oklahoma where they never had, other than Adrian Peterson, you know, they was always a committee of 5-star guys out of high school. Even in Cincinnati, he had Giovanni Bernard for most of the time there, you know, kind of taking some of that load. So, for sure. John Lopez is here. Hello.
Howdy.
You made it in safely today.
Man, I have had enough of this stuff. We shouldn't really be talking
What
weather
did you
a lot.
do to anger the gods?
What
like this,
did I
John?
do?
It's crazy,
I have no
man.
idea.
It's crazy.
It's just nonstop.
You know what I was just thinking? We've been talking so much about the Texans have improved this and improved that.
Mm-hmm.
We spent a big chunk of the show today playing audio from the two coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinators. And it's crazy to think like 2 years ago, this would have been us mucking our way through a show with Tim Kelly cuts and Lovie Smith DC cuts.
Yes,
you know?
the approach is definitely different.
Slowik and Burke are good, man.
Burke, I said it yesterday, I think he's one of the more underrated guys out there if you're going to talk to somebody.
Yeah, he's fun. He's fun. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's there's a little bit of that too where you can see the difference between Kyle Shanahan's way of doing things and Bill Belichick's way of doing things, aside from the whole winning Super Bowls part. There's other differences, which would be like Kyle Shanahan really seems to take it upon himself to help his assistant coaches become head coach candidates and to try to train and groom them to be head coaches. Whereas Belichick, I think one of the reasons that I don't think his favorite assistant coaches were not the types of guys that had head coach qualities. But then I also never got the sense that he really goes out of his way to help them or bring them along as potential head coaches.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point for sure. Hey, what's the most embarrassing thing you've done, John, to try to win back a woman, to try to win back her love?
Not Darren Waller.
That's where we were. Seth and I kind of went down there. Like the worst thing I can think of I did would be like, there's probably a dozen cheesy mixtapes out there with 12 different girls that I wrote the same note on the inside of to try to, you know.
I think I did that.
Did you?
I think I did a cassette.
You and I come up in that. Yeah, cassette.
Cassette, yeah. I think I did that.
Okay.
That rang a bell.
Is that the extent for you?
That might be like.
I find that hard to believe. I feel like you've got something up your
man,
sleeve.
they come to me.
Okay, think about it.
They come to me.
Think about it. Yeah, you don't. I don't need to. I've never been in that. John's like, I've never been in that situation before. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about that.
What is this you're talking about?
That's right. All right, John and Landry are here. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and then the iTunes auto-tune app to you.
Thank you very much. We are done. We are out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, a Friday edition of In the Loop starts now.
All right, as if there wasn't enough pressure on C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowik goes to the podium yesterday. Bobby Slowik talking about year two. And I found this very interesting because I don't know if this is some sort of philosophy, but the way in which he presented year two for C.J. Stroud, it has me anxious, it has me excited, and I just wonder what in the hell is going on with Bobby Slowik to where he said this yesterday about C.J. Stroud heading into the second year of his career.
I think the biggest thing going into year two for CJ is really year two for a quarterback is a big year. It's a really, really impactful year to me that kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of his career. Like last year, there's a lot going on. You got to hit fundamentals, you got to hit verbiage, you got to hit play calls, you got to hit protections, you got to hit all this stuff. And you hit fundamentals to a degree, but you can only do so much. Now we really get to dive into the fundamentals of this is what we do and how we play and what makes him great and grow that within our offense. So that really, to me, is what's been on board and all in and picking up right where he left off.
I mean, he's basically making it sound like it's the pivotal year and that there's a little bit more up his sleeve. I don't know if this is a Shanahan philosophy. I will say, if you look at Brock Purdy from year one to year two, I mean, there was some significant improvement, and he had a very good rookie season. But when I hear Slowik say that, you're already kind of excited about this season, what it can bring. You also look at it as, I don't know that C.J. Stroud can do anything to make you not believe he's the long-term quarterback for this squad. But when you hear a guy like Bobby Slowik come out and say that, I mean, that brings a little bit of excitement.
Yeah, you know what he's doing is he's challenging themselves to take it to an even higher level. And the best part about that for me when I heard it, I was really excited listening to Bobby Slowik and Matt Burke for that matter.
Y'all love Matt Burke.
I love
he
Matt
bores
Burke.
the hell out of me.
I love Matt Burke. I think he's very underrated.
Goodness gracious.
But
almost fall asleep when I listen to Burke.
Talking about Slowik.
When he's talking ball, I kind of get bored.
Talking about Slowik, not only is he challenging him to take it to an even higher level, he's not running away from all this hype. That's big. Like, I'm not used to that with Texans coaches and coordinators and such. We're used to the whole B.O.B. downplaying everything and all this other. I love that we have a coordinator that says he actually called him great in that same setting and said, "Nah, man, we got more up our sleeve. There's another level we can reach." I just absolutely love that. I'm not used to it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Like, I'm trying to think. I'm not trying to like play devil's advocate, but I'm trying to. The more that you look at this, and maybe we're just kind of lost in the sauce because it's been football hell the last few years, but the more you look at it, it's more and more difficult for me to look at this squad and say, okay, worst case scenario is this. Like, I'm starting to understand why Las Vegas has them, minus 200 to make the playoffs. It's hard for me to look at this squad and say, I mean, and we're not going to try to forecast injuries or anything like that, but it's hard for me. It's getting more and more difficult for me to look at this squad and say, okay, this could go wrong, and this is what I'm worried about. The arrow's pointing up. That's the other thing I like about this squad is that the arrow's pointing up for a lot of these guys, and what's already really good just seems like he can get a hell of a lot better, and that's even including Slowik, because Slowik, it's kind of funny because he's going up there and saying this. You're in year two, buddy.
Yeah,
like it's your second year in this role, and you already sound. I mean, you sound like Kyle Shanahan. You sound like Mike Shanahan. You sound like Sean McVay. And you look at Bobby Slowik, and it's like, okay, this guy's got everything under control. You believe what he's saying. You know he's putting in the work, and the guys like C.J. Stroud, the guys like Bobby Slowik, the guys like Will Anderson who've been in their current roles for 1 year, they sound like they're beyond their own years. And that's what's just as encouraging as anything else and anything else we can talk about that's on paper.
There's a certain amount of calmness about it all. Maybe matter-of-fact type vibe or whatever. Because I think everybody's going to be confident. I mean, they're confident because they have C.J. Stroud and they've added players. But I think there's a certain amount of, just calmness, we're going to do this. We're going to be good. Let's just take it to another level. And that's the part that I love.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Texans getting a lot of excitement. Astros avoid the sweep yesterday. You had the performance by Arrighetti. Arrighetti kind of establishing himself a little bit, taking advantage of opportunity. Astros right there in the mix. Good opportunity. They're back home. They got the Twins tonight. Joe Espada seems to be pretty pleased with what went down in the series. I can't figure this guy out. I mean, I guess he's pleased taking 1 of 4. I don't know what to make of this guy. And in the spirit of Joe Espada, and I think one of the a new emerging fan favorite, perhaps one of the voices of the Texans, we're going to have the Joe game here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. The Joe game. And I'll explain this. 1240. I'm going to take Joes, people throughout history with the first name Joe, and we're going to say, are they more Espada or more Mixon? In other words, Joe DiMaggio, more Espada, more Nixon. We'll cuss and discuss because I think the good Joe is Joe Mixon.
And I'll tell you the Joe DiMaggio story.
John
Back
McClain
when
right
they
there.
first started.
Yeah, please don't, John. Please don't, John. So that's what we'll get to at 1240. The game of the Joes. We're going to spend Nico Collins' money coming up at 1040. I'm all $75 million. You have to spend it Antonio Brown style. No investments. No college funds, no investments. You have to spend it Antonio Brown style. It's all got to be gone. So we'll do that at 1040 here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Slime Off coming up at 120. We have a pretty significant favorite in court guy. What are we doing here with the Astros? What are we, did yesterday encourage you? Because on the surface you look at it and you say, man, this team's 7 games below 500. But then you look at the starting pitching, and the starting pitching, I don't think you could ask for better starting pitching from what they did. So I kind of want to pull myself back and say, okay, it's frustrating to see the way that they've played. It's frustrating the record they have, but they are just as close in their division as teams that are playing well above 500 baseball. And, oh, by the way, the starting pitching looks fantastic. The bats have kind of disappeared. You feel kind of good about that. So I'm kind of trying to balance reality with what the Astros are. But I would say the most important thing for them was as good as it could possibly be despite, and I don't know if this is making you feel better or worse, despite losing 3 out of 4.
Yeah, look, everybody should be encouraged by the pitching. I watched yesterday's game, and it was more of a, okay, cool. I'm just like, all right, that was nice. Good effort, Spencer Arrighetti. Nice little win. Hey, Bregman got a couple of hits, big hits. Cool. And I think that's the biggest sort of commentary of it all on the Astros. They are still, as you just pointed out, they're still in the race. I mean, if you want to say, are they in the race or out of the race? They're in the race. But I just watch them completely different now, man. I just.
Do you watch them with disgust? Like, how are you watching the Astros? I think that's interesting that you say that. Like, what are you doing? Like, what's it?
Like I'm watching them not like I did last year or any of the previous 6 years, where you're like, all right, let's see what we can do. They're behind. I think they're going to come back. You know, they have it in them. This. It's all about the postseason and getting these guys ready for a big run. I'm not watching them like that. I'm watching them like a guy that is looking toward the future. And I think that's the biggest commentary of all in terms of, yes, they are in the race, but are they? You know, are they going to do anything? I'll give you some examples because I actually wrote them down this morning, and I was thinking, yeah, this is, I don't know if this is good or bad. I think it's bad. Like Alex Bregman. He had a really good game. All right? And I wasn't like, all right, here we go. I was more like, all right, maybe some desperate team will see that and trade for him, and the Astros get a little more at the trade deadline. I'm just watching, completely different.
So you're trading him.
For sure. Spencer Arrighetti, what a terrific effort. I mean, absolutely terrific effort. I'm not watching him like, okay, he's going to be a piece maybe, in a 6-man rotation when they get to the stretch, or in the postseason he'll do this or that. Nah, I'm watching Spencer Arrighetti like, I actually looked up his age. I said, oh, he's 24. Huh. He might be a piece down the road. I'm looking down the road even though they are in the race now.
So you're playing a little bit of chess here.
Yeah. Let me give you the best example of all. So last night we're sitting there and I'm like, we should go to the Astros game tomorrow. And I went, and the reason we wanted to go to the Astros game today is not because, hey, let's go. Let's get these guys going. Let's watch them do their thing. Nah, man. It's Friday night fireworks, and I found tickets for $40. Like, I just want to go watch a game. I just want to go watch a big league game. It's not like, you're watching this team completely different. Even Jose Abreu, I'm watching because I'm fascinated by how far Astros management is going to take this joke. Like, aren't you watching them the same way? You're not watching this team like, all right, let's go. Here we go. No,
I'm not. I mean, I'm just watching. I'm watching as if they're in the mix, but I'm not watching this saying, okay, this team can win the World Series. I will say this though: if they're going to pitch like that, starting wise, I do feel like the 7, 8, and 9 guys are going to take care of themselves. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about just getting in and flipping the switch, I haven't completely dismissed that. Mm-hmm. It's still a frustrating watch. I don't know how sustainable it is, but I haven't completely given up on this squad making a run. I mean, and by run, I mean maybe catching lightning in a bottle. They have the luxury of being in the division they're in. So I haven't completely dismissed
Make a run to what?
ALCS or something like that. I mean,
that's pretty bold.
I mean, what is that? That's 2 series. I mean, I mean,
like truly lightning in a bottle.
I mean, if they're going to pitch like that,
guys get hot.
They're going to pitch like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, the guys the veterans, I don't know when experience doesn't matter, but the veterans have kind of flipped the switch. I mean, would I bet on it? Probably not.
Yeah.
I might be kind of arguing against myself here because I'm saying that they pitched well, and then I'm saying, but they lost 3 out of 4 to after the soft part of their schedule, they lost 3 out of 4. So I might be kind of arguing against myself here, but I think the thing that mattered the most, I think sometimes you can win games. And it's like, okay, well, that's not a recipe for success. Like, you're going out there and you're winning games 13-8 or something like that, and you're raking. It's like you're not going to score 13 runs all the time. But if you're talking about playing crucial baseball and you're talking about handling business, 4 quality starts from 4 different guys.
3 losses.
I know. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's where you kind of find the dilemma a little bit.
Yeah, and then the one thing I'm hesitant with these now, Verlander, he's had a couple of good starts in a row, so you got to give him that. Arrighetti's been okay for a couple and real good yesterday, but when they were not pitching well, the bats were hot and cold, and that's how they would win games with bats. So it's like, what team is this? They got to put together a longer stretch, and of course, like you said, Twins today. That'll be an interesting matchup, I think. Yeah.
Interesting matchup. What do you mean?
Good squad.
Yes,
good squad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see this. So something happened yesterday, and I think that Luka is everything that you hope James Harden would be. And I'm sorry, but it's insane to see a guy that is so in control that when it seems like they've lost momentum, when the crowd is at its most hostile, Luka's going out there and he's basically telling everyone to shut the F up. Like that's literally what he did.
Literally.
He outscored them in the first quarter by himself.
Yeah.
There was a point in the game, and this was where I was most impressed, and I was like, man, this dude knows what the hell's up. Because they were up 27, I think, in the third quarter, and he hit a step back. And at that point, James Harden would have been like mixing it up or something like that, like, doing some sort of thing. Luka's teammates are coming over to him. He's going like this, hey, shut, like basically telling him, hey, calm down. This is nothing. This is nothing. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Yeah.
Kind of doing that. And he was just in control.
Yeah.
And he's calm, cool, and collective. Like he's basketball cool. He's not, I'm going to give Lil Baby $100,000 and some honey buns cool for the gram. Like he is calm, cool, and collective, and he's everything that we had hoped James Harden would be in these types of situations.
I agree, and I also will add, he's this term is thrown around a lot, but he is it. He's a stone-cold killer.
Yeah.
He's a killer.
Yes.
He's got Kobe traits. I'm not saying, forget his body type.
No, he does.
Yeah, forget his body type and how his game plays out.
No, he does.
He's got Kobe traits.
And they might be outmanned in the series, but he's got...
Would you bet against him?
Yeah.
You would?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know if I would.
I mean, yeah. I think Boston's good.
They're real. Look,
they're
Boston's
stacked.
Favored for a reason.
Yeah. I think they're a 7-point favorite in game 1.
Yeah. Man,
I would.
He's a killer, dude.
I mean, if I had to make a bet, I would take Boston. But yeah, he is definitely a killer. It's going to be, and I mean, this has been impressive.
And the other thing about him is he's in this environment, in this season, he's done everything. He's checked almost every box. Like he was the leading scorer in the league. He obviously carried him on his back. He shut up a crowd in a hostile environment to just end that thing.
And by the way, that's what a triple-double looks like.
That's exactly right.
Like, I know we went through a phase of minimizing triple-doubles and then glorifying that's what a triple-double looks like.
Yes, so
I think he's 8th all-time in the playoffs in triple-doubles.
Yes, he's checked every box of being a stone-cold killer except winning a championship.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can right now.
I don't know, man.
We'll see.
You know how I feel about the Mavericks, so I'm being
it.
completely objective here. I think he's a bad man.
It's hard not to appreciate. What about the fans? And I want to ask this because there's been like a debate about, the true Texans fans number left, and then the ones that left kind of made the Texans accountable. And I think both of those, I don't have like a right or wrong way. But if your team goes out there like Minnesota did yesterday and they wet the bed, that was pathetic. I mean, that was embarrassing. They ended up losing by 21, I think. And it wasn't that close. Let's just be serious. And by the way, Karl Anthony Towns, I hope you stayed after and picked up trash with all that mop-up duty that you were putting on out there, that fake hustle.
Yeah.
But the fans after the game were chanting, "Let's go Wolves." They were giving them their love despite the fact that they completely embarrassed themselves. They were a 6.5-point favorite. They got run out the gym right off the top. How do you feel about when the season ends, the team getting chants, getting serenading, loving chants after a performance like that?
Well, maybe I'm just an old-fashioned fella. I kind of like it. I think it's a nice little tribute. I think the Nebraska football fans are just putting on a show, but I thought that was sincere last night. Kind of a thank you. And maybe it goes back to the whole Love You Blue days and the Oilers and kicking down the door and 80,000 people.
Oh, yeah, we lost to the Steelers. Let's go to the airport.
But that was sincere. I mean, that was heartfelt. So I didn't really have a problem with it. One more thing. I don't ever want to hear anyone say, "Oh, I'd much rather get blown out than lose a last-second heartbreaker." Dude, you got humiliated.
No, you don't want to go down like that. That's the worst way to go down.
People always say, "I'd rather get blown out than lose like this." The hell I would. No way. That was a complete embarrassment. Like, just complete humiliation.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
Coming up next, everyone will eat. That is the message from one of the newest Texans. Let's look at what that looks like. A trip in history. And could the Texans resemble any of these historic offenses of the last 25 years? Little lab work for you on a Friday here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First, though.
You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Everyone is going to eat. That is what Joe Mixon said yesterday. We'll hear from Joe Mixon at 11. He was very, very entertaining to say the very least. We'll hear what Joe Mixon had to say. But here was the money quote yesterday from Mixon when he was meeting with the media types. Joe Mixon talking about Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, himself. There's only one football, stats, all that. Here's the money quote from Joe Mixon yesterday as the Texans were all on the field.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. With the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing.
It's a hell of a thing. Everyone is going to eat, according to Mixon. My question, that's easier said than done often. What does that look like? I've looked at some of the data, but you think Stephon Diggs is still the number one receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is a passing offense? Do you think this is a balanced offense? Because there's been examples of elite offenses that spread the ball around the most, where some are really, really pass heavy. Some have a running back who does it all. We'll go through those, and we'll try to pick one that could resemble the Texans. But what does eating look like? What does the recipe look like from an optimistic point of view for the Texans, assuming that Joe Mixon is right?
The perfect storm is, look, I said this last year. It just kind of became clear. This is a passing offense. You guys heard me say that. They need to pass first. They need to set up the run with C.J. Stroud because he's so good with these receivers that were having great seasons. Nothing has changed on that for me. I think everybody's going to eat, includes the running back out of the backfield, the running backs out of the backfield. And there will be, obviously, you have to run the ball, but I'm saying this is going to be C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowik, working together, Gerard Johnson, in game planning every week with getting touches via the pass first, and that's what it's going to be.
So I looked at 7 offenses in the last 25 years. I put the thread on Twitter. I'm probably going to do a video tonight on it and react to Joe Mixon. But let's just look at these and just talk about why they may or may not be the formula, the ideal formula for the recipe that Joe Mixon speaks of. And we'll hear him speak a little bit more at 11. I think y'all will enjoy getting to know Joe Mixon. And I kind of have a C.J. Stroud potential comparison with Joe Mixon that we'll get into. So I'll go back to 1998, the Minnesota Vikings. Randall Cunningham took over. He started 14 games, 34 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. They had a 1,187-yard rusher with 6 touchdowns in Robert Smith. He had 2 touchdowns in the receiving game. Moss, elite, 69, 13, 13, 17 touchdowns. Chris Carter, more receptions, little less yards, but 12 touchdowns. And then they had their third receiver, Jake Reed, with 34, 474, and 4. My thing is this. I think from the Texans' perspective, I don't know. They don't have a Randy Moss. I don't even think they have a Chris Carter, but I think their number 3 is better than Jake Reed. But I could see potentially Joe Mixon having an 1,100-yard type of season like Robert Smith. But as far as the overall formula, I don't know that this is an accurate recipe for the Texans to be able to duplicate.
I don't necessarily think like player for player because no one who has a Randy Moss. I mean, come on. But I think Chris Carter in a different way could be a Tank Dell. All he does is score touchdowns. That kind of guy, move the chains. And I think that he would kind of fit into that role with a different sort of way to get there. But, yeah, I actually like that comparison because they do have the 3 big receivers.
99 Rams, this one's interesting. Greatest show on turf. They ended up winning the Super Bowl. Vikings actually did not make the Super Bowl because of a Gary Anderson missed field goal. Kurt Warner had the 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. In case you didn't know, he was bagging groceries before that. I've heard that a time or a trillion. Marshall Faulk, to me, this is the difference, and this is kind of why I can't envision this type of formula. I think a case can be made at the wide receiver position, but Marshall Faulk had 1,381 yards rushing and 7 touchdowns, and then he had 87 catches for 1,048 and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, let's get one of those guys.
So I don't think like that recipe, as great as Kurt Warner is, like a Marshall Faulk rushing and receiving for over 1,000 and 12 touchdowns. I don't see that. Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Oz Hakeem, 77 catches for Bruce, 1165, 12 touchdowns. And then Torrey Holt, 52, 788, and 6. And then they had Oz Hakeem and Ricky Prohl. They combined for 1,000, and 8 touchdowns. The receiver thing, I could potentially see the production looking like that, where you have a guy that has 77, a guy that has 52, and then maybe a 1,000 between Tank and whoever else. But I love Joe Mixon. There's only been
throw this one out.
A few Marshall Faulk.
Throw this one out. That 2,000 yards, roughly receiving and rushing. Yeah, you're not going to get that.
Now we're going to the Colts. Now, 2004 Indianapolis Colts. We're pretty familiar with them. Peyton Manning had 49 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 4,500 yards passing. They had Edgerrin James with 1,548 yards rushing, 9 touchdowns. God, he was good. 51 catches for 483 receiving. Again, I don't know that Joe Mixon is Edgerrin James. From the wide receiver production, though, I think this, in a perfect world, and by the way, there have been 4 teams that have had 3 1,000-yard receivers. Marvin Harrison, 86 for 11, 13, and 15 touchdowns.
Jeez.
Reggie Wayne, 77, 12, 10, and 12. And then Brandon Stokely that year had 68 catches, 1,077, and 10 touchdowns. And I mean, that's your number 3 guy. But from the wide receiver production, like, could you see Tank Dell getting 68 for 1,077 and 10? Like,
Absolutely.
perhaps?
Yeah.
The wide receiver production there, I think that might be the most accurate, although it's going to be hard for Joe Mixon to duplicate Edgerrin James. Then we go to the 2007 Patriots. Nick Caserio, a wide receiver coach here. Tom Brady, 50 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Their running back was Lawrence Maroney, their leading rusher. He had 835 yards. And then the backup running backs, they combined for pretty decent production. Wes Welker, 112 catches, 1175, 8 touchdowns. Randy Moss, 98 catches, 1493, and 23 touchdowns. Jeez.
That's good.
And then Dante Stallworth, 46 for 697, 3 TD. Ben Watson, the tight end. We're getting the tight end in this mix. 36 for 389 and 6 touchdowns. So you have that. No one's getting 23 touchdowns like Randy Moss.
No. Moss is kind of throwing all these things askew here.
Yeah, I don't really see that. Packers, the problem with the 2011 Packers is Aaron Rodgers threw 45 touchdowns, and they had 4 guys with over 600 yards, including tight end Jermichael Finley. Problem with them is their leading rusher had 559 yards. I think the Texans are going to run the ball a little more effectively.
They absolutely are. But the receivers, who were the top 3 receivers on that team?
Jordy Nelson had 1263 and 15. Greg Jennings had 949 and 5, and then Jermichael had 55, 767 and 8.
Jermichael was the difference. He was kind of a fluid tight end, kind of a hybrid.
So yeah, but they didn't run the ball as much as I think the Texans would. Then you have the 2018 Chiefs. Tyreek Hill, 87 for 1479, 12 touchdowns. Travis Kelce, a little bit of a different formula, 103, 13, 36, and 10. Kareem Hunt that year.
Mm-hmm.
When he only played like 11 games because he got kicked off the team, 824 yards rushing, 7 touchdowns, 26 catches for 378 and 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
There's no Travis Kelce, so I don't think you can compare that. This is the comparison that I think you can look at the formula and say, in a perfect optimistic world, this is what the Texans' offense looks like with everyone eating in an ideal way.
Mm-hmm.
2013 Denver Broncos. Peyton Manning, 5,477 yards, 55 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So he had an MVP caliber year. No Sean Moreno at running back. You might roll your eyes until you hear these numbers. 1,038 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns, 60 catches, 548 and 3.
That's doable.
I could see Joe Mixon doing something like that. Rushing for 1,000, 10 touchdowns, 60 catches out of the backfield perhaps. Depending on how they use him. And then the backup running backs had about 800 combined yards and 5 touchdowns. So you're getting that out of your backup and you're spreading it out. I could see that running back production.
Mm-hmm.
The wide receivers, they had 3 really good wide receivers. But they did it. We're not talking like Randy Moss and, Isaac Bruce type. They had Demaryius Thomas, who had 92 catches for 1,430 and 14 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Could kind of see that. Decker had 87, 1288, and 11 touchdowns.
Okay.
And then Wes Welker, a little bit older, 73 for 778 and 10 touchdowns. And then Julius Thomas, tight end, Dalton Schultz, big part of C.J. Stroud, 65 catches, 788 and 12. In an ideal, ultimate optimistic scenario, I would think the 2013 Broncos, same offense by the way, would perhaps be what I would point to and say that's what the pie looks like when it comes to this Texans team, given they have a good tight end, they have 3 good receivers, and they have a running back that's pretty good, but not Marshall Faulk.
Yeah, that is the best comparison, I would say. But here's what we should all take out of this. What you just listed 7 of the greatest offenses in the last 20-something years.
That spread the ball, yeah.
That spread the ball. The common thread, now I know some of them were Randy Moss and kind of in their own category, but the common thread of all those teams, Landry, 3 wide receivers that ate. 3 wide receivers that all had big-time seasons. What is this team banking on? 3 wide receivers that could have big seasons. Obviously, we know the names. But that's where you should be optimistic. Like, you got a quarterback that is an elite quarterback, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that has 3 wide receivers and can pick and choose. And that's why maybe Mixon said that. But if you got 3 guys, not 2,
yeah,
things can happen.
It could be what it looks like. Yeah. I mean, who knows? But that I think that would be the ideal scenario. Coming up, Nico Collins is rich. Let's spend Nico Collins money like Antonio Brown. Let's spend all $75 million. Can't save any. Next, getting in Nico's pockets.
Yep.
Restrictions apply.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's spend Nico's money. Nico Collins. He's going to get $75 million max. Now, I think he's going to be smart with his bread. I thought it was funny. McClain asked him yesterday, hey, how excited are you to get on the market for the next contract? And he's like, man, I haven't even thought about that. Larry Tunsil he answered that question wholeheartedly. Nico Collins like, I haven't thought about that. Yeah. I got to prove myself to the team still. So there's different mindsets there. No right, no wrong. But he hasn't really thought about that. But in the spirit of Antonio Brown filing for bankruptcy, we're going to spend $75 million in 24 hours. No investments. I mean, you can buy a house if you want to look at it that way. But there ain't we're putting this in this account. You got to spend it like Antonio Brown. Spending Nico Collins' money here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
So, are we going to do a limit on charity?
No.
Charitable donation.
There's no charitable donations. Spend the money.
Charitable donation.
Spend the money. Spend the damn money.
I got a lot of people.
I don't need you to boost your
1
ego with
million
this charity.
limit. Yeah. 1 million limit on charity.
You want to do a charity to boost yourself? Go to the great. All right, donate your money to the greatest champion Jack Easterby charity. Goodness gracious!
I'm not looking for an ego stroke here. It's going to be an anonymous donation.
No charity.
All right, I'm going to go $1 million anonymous donation to a charity. I'll just say.
And it will be announced. There'll be a press release.
No, there will not.
John Lopez has announced $1 million anonymous donation.
$15 million private concert.
Okay.
All right. We're going to have a $15 million private concert.
Better be waking the Beatles from the dead for that price.
We're going to have the Rolling Stones.
Okay.
We're going to have Taylor Swift.
Okay.
We're going to have Christina Aguilera.
Okay.
And I got to go.
I don't know if Taylor would agree to this.
Hey, money is green, man. Money is green. Just a little backyard concert with the Rolling Stones, Taylor Swift.
Boy, you're going to get stalked.
Christina Aguilera And
you're gonna invite Swifties to your crib, brother.
And I gotta go old school, man. You know how I feel about this. Ludicrous.
Okay.
So there's $15 million.
There's 12,000 of it.
What's Luda charging these days?
It's $20K.
What's Luda charge? Offshore boat, baby.
Okay. How much is that?
I'm gonna get. Well, you can get a good Viking 50-foot, 55-foot offshore boat.
Okay.
You know which ones I'm talking. Not a bay boat like I have. An offshore boat, all the fishing gear, all the equipment. Probably $2.5 million. All
right.
So is that an asset? I guess it.
No, you can have assets.
Depreciates.
You can have assets. You just have to spend right away.
It depreciates. I'm going to buy my own groceries in advance. Groceries, furniture for all my. I'm gonna have one extra. You can have two houses, right? Your own house and
you can have as many houses as you want, my friend.
Oh well, that changes the game.
Yeah, you can have as many houses as you want, my friend.
I'm gonna have a house in Costa Rica.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a house.
How much is that?
Over in Los Sueños, you could probably get a good $2 million house.
There you go.
I'm gonna have in Costa Rica.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a house in Alaska. You're catching a trend here, aren't you? and I'm going to have a house in South America, probably like Brazil or something, along with my own house. So that's going to be about $25 million altogether.
Okay.
So I'm probably pushing about $35 million. I'm halfway
You
there.
got $40 million.
I'm halfway there. I don't know, man.
I'll spend $75 real quick.
All right, let me hear yours.
All right, so $1 million on a shopping spree for clothes. I'm just hitting the mall. I'm acting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm acting a full, customized, all that. $1 million.
You gonna have parachute pants?
Another $2 million shopping spree for the wife and daughter. Leave the house.
Look at you.
Don't come back till you spend $2 million. However the hell you want to spend it, $2 million. So there's $3 million out. $7 million on 18-year contracts. I'm gonna have 2 nannies that are going to be house cleaners. They don't have to stay full time, but they just come in, they take care of the baby. 18-year contract for them. I'm going to have a chef.
Oh, I was going to say
on
that.
An 18-year contract.
Darn it, I was going to say that.
And I'm going to have a personal trainer on an 18-year contract that comes through. So that's about
18 years because your daughter.
Yeah, so that's about $7 million on 18-year contracts. Okay. Come and go. You can still do your stuff. It's still flexible, but that's the deal. $7 million on 18-year contracts.
Yeah.
$3 million in whips. I'm going to have 5 whips. I'm going to have a fully stocked Tesla truck. I'm going to have a fully stocked best Tesla car. I'm going to have a fully stocked F-150. I'm going to have a gassed-up Cadillac EXT. I don't know why they got rid of those Cadillac trucks, but we're going to get an old one. We're going to stoop it up, and then I'm going to have a gassed-up El Camino. Lost art of the El Camino. The car truck. We're going to gas it up. That's $3 million. $15 million, the best house I can buy in Kona, the big island in Hawaii. $15 million. $7 million.
I'll get you a 1-bedroom.
No, they got some nice stuff out there.
I'll get you a 1-bedroom.
That's $15 million. $7 million for the best house in Panama City.
Oh, the Redneck Riviera.
Just right there, yes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
$15 million powerhouse here. $5 million for a 10-year lease at NRG. Best suite you can get.
Concerts,
rodeo, all that, yeah.
Everything.
$5 million, 10-year lease. An extra $5 million for back studios. So in all my houses, I'm going to have studios, and I'm also going to have studios for the next part of things. I'm going to have a $10 million salary cap. This is the 75. $10 million salary cap. I'm going to hire a staff. I'm going to have studios. I'm going to start the own network, and I'm going to put it together, and they're all going to get studios in their crib as well. I'm going to hire the staff. By the way, my first hire, hey, Brooks Cabina, we'll give you a 10-year contract for about $2 million. I know that the Chronicle screwed up letting you go right as you were about to dominate the beat, so I'm going to correct their mistake. You're covering the Texans here for the site. Got you a studio, everything like that. Brooks Cabina, come on down. You're hired. And then I'll just have to figure out accordingly who the hell else goes down.
You got to hire Cody Stoops, too, man.
Oh, he's hired, yeah.
All right, so I
might give Figgy a $2 million contract.
Hey, I'll be down with it if I ain't in one of my houses overseas. But
where overseas?
So I'm gonna start with the cars first. So I got to get that Cybertruck. Yep. That's like I think that's about 120K, something like that. Something light.
Yeah.
I want the Lamborghini.
Something light.
I want the Lamborghini. That's like 600K.
Yeah.
I want the AMG. That's about 200K. I got to get me a Tesla. I love Tesla, just a regular Tesla. I need the all-black Suburban with the driver, so that way I could just pull it. I ain't got to drive or nothing like that.
Your personal Uber?
Yeah. I need a $5 million jet, a private jet, because you'll know why in a minute. I need a $5 million yacht. Houses. Let's get to the houses. So I'm gonna call up Tony Busby and say, "Hey, man, let me get that $20 million house in River Oaks."
Man, that maintaining, man.
Hey, I get that. I got that covered. So I'm gonna buy that in River Oaks. I'm gonna shoot up to Cleveland and get me a $3 million house, so that way, I could, visit my family and all that. I'm gonna look out for my mom and dad, get them a $250,000 house each.
All right.
Since they ain't together. Then I'm gonna fly down to Miami, get me a $5 million condo.
Oh God.
Something light.
Near the beach? Near South Beach?
Right off the beach. So that's where my yacht gonna be.
Spend the money.
I'm gonna shoot over to Thailand, get me a nice little $10 million house. So if I want to, I want to get away from everybody. So let me go. Yeah, I'm gonna pull a.
You can get things done in Thailand.
I'm gonna get I'm gonna pull a Cliff Kingsbury and say I'm gonna go to Thailand and one-way ticket.
Yeah, spending Nico's money.
I'm gonna get a $5 million studio.
Bankrupt now, man.
Mm-hmm. No, I added all of this up. I spent every penny.
Okay.
So I added all this up. So a $5 million production studio. I want a $5 million. I'm gonna spend $5 million on clothes and shoes and all that stuff. Shopping spree. $1 million in jewelry, and I'm gonna pay like $10 million in for the maids, cleaning people, maintenance, all that stuff for all my houses.
Just give them contracts. You gotta give them like me the 18-year contract.
Yeah.
And then for the last of it, it's like $4,380,000. I'm gonna buy my wife a ring.
There you go.
We all forgot.
I forgot I was married, by the way.
We all forgot the biggest thing. Got to get a place in Vegas.
I already did, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah, it was one of my cribs.
Did you say that?
Yeah, it was one of my cribs.
I'm gonna get a place in Vegas too.
Yeah, it was one of my cribs because you can get cheap off the strip.
Oh,
I ain't staying on no strip, bro.
Yeah,
I'll get.
You'll be in trouble, man.
I'll get there some way.
You better stay in the mountains.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get out there in Vegas. Elite house in Vegas. I have it on my on my salary cap right there. I think you get it for about $4 million. If you
I got to get a place in Vegas.
Get out there, $4 million.
Got to get a place in Vegas.
Spending Nico's money. Coming up next, Joe Mixon, one of the best press conferences, one of the guys that'll get you excited about this squad. Some money quotes from Joe Mixon plus Bobby Slowik. He's putting a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud. He's writing some checks. Can C.J. cash them next?
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Look, I was all on the Nico Collins bandwagon before the season last year. Yes, he's had issues with injury, but at the same time, you saw what Nico could do. And then last season, 1,297 yards.
Peel the curtain back. Here's where Bijani stands. I think it's fantastic they got the deal done now. When they did, you're better for it.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by Bell Furniture with Unbeatable Prices. Emergency crews still dealing with an earlier accident along the South Loop westbound at Long, blocking a left and a center lane. Really slow from the Gulf Freeway. Another one sitting also on the Gulf Freeway northbound. This one's at Telephone Road, blocking a right and a center lane. You're tapping your brakes from Wayside. Bell Furniture's Memorial Day sale has extended through Monday. Hurry into the biggest sale of the year. Save 50 to 70% off store-wide, plus get free delivery and setup and 60 months special financing. Shop now, Bell Furniture.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Joe Mixon. Easy to get excited when he speaks. I do wonder if there's going to be an element, given the fact that there is some intrigue with Joe Mixon. He's been a good back for a while. If maybe this is kind of like just the latest in a stretch of blessings in disguises that we've seen from the Houston Texans, where Deshaun Watson requests trade. Looks like you might have gotten a break there. The dude's Hollywood, and he's got predatory tendencies. And regardless of what he did, he's kind of weird. You don't get Bryce Young. You don't get the number 1 pick, so you end up getting C.J. Stroud. Saquon Barkley was the initial target. You end up getting Joe Mixon, and you end up spending that money in other areas. Perhaps this is the latest in a string of blessings in disguise. Texans fail to execute their initial plan, and then it falls into your lap. Who knows? Maybe I'm just kind of lost in the sauce of the press conference. But if you listen to Joe Mixon, it's easy to get in the sauce. Here's Joe Mixon, newest running back for your Houston Texans, one of those culture guys, talking to the media type, starting with how he feels about being in Houston and how optimistic he is about what this Texans team can do.
Sky's the limit. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep it at that.
The zone scheme. Bobby was saying good things about you earlier. How do you think you've been?
I feel like what we do in this offense, I definitely feel like to where my skill set is, I think it'll be a great thing for us and, for the run game. And them guys on the outside, including Dalton and Brev in the middle at tight end, I think that's going to be a sight to see for sure.
Since the first time we talked to you, you've now spent some time in the building with CJ. You've been on the field with CJ. What do you now know?
CJ's he's a great teammate. He's a leader, and he definitely make a lot of plays. And to be able to witness that firsthand, man, that's a great thing for me to see.
You were across the way from Nico Collins last year. Now that you're getting to play with him, he got his contract this week. What impresses you about what he can do?
Man, Nico, one thing about him, he's a very hard worker. I've seen him, and you see the physical traits, and you see certain things where, certain things, usually jump off the charts. And I think that, his size in terms of the way he's built, and, he's about 6'4", and he actually can run too. So he's, like I say, he's a very hard worker, and I think that from what I see personally, and firsthand, I think that he deserves every bit of what he got.
Joe, I know it's still pretty early, but what are some of your first impressions have you noticed on working with Damian Pearson?
Yeah, Damian's a hard worker too, and the thing that I love about Damian is, he keep me working hard too as well. I mean, I always had a great work ethic, but the way he works, it's like, okay, I gotta keep rolling too, and I think it's a great thing for both of us and also the other running backs in the room, because we all feed off of each other, we all bring certain things to the table, but he definitely works hard, and I love his work ethic.
To know Damian, and what can you tell us that you've observed from him and why he might be a better fit in the scheme this year?
Well, I've yet to really see much film, honestly, on Damian, but what I have seen is, like I said, he works hard. But, so does the other running backs, too. I think that, I guess besides the whole 1-2 punch thing, I think that there's other guys in that room that's going to contribute in a major way as well. So I think that the way that we want to go out there and obviously make yardage, make touchdowns and things like that, I think that everybody's going to, have their fair share in the room and obviously in the offense.
You know what you all can be on the offensive side of the ball, but, now that you've been in 2 weeks of OTAs, what have you seen on the defensive side of the ball?
Sheesh. I ain't gonna lie, them guys over there, I'm glad I'm on their team. I just say that. I'm glad I'm on their team, man. And it's a lot of young, hungry guys that's out there flying around. Them boys hungry. They all run real fast. and they physical. So at the point of attack, man, that's what they preach. Point of attack and, attacking the football and creating turnovers. And one thing about them that I've been seeing and that I'm very impressed with is that, one, the communication of what they have with each other, and also, two, the chemistry that they didn't build already, despite, what they didn't have before, man. So I think it's been a great thing for me to see.
There's a lot of talk right now about OTAs maybe being done with. Players of the organization want to get rid of it. Being new on a team, do you deem it necessary? Do you like it? Do you not need it?
I mean, I really don't care about all of that off-season program stuff. I mean, whether we're going to be home and getting it in or whether we're going to be with the team getting it in, I think either way, depending on where you at and what, I think what program that you're in, I think that it'll be beneficial either way you want to look at it. So, wherever it goes, you know what I'm saying? I feel like either way for me, I'll be good. So I'm not worried.
Since you played in Cincinnati, you actually on 2 iterations where you had a bunch of star receivers. You're a mainstay throughout that entire run. How much will that experience help you kind of bring everybody together, knowing that there's a lot of mouths that do need to be fed, but you're also in a situation where other guys need to be fed and y'all made it happen? How will that experience help you in Houston?
Well, I definitely think with how we got this offense rolling, I think that no matter what, I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. I definitely feel like with the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing, bro, because, usually I guess you got the young guys that's not paid yet, and you got the guys that's fortunate enough to be able to make that type of pay, come in and be with CJ. And by CJ being, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, bro, it's a hell of a thing. I don't know if he even knows it yet, but, he has all the right tools. He have all the right traits for him to be actually the best in the league. And I think that the way that he prepares and the way that he leads and the way that he works, I truly feel like, it's definitely something special in the making. But in terms of everybody touching the ball and doing certain things, we stay on the field, everybody eats. Everybody touch the ball, everybody put up what they want to put up. We know defense for sure going to give us the ball back. So I think that as long as we execute, doing all the right things well, man, and building that chemistry right now to, come back in July, I think that is going to go a long way. And I feel like, just like I said, in this offense, man, sky's the limit. And I'm going to answer your question.
He asked it already, but thank you.
Okay,
I was going to ask you about blocking. Thanks.
Y'all good?
Yeah.
Joe, the Texans want to run the ball better inside the 5-yard line. You've averaged over 10 touchdowns the last 3 seasons. What's the key for you having a knack for the end zone the closer you get there?
Yeah, mainly just I feel like it's all about will and want to, when you get down there. Football is a grown man sport, and, you try to obviously impose your will on the other team. And like I said, man, it's really the line movement. Everybody works together, linemen, tight ends, fullbacks, receivers, even quarterbacks, by selling the fakes. You know what I'm saying? I think as long as you in sync with each other, I feel like everything else pretty much take care of itself. Me being 220 down there and all the linemen and fullbacks down there, I think that with momentum and full steam, we should be very successful. And even if it's in a play-action game, I think that everybody, like I said, in this offense should eat because, we have every tool and we have every player in this here offense that is a veteran. Everybody that's, made multiple plays in their career and at a high level. I think that the way things are going, it's a lot for us to look forward to, man. And everybody around here is excited, and so should the fans, because it's going to be a light show for sure.
It's going to be a light show. What does it look like? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Who's eating first, Fig? If we're talking about this, like who's eating first? If everybody's eating in this offense,
who's eating first, or who they going to give the ball to? Who they going to
Who's going to get
first?
the rock most? Who's going to be the guy that? Who do you think leads the team in receiving?
In receiving,
receiving.
I'm gonna say Tank Dell.
Okay, so you're going Tank.
Yeah, I think Tank.
You say this, you get three different answers. I talked about the historic examples of teams that have had offenses where they've had to spread the ball around with different receivers. The team that comes to mind for me is the 2013 Broncos, where you had Noshawn Moreno with 1,500 total yards, 13 touchdowns. You could easily see Mixon do that. And then you had three wide receivers, really, really good, but not elite. Like, no one ever thought Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, and Wes Welker at that point in his career were elite. But all of them produced at a high level. And you also had Demaryius Thomas, who ended up having some touchdowns, and you have Dalton Schultz. So for me, that's what it looks like. If you asked me who the top receiver is going to be, I would lean towards Stephon Diggs. But I think the good thing is all of these guys can do different things. I do wonder, though, about Mixon, and if he's kind of being undersold. He's been underrated for a while, but he wasn't your first choice. Kind of seems to be kind of one of those voices, one of those soothing voices in the locker room. I do wonder if this is going to be the latest example of kind of someone falling into your lap that perhaps wasn't your initial first plan, and that's kind of what I'm excited about with Joe Mixon. He goes up there, and a lot of times you see guys kind of trying to feel their way out. Like, he kind of feels comfortable being kind of a veteran, being kind of a voice, and it seems like, rightfully so, from the time that we heard him speak yesterday and the time that we last heard him speak, and he was exciting last time. Seems like he's kind of gotten his legs under him, because last time we heard him speak, he'd been released by Cincinnati. He'd been traded for by the Texans to avoid being released, and it was just kind of all going fast for him. It seems like in a short time he's gotten comfortable and extremely excited about what this Texans offense can do.
Yeah, and I don't even think he expected to get released or traded by the Bengals. That kind of shocked me. I'm shocked they went with the
Zach Moss.
Yeah, that was a little questionable, but yeah, man, I think he's super comfortable. I think he'll be good in his offense. I think honestly, I think they're gonna try to feed him a lot.
I think they're
gonna try to run the ball, man. If it don't work out how it was like last year, then I can see them throwing a lot. But I think they're gonna try to feed him.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they want to run the ball. The Dameon Pierce thing will be interesting. There's a clear body transformation there where he looks to be in more shape. We know how he is mentally, calling last year one of the best years of his career. So it'll be interesting to see how they run the rock. Bobby Slowik, he's going to be calling the plays. He's going to be overseeing this thing. Bobby Slowik was asked about C.J. Stroud heading into year two, and a lot of times, like, you expect the stock answer of "I'm excited," but he elevated it a notch, and I wonder if this is kind of a Shanahan mindset or if this is a Slowik mindset, because it's easy, like, when you hear D'Amico talk and when you hear Slowik talk, you kind of forget that they're heading into their second year as well. They kind of sound the part despite being new to this OC and head coaching thing. But Bobby Slowik elevated the pressure on C.J. Stroud, and he looks at year two as a very pivotal one for C.J. and for quarterbacks in general.
I think the biggest thing going into year two for CJ is really year two for a quarterback is a big year. It's a really, really impactful year to me that kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of his career. Like last year, there's a lot going on. You got to hit fundamentals, you got to hit verbiage, you got to hit play calls, you got to hit protections, you got to hit all this stuff. And you hit fundamentals to a degree, but you can only do so much. Now we really get to dive into the fundamentals of this is what we do and how we play and what makes him great, and grow that within our offense. So that really, to me, is what's been on board and all in and picking up right where he left off, for sure.
And that's a lot of pressure on year two. So he's talking about fundamentals. We've talked about what C.J. Stroud can improve. He says fundamentals, talks about how important year two is for the quarterback. I wonder about year two for the OC as well, what that looks like with Slowik. It's very easy to understand why this guy is going to be a future head coach. It kind of seems like he's kind of grown in a short time as well. He sounds a lot more comfortable, a lot more really like a head coach. And then we already talked about Joe Mixon and the way in which Joe Mixon sounds now as opposed to where he was then. I do wonder what the Joe Mixon production looks like. What are they asking Joe Mixon to do? Is Joe Mixon out there for 80% of the snaps? Is Dameon Pierce able to take a little bigger chunk? Is he involved in the pass game? There is a lot of reason for excitement here. It seems like the offense you don't really worry about. And it also, I think another interesting thing Mixon said is, when they asked him about the defense, he kind of had like that sheesh reaction. And I think the defense can kind of get lost in all the hype of the offense, which is really which is really easy to get excited about.
Yeah, talking about all the young guys, and everything that they're doing. The thing I like about both of these guys, and they clearly were the stars. Well, there weren't many guys talking, but they were the stars yesterday, and they really made an impact just because they're candid. Like I said this at the start of the show, I'm kind of not used to like coordinators and coaches saying things like they've been saying. I mean, they're talking about like they know they've got something potentially really special, and they're not shying away from it. That's kind of big to me.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The Joe exercise coming up at 12:40. Slime off coming up at 1:20. Could be a blowout when it comes to the slime, but because the slime is at 1:20 today, we move on to internet going nuts. Normally we do that at 1:20. We're going to do it coming up next. A quarterback who was once in the same position where C.J. Stroud is, he gets the biggest insult you can get when playing the position from a very credible guy. Internet going nuts next.
What's Bobby? Zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Normally it's at 1:20. Today it's 11:20 because we got time for the slime at 1:20 on Fridays. Trevor Lawrence, biggest insult I think a quarterback can get, the S word. Greg Cosell studies a lot of tape. He joins Ross Tucker on a weekly basis on Russ Tucker's podcast. Here was what Greg Cosell had to say about Trevor Lawrence and his status heading into year 4 of his career. A few short years removed from being the next big thing.
I think we have to sort of decrease the expectations for what Lawrence is. Got the moniker a generational quarterback. Everything I say, as you know, is based on studying film. He's not really at that level talent-wise. He has a good arm, but he's not a power arm guy. His deep balls at times lose energy on the back end. When he has to move in the pocket and reset his platform, his arm strength kind of declines. For the most part, he's really kind of more of a touch and pace thrower. I think he showed a tendency last year to play a little fast from the pocket when he perceived and felt pressure. He just sped up his process, and he's got to get better at that. I think he's a guy that needs a pretty complete offense, a multi-dimensional scheme, and a good defense. I think he's at the top tier of kind of the for want of a better word, system quarterbacks.
He was dropping some the proverbial truth bombs there.
It's like that, huh?
Man, he got to fight now, man.
System quarterback.
You know what?
Trevor
got to pull up on him.
I want to defend him in one aspect. I don't disagree with what he said. I want to defend him in one aspect because a lot of times what happens when these guys watch tape is they're watching tape. They're not really factoring in what was going on, what was happening. They don't know what the injury report was at the start of the season. I think we can even admit, as much as we like to take shots at Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence and what he is as compared to what he was supposed to be, you might have a tendency to get happy feet and get rid of it a little quicker when you're in as much pain as he was last year.
I'll give you that.
He was playing very, very, very hurt. I will give him that, but Greg Cosell probably knows that too.
I'll give you that, but isn't this the first time that anybody has really said out loud in very direct terms what a lot of people have been thinking about Trevor Lawrence? Right? Like we've all kind of like, well, maybe this. I don't see him doing that. He hasn't really done, shown, elite tendency. Greg Cosell flat out said what a lot of people were thinking. And then what stood out the most to you of all his comments? Because there was one for me, and there was some harsh stuff said there.
He basically said he has to have a perfect team around him.
That was one.
He said that he has to have a good defense. He has to have good receivers. He has to have good tempo. He basically said he has to have
Sound like Baker Mayfield to me.
Like Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. Here's what stood out to me when he said he's a cut and paste quarterback. In other words, he's like programmed. You do this, and then you do this, and then your feet go here, and you know what I mean? Just kind of like just a basic, well-trained. He's been going to 7-on-7 since he was 4 years old. Quarterback that has talent, but he's not like a dude, that just makes plays. That really stood out to me, and I think it was very, very accurate.
Yeah, and you call him a system quarterback, man. That is the last thing a quarterback wants to hear.
Yes,
last thing.
That's it.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I know we're going to hear about Darren Waller here.
Yeah.
But I have a question before we get into the audio.
Tight end of the Giants. I think he just retired, but formerly of the Raiders. Ex-husband or soon-to-be ex-husband of Las Vegas WNBA player Kelsey Plum, who just put out a cigar line, by the way.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Here's my question. Where are your friends, man? Like, where are your real friends that said, hey, man, I'm going to drop this song. It's about my breakup and all this other stuff. Where's that dude that you can always count on that says, hey, bro, don't do that? You probably don't want to.
I mean, when you got a little bread, you ain't got those dudes.
Some do, I'm sure.
We all have like one or two. Like, I'm talking real friends. Says, man, I got to tell you this. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's all I kept thinking about when I heard this.
Imagine if we fell out of tune, 'cause who knew that love could kill?
That's enough of that. We don't have to hear too much of that.
It was.
I don't know what he's doing, man. I mean, I don't know. What did he hear?
Well, and then the video is just as bad or worse. You know, like she's literally stabbing him in the back and his face down in the water like he's dead and all this other. And by the way, Figgy, you're an expert on this. I'm not. When you auto-tune that heavily, that means you can't sing, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's
not always. T-Pain can sing.
Well,
yeah,
but,
no,
but I'm talking about
it's
like,
a few that really could sing that use auto-tune, yes.
Yes.
But it's a lot of rappers that try to be melodic that can't sing.
Yeah.
They wouldn't sing without the auto-tune.
Exactly. I was fascinated, first of all, and the lyrics were ridiculous, at least those that I could pick up. But yeah,
it didn't sound mixed well at all either.
No,
it just the auto-tune wasn't really at the right tune. It just sounded kind of weird.
I know I got a couple of friends that would say, you know what, you probably don't want to do that.
I got the internet going nuts.
So there's a viral video of Jason Kelsey's wife, Kylie, getting into it with someone in Margate City. I guess that's near the Jersey Shore. Apparently, she was trying to get a picture with them in the middle of a street or whatever. They said no, and Kelsey's wife was arguing with her. She then yelled at him that you'll never be welcome in this town again, which is pretty interesting, to say the least, especially given how many Eagles fans there are in Jersey City. Yeah. Well, the mayor extended an offer to give the Kelseys some dinner out there and make up for her actions. But the girl herself, the woman herself, has issued an apology. This is what she had to say, quote, "Although I apologize directly to the Kelsey family on Saturday, I want to publicly apologize to them and our community. My anger and actions are not who I am and certainly not indicative of the welcoming community of Margate." She continues, "As an adult and proud member of my community, I should have recognized and respected their right to privacy from the onset. I am deeply appreciative of the grace and understanding shown to me by the Kelseys and wish them nothing but the best." Close quote. Okay, that's fine. I mean,
I appreciate that. I think they do.
Yeah, but you'll never be welcome in this town again. Like, I'm the face of the town. Like, let's be honest, that is you. Like, as much as she can say that's not me, that's you. Like, the way that you acted there.
Get out of my city.
Get out of my city. This is my city.
It's my town.
You'll never be welcome in this town again. Like, you can say that. That's not like you're a prima donna or something like that. That is definitely you. The other thing is, I've always seen Jason Kelsey doing like, I think at both cheesesteak shops have pictures with Jason Kelsey. I know he's like it. There had to have been like some interesting circumstances to where they were just like, no, like I very seriously doubt they just completely big time this person.
Yeah,
like that.
And sometimes you do it nicely, and you're just like, you know what, It's a fine line. You don't want to be a jerk, but from the other end, you don't want to be a jerk either. Like she was.
I mean, that's a tough place to be in, man. Sometimes you really gotta go and you can't take a picture.
Yes.
And sometimes a nice no won't even do it.
Yeah.
People get offended from a nice no.
Yes.
Or sorry.
Who you big timing at the tailgate? Lord, damn, man.
I've been big time a couple times. So that's why I know.
He's doing it like that. Good.
Have you ever been big time like that? How does it feel? Because you used to be in the game, like you used to.
I used to run around the court, man.
Shoot, I got big time last season.
Yeah.
By who?
Andre Johnson.
Oh no!
I was just like, I'm like, it's all good because I don't like to take pictures with anybody anyway. But we was just trying to get some content and all that stuff. He stiffed me, man.
As a kid, that was my jam.
And I get
thousands of things, man. Big time. The biggest jackass I ever met. This one really kind of stuck with me. I was a kid, man. I was in teen years earlier, but I had a Yankees photo with like everyone's picture on it, and when they would. I would try to get it signed. I got like Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, David Cohn, Andy Pettit, like all of them, Joe Torre, all of them. You know who wouldn't sign it? And this is not like I was yelling at him. This is like I was closer to him than you and me.
Yeah,
because we would just run around. My parents drop us off, go to Six Flags, get the hell out of here. You know, just whatever. Scott Brocious.
That sounds about right.
Of all the people, like, Roger Clemens, oh, sure. Andy Pettit, oh, sure. Hideki Arabu can't even speak English, oh, sure. Bernie Williams, oh, sure. Here's my batting gloves too, kid. Scott Brocious.
He big-timed you.
Scott Brocious.
That's
Are you
wild.
kidding me?
You still have it?
Yeah, I still got
That's
it.
badass.
But Patrick Ewing did, but he had like 8 hoes with him.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Yeah, it was after the
Some
game.
stuff you got to understand.
He gave me his sweaty ass sweatbands.
Mm-hmm.
But he had like 8 hoes with him. It was cool. It was whatever. I mean, there's some guys.
Get out of here, kid.
Like you expect it from Rasheed Wallace.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm white, so
Yeah.
you know, my boy Harp got a few things. Shoes, you know.
Tell me about Harp.
6 autographs.
What's he like?
He's Fletcher Cox's.
Is he black?
Yeah, he's
That's what I was asking.
race car. Big hustler, crazy dude. He'll talk some crap, but for some reason, all the players, ones who like to indulge in Marihucci, for some reason, they really like that young man.
They liked him, huh?
He always had a backpack, and he always got us. He always got us to hook up, dude. He always got us to hook up. So Rasheed gave him his damn shoes, like eight, whatever. Here you go, blah blah blah. Here's the headband, everything.
Yeah. Thanks for that Ziploc.
One time he had to get a trash bag to take shoes out of the damn arena. He had so much. He got like Kobe's Adidas.
Yeah. Got Kobe's?
He got Kobe's Adidas kicks. He got Kobe's Adidas kicks, and he got like 5 other pairs of shoes at that game.
I honestly have never been – I wasn't ever really a big autograph seeker when I was growing up, but I did get frustrated once by Dr. J because he was signing and stuff.
And he said no.
And he just had to go in and skimmed right. But you know how that is. They just skim. I should have been more aggressive.
Got to reach.
Should have been much more aggressive.
Yeah, but I get it. I get it with the dudes. But man, Harp. Now he's like Fletcher Cox's car racing guy. Like he's in charge of like the promoting and stuff.
Car racing and what else?
Just car racing, I think. No, honestly, I think they got like power cars. Harp used to take me to the car race, take my white ass to the car races on that side of town.
Yeah.
And they are betting hundreds of dollars in the stands.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking like the hood car races where they're like, hey, Hunter. I'm just like, hello. Coming up next, can we really root against this dude? He's everything you wanted one of our local heroes to be. The hits are lit next.
Nico Collins got paid.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Should we be rooting for this guy? He's everything that we wanted. Or is he? Are there still defenders for the man who wanted no part of this city? The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Before we get into that, though, let's hear from Bobby Slowik. Bobby Slowik, we know that he's got wide receivers. He's also got a new running back in Joe Mixon. What does Big Cat Bobby think about his new back?
Not to sound like I'm joking when I say this, but like he's just a really good running back in all regards. And it doesn't matter what run scheme you run. He's run zone schemes, he's run gap schemes, he's been used as a receiver. He's really done everything. And now that he's here and we meet the person, I can see why he's always been successful. He works his tail off. He has a great mindset. He's a professional. He knows that this time of year and all the way through the season is continuously about growth, and he fits right in with the culture we have.
Okay, so there you go. It seems like Bobby Slowik in a short time has developed quite the fascination for Joe Mixon. We might be talking about a captain.
Joe Mixon?
He might have the C on his jersey. He might have a C on his jersey.
Well, you got CJ back there.
CJ, Joe, Will Anderson. And then
it's going to be interesting to see. But the one other thing,
give him a captain, man.
Like, I don't know. That's a tough call.
He's been a captain in Cincy.
He has. But
he's an OG.
Aside from the obvious things of what Slowik just said, and it goes back to what I said in the last segment. Like, he's just so candid, and it's refreshing. I think I kind of thought about Stephon Diggs when I was listening to Slowik and Mixon, because I think look, just think about all the goodwill, all the good PR that these guys have gotten and are getting today and will continue to get just by being out front, just by being in front of the people. Go meet the people, man. Go talk to the people, and you'd be surprised how people can just rally behind you just based on your words. I think it was kind of cool. Looking forward to next week and Stephon Diggs.
Do you think that it offends Stephon Diggs when Nico Collins goes up there and goes, they ask him about Diggs and he goes, I've been watching him since middle school, man. No. Yeah, I've been watching Diggs since middle school.
Nah.
I think Stephon might kind of.
Really?
I mean, he's not ticked off.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he's
tap the brakes there, kiddo.
Hey, chill, young buck.
Yeah.
Still got plenty on you.
Tap the brakes a little bit there, buddy.
Because I remember Anthony Richardson of the Colts asked about Joe Flacco, the new backup up there. He's like, yeah, I remember riding in the school bus in middle school when he won the Super Bowl.
Joe Flacco. That was a great cut.
So this was the money quote from yesterday from Joe Mixon talking about the offense, all of the weapons, the urgency to keep everyone happy and maximize the assets you have. This is what Joe Mixon had to say about that.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. With the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing.
Really looking forward to training camp in the preseason. Well, hell, minicamp is next week, but just to see how this thing starts to unfold. All these guys. I talked about the other day just how cool it was just watching those three guys walk onto the field.
I'm trying to look at this from a number of perspectives. First of all, what does it look like week to week? But the other thing, and I think a large portion of our audience can relate to this. When am I taking these guys in fantasy? Like, when does it make sense? When is it too early? Because you're going to have to make a decision. Which one do you think is going to be the best? And whoever goes last wins the latest that he goes. I could see all these receivers, all these Texans receivers off the board in fantasy leagues, like in the first 5 rounds, especially with the way receivers are. I don't know that any of them go in the first, but I could see all these guys off the board in the first 5 rounds, which is insane. Because last year, there were probably multiple leagues where none of these guys even got drafted. Like, no one knew that Nico was going to do his thing or Tank Dell. Like, there were times where these guys weren't even getting drafted. 2 years ago, there was no damn chance that any of these guys were getting drafted. And now you're looking at a situation where these guys could be off the board in fantasy leagues the first 5 rounds, I would guess.
Who's going to score the most touchdowns?
Diggs, I think. You think Dell?
I think Diggs and Dell.
That's on the fence.
And maybe
you can tie Diggs and Dell.
I can't vote against Diggs on that. Yeah, I'll say Diggs. Yeah, Dell is just he just amazes me. The way he can get move those chains and get in the end zone.
Open, man.
Yeah.
Got that chemistry too.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud looking trim too, by the way.
Yeah,
trim.
I'm not so sure how much, but he just looked a little.
No, and he
different
was
to me.
never fat.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's Jamarcus Russell or anything like that, or Jared Lorenzen. But he had a little bit of extra weight. He's 22.
He looked a little. Who was it? Clint said maybe a little baby fat.
Yeah, a little
coming
baby
off.
fat. Yeah. I was 21.
That happens.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting to get my baby fat off.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit more trim.
Mm-hmm.
Astros avoid the sweep yesterday with a 4-0 dub. The businessman, best businessman in town, with a 2-run bomb in the fourth. Caratini, how about him? 2 home runs of his own. They host the Twins tonight. They're 5.5 back in the West. You look at the businessman a little bit different with his when he performs and does his thing.
First thing I thought of. He had a triple too, right? And
God, he's slow.
So I wasn't even like, all right, let's go. Bregman's heating back up. I was thinking, all right, there's a little trade value fodder right there. And I'm not trying to downplay it. I think that's the reality. I think it's the best thing they can do is make a trade. And I've said it from the very start. And he's been struggling. There's going to be a team out there that says, he might just.
So you think they would trade? So what if they're 2 games out? They're not going to trade Bregman, right?
Yeah, that's a different story.
They're 5.5 right now.
Yeah, that's a different story. Because of them, not because of the reality. I don't think they're going to make a run to any ALCS. That's for sure.
They could flip the switch.
They could, but I don't think
they're going to pitch like this.
They could, but I don't think they are. Just me. And so the reason that he might not be traded is not just because they're 2 games out, because the management. The management just wants to keep this thing going and kind of fooling themselves.
So you have the Twins in town. They're 6 games above 500. They're playing pretty good.
Yeah, they're a good club.
And they're 6 out of first place. So 6 above 500. They're 6 out of first place. And then you have the Astros, who are 7 below 500 and 5.5 out of first place.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
What's wrong with this picture?
It is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky, but shout out to the businessman, a.k.a. Alex Bregman, for doing his thing. Western Conference Finals yesterday. You thought maybe the Wolves could make this thing interesting. Well, Luka was not having it. Mavs topped the Wolves 124-103. It really wasn't that close. Could I interest you in a couple of stats?
You sure can.
Into the first quarter, the T-Wolves had 19 points. Luka had 20. Into the first half, the T-Wolves had 40 points. Kyrie and Luka had a combined 44.
Mm-hmm.
So outscored by Luka in the first quarter, outscored by Luka and Kyrie combined in the first half. That'll get you beat. That'll be the end of it.
There's no excuse for this. You know who I also thought of? Was J.J. Redick. He was kind of arrogant about
T-Wolves are still alive,
nobody gets outworked. Well, they look like they were getting outworked.
Yeah, how can you say nobody gets outworked and be a coach?
The Wolves got outworked.
J.J. Redick literally said nobody gets outworked in the playoffs, ever.
I'm watching the first half.
Then you're going to be a crappy coach. You're going to make that assumption.
I'm watching the first half. I'm like, sure does look like
we
the
see some bad playoff games in the NBA, man.
Sure does look like the T-Wolves are getting outworked.
So you can't outwork them, huh, JJ? Like, that's your message to your team?
I
He's
hope
gonna
they
suck
brought that
as a
up.
coach.
I hope he falls flat on his face, man, as a coach.
I used to like watching him.
Yeah,
I
he's
liked him
hard
as a player,
to-
but boy, he is one cocky SOB.
He's hard to listen to.
Yeah.
Very, very hard to listen to. Luka, after the game, he was going back and forth with a fan. He actually looked at Snoop at one point, and Snoop was laughing his ass off. He got the N1 and said something to Snoop.
Yeah.
Here was Luka talking about his trash talk with fans. And be ready. It's going to happen in Boston.
Was there one fan in particular that you kept going at early on? And
Yeah.
What was that about?
I can't tell you. If I tell you, I can sue him. But, that gets me going. Everybody knows that by now, so just got to do it.
I know Luka had the one incident this year, but it is nice to see a guy who kind of and Kyrie does this too. Like Kyrie loves the trash talk.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he'll flip it off. He'll flip you off, and he's doing his thing. Like, he doesn't mind it at all.
You know what I love the most about
It's
it?
nice not to be Russell Westbrook and making this into like some sort of massive big deal. And the fans are talking crap
Yes.
to you. They're there. You're talking
Or
crap to
LeBron
them.
kicking
It is
people
what it
out.
is. Yeah, it's garbage, dude.
The best thing about this whole deal was he didn't cry to the referee or someone. Oh, he's being mean.
Yeah. He had the one incident, but he loves it.
He just waited, and he said,
Russell Westbrook, like they call you West Brick, and don't disrespect my name.
They're being
Don't disrespect my name.
They're being mean to me.
They threw
Mommy.
popcorn on me in Philadelphia.
Grow up. Talk trash. Make a play. Make a play and talk trash.
I mean, it's just nice to have.
Wipe your feet on the logo or something like Kyrie did.
Do your thing, man.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
Wipe your feet on the logo.
And it's going to be a really, really fun series for sure. I know that Dallas, like nobody wants to root for Dallas around here to win, but man, Luka is just everything that me personally I hoped Harden would be. Are there still people defending James Harden? Because I said this earlier, and there's a couple guys, the James Harden hate is crazy. Not really. I mean, James Harden doesn't have control of a game like that.
Has he ever done that?
Yeah, where you're like telling your team to chill. Like he didn't have it like that.
A killer. I know he scored a lot of points.
Look,
I know he scored a lot of points. I know he took over some guys. I'm not trying to downplay, just like you said, I'm not trying to downplay his greatness because he's a great, great player. I've never thought of James Harden as a killer.
I mean, in select moment, but not like that.
Not like that.
Not like I'm coming out, I'm scoring 20, I'm setting the tone.
On the road,
I mean, when needed.
Yeah, when needed, not up against
Because
the wall.
whenever the Rockets needed that, he didn't show up.
And I always hear he had Chris Paul and Chris Paul got hurt. Yeah, that's true. That happened. I agree. Yeah, that happened. But you know what else? The next year, Kevin Durant got hurt, and you got embarrassed in Game 6.
Yes.
You kind of disappeared.
That's when they needed him.
And that was the opportunity to, and it was really kind of the equalizer where Chris Paul got hurt. Okay, now KD's out, Game 6.
Yeah.
You lose it all. And that was when Tillman Fertitta said, I need someone to do. Plus, with everything you've seen from James Harden since and wearing out his welcome multiple places, how are you still defending him?
Yeah, exactly. He's doing everything and worse than he did here. One other question about this game that I don't know if he was kidding or he was serious. Why did Michael Finley take Luka's beer after the game?
I think because he was going to the podium. I think he was in line for the podium. It's gone viral, but I think because he was going to the podium.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what
it was like. He just kind of like walked by and grabbed his beer.
Yeah, I thought
he was maybe kidding.
I don't think perhaps, but I maybe he didn't want Luka to go up there with a beer, like to the podium, which people do it all the time.
Let the man have a beer
because they'll take down Gatorades and stuff.
Yeah,
like they'll take. I know someone had a Prime. With the Celtics, or it might have been the T-Wolves. Maybe he just didn't. He knew he was going to the podium.
Maybe.
Perhaps. I don't know. It's funny though. And Luka's just kind of like
walked by and grabbed his beer, and Luka's like, "What did I do?"
Man, there's only one thing worse. There's only one thing worse for me than if I were at that game. If I were, let's say I was a T-Wolves fan, I was a diehard T-Wolves fan, and I watched my team embarrass themselves, not show up, and have a gutless performance like the T-Wolves had yesterday, there would only be one thing worse as a fan for me. Watching that and having to watch Kyle Anderson play basketball. That is the cheesiest.
Watching him trying to shoot.
What in the hell is that?
I'm like, is that how you shoot for real? How is he in the NBA?
Is that?
Yeah.
Man, and then he's trying to guard Luka. He made Luka look like he was Allen Iverson with the speed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to get shoved off a little bit, but my man was on skates. What are you, Rudy Gobert?
He was on skates.
Boy, Kyle Anderson is on my all-cheeseball team right now.
Man.
And I'm happy that Derek Lively's okay, too. I saw
Yeah,
him
he
went down.
survived.
Yeah,
he made Bill
right.
Cartwright shot look beautiful, man.
Oh, my God.
Dude, it's insane because Anthony Edwards will, like, break boys off and have, like, the perfect pass right in the corner, and it's like one of those old-school Rick Fox looks where it's just right there.
Yeah.
Man, by the time this guy gets the shot off, he can have all five guys on him.
People on him, yeah.
I think Stan Van Gundy said it. He was like, it's a reason they leaving them wide open.
That's right.
Man, that's wild.
That was bad.
Golly. So we'll see what happens. Celtics right now, I think
Looking forward to it, man.
About a 7-ish point underdog here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 16. Coming up, is the pressure too high for C.J. Stroud? We already expected big things. Now, it might not be. It might be more than an expectation. It might be a very pivotal year for the Texans based on what someone said yesterday after practice. Next.
In the Loop.
Good for Nick.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Is there a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud? Perhaps. I don't think the word pivotal has really been used, though, when it comes to the Texans season. We've talked about it from an optimistic POV. We expect good things. We expect or hope to reach the ultimate goal, and we all know what that is. But as far as year two, I don't think it's like playing with house money, John, but it's almost like there doesn't seem like, even the worst case scenario, it doesn't feel like the end of the world. Like pivotal for me, maybe the final year of CJ Stroud's rookie contract, we can talk pivotal. Mm-hmm. I'm sure we'll get to a point where there's pivotal, but you got a young squad, you got a good squad, you got a talented squad. You surpassed expectations last year. The word pivotal has not even until Bobby Slowik, the second-year offensive coordinator, went up there and said what he said. I didn't even, and I don't even know that I do right now, I didn't look at this as like a pivotal year for the Texans and especially for C.J. Stroud.
I think you heard pivotal and I heard pivotal, and we interpreted it two different ways. Because you just laid out, like you're basically saying it's pivotal that he takes another step or – doesn't want to take it back. And I'm not saying you're wrong. That's just what you interpreted.
Yeah.
I interpreted it as it's pivotal because we have an expectation of how good we can be. Like, I don't think he's doubting that. Like, no one is thinking in that building or here or most places, like, what if C.J. Stroud takes a step back? I don't think anyone is thinking that. I'm not. I'm thinking it's pivotal because we think we can be damn good. And if he just takes that little extra step, does those little extra things, and I got that from him talking about, hey, man, we don't have to worry about mechanics anymore, fundamentals, all that stuff. It's pivotal that he is loose, free, he's got his weapons, and just gets that much better.
Let's hear the quote that I'm talking about. I don't want to get y'all's thoughts on it.
Interpret it how you will.
713-572-4610. This is Bobby Slowik talking about year two for C.J. Stroud.
I think the biggest thing going into year two for CJ is really year two for a quarterback is a big year. It's a really, really impactful year to me that kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of his career. Like last year, there's a lot going on. You got to hit fundamentals, you got to hit verbiage, you got to hit play calls, you got to hit protections, you got to hit all this stuff. And you hit fundamentals to a degree, but you can only do so much. Now we really get to dive into the fundamentals of this is what we do and how we play and what makes him great, and grow that within our offense. So that really, to me, is what's been on board and all in and picking up right where he left off, for sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? Like, what is what is so big about year 2? Now, maybe he's saying that there's more, the sky is a little bit more the limit because there's other stuff going on. But what if, like, based on that, if CJ Stroud, let's say that he takes a step back, like, am I supposed to worry because year 2 is so important? Am I supposed to say, okay, well, Bobby said that this was pivotal. I don't anticipate that happening.
Right.
I just didn't know this was as much of like a, because on the other hand, you always hear that, well, they got more film on him.
I don't
You don't buy that?
Yeah, I don't buy that.
You hear that a lot.
I do that more in baseball.
Yeah.
When you get scouting reports, hot zones, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Football, different weapons every year, tweaks to the offense every year. And in the case of CJ Stroud, I mean, we saw what he could do last year when he was just learning. When it was all new. Every time he stepped on a field last year, there was something new happening. Whether it's the opponent or how he was looking, the people were defending the offense, who his backfield was. Like, now it's all going to be second nature, and that's why I interpreted it the way I did. Okay, we surrounded him with everything we could. Now let's take a major step. That's what's pivotal. Just take that major step.
713-572-4610 text line. Ocho, man, he will not let this Adonai Mitchell thing go.
No, he will not.
He will not. I wanted him to, but here's what he said, quote, I think the acquisition of Diva Diggs brings unnecessary pressure to Stroud that wouldn't exist if they had drafted Brian Thomas Jr., Adonai Mitchell, or Xavier Leggett. Sorry, couldn't resist. So there you go. He can't let this go. Does bringing in Diggs add any unnecessary pressure, unnecessary expectations for C.J. Stroud?
No, not at all. I think it just makes you feel more comfortable because you all of a sudden look what he did. As I said a second ago, look what he did last year, and now he's got more weapons everywhere. Speaking of Texas receivers,
you talking about the Xavier Worthy TikTok?
Dude, what are you doing making it rain with 15 ones? We could do that.
I don't get it. Xavier Worthy, I think it's weird because he's a good young man. Like, he's a very, very good young man.
He was just feeling it.
I know, but he's a solid young man. He's kind of like a guy who stays in the crib, plays video games, does whatever, just chills. But the problem I had, and if y'all didn't see it, there was a TikTok with him and some girl. Was that his girl or what?
Yeah, it was his girl.
Okay, well,
I laughed. I was like,
I hope it was his girl.
Like a damn stripper.
Well,
I mean, geez.
But I looked, I was like, that's like 15 ones.
But my thing is, why are you doing that with what's happened in the offseason with your receivers? Like, why are you even putting that out there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Didn't his car get stolen or something?
Yeah, his car got jacked. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I think that's just a young man.
I never heard anything bad about the young man.
That's just a young man kind of feeling.
There's people saying, the Chiefs know how to pick them.
No, brother. The making it rain thing I didn't care about that. Who cares? I mean, that's fine. I was just like, what are we doing? You got to flex a little better than that.
You need the Hardo music in response to Ocho. Mm-hmm. Ocho's getting called out on the text line.
All right.
Ocho said there might be extra pressure on Stroud. The 832. Who wouldn't take talent over pressure? Ocho sounds soft. Second pick in the draft automatically has pressure. Close quote.
Every day is pressure.
281 year 2 just means they're opening up the playbook. They obviously limited the playbook last year, and they're going to open it up this year. What would the obviously they limited the playbook last year be based on?
No, I
didn't see too much vanilla in there. I mean, I do think there's more possibilities, but when you say obviously they limited the playbook, I didn't see anything to lead me in the direction that they were handcuffing themselves. I think there were a lot of times there were personnel limitations because of offensive linemen being hurt and receivers being hurt and no depth at the running back position. But as far as obviously being handcuffed because there's like some learning curve or something like that, I felt like CJ did a decent job of being able to open the playbook specifically once he found his groove, say, week 3 and on.
I think that couldn't be more wrong right there. Because if you go back, Baltimore, Indianapolis, they were trying to protect him. So maybe you can say the first 2 games they limited the playbook only because it was his first 2 games ever. Then they realized, hey, and this goes back to my whole this is a passing team thing. That's about when it started, week 3, week 4. I'm like, they realized, wait a minute, he can do everything. You know, he can make every throw. He understands everything we're trying to teach him. And I think if you want to say they limited the playbook in the first 2 weeks, okay. I get that. But that's not because of C.J. Stroud not being able to do something. They opened it up as they went along.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
No, not at all.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Lunchtime confessions will be coming up in 12 minutes. The NBA just can't help themselves.
Well, they do now.
It kind of went under the cracks, but I mean they got to get over this crap.
What?
They're just so sensitive. Talk about that in lunchtime confessions. Can't really.
Okay.
I'm bothered. Please stop doing this. God. Defense. Are we sleeping on the defense? We talk a lot about the offense. Rightfully so. It's an offensive league. The rules benefit the offense. Are we talking too damn much about the offense and not giving the defense enough attention? You invested a lot there.
Yeah, you did.
Most you've ever invested in a free agent. You think Will Anderson's going to be a better player. You got Derek Stingley. Christian Harris was great. Are we not focusing enough or giving the defense its proper respect?
I don't think so. I mean, everything, hey, defense wins championships. Hey, you got to make stops in the playoffs. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. But how is this team going to get anywhere? The offense. That's not to downplay or ignore or not give enough credit to the defense. C.J. Stroud, man. I mean, this offense, that's how you're going to get there.
What about Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, man?
They're going to have their moments. But that's not – nobody's ignoring the defense. We just know how this thing's going to happen.
I'm kind of ignoring the defense.
Or maybe by default.
Not completely, but I'm not.
Just by default because –
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How good do you think this offense could be? Like, just give me a ranking. Like, if you're talking, like, top 5, top 10, top
5.
50. This could be a top 5 offense.
I think this could be a top 5 offense.
Okay.
We're talking everybody healthy.
Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, top 5.
Top 5. That would be...
Running back's a little question. Tight end's a little question. But, hey, everybody's got issues.
I think we have to go back to Kubiak to even, like, have that conversation about a top 5 offense.
Might be the last time.
Yeah, I don't even think B.O.B. ever was top half of DVOA. God, he sucked. Where do you think the defense can be?
Who? 15?
15?
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
15.
So maybe 15 overall, but then you got to parse it out, like sacks and turnovers and all that stuff. That's where it's going to matter. I don't think that's an insult, is it?
I mean, it's not a compliment.
Questions at in the secondary, questions at linebacker. Who knows how they're going to be able to stop the run with those defensive tackles that are not chumps by any means, but, questions. Top 15 I'll take right now today.
Okay.
Would you?
Top 10.
Perfect world. Top 5 offense, top 10 defense. Now we're talking.
It's going to be all about the pressure on the QB, the edge.
That's what I'm saying. Sacks and turnovers. That's when it gets interesting.
You think D'Amico's going to blitz more or less with those guys on the edge? Because some people would think, well, you're not going to blitz as much, but hell, man. Might want to dial it up a little bit more. You got those guys coming and linebackers?
I think he's going to blitz less.
Less?
Yeah. That's what he did in San Francisco when they were really, really good. Counted on those linebackers in coverage, counted on those linebackers to stuff the run, counted on his incredible, defensive front. Yeah, I think he's going to just going to blitz less.
The overreactions yesterday with the highlights, and I was guilty of this, there are a couple of overreactions that I was getting from loopholes and people on the nightly stream. First one was Diggs looks fantastic. I partook in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he looks fantastic in a Texans uniform. Just looks the part.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it look nice. I think T. Mill might be getting a Diggs jersey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's my prediction. I don't know if he's bought a jersey yet. I could see T. Mill getting a Diggs jersey.
I could see Joe Mixon becoming a fan favorite.
I could too.
Yeah.
But the next overreaction, boy, Jalen Petrie got put on skates.
Ooh, he got turned around.
It was
Stephon Diggs.
I mean, it's 7-on-7 though.
But still, I'm just
based on what we saw last year with that. But that was
happened.
definitely mentioned.
It was not a lie. He got turned around by Stephon Diggs. Those are facts, But again, context of 7-on-7, etc.
Yeah. Petrie was getting a little bit. Good question, man.
Yeah.
I felt good for Nico Collins. Nico, the difference in, and again, not saying which one is right, which one's wrong, but the difference in Nico Collins, and let's hear Nico Collins talking about how blessed he feels to get the contract. Nico Collins, always kind of one of their right kind of guy dudes. This was Nico Collins. I want to talk about the difference between his vibe and another guy on the teams.
Man, the feelings is unexplainable right now. It's something you've been wishing, since you was a little kid, man. Playing football, 5, 6 years old, man, and your dream is to, make it in the league. Get that second contract, man, and God blessed me with the opportunity, and I got it. And I feel like now, man, is motivation is something that you always been wishing your entire life, and it's here, and I feel like now is only up.
Yeah, it's only up, and McClain tried to ask him about, is it nice to get back on the market when you're 27? He's like, man, I'm not close to 20. Like, what are you doing?
What do I care right now?
Yeah. Now, I like that answer from Nico, but Laramie Tunsil was kind of thinking it. Like, he was more open to it.
He's thinking it again right now.
The difference between when Laramie Tunsil signs a contract and Nico Collins is kind of hilarious. Again, not saying which one is right or wrong, but you have Laramie Tunsil basically going up there like, got him.
All right.
Got him twice.
Let's see what my next one will do.
2 times paid. yeah, already.
Yeah.
And then you have Nico Collins going up there, and almost just feels like, I don't want to say he looks guilty, like he feels guilty.
He's humbled.
Well, it also feels like he has to prove them right.
Yes,
it's not. I got to stack the bank account. It's like,
exactly.
man, it's nice.
Yes.
Not gonna say no to money. Haven't thought about it, but it almost
now
feels
I got to
like,
live up to it.
Yeah, that's what he feels like. It's a way different vibe. Again, not saying which one's right, which one's wrong, because they both take care of their business in different ways. But the Nico thing, I think if you truly asked, and this is common sense. They're open to a lot of things. They're open to a lot of personalities. But if you asked, a high percent of coaches would probably rather have the Nico mindset than the Tunsil mindset.
I mean, come on.
Is that even?
Yeah, come on. Obviously.
Sorry to offend you, sir.
Obviously.
Sorry for asking, sir.
Yes. I mean, it's obvious, right?
Yeah, you want to mix though. You want to mix, but if you had to have more of either one, like for the sake of a football team,
give me Nico.
Yeah,
give me Nico.
I don't think you could win with.
Yeah.
I think you could win with 60 Nikos. I don't think you could win with 60 Tunsils.
I don't think you could win with 3 Tunsils. I really don't. Like, all of a sudden, it's like, that's cool, all that. But you got a tackle that's like that, a receiver that's like that.
Like, damn, no, the whole offensive line ain't at OTAs.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not, he's awesome. But after a while, you're like, all right.
The only time he really tweets as much, like he'll say, so, you can tell he's a fan. It's always about money.
Yeah.
Luka might get a super max. Damn. So-and-so got a contract. Damn. I'm with you. You like it. You appreciate it. It works for him. But a whole room full of
3 Tunsils starts infecting other people.
Yeah, I don't think you could have 60 Tom. Maybe you could have 60 Tom Brady's, but I don't think you could have 60. I don't know.
That's what bothers me about Titus.
Aaron Rodgers. I don't think you could have 60 Aaron Rodgers.
That's what bothers me about Titus Howard. If he's not rehabbing,
yeah,
it's like we don't need another one of those. You're not that, first of all.
Yeah,
and we don't need another one of those.
Yeah. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. This league just cannot help itself. It just can't. Next.
How good. Sports Radio 610 and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm feeling it, Figgy.
Uh-oh.
I'm feeling it.
What you feeling?
Guess who's back? Back again.
Shady.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Houdini. I'm feeling a little review coming.
Okay. Okay.
I'm feeling a little review coming.
It's going to be bad.
My review was awesome.
No, Eminem's going to the Eminem is going to be bad.
Oh, you mean my review is going to be
you're going to
the
listen
album,
to Eminem?
the album is going to be bad.
Critical of it.
It's
is
going
what
to be terrible.
You think?
Yes.
What was the last Eminem album you listened to?
Me?
Both of y'all.
Where the whatever one where he was like,
Let me look.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. That one. That was a long time ago.
Which one was that?
It was good, man. He did his thing. But then there was another one where he like got extra woke, and then he apologized for being extra woke and put out a whole album.
The last
on it.
one was bad, right?
I mean, sometimes it used to be bad, but it was good.
No, it was one album. It was really bad. It
Revival.
You're talking about Relapse.
Revival? Is that what it was?
No, not that one.
Yeah,
No,
you're talking about the one where he made sounds, where he was making a lot of sounds.
Music to be murdered by in 2020. Insomnia 2021.
Because he apologized on the next time where it's like, I'm not afraid to take a stand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah. So he's basically apologized.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. I might have to do that this week.
You know, Figgy's hitting that promo we got. He's hitting the Macklemore concert, so...
Figgy, you hitting the Macklemore concert?
I didn't even know he was still rapping.
And Figgy compares Macklemore and Eminem, which says a lot about him, but, you know.
Isn't Macklemore a modern-day Creed?
I don't know.
He's not bad. He's not bad.
Okay.
He's had his moments.
He's kind of I put him in there with the one-hit wonders, man.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I'll give you that.
And he left a bad taste in people's mouth because he actually won a Grammy over Kendrick Lamar's first album.
He should have.
Nah, man.
He
even got up there and said he shouldn't have won.
But you know,
Macklemore
said
said
want to get attacked.
He knew what it was. He was shocked.
He didn't want to get attacked by you people.
Hey, he was shocked he won.
He didn't want to get attacked by you people, man.
But like everybody always like Creed becomes a punchline. They're actually pretty good, you know, or have been. I think Macklemore's kind of in that same vein. Yeah. I do.
And you're right. His last album that got awful reviews was Revival. That was the one.
Yeah.
I think he had Beyonce on it. It was awful.
Yeah.
And then he came back with Kamikaze.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The NBA, like, y'all have got to stop doing this stuff, man. Like y'all got to quit creating issues and just I like let's just hoop. Like we got some good stuff going on, man. Like we don't have to we don't need to let LeBron James be any worse for this league than he's already been, despite being a good player. Okay. Yesterday the Mavs advanced to the championship. Okay.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban sold the team. He sold the team to Patrick Dumont, who I guess is a casino guy. As Patrick Dumont, the owner of the Mavericks,
is the owner?
Is holding up the trophy. They put his title, and it says Patrick Dumont, Mavericks governor.
Yeah, he's the governor.
Because apparently owner's like offensive in the NBA. We got to cut this out, man. Like even when there were all white players, you go back to Babe Ruth, the owner of the Red Sox, sold Babe Ruth for a play.
Yeah.
That doesn't look that good. Like Babe Ruth was literally sold for a play. NBA, stop. Governor, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
So did they really change? Is it just the Mavericks that did this,
No,
or
man, they
overall?
they changed the damn, like, I remember Draymond was making a big deal about this. Guys, let's not do this, please. Governor.
So Tillman Fertitta is the governor.
Like if it's on TNT or it's on the ESPN or something, they'll put NBA governor. This is like an Adam Silver thing.
Yeah.
I ain't calling nobody no governor.
Y'all are idiots,
If
man.
you own something, you're the owner.
Dude, it's okay. He's the
And it's
owner.
the
He owns the
team you
team. He
own.
doesn't own you.
The players change.
He gives you millions of dollars. You hoop. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, they're the owner of the Texans. Like the NFL doesn't worry about stupid stuff like this.
They
stop this, NBA. Like Adam Silver, quit being an idiot.
They own the team when there was an entirely different roster.
It's
so
not-
you weren't owning the player.
Like, what are we doing, man? Like, let's just governor. That makes me feel even weirder.
Wait till they get low to the master bedroom.
Oh yeah, what are they?
Some
the
people have already
primary?
changed that.
The
They did that.
primary?
They did that when I was looking for a house. I was like, oh,
Here's the
no
primary.
master bedroom.
Primary
okay.
what?
Okay.
Yeah, primary what? I still call it master. I'm sorry.
This is crazy. Like,
It
what
is.
just be. We're good, okay? We
I
don't
got
need
an
to, we
NBA
don't need to do
confession
this.
too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've figured out why I like this year's NBA playoffs so much, and I promise you, it's not a shot at this person individually. It's just I'm tired of it. There's no LeBron. I mean, the NBA is better with no LeBron. The playoffs are better with no
You
LeBron.
think? I think so too.
I kind of agree. I feel like we focus more on Anthony Edwards. We focus on
Luka Edwards. I mean, the Celtics and role players and the actors.
ESPN not dominating with LeBron.
Yes, it's not a shot at LeBron. It's fatigue.
Well, I mean, just look at the league. Like the league is not in as good of a place during the LeBron era, and there's a lot of stuff like that. Just
And it's been 20 years of LeBron, by the way.
Greatness, pure greatness.
It's great, but it's 20 years of ESPN talking about LeBron, man.
We can talk about obviously Ant and Luka and Tatum and Cat. What is he? What's his Cat's role? Is he? Do they need to move on from him? Not like LeBron.
Does LeBron move the needle?
LeBron.
Like does he really move the needle? Like
not for
since
me.
Cleveland?
Like I said, that's my confession. I think I've been saying it for the last month or so. I'm really enjoying this postseason, which I haven't done in a long time. I haven't enjoyed it, and I think it's because there's no LeBron. Yeah,
could be right, man.
Yeah,
could be right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I said after we lost power and we had the tornadoes, and shout out to everyone still recovering from that. I know there's a snowball effect for many. I feel for you. I said that I was going to follow the weather a little bit closer.
Have you?
Kind of have like a little bit of hesitation. I don't know. We went through Harvey and all that type of stuff, but there's as far as like being in the tornado season and stuff. I have, but man, it's just kind of passed by, and I'm kind of like now I almost feel like I might go back to my old ways where
now
I
you got to
just don't
learn.
pay attention.
Get the weather underground.
Yesterday was rough though.
This morning was
I had a dream. Shout out to MLK. But I had a dream. Not as deep of a dream. But not as deep of a dream.
Yeah.
But while that intense storm was going on, I fell asleep and I was dreaming that dream was going on. And it wasn't like that the same storm was going on.
Blowing your own mind.
But it wasn't like I just had my eyes closed and I was staying up. I was literally dreaming the exact same storm that was going on. Then when I woke up, it was like the dream never ended. Because the storm was still going on. And then
my mind's blown.
And then and then I had cotton mouth and I had to go get a Gatorade.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not watching these Astros like I used to watch the Astros. We would go to games, we would watch them on television, thinking, okay, they're down 3-1. I think let's see how they make this run. Let's see how they make this comeback. All right, let's see how this starting pitcher. Oh, I love watching, McCullers. Oh, I love watching, this guy or that guy. Hey, Luis Garcia is really coming around. I think the Astros are going to make a run. Here comes the Astros. Oh, we're entering the postseason. All right, about ready to see the real Astros take another step. I'm not watching them like that anymore. I'm watching the Astros with an eye on, let's say, 2027.
Okay. I mean, that's a long time, sir.
Everything I'm doing.
That's 3 years, sir.
Yes. Everything I'm doing is more like it used to be. In other words, Bregman has a good game like he had last night. And I'm like, okay, maybe that's going to help his trade value.
The businessman.
Yeah, Spencer Arrighetti, terrific game yesterday. I'm like, all right, he's 24 years old.
He's got something.
He'll be around in 3 years.
He's got something.
Even the go into the game itself, I'm like, hey, $40 for a ticket? Let's go.
So do you move Arrighetti down, like, for Garcia? Like, is he gone? Dude, he's starting to sound
six-man
confident.
rotation, right? But I don't know if he even fits.
They're going to go 6?
They would have to. Just for Verlander's sake.
I mean, have to. I don't know. They might move Arrighetti.
Well,
that's kind of terrible.
Then we get into the whole Joe Espada, Dana Brown thing again. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can move Arrighetti down.
Not after the last couple starts.
They might do it.
Yeah.
Man, that'd be crazy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a me thing. I'm starting to just kind of frown upon brisket. And it's not about the actual brisket. I do think brisket is probably like 5th string barbecue meat. I think it's okay.
Oh, wow.
But all these like brisket enthusiasts that think they cook great brisket and all that, I'm starting to kind of frown upon brisket. You know how like when in sports, this is my confession is I'm starting to kind of just with brisket. You know how in sports where there's like a certain fan base, you're like, man, I hate that team because of the fan base. It's not necessarily the team. It's not necessarily the coach. It's not necessarily anything like that.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. Brisket is kind of like the Dallas Cowboys of food.
And I'm going to be that guy. Is it because you haven't had good brisket in a while?
Oh, come on.
No, because like
you're part of the problem.
Yeah,
You never had John Lopez.
No,
brisket.
here we go.
I rest my case right there. That is exactly.
You ever had my brisket?
He is exactly why.
No.
Everybody cooks the best.
Yeah.
There it is.
I literally.
Thank you. I rest my case, Your Honor.
No.
Hit the gavel.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about my brisket. I said good brisket because you haven't had good brisket in a while. Because what bad
had
is
the OG brisket.
Because average brisket is bad.
Okay.
Right? Like an average hamburger is a good hamburger.
Yeah.
An average chicken is a good chicken. It's a good meal. An average brisket is a bad meal. I'm telling you, you can't be average with brisket. You can't. I know my barbecue people are going to back me up.
I feel like Landry just not really that fan of even if it's good brisket. I feel like Landry will still pick that probably 5th or 6th.
Bro, it's okay. Like you made your brisket.
I think it's a you thing at this point, man.
And it very rarely, like when Lopez will put like the picture and he'll like break it in half, that looks delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these fools put up brisket pics. It's like, man, I can't. That doesn't look anything special, sir.
Average brisket
like a
is
steak,
not good.
you can do that.
Average brisket is not good.
I feel like more times than not, I get average
It's
brisket.
hard to get a good buy.
But more times than not, I get average brisket.
That was my question. Like, is it because you just haven't, not mine. I'm not talking about mine. I'm like, just like, if you're eating average brisket, I would be down on it as well.
Ribs.
Yes.
Chicken.
Yes.
Sausage.
All of it.
It's all ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I could probably go even further.
Yeah.
But, man, the brisket folks are driving me crazy, and you are the biggest one of all.
No, I think you agree with me. Because, like, I can have an average sandwich, and it's good meal. If I have an average brisket, it's not a good meal. It's just not good.
Dude, they're trying to make like brisket enchiladas. It's like, did you know how risky this is, homie?
I hate
you know how risky this is, homie? Just give me the cheese, the beef, or the chicken.
Yeah.
And even the chicken sometimes can be risky. You're trying to get me to eat brisket enchiladas, bro. Like, what are we doing? I cannot do this, my friend.
Exactly.
Coming up next, the exercise of the Joes. Joe Espada, not too popular around here. Joe Mixon winning a lot of people over. We're going to go through the history of guys with the name Joe and say whether they're more Espada or more Mixon. Next.
Just one series.
Details. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I'm not going to say specifically which people on the text line whose brisket sucks, but there's an 85% chance that all these people, and there's hundreds, claiming that they make good brisket, that it sucks. I'm just telling you. And the 15% that might cook really good brisket, the way that you overanalyze it and the way that you break it down makes it not even worth the good taste. I would rather just have some sausage and you shut the hell up and quit treating it like a damn Super Bowl. So that's where I'm at on brisket. 713-572-4610. Let's play the game of Joe's. Are you down with the game of Joe's?
I'm down with it.
I think you're going to like this.
I'm down with it.
So we're going to go through Joe's, because Joe is a popular name, and it's a very popular name around here for two different reasons. Joe Espada, a lot of people kind of out on Joe Espada. Are you out on Joe Espada?
I'm not out, down on him. I'm down on him.
I mean, you were never really like heavily in.
No, it was wait and see, and I'm not liking what we're seeing.
Okay, so Joe Espada though, he's kind of meh.
Yeah,
kind of meh.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon though, and that guy goes up there and he gets you pretty excited for the season. He's got a little bit of swag and he has you a little bit excited. So we're going to cuss and discuss Joe's over the course of history. Slime off coming up at 1:20, but we're going to cuss and discuss Joe's, and you tell me if this Joe is more Espada or if this Joe is more Mixon. Joe Montana.
That's a tough one because he's always been kind of blah as a personality.
Yeah, you can take this any way you want.
Yeah, but he's a
performer.
Maybe probably the second greatest quarterback of all time. So
he was a terrible analyst.
Boring, kind of just a wet blanket of a personality. I'm going to say Espada because of the personality aspect.
I'm going to say he's more Mixon. I don't want to insult Joe Montana, so I'll say more Mixon, although, man.
Yeah, he was
You ever see him on Saturday Night Live?
He's boring.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I think Master P was better on Dancing with the Stars than he was on Saturday Night Live.
He was bad.
Good Lord.
Clyde Drexler.
Biggie?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Joe Mixon on this one.
Drexler was awful.
Next, Joe Namath. More Espada.
Come on now.
Or more Mixon.
That is Mixon all day long.
Mixon.
All day.
Nah, I'm going to say Espada.
What? Why?
I mean, threw more interceptions than touchdowns. He was drunk at the pool, just talking out of his ass. That was a fluke.
See, you're looking at performance. I'm looking at personality.
Yeah, you can look at that however you want, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
How is that closer to Espada?
Just kind of mid. Joe Namath is kind of mid to me. I look at Joe Espada as mid. So that's kind of where I'm at there.
Man.
Shoeless Joe Jackson, man. Shoeless Joe Jackson. More Espada, more Mixon.
Who's the cheater? I don't want to say Espada. He didn't have anything to do with the cheating. I'm going to say Mixon. Because he was a hell of a player. That's the thing people forget about Shoeless Joe Jackson if you look it up. Absolute hell of a player. Just happened to throw a game.
I'm going to say...
Or two.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Espada because he was closer to the cheaters, I guess.
Joe Frazier.
Smoking Joe Frazier.
This is more your time, man. I don't.
Oh, I hated him because he was Ali's rival. I'm going to say Espada. Only because Joe Frazier was kind of low-key, tried to be something that he wasn't in terms of interviews and stuff. He was kind of just sort of dowered, et cetera.
G.I. Joe. More Espada, more Mixon.
I used to love G.I. Joe when I was a kid.
Did you?
I did. I love G.I. Joe. So I'm going to say Mixon. Mixon.
I'm going to say Mixon, too.
Say Mixon. It's solid. Solid toy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Joe Espada ain't yelling at nobody.
Solid toy. Joe Pesci.
Ooh.
Is he a good actor?
Yeah, he's a really good actor.
Is he?
Yeah, he's done comedies, done all the Goodfellas and
Home
stuff
Alone?
like that. Yeah,
I mentioned that one
He was
first.
really good. He was really good at Home Alone.
Yeah, it's the
man.
best movie he's ever done.
Some people might say Goodfellas or what was the Casino?
Casino was good.
Yeah. Smash that dude's head in a vice.
So he's got to be more Mixon, right?
He's Mixon.
Get you excited.
Yeah.
Mean Joe Green.
He's Espada. Mean Joe. First of all, he didn't ever like the name Mean Joe. That was given to him, and he wore it when he was at North Texas and with the Steelers. But he's another guy that's just kind of low key, doesn't like a lot of.
You like low key.
A lot of attention.
You've been low key.
I'm comparing personalities here, so I'm going to say.
And you are.
Espada.
You are on the low-key wagon
I'm on a
lately.
low-key
Look at
wagon
you,
right
man.
now. Well, you're giving me these names.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. More Mixon, more Espada.
He's versatile.
He does a lot, man.
So I'm going to say I'm going to say Mixon.
Mixon? Yeah,
I'll
say Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Joe DiMaggio.
Hmm.
Slung it around a little bit.
He did.
Marilyn Monroe.
And many others. Well, he loved Marilyn Monroe the most, but
And I'll tell you the Joe DiMaggio story. Back when they first started.
Espada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he kind of bland or what?
Yes, very bland.
Joe Exotic from Tiger King.
Mm-hmm.
Tiger King.
I only watched like
the star of COVID.
2 or 3 of those. Yeah,
Oh, that's crazy. How'd you not get through
Everybody was watching it. I just never got into it.
Oh, look at you, hipster.
I guess I was. So Espada, just kind of there for me.
I'm gonna say Mixon. He was a star, dude. He was a star.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Mixon too.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Torre. Remember him and his dad, Yankees, all that?
Mm-hmm. That's a Mixon, isn't it?
I mean, he's not like, I guess he was kind of charismatic, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we'll go Mixon.
Very popular.
Joseph Simmons, a.k.a. Rev Run. Hey, Figgy, what do you think?
Race car! What's up your wheelhouse? This is up your wheelhouse.
Yeah, Figgy, let's go to you.
You know
first
about rap music.
Let's go to you first on this one.
I'm gonna say he's more Espada.
I'm only going to say Espada because Figgy said it.
I liked his show.
Yeah.
I liked his show. But, like, let's be honest. Who in their right mind? Because there's people that will bump old music.
Mm-hmm.
Who in their right mind these days is bumping Run DMC? Outside of maybe like Christmas and Hollis. Who's bumping
The only time you do is if you having like an old school 80s and 90s party. And that's the go-to.
What's your go-to? What's your go-to Run DMC?
These are my Adidas. Whatever that song that is, yeah. I'm not a Run DMC
What
guy.
about UB Ellen?
Sucker MCs. Go me right.
What about UB Ellen? Dude's ordering Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
Nah. I probably heard it, but
Day when I was chilling at Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's minding my business, eating food and finger licking. You don't know this?
I heard that. I remember.
This dude
Yeah,
walked in looking strange and kind of funny. He walked to the front with his blah, blah, and his money.
How good were they?
I don't know. He didn't walk straight, kind of side to side.
Yeah.
He asked the old lady, is this Kentucky Fried? The lady said, yeah, smiled. He smiled back. He placed a quarter and his order. Small fries, Big Mac, UB Ellen. That's Sesame Street stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that was the late 80s.
But come on, man. There was some good stuff in
Everybody
the
wasn't
80s.
rapping like Eminem.
I mean, there was some good stuff in the 80s. Like Run DMC. Who's listening to
That's
Run
what I'm
DMC?
saying. Were they good?
Joe Espada.
Yeah.
Joe Espada.
Joe Espada.
Let's be serious.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars. More Espada or more Joe Mixon?
All day Espada. Yeah, all day.
He's kind of a
sidekick.
Hang on. Hey, he won Finals MVP as a
Yes, he
sixth
did.
man, sir.
Yes, he did.
I don't know if you heard that back in the 90s. Joe Dumars, six man.
Yeah.
Finals MVP.
Yeah. It's a hell of a series. But still, Espada.
Has anyone been more in the public eye? Because remember when Dumars worked for the NBA, whatever the hell he did? He was like discipline or whatever, or something like that?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
Do you even know his personality?
Yes.
Really? Like,
it's there's nothing to it. There's really nothing to Joe Dumars' personality.
Joe Dirt, starring David Spade. More Espada or more Joe Mixon?
That's got to be Mixon, doesn't it? Joe Dirt, Figgy?
Yeah, I would say Joe Mixon.
Joe Gatto. Now this is
Joe Gatto.
Yeah, I didn't really know who he was, but when I looked up his name, he's on Impractical Jokers. You ever watch that show?
Yeah, I have. Is he the one with the not the mustache?
Nah, he's
the
like
bigger guy.
He's the older dude. But I think I don't know that he's on the show anymore. I would say he's probably the funnier one.
Yeah.
My wife, for some reason, loves this show. My mom loves it. My mom went to one
I
of their,
don't like those kinds of
My mom went
shows.
to one of their concerts.
Oh, God. They had a concert?
Well, they had like a Q&A type thing.
Yeah.
Like at WinStar Casino, and she went.
So she likes stuff like who line is it anyway?
No, that's what's weird about it. Is she just likes Impractical Jokers. I think she just likes people getting embarrassed.
I don't like that stuff.
But my mom will tell a story like how my godmother one time, they convinced her that they were going to play a prank on the, like someone in like the corner store, the gas station. And she convinced her best friend, my godmother, to faint. She convinced her to like faint in the gas station. And when she fainted, she just acted like she didn't notice her. So she was having to lay there like opening her eye, and like the gas station worker was no one was even paying attention to her.
So it backfired.
Pretty much.
Joe Jonas.
That's definitely a Mixon. They're a big deal, man, still.
About Joe Budden.
That's definitely Joe Mixon. He's running the game right now in the hip hop podcast game.
Joe Flacco.
He's a spotter.
That's a spotter.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Is Joe Mixon elite?
No, probably not. He just has us excited. We're just kind of we're kind of lost in the words of Joe Mixon more so than the actual performance. I would think.
What other Joes we got there, Figgy? I don't know. You talked about Joe Mama.
Joe Mama. Have you watched Tires yet?
Yeah, I'm in about 4 episodes. It's kind of a tricky situation.
You don't like it?
I like it.
Your wife hates it?
She doesn't. She thinks it's...
Did she like The Office?
She loved The Office, but this is a little more...
Too raunchy?
This is a little raunchier Office.
You can't deal with the raunchiness
She's like
of it?
kind of... She laughs here and there, but she kind of rolls her eyes.
Have you laughed?
Yeah. I think it's funny.
Wait till the final episode. Just wait till the final episode.
The Boss is just... I mean, very much cut in the same mold, but a little raunchier and...
Yeah, The Boss has like a... The Boss in Tires has like a... he has like a Michael Cera in Superbad kind of vibe.
Yes. Awkward.
Like that. Yeah, like the awkward, but trying not to be as awkward as he is.
Yeah.
Kind of has that vibe. I like it. Damn, so Jan doesn't like it, huh?
Nah, I mean, it's not like, turn that off. She's just like not into it.
All right. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Nick Caserio might be able to relate to the Texans coaching staff when it comes to satisfying all of their players, plus insults being thrown around, and the Texans could have a bigger stage than anticipated 2 times this season. Talk about it next.
Yeah.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, there have been 4 teams in recent NFL history, or in NFL history, that have had 3 1,000-yard receivers. The 1980 Chargers, Stan Fouts, right?
Yes.
Winslow.
Yeah.
On the ball all over the place. The 1989 Washington Redskins, don't dump me, Figgy, that's what they were called back then. The 2004 Indianapolis Colts. And the 2008 Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of talk about could the Texans be the next team to have 3,000-yard receivers. You like Tank Dell. He was heading in that direction before he got hurt. Nico Collins did it. Stephon Diggs has done it many a times in recent history. Could all of them eat? Nick Caserio can kind of relate to having to spread the rock out to multiple talented receivers, because once upon a time he was in New England. He was actually called upon to be the receiver coach when they traded for Randy Moss and Wes Welker. Still had Dante Stallworth. Here was Nick Caserio with Kay Adams talking about his experience coaching a talented receiver room.
Thought I was going to coach. Honestly, I didn't even know what a front office entailed. Wasn't even familiar with. So, and that off season, it's funny because from 06, we played an AFC Championship game, won a game out there in San Diego, and then we lost the AFC Championship game there. And then off season, we kind of, revamped some things. So, traded for Wes. That kind of happened early on. And so traded for Wes, signed Dante Stallworth in free agency, added Kelly Washington. Troy was still there. And then the trade for Randy took place right around the draft. So, we felt we were going to have a pretty competitive receiver room. They all kind of complemented each other. So then when we got Randy, and I've talked about this here with some folks locally, literally we were in the staff room just kind of on a whiteboard drawing up routes that we thought were conducive to Randy's skill set. So I think Randy and Wes kind of complemented one another. Dante had a good role. We kind of reshaped some things offensively that year, and we became a little bit more of an 11 personnel team. My job was just to kind of make sure they were prepared, make sure they had an understanding of what we're trying to accomplish on each play, and honestly just kind of stay out of the way, but hold them accountable. I think as a coach, you just want to teach and you want to provide them information that they can utilize to be productive on the field. We went out there and, we were fortunate to have some success offensively that year. Learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about just coaching different types of people and players. So, it was kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and certainly grateful and thankful for that chance.
So the 3 wide receiver thing, 3,000 yards, that's a big ask, obviously. It just doesn't happen very often at all. But what you will get is 3 wide receivers that are threats, that are big-time threats. And that's key. You went through the whole, best 7 offenses,
as far as spreading the wealth.
Yeah, that's the thing. 3,000 yards. Nobody's going to say no to 3,000-yard receivers.
Sick.
But if you get a couple and you get another guy that has maybe 50, 60 catches with 700 yards, that's good enough. You just need those 3 threats, and I think they're onto something there.
I think these dudes are gone in your fantasy draft in the first 5 rounds, 5 or 6, which is crazy.
Yeah.
When you think about where the Texans have been heading into a season at skill position. Here's Bobby Slowik. He's the man who's going to call the plays. Here's Bobby Slowik talking about the challenge of all 3 wide receivers eating.
It's really the same as last year. We got a group of guys in the receiver room, in the tight end room, in the running back room that we feel like have good skill sets, and they're all elite at something. And our job is to take advantage of what they're elite at. How do we make sure that what fits them gets shown to the world and showcased, and we get a chance to use that in the pass game and in the run game. And we got a quarterback that really gives us no limitations in that regard. We can do all kinds of stuff to make sure that whatever we're calling and however we use guys, we're making sure that they're doing their strengths. And that's really what it all comes down to.
You think Bobby's going to be able to quit the reverse this year?
No.
Who's his reverse guy?
Heck no. He is a reverse calling fool, man.
How many reverses is Bobby going to call this year?
At least 1 a game. No, that's.
Next time we talk to Slowik, I got to mention 2 things to Slowik next time we talk to him. Number 1, when you're a head coach, I'm rooting against you. I hope you lose every game and then come back here and be an OC.
I don't know how that's going to go over.
Well, he'll understand. He'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
He'll get it. It's fine. And then number 2, why do you love reverses so much? What goes through your mind when you what is the right time to call a reverse?
See, I would love that, but I also would hate.
He's cool.
I would hate if he gets into the X's. Well, let me tell you, when you have this and you see this defense, you have to blah, blah. No, I want to get.
He doesn't do that with us.
I want to get some fun out of it.
No, he doesn't do that with us. He knows.
That's his favorite part of the Casper slide.
Yeah.
That's
Reverse.
Yeah.
Reverse.
Ask him if he's ever done it.
The Casper slide.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing. He's at a wedding. Oh, I got to get out there.
Here come my favorite part.
Yeah.
Reverse.
Yeah.
When they're not throwing the football and when they're not running reverses, the Texans will be trying to establish the run and run between the tackles. Now, we know Joe Mixon's going to be the main part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Dameon Pierce, though, they seem optimistic about him being kind of that second part of the 1-2 punch. Here's Joe Mixon talking about Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, Damien's a hard worker too, and the thing that I love about Damien is, he keep me working hard too as well. I mean, I always had a great work ethic, but the way he works, it's like, okay, I gotta keep rolling too, and I think it's a great thing for both of us and also the other running backs in the room, because we all feed off of each other, we all bring certain things to the table, but he definitely works hard, and I love his work ethic.
Easily the most, the thing we're going to watch the most is how the running back thing, and I'm not talking about the preseason. I'm talking once the season starts, how it's played, how the carries are allocated, how much Dameon Pierce picks up the offense.
They're starting to do a hell of a job selling their belief in him.
No, they are.
Now,
From D'Amico down.
Is it impacting your belief? That's the thing.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Well, because visually you look at it, he's trimmer. You listen to him even when he's in the moment, he sounds mentally, like, way beyond his years, mentally tough enough to do it. So, it's not like they're scared to upgrade at certain areas. So,
they believe in him. They see something.
I'm close to buying into Pierce.
Yeah.
I'm very close.
Yeah.
The Chiefs have an interesting special teams approach. Justin Reed, we remember Justin Reed kicking some field goals here, kicking off. He's kicked off for the Chiefs. Their special teams coach in Kansas City, Dave Taub. Say that right, T-O-U-B? Taub?
Oh, that one I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if it's Tube? I mean, I hate
Is it Tube?
It might be. It
T-O-U-B?
Yeah. I don't know.
I hate when people make up pronunciations. It's Taub. How would you say that? T-O-U-B. Taub.
I would say Taub.
Taub, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tube.
I think it's Tobe.
Oh, it is Tobe. I just looked it up. Dave Tobe.
Like
where's the A?
T-O-E-B.
Where's the A?
Like toe, like your big toe.
Like a toe.
Like-
T-O-E-B.
T-O-E-B. Tobe. I can
Dave
see that.
Tobe.
I can see that. I guess you can't.
All right, let's hear
Let's
from
just make it up.
let's hear from Dave, the makeup pronunciation T, the special team coach. Here's him talking about the approach that the Chiefs may take, and it may involve Justin Reed kicking off.
I like to have somebody that can go back, is able to make a tackle. I mean, Bucker's able to make a tackle, but I really don't want him making tackles all year long. If you watch the XFL, we watched every play. I bet kickers were involved in probably at least 25 to 40% of the tackles. Either trying to make a guy bounce back or making the tackle itself or just missing the tackle. So still kick a touchback if we need it. You're just giving up the ball. If we do kick a touchback out of the back of the end zone, now they're getting it out to 30 instead of the 25. So that 5 yards makes a big difference. Well, Justin can cover. I mean, he can kick, which he can do, and then he can go down there and make tackles. He's an extra guy that they're probably not accounting for. They know that guy can go down and tackle. A guy like Justin is a guy that they have to worry about. You have to get him blocked.
You know how much I love this. We were talking about it off air yesterday when it was kind of just hitting the rounds here. I love this. The 25 to 40% of the time the kicker has been impacting the tackle. It's almost a disservice if you don't have a guy like Justin Reed or Daria Gumbawale.
I got a confession here for you and Figgy. I got to confess this.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm worried about Fairbairn. And I'll just put it this way. You don't typically see kickers injured, but Ka'imi Fairbairn in the last 3 seasons has missed 9 games.
Yeah.
A kicker. He's missed 9 games, Ka'imi Fairbairn, in the last 3 years. Imagine him having to try to make a tackle.
I don't want him to. You have your own Justin Reed here.
But then it's returnable, though. Do you just take it? Do you just charge it to the game and kick it out of the end zone and let him have it on the 30? Like, is that?
No.
Is there going to be any team that's just like, oh, we'll kick it to the 30?
Maybe, but I think you have a weapon that a lot of teams don't have in Agumbawale.
Brother, 9 games.
That's what I'm saying. So don't even let him kick it, and then he can.
Yeah, I would just have him focus on field goals.
But Dari wasn't kicking it that well.
But he can kick it.
No, for a kickoff, I would have him kick it as far as he can.
He's much better. There's more of a.
I would not put my real kicker on the kickoff anymore.
The guy just
Screw
said.
that.
He just said.
Well, what about if you're up at the end of the game and you're just trying to not even risk it?
Maybe, but listen to what he said. You don't have to play it again. He said he watched every single.
He said 40% of the time they're involved in tackle. Fairbairn's getting hurt if that happens.
Yeah, that's why you should have Dari doing it.
Don't even put him out there.
Don't
man.
even put. No, I agree. I think
keep him in bubble wrap.
Frank Ross,
until it's
man.
time to kick a field goal.
I think Frank Ross is probably considered. It's almost a disservice if you don't consider it.
I'm happy for Frank Ross that he gets to coach this.
Yes,
because I felt like the kickoff. Remember how depressed he was about the kickoff?
He hated that.
Oh, he was sad.
He hated that.
He was really sad.
Yeah,
and now he's back. And I also think, and we can get more into this on Monday, I think this new rule is going to eliminate one of the biggest problems that the city of Houston has. I'll explain Monday.
Okay.
I'll explain Monday, but I really do. Trevor Lawrence, a system quarterback. Hell, it's not me saying it. This is Greg Cosell. Studies a hell of a lot of tape and joins Ross Tucker every week. This is what he had to say about the Jags quarterback.
I think we have to sort of decrease the expectations for what Lawrence is.
Right.
Got the moniker a generational quarterback. Everything I say, as you know, is based on studying film. He's not really at that level talent-wise. He has a good arm, but he's not a power arm guy. His deep balls at times lose energy on the back end. When he has to move in the pocket and reset his platform, his arm strength kind of declines. For the most part, he's really kind of more of a touch and pace thrower. I think he showed a tendency last year to play a little fast from the pocket when he perceived and felt pressure. He just sped up his process, and he's got to get better at that. I think he's a guy that needs a pretty complete offense, a multi-dimensional scheme, and a good defense. I think he's at the top tier of kind of the for want of a better word, system quarterbacks.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
That's insulting, but, I mean, he lays out a case. Look, he's just the bottom line, regardless of what words you want to use, regardless of how you want to break it down, I do think he was hurt last year, so he probably had a little bit more happy feet. He's not what they thought he was, and he's not elite. So that I think we can say that. Like, we're not going to be having the conversation like we're having about Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, other guys about can this guy become elite. He's not that. He's good.
He's had time.
He's solid.
Yeah.
In the right surroundings, he can figure stuff out. He's tough as a mofo.
Yeah.
But bottom line is he's not elite.
Yes. And for Cosell to do that, really one of the more respected guys anywhere when it comes to this type of analysis, that's I mean, he didn't mean it as an insult, but it's what it was. It's what it was when you consider where he was drafted.
CBS Sports Minutes. They can be very entertaining. They can be very frustrating. Boomer Esiason does them. He had one today talking about one of my favorite players. I love Lamar Jackson. I'm a Lamar Jackson truther. Big fan. But he said this, and it just kind of made me roll my eyes a little bit as I was driving through the rain.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Ravens' 17-10 loss to the Chiefs in last season's AFC Championship game still haunts Baltimore. It hurts more losing before the Super Bowl than actually being a part of it, Lamar Jackson claimed this week. We work so hard, and we get to a game away and lose. The upcoming Thursday night season opener will feature a rematch, of course, so have your popcorn ready. That should be a great one. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, first of all, yeah, being eliminated earlier probably sucks. You're right. That's right, Boomer.
Yes.
Second of all, how's Lamar Jackson now? You've never been to a Super Bowl, brother. You don't know what it feels like, sir. And I'm your defender.
Exactly.
But it's either a Captain Obvious or it's a how do you know?
I hadn't thought of that way.
Yeah, I mean, how do you know?
What hurts more than getting there and losing?
You don't know.
Even though I've never been there.
Yeah, you don't know.
Exactly.
I have no idea, sir.
People tell him. He knows people.
What do you do, call Mahomes?
He called people.
Hard Knocks. We know where Hard Knocks is going to be. It's going to be with the Chicago Bears, which means the Houston Texans will be featured in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
We're going to get a little snippet of that.
Yep.
Don't know if this is going to carry into the season. If so, we would have that Week 2 action. Here was Pardon My Take breaking down, because Big Cat, he's a Bears fan. Here was him breaking down the Bears being on Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Windy City.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams.
There's a small part of me that's worried that Hard Knocks might taint all the success the Bears have had these last few years. Like, this could go south.
People are going to get pumped for these Bears, though.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Well, I mean, I'm already there's nothing Hard Knocks can do that I won't already be thinking in my head.
I can't wait for the fashion episode with Caleb Williams. They're definitely going to go out to, like, some designer stores, follow him around for a day.
Him and Rome Odunze being best friends already.
Have him try some stuff on for the cameras. Yeah, do a little catwalk.
Yep.
That's going to be good.
Ryan Poles getting to work at, like, 4 in the morning, which I respect. Hardworking guy, genius. Yeah, I'm excited.
You should be.
I'm very excited.
You should be, but you should also be very...
All right. So this will be an interesting one, man. There's going to be a lot going on, but it's going to be Caleb Williams. Like, it's going to be the Caleb Williams show, right?
Why are they excited about this? I wouldn't want my number 1 overall pick on Hard Knocks. Just add another thing to it.
Well, PFT commenter's a Washington fan.
No, I'm saying
Big Cat.
Big Cat.
I don't know.
Would you want that?
Hard Knocks?
On top of everything else that's on the plate.
No, I don't want the Texans on Hard Knocks. I'm
talking about if you had like the number 1 overall quarterback.
No, I wouldn't.
I would not.
No, I don't want the Texans. I want the Texans to win ball games. I would not want them on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
You know, I always got to bring this up. You already know where this is going when we mention Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
Can't forget when the afternoon guys would have the Hard Knocks director on. Even after the Texans weren't even on it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, did you guys hear?
They would talk to the guy during the Buccaneer season, during the Brown season.
Yep.
They would have the Hard Knocks guy on, man.
They loved it.
Every Friday.
Yeah.
Football Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk to the Hard Knocks guy.
The producer.
How many people do you think even watch Hard Knocks?
Not me.
I didn't watch it last year.
Yeah.
There's too much, like...
It's fake, man.
Why do you always say this, John?
Because it is.
You always give away this Hard Knocks thing.
It's fake.
Man, can you let people dump that fake?
You can enjoy it.
What the hell are we talking about?
Just like actors on a sitcom. That's how you need to look at it. You can still enjoy the show, just understand that it's not real. That's how I would describe it. If you're into that, a little bit of
So
Brian
Cushing roughing up Alfred Blue wasn't real.
Well, look, I think
J.J. Watt flipping tires at 3 a.m. in front of a sold-out crowd wasn't real.
Yes, that was not real. That was not real. I have had people tell me, like,
this is fake. This is fake. This is fake. Yeah, that's Photoshop.
I'm not. Look, if you enjoy it, go enjoy it. I don't watch it because it's fake. It's staged.
So you're telling me Ryan Mallett getting the news broken to him?
By the way, that's one of the points right there. That was the story of that whole time.
Ryan Mallett oversleeping was fake.
And they showed like 2 minutes of it, and they didn't even talk about like some of the other stuff that was going on.
So Ryan Mallett.
Fake.
Not all of it, though.
No, there were the elements, some of them really happened, but the way they put it all together and the stories the storylines that they built.
Some of them are real.
Were contrived.
Some of them are real storylines that they
maybe. But
focus on.
Mostly they were contrived.
I'll never forget, man. Sean and Rich and I think Ted was still there, perhaps.
Maybe, I don't know.
They would ask him about Kareem Hunt getting pulled over. I'm sitting here in Houston getting ready for the Texans game. Hey, how about Jameis Winston going back home? Poor guy's driving around in his car, listens to it 24/7. He's got like hot takes. He's like, I don't even have HBO. Coming up next, the Slime Off. If they were still doing that, I might have to put Rich and Sean in the Slime Off for having the Hard Knocks guy on. But they don't. So they will not be in the Slime Off. However, that doesn't mean that one of our coworkers will not be. Time for the Slime next.
What's Bobby Slowik most
I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, it is time. Friday, 125. It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, last week it was the Dallas mayor for, just really kind of a lifetime achievement award, if we're being honest. I mean, you get caught cheating on your wife in the Ring camera with someone that you work with, allegedly, according to her. You're trying to bring the Chiefs to Dallas, and then you make multiple mayor bets during the playoffs.
Going to be sending that, what is it, desserts of some sort?
Some sweets from Minnesota to Dallas. This week, there is an overwhelming favorite. It's one of the most viral moments of 2024. This is a guy who was on trial for driving with a suspended license. He zoomed into his court hearing, which is an interesting approach, but whatever. And he zoomed in while he was driving. Judge, good job handling this the way you did, by the way. We need more judges who can just, lay it on him right there. I wonder if there's any judges who would have let him off or something like that.
Well, how could you in that case?
Here it is.
Under Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present, is due.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Hey. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
That is what the charge is, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Oh my God. Snap. Dude. Now, slime comes in different layers, so there's a lot of analysis that goes into this. But right now, you got this guy's
his face. It's already become a meme. His mouth half open.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I just realized probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I'm just pulling in. Okay.
He was giving the play-by-play. All right, I'm parking right now. All right, I just parked. I just cut the car off.
Yes.
All right, Judge.
Hey, Judge.
Yeah, I'm getting out of the driver's seat right now.
Ready to talk about my license suspension. Overwhelming favorite.
Overwhelming?
Yeah.
That face that he made is just so good. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. That's what this is about.
Next one, the New York media. So, Jorge Lopez, who's been designated for assignment, he met with the media the day after he was ejected, and then after he was ejected, he threw his glove into the stands. I thought it was clear, you thought it was clear, Figgy thought it was clear that he clearly said, I've been the worst effing teammate ever.
Yeah.
He didn't say I'm on the worst effing team ever. He said I've been the worst teammate ever. Here was his original comment.
Mendoza said that he understands the emotion, but that particular action of throwing your glove into the stands was unacceptable. Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So, so I'm ready to come back tomorrow. If they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
Other than the glove thing, I don't even know if it was that big of a slimeball thing. The way he answered and was honest about himself and everything else. But the glove thing did kind of put it over the top.
But this is about the New York media, right? Or is it him that's nominated?
Well, yes. I mean, it's clearly, you know, the way this thing has been interpreted. It got out there, and I think it was a factor in him being released. Like, because it was out there already that it was about the team, you know?
And he was clearly talking about himself. The whole comment was talking about him as a person.
Yeah.
Someone who works in New York, we hear from him often. Entertaining, good way to get the pulse of what's going on out there. Evan Roberts, he was asked, or he weighed in with his teammates, including Tiki Barber. This was his take, and this is why, like Figgy just said and like Lopez just said, this is why the New York media is nominated for the Slime-Off.
Jorge Lopez was left on an island yesterday, and you guys in the media ran him over. I don't know if he said, this is the worst effing team I've been with.
He's talking about himself.
Right.
So for him to pivot to saying this is the worst team, it doesn't add up.
No.
It was obviously he was talking about himself.
And I don't want to hear while they followed up with him. Was the interpreter there? And the proof of that is he goes on Instagram today to says, hey, let me clarify. I meant teammate.
Well, he said teammate. Forget meant. The words out of his mouth were teammate.
Yes. 100%. And the one that, if you could almost narrow it down to the guy that worked for the SNY network, from the Mets network, who said, I circled back and asked him, and he said that he confirmed it, and then he said, no, I didn't say that. So I think the interpretation, the immediate interpretation, made his life much more difficult. It led to him being directly to being released, DFA'd.
Next potential, do you think this guy, the New York media, has a case? I actually think they got a case.
I think so.
Absolutely.
That's kind of messed up.
You're messing with a guy's career here, man. His life, his livelihood.
Or just saying something that I never said is wrong.
Yeah, it's terrible. It went viral. Next one, Brandon Scott. Our guy.
Yeah, this one hurts.
You hear him here.
This one hurts.
Every Thursday, 11 a.m. Weekly visit with Brandon Scott. One of my favorite media types. A guy that has a journalism background. A guy that loves sports. A guy that takes pride in covering our teams. Giving his opinions. Doing so in a credible, well-delivered way. Articulate. I think McClain said he's well-spoken one time, but Brandon Scott, man, one of my favorite media types. But he got to, I guess Clinton Ron have him on now weekly, as well, and I guess he had a good conversation about Nico Collins' contract extension, to the surprise of nobody. He's one of those opinions you want to hear.
Yeah.
But as he was talking about that conversation, he went to Twitter, and Brandon Scott said, just had a great conversation with my guys about Nico Collins. But the conversation during the commercial break was even better. Come on, B. Scott.
We all know better.
When I seen that tweet, too, in real time, and I read the first part, I was about to go to the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, all right, let me
go check
that
this out.
out.
Hear what he said.
He said during the break, I'm just like, oh, man.
Listener can't hear you during the break.
What did he say about it?
I mean, he just said, I don't know about these unwritten radio laws that you have, Landry. And I said, it's not unwritten. It's just,
it's not you.
Yeah, I don't have.
It's not
like
fair.
An unwritten rule.
It's not just you, is what I'm saying.
I felt like
it's not fair to the listener.
I felt like Kevin Durant and Uncut Gems.
It's not fair to the listener.
Why the F would you show me something if I couldn't have it then?
Yeah.
And then sometimes, like, I remember, like, in the early producing days, like, when you're at the radio station and you're, like, listening during the commercial break, someone will be having, like, a cheesy conversation, and they'll think like it's a really good conversation, too. Oh, hello, it's John Adodong here, and, Luckily, you can't hear the brawl. I'll tell you what, sometimes the commercial break's more entertaining than the show.
Well,
I like our show.
That's not what I want to hear.
Say, what's that? What's that song
we don't want
you're
to talk
playing
about
on the way
that.
back?
We don't want to talk about that right now.
What's that
Let's
song
leave it
you're
for the
playing
break.
on the way back? Oh, man, I remember 1990s. Oh, man, I was at the dance back then. That's another one, but little disappointed in someone as strong as B. Scott for that.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to start this off.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm voting for B. Scott.
What?
I'm voting for B. Scott ahead of the court guy, and I'm voting for B. Scott ahead of the New York media because I'd expect better from him.
Oh, man.
I expect better from B. Scott.
That's an upset.
That is an upset. I might be a little bit of a surprise here, too. The court guy was just dumb. Does that make him a slime ball?
It depends. There's different levels of slime.
You know
There
what
can
I
be
mean?
dumb slime.
Yeah.
There can be malicious slime. There can be all kinds of slime.
He was, to me, obviously hilarious, but dumb. He was dumb. What are you doing? That's stupid. That's not slime ball in my book. I'm going to go with starting with the initial guy that interviewed him and then how Jorge Lopez's words were chopped up and misinterpreted and put out there and affected his career with the Mets. I'm going to say the New York media and Jorge Lopez.
Okay, so you go to New York media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's slime ball stuff. You're twisting a guy's words and affecting his career?
No, I agree. I'm actually I got to go with the New York media too, man.
Yeah.
Because the court guy, I really honestly think he's a little slow. Just watching the video, how he reacted, I'm like, he might not got it all there. He might be a little MD. So I would let him off the hook for that.
Yeah. Okay, so he's off the hook. So he doesn't even get a vote.
No.
Nah.
Didn't even get a vote. Man, good for you.
I hope he gets it
Although we
together.
all called him dumb. Maybe even a little slow.
Yeah, a little slow.
Maybe
man.
even we called him dumb and slow. Hey, you're off the hook.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Congratulations, man. There you go. You get how long is he going to jail for? Probably 14
What do you
days?
think?
14?
Yeah, maybe a couple weeks.
14, 15 days?
Yeah, maybe. Somewhere in there.
You think he's ever been?
Yeah, probably.
He definitely been arrested. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. You'll be all right, dude. You get it right. Hopefully I don't even know. You know the craziest thing? Do you really think he was going to the doctor? Come on.
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. I don't.
Come on, bro.
He had the video on pulling up.
He was going to Subway.
He looked like he was super.
He was going to Subway.
I'm pulling in right now.
Yeah, he was going to Subway, dude.
He was so excited.
Even the look on the judge's face was like, "Am I seeing what
He
I
was just
think
like,
I'm
"Is
seeing?"
this serious?"
Yeah.
I don't know how the lawyer didn't start laughing.
No, she handled it like a pro. We'd like to move for an adjournment. I mean, what is the postponement, whatever it was. I was like, she was pretty quick with it.
Yes, Your Honor. He's driving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's suspended. Yes.
Coming up, who's going to eat? Texans got a good offense. Who's going to eat? And is C.J. Stroud going to eat the largest plate that he will eat in his entire career? That's next.
Nico Collins.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so there were two money quotes yesterday. A couple of observations from the Texans being on the field. One observation was that I thought Stephon Diggs looked great. Look, I know it's not a full run-through, but you don't know how you're going to feel when you see a star player put on your squad's uniform the first time. That was a good feeling. It was good seeing him out there just jogging around, whatever the hell it was. So Stephon Diggs looked great. Takeaway number 2, there's some body transformation stuff going on. We saw it with Nico Collins from year 1 to 2. We've seen it with Brevin Jordan, I think both between year 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. Kind of see it with C.J. Stroud. You can clearly see it with Dameon Pierce, and you dang sure see it with Kenyon Green. So the control, what you can control, it feels like the guys that have the most to prove and the most pressure on them for different reasons, they seem to have been handling things right in the offseason when it comes to handling their temple or body, however you want to put it.
Their bodies are temples.
You hear that all the time.
The funny one to me is C.J. Stroud. I didn't notice anything last year. He was fine. He looked like a great athlete, you know? So I'm wondering why. That'd be a good question when we get him. What would compel you to want to do that?
Maybe it's just natural. I don't know.
Yeah.
Then there were two money quotes, one from Bobby Slowik and one from Joe Mixon. We'll start with the first one. First one's about grubbing, a.k.a. eating. This is Joe Mixon talking about all the talent on offense and only so many, really just one, football to go around.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. With the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing.
There you go. So everyone's going to eat. We've talked about the 7 offenses that I mentioned over the course of history where you have to spread the rock out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Joe Mixon's going to be Marshall Faulk or Edgerrin James, but he could easily be Noshawn Moreno on the 2013 Broncos or something like that, who had, I think, 1,500 total yards and double-digit touchdowns. I could easily see that. And the wide receiver core 1 to 3. You don't quite have like a Randy Moss, like the Tom Brady Patriots, but you have really, really good receivers. So I think we could see that if you just want to sprinkle it in and at the most positive form of imagination of what that looks like. I think those would be the examples.
Is it outrageous to say Joe Mixon's going to have 1,500 combined yards? All right, 1,500 combined yards, rushing and receiving. And you're going to have 2,000 yards, 1,000-yard receivers, and a 700-yard receiver. Is that outrageous?
I could see it. You got Dalton Schultz, too, so you can sprinkle some of that in.
Yeah.
Then there's this from Bobby Slowik. Bobby Slowik, as if C.J. Stroud didn't have enough pressure, Bobby Slowik apparently philosophically thinks that year 2 is the pivotal year for a quarterback's career. Here's what your offensive coordinator, Big Hat Bobby, had to say.
I think the biggest thing going into year 2 for CJ is really year 2 for a quarterback is a big year. It's a really, really impactful year to me that kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of his career. Like last year, there's a lot going on. You got to hit fundamentals, you got to hit verbiage, you got to hit play calls, you got to hit protections, you got to hit all this stuff. And you hit fundamentals to a degree, but you can only do so much. Now we really get to dive into the fundamentals of this is what we do and how we play and what makes him great and grow that within our offense. So that really, to me, is what's been on board and all in and picking up right where he left off, for sure.
Okay. I look forward to seeing it then, my friend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how it plays out, because he's not talking about pivotal as in, boy, we don't want you to slide back. No one there, no one here, no one anywhere is really expecting C.J. Stroud to take a step back. I think he's talking about, all right.
But if he does, do I look at it differently because Bobby Slowik said that?
You asked that earlier, and I didn't answer. We went on to something else, and I went on a tangent, or we did, whatever. I think
I probably did.
If he takes a step back, there's no way we're going to look at it any other way. But boy, he took a step back.
Yeah, and for me, I look at CJ, and I don't want to sit here and act like I don't have any expectations. Maybe I just don't have any fear, and maybe any natural struggles. I'm not looking to make too much out of. Mm-hmm. But when Bobby Slowik talks about how pivotal the second year is, I think about it, and I'm like, okay, well,
yeah,
damn. I mean, it might hit a little bit harder. I might have to approach this with a little more intensity.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I think he means pivotal as in everybody knows you're great. Not good. He used the word great when he was talking about CJ. Great quarterback. Everybody knows you're great. All right, let's talk about another level. Let's talk about a pivotal stretch in 2024 where you all of a sudden are rubbing shoulders with the greatest, in the game right now. I think that's what he's talking about. And that's not outrageous to think that's a possibility.
Bobby Slowik's got those big expectations, man. He does sound a little bit more. He's always been pretty sharp. He does sound a little bit more head coachy at the podium.
He does.
Do you think that when because I would, if you were in charge of a coaching search, like you were one of the people that was in charge of it, do you go and look at their old press conferences, or do you even care? Do you just, because the resume speaks for itself? This guy called this offense. This guy worked here. Do you go and check out some of their old press conferences? Do you think maybe when Bobby was a little bit more hesitant last year at the podium, it was never bad. He was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But you look at last year and now you look at what he sounds like. Do you think anyone ever puts that on and says, you know what, that guy looks like he could be a leader of our organization?
I think you're not doing your job if you don't look at not necessarily individual press conferences and how he's developed in front of, answering questions, just how he handles being in front, how he handles media, the public, the demands of the job. I mean, you're not doing your job because that can make or break a guy once he gets on the hot seat.
Yeah, well, he can also, but there can also be guys who are just really, really good at that type of thing, and you have to.
Oh
balance
no, they can
it out.
fool you too.
Yeah, they can fool you for sure.
Yeah.
How often are you? You're a Facebook stalker, aren't you? You look them up. If you hear something, be honest.
What is going on?
I'm just asking. I
do not Facebook stalk. Where'd you get that from?
No, sure you
stalk
do.
Who?
Sure you do.
Like who?
If you meet someone and you hear somebody's name, you go on Facebook and see, okay, what can I get a grasp of this person?
Just anything. To get a little
let's welcome so and so to Odyssey.
Every time I get one of those, I search them on Facebook just to see what they're about.
Yeah,
that's it. That's not stalking. You do that.
No, I use that for I use that on a low term. Stalking. Stalking just means you're going and looking up someone when you don't know them.
No, it doesn't. Stalking means
stalking is a bad word at this point.
Nah, it's looser now. It's a looser definition. It's a looser definition.
It is for you.
It's a looser definition. Stalking, you go look up their
Why don't you say check them out?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Mainly
check them out.
Yeah.
Figgy, I think you're a Facebook stalker too.
No,
Figgy will be
able to tell you about your word.
What do you mean?
Unless he's really stalking.
No, but what if I'm not saying he's going and posting up in front of their house and
no, but Facebook
going and smelling their underwear drawer when they leave their house.
Stalking is not a good term, man.
Okay, but it's different when I'm talking about stalking. After you hear a name.
What were you trying to imply when you said your Facebook?
You're making it sound like he's going in through someone's panty drawer or something like that.
No. If I told you, hey, I heard your wife is Facebook stalking this guy.
Yeah.
What would you think?
Well, the problem is, you probably can't get the profile of the guy anyways.
So you're interpreting it like I do it, which is basically getting information.
Stalking is looking someone up before you know him.
No,
for me.
It's not. No,
well, I know what the real term stalking is, but in terms of doing some nonsense, you're looking up their social media account before you meet them.
That's not.
Don't try to weasel out of this.
I'm not weaseling out of anything.
He's trying to make stalking sound cool.
So
there's nothing cool about stalking.
I'm giving multiple definitions.
I don't give a damn what you doing. Ain't nothing cool about being a stalker.
Why do you guys pick and choose what words can have multiple definitions?
Okay. Just like what you're doing.
Okay, so when I call Lopez creepy, am I calling him Jeffrey Dahmer? No, there's different layers of creepy. If you hear someone's name and then you go on their Facebook account, I call it stalking. I'm not sitting here saying that they're
show me somebody
I'm not sitting there saying they're watching them shower at night or something like that. You guys pick and choose when there's like multiple definitions.
How you landed here is beyond comprehension.
We didn't even get to the point.
It's totally beyond comprehension. When I say Facebook stalking, one thought comes to mind, and it isn't, I'm doing research.
Oh,
I'm doing research.
People know what Facebook stalking is. It's not like a big
Facebook stalking, and I've done it.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, when it first came out, Facebook was the way.
You were all about it?
Facebook stalking, I might stalk some photos.
Oh, yeah. And in class, in class, you hear a name, and you go look her up.
That's the traditional, what Ron is talking about. No, that's the traditional stalking. Why was he looking up for photos? Not to find out more about the person who might be a salesperson or something here. That's when I do it, is to find out what they're all about. No, he was doing it for personal reasons. He was doing that.
Don't call me no stalker.
You have to do that because you never see him in the building, though.
Well, everybody. Have you?
I feel like my man Darren Waller's been doing some Facebook stuff.
Oh, my God.
I had to pray for Darren. Man.
Yeah, you should.
I had one question.
You should. People are having fun with that.
I've never seen anybody take an L quite.
Nah, that's a phone call. That's a phone call. And he put a lot of effort into taking that L. He'd have been better off just recording himself singing. He'd have been better off going 50 Tyson.
Yes, my immediate thought, Ron.
I mean,
does he not have any real friends?
Well, come on.
Because like a real friend would say, hey, bro.
Not friend. Hey, man, I can't even. The person producing it, I can't even take your money off this.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, he went auto-tunes all the way.
But he showed someone in his family or a very close friend. Somebody should have put their arm around him and said, nah, don't do this.
No, but
I didn't even put my arm around you, man. No, I'm not going to let you do this.
What do you think ex-wifey thinks, though? Because she's validated. Like, she's
kind of, but then
she's either creeped out or she's very validated. Like, see, I told you why I'm getting divorced.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest with you. If I'm the next dude, and I mean, I had, where my life was changed by my wonderful wife, had I been had I been there to get in the cards to slip into Kelsey Plum,
young,
and I really wanted to slip
into her, huh?
I really wanted to slip into that,
so to speak.
Oh wow,
slip into that.
Man,
like I would be looking at her a little bit different. Like, so hold on, man. Like, you married this dude?
Yeah.
Well, he's always had. He was an addict back in the day. Right?
I know he's an addict, but like you said, this is it.
When you figure,
I want to spend the rest of my life with this nut.
When you figure it out, tell the rest of us. Why these women mess with any of
Well,
this.
she's a tad bit of a strange bird too, isn't she?
Yeah, not as strange as that.
She just opened a cigar line.
He if you heard it, like he made this music video, and the way he explained it was actually
from a third person perspective or something.
He was playing the role of Kelsey Plum, and the fake Kelsey Plum was playing the role of
the hell out of here.
And he's
the hell out of here.
Creative guy, man.
Shoot.
That's art right there. Hey, you know what? I at least appreciate a good old music video. At least he put some effort into a music video, man. I miss the days of the music videos.
Did he
bringing back MTV
with that Hype Williams?
I said effort. I didn't say good. I said effort of a music video.
I couldn't. I felt bad for it. It was cringeworthy.
Mm-hmm.
When at the end, when she stabs him in the back.
Yeah.
And that's really him stabbing her in the back in real life, the way he's...
According to him.
Here's the other thing. If I'm the Texans, like let's say that, I'll knock on wood, let's say Dalton Schultz gets hurt and then Cade Stover gets hurt and there's an emergency call, he ain't even in my Rolodex.
No.
I don't care how much of an emergency he is. We're going 5 wide.
I might call him.
Line up, tackle eligible.
I hadn't seen it.
He ain't on mine.
You ain't seen it yet?
I ain't seen it.
Tyler, have you seen that? Have you seen the Darren Waller?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
Oh, my God, man.
If he's not good enough to be an emergency tight end via lock dog, I got to see this.
I had to watch it in stages, Judge.
How long is
it? I mean, it's a music video, but it's so cringeworthy of this dude took the time and wrote this.
Yeah.
And went.
A lot of auto-tune.
I mean, he did.
Didn't even sound good in auto-tune.
No, he did.
You're listening to KILT-AM. Happy Friday to you.
T-Pain was somewhere pissed.
KILT-HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live.
You
ain't seen that? Oh, my God. You got to see Darren Waller.
Darren Waller's music video is not on my list, Lab. But I will now that I heard you guys talk about it.
It's to a point where I'm praying for him because Kelsey, that don't look like Kelsey is done with him. At least from his what
happened?
They got divorced. Kelsey came. I remember Kelsey made a statement. She sent out a tweet, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something to the tune of "I walked through the fire for him, But I knew it's time for me to get out. Someday I'll tell my story, but today is not the day. You know, I'm choosing happiness or whatever. And then my man, he wrote a song and then made a video. I mean, he goes old school too. He talks in the beginning of it. Tyler, find it. Play a little bit of it. We'll get to it in some way. You remember our Boys the Man used to have old dude Michael the bass, and really his job was to talk. Talk, yes. And he would come in, baby. You know, Darren kicks it off with it. He talks. It's.
I feel for the guy, man.
It's rough, man. It is rough. He publicly.
I know he's had some serious substance abuse issues in his past. Is it mental health now?
I don't know what it is. It is. I mean, his heart is broken. But I think he messed it up.
That'll make you do some strange things, man.
My man is insane. It was a tough watch. All right, welcome in though. Welcome into the drive as we are live on this beautiful Friday. We just had a meal at Twin Peaks over here, 59 and Kirby. We kicked it, had a good time. So if you're near, son of a bitch, I'm telling you, you're near Twin Peaks. Why not? Why not stop by and have a little lunch, have a little dinner tonight?
They're 29 degrees.
I tell you, they really are.
The man-sized drafts are 29 degrees, and it's spot on right now, boys.
Yeah, there's a few things that we need to get to, and we will. We will get to them because there's an important question I want to ask from the Astros. By the way, my last job, I just was relieved from my duties from. I just got another check from them. They can keep this, dog.
They're like $4.32.
$34.
38 cents.
Hey.
That's more than you got in your pocket, man. Cash that sucker. Let's ride.
I think you should take it all, and we should place it on a bet tonight.
Hey, I'm not going to lie to you. I think they've over. Oh, let's do it.
That's a good idea.
That's for the people. We got it, but it's got to be a parlay to really pay out.
I mean, I want to bet just for me.
What?
You trying to give it back to the people again?
You're right.
I mean,
that's too nice.
If Ron wants to bet and give it back to the people, I'll do it.
Nah. Yeah, you're right. I've had a few too many people come at me a little sideways. So yeah, y'all
start being a little nicer.
Yeah, y'all want to have us put two grand on you at Twin Peaks. Y'all got to be a little bit nicer. No,
Hold on, show.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I ain't gonna say nothing. I think they've overpaid.
You think they've overpaid?
This is the third check they've sent me. Now, this one is clearly the lowest of them all, the $34. This is the third check they've sent me.
Don't say nothing, man. Let them keep paying you.
Hey, come on now. I ain't saying a damn thing. But I've already moved on to another spot, and they still paying me. All right.
I'm sure they owed it to you somewhere down
the line.
Somewhere
they did, yeah. But I do want to get to a conversation we had at Twin Peaks because I'm blown away by this. And I, like, you know how when you say I look at people different, you know, that time I've kind of looked at Clint a little different since I know how he bathes with his hands.
Showers.
Yeah, that time Tyler, I looked at Tyler a little different when I found out he openly wears matching drawers with his wife
with dinosaurs on them,
and then his wife tried to lie to us and say, "No, he's lying. Well, a long time ago we did it, but not now."
What a sweetheart!
And like that time, y'all looked at me multiple times. You know, that guy's a grown ass man, almost 40, don't know how to ride a bike. You know, I mean, like those times you looked at. I'm looking at you different, Tyler, and I want to get to that in a second. But Today, something I know I want us all to be looking out for, especially you, Tyler, and Cheryl back there. Today, right, Tyler, if we heard from Dana Brown, this should be the day that we find out about an update with Jose Urquidy.
That's correct.
And an update with Christian Javier.
Yeah, it was about 48 hours ago that GM Dana Brown said in 48 hours we would know.
Yeah, so right, that's really important because right now you're an injury suspension away from Blair again. So let's keep our eyes and ears open for that because I think that is important news. And the Urquidy one is really the one to look for because Dana Brown said that's one that he's most concerned about. And when you hear form, you hear the general manager say most concerned about that scares you to Tommy John Bill.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. That's why I'm more interested in hearing from Javier.
You don't even want to hear from him.
I mean, look, he's already told us, man. Hey, look, this is a major concern here. So okay, well, let's go ahead and ship him to what is it, Alabama, where old Doc has does the surgery.
He still is James Andrews still doing surgery?
Yeah, I think so.
He's done every.
Go ahead and ship his ass there and let us know what's going on with Javier, because we're gonna need that one.
Yeah, Dr. James Andrews, you ain't lying. He performs. Wrestlers, athletes, everybody goes to Alabama to go see Dr. James Andrews, and maybe they catch an Alabama football game afterwards. They hit the surgery and rehab, but that's one we are looking at. All right, I gotta get here. Tyler came to Twin Peaks. And I noticed it. It looked like what it looked like, and it's a Hawaii shirt
with a cock on it.
It is. It's an Hawaii shirt with a gamecock of some sorts on it.
Yeah.
But he came
rooster,
in,
right?
Yeah. Maybe a rooster. Yeah. But he came in, and what it looked like was like he had just bought the shirt and unfolded it and then put it on. Right, like
fresh out of the plastic.
Fresh out of the plastic, unfolded. That's what it looked like. I was like, damn, you got that brand new one, huh? Unfold. He goes, oh, man, I didn't even see it. It is wrinkled. I said, you hit that iron. My man told me. He said, I should have thrown it in the dryer. Something told me. There's just something in my spirit. Something in my spirit said, when's the last time you ironed? He said, I've never ironed in my life.
You've never put your hand on an iron.
He said, I don't think I know what to do with it.
Not once, not never.
He said, I think I know there's a button where some kind of steam or something comes out. That's what he said. He said,
that sounds awful.
He said, but I've never ironed. He said, my mom ironed all my clothes before I got to college, and now I just throw it in the dryer, and now I use a steamer. He said, and I quote, I don't even think we have an iron in our house.
I'm not sure.
He sends everything that he's ironed to the cleaners, he said.
You ain't never ironed in your life.
I have never ironed.
Really tell. And then we had
that doesn't surprise me one bit.
That like one time he ain't touched it.
He drove a yellow Hummer.
I know he drove it, but one time.
If Mom was buying a yellow Hummer, Mom was ironing them clothes.
That's not a life. It's just not a life experience I've come across.
What'd you say? When my mom bought that hatchback with the bike rails, you damn sure ironing your clothes.
You're ironing your own, bro. Or you're going wrinkled, one of the two.
I just came, but I did not know there were grown people, especially in their 30s. Then we talked to the waitress. She said she has an iron in her house, but it's still in the box.
She was dryer gang too.
One said it's still in the box. One said she's used hers twice.
Yeah, twice. I iron Sunday. I probably iron. Like if I'm going to church, especially, I probably iron once a week. I probably hit like yesterday.
Yeah.
I told you yesterday I had them shorts. I looked at them shorts 3 times and tried to shake them out. Tried to go out and throw up. I think about all right, maybe if I walk in the sun. No, I had to hit them jokers.
Hit them with an iron.
I had to hit them real quick. Is that? I mean, you're like, especially if he's almost 34 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he had never ironed.
I never really thought about it till today, but yeah, I've never done it.
Man. That's ridiculous. For a guy that cares as much about what he looks like and what he wears and is out and about quite a bit, that's
now I will
that's a crying
now
out
I will give you credit. I'm not gonna say I will say it's not like I see him walking around wrinkled all the time. I will give him that. But I didn't know that was a thing on earth. Like I didn't think it was possible. Anybody at 30 years old, 25 years old, have not grabbed an iron. Like when he said, I don't think I know what to do with it. Have you ever seen Coming to America when they told him to mop and the cave, he just moving it.
He's moving
he ain't pulled the mop. That's what I think. I think he plug it in and just be running it.
Didn't realize
don't know how to turn it.
Turn it on. It's got to be hot. Needs a little water in it to hit that steam. Look, I was always.
When's the last time you ironed, Clint?
Well,
has it been in the last month?
No. Yes. On vacation, yes. But because I've always been an iron guy. Like I would iron 2 or 3 times a week because I'm not leaving the house. I don't care where I'm going. I'm not leaving the house wrinkled. And so I was the guy that ironed, consistently. My wife has one of those
steamers.
Yeah, but it's one of those little ones on wheels, and so it's really plug it in, turn it on, boom, and whatever little crease or whatever little wrinkles I got, I've learned to use that over the last 2 or 3 months. But before up to about 2 or 3 months ago, I was definitely an iron guy.
I'm blown away by that.
In fact, there's nothing worse when you get an iron at somebody's house that never uses it, and you put water in it for the first time, and you go to iron your shirt and get a little steam, and with
what
that,
happens?
Well, crap comes out of the holes. It's not clean water because they're all clogged up. So then you got stripes on your shirt of something.
Yeah, and it's dark. You got to.
Yeah, you got. It's just a mess.
Text line: dryer and steamer do just as well. LOL. 40 have never used an iron myself.
My man.
Never's a long time.
Dryer gang.
Now I'm not expecting you. Like if you saw me in middle school. The amount of time I used to use on that iron,
yeah.
Like we was in this time frame, man. I'm running through a can almost, baby. Give me a month, I got the can of starch. I'm making this thing. Like you can cut your finger on the crease I'm working with. I'm in here. I'm 30 minutes a pants leg.
I never was a creaser.
Oh boy, it was hard, boy. It was. You could see it. I mean, it was. You could feel the starch of mine. I'm not saying to go there, but damn, like sometimes you see a polo and you're like, man, I got to hit this.
Yeah.
Got to hit this real quick.
All my polos go straight to the cleaners.
Straight to the dryer.
T-shirts in the dryer, nice shirts at the cleaners.
This wouldn't surprise me one. This doesn't surprise me one bit with Tyler, to be honest with you.
You're not.
If I'd have walked in today and you said, Clint, has Tyler ever used
you would have.
Well, I know you're asking me the question for a reason. Because clearly you're shocked by something. So I would say no.
So 43, and all I use is an iron. My kid is using it now, too.
That sounds dangerous.
But I am
Just
shocked.
kidding,
I am shocked that he has never grabbed one. That one has shocked me. Like if you told me, he's like, man, I ain't using iron in years. He said, I've never used it. It's straight face.
If you don't use it right, can you burn clothes?
Yes,
I assume.
What would you think?
If you leave it face down on a shirt,
I just have never seen anyone burn it ironing, so I guess they knew what they were doing.
You ain't never. Let's do that,
you
man.
have to leave it face down.
Hey, boss, if I'm riding bikes, when y'all come over, you're going to iron some shirts. Okay. That's what you're going to do. When y'all come over next month, I'm recording this.
Tyler's got to iron the shirt. I've got to take a shower and use a rag. Yes. Ron's got to ride a bike.
Yes. And I'm recording all of this.
I'm going to run your bar of soap through the crack of my ass. And then leave it sitting up there for
I got some loofahs for you. Don't worry. We got a new box. They
good. That'll really trap some little dingleberries.
Man, I can't believe that just blew me away. All right. Speaking of guys who I'm sure haven't ironed either, the Houston Astros. I want to get here because we had Tony Gwynn on yesterday. If you missed it, go to the 2:40 time part of hour one yesterday. You can hear our entire conversation with Tony Gwynn Jr., our baseball insider, MLB insider. But he was talking and he was saying, like, hey man, this division, they still got time, they still got a chance with this division, and they can make a run if they get back to doing things. Now that's a big if. I'm wondering where people are, because since I've been here, would you all agree? And you longer than I have, this is the lowest I feel like the fan base has been with the Houston Astros.
Without a doubt.
And I mean, right now, the lowest at any point. I mean, there have been tough injuries, but this seems to be the lowest that Astros fans have been with this team. I'm just curious where people stand. Do you still have the feeling that, hey, if the Astros can just get in the dance, if they can just grab one of these playoff spots, if they can just find a way to stay in it and win the West, which I think is the way they're going to have to do it. If they could just find a way to get in, that you feel like the Astros can actually make a legitimate run. Like if they were to get in, that you're like, yo, it's a new slate, new season. So you're
telling me there's a chance.
And I feel like the Astros can make a legitimate run the way they're constructed. The way that you see them right now, do you get the sense if they just got in that they could be a real problem? You feel that?
Yes.
You still feel that?
Absolutely.
Even with everything, Joe, all of it, you still feel like if they were to get in, they could make a run.
Absolutely.
A real run.
Yeah, absolutely. I do. I think you've got I think there's more evidence to them making a real run if you base it over the last handful of years. And even if you're just talking about the current players, don't go back far enough to where Garrett Cole, we can't factor that in. But with Fromber, if Christian Javier is healthy, with Christian, obviously with Jordan and Altuve and Tucker and Pena to that matter, I think there's a lot more evidence to the thought that if they can just get in, they can damn sure make a run, a meaningful run, than there is that they couldn't. Now, there's a strong case over the last month and a half, 2 months that's all the evidence you need. But to me, there's still, like, I think Alvarez is going to swing the bat.
Hell no. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not there. I believe if they can just get in, they're going to make a run. They're going to scare the hell out of folks. They're going to be one of the better teams out there. I think, especially if you make a run from where you're at right now, you're going to have to play some really good baseball to do it. You'll be hitting stride at the right time. Yeah, I think with the guys, just talk about the guys that have been there and done that. I think they've got enough in the tank, both in the pitching department as well as swinging the bat at the plate. I think they can still do it. Yeah.
Text line, on paper they could, but actually, hell no. Someone texted, nope. Someone texted, that's the deal. Like, when you say it, all right, if they get in, that means they got probably Verlander, Framber, Ronel Blanco as a top 3 in their rotation. Still got Josh Hader and Abreu. We'll see about Presley, but that in the back end, you still have at the top Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker. Like that. Like that's a group sometimes where you like low scoring games. You know, obviously after watching the Seattle series, that doesn't give you the greatest thought, but low scoring games, like the experience, you could get the sense of, boy, if they just got in, that Verlander, all it takes is one for Verlander and Framber, bam, to get a big start, and Altuve and Alvarez and Tucker, them hot, and they you need 3-4 runs to drive it. Like, you could get a sense to see that if they just got in. And I think that is the big part of hanging on if you are with the Astros. Like, if you think, like, if they just got in, you could see them just flushing everything and flipping the switch.
If they just get in, you know, or at least you think a spot is going to put the best lineup on the field. With that said, you got Jake Myers in center field, who I'm not assuming he's going to continue to do what he's doing right now, but I think he's going to be a factor. You look at left field, would obviously be Dubon or White Boy Chaz. I'm cool with that. First base would be the one spot you got to really figure out what the hell they're going to do there. But if it's John Singleton at that point in time, that's really the weakest bat you're going to have in the entire lineup. At catcher, I'll be honest with you, at catcher, we'll get into the Diaz situation. I think it's Bush League. I think they're making a major mistake. But at the same time, even whether Diaz figures it out or Caratini continues to get more run, that catcher position is going to produce significantly more than last year's catcher position did. Whichever one it is significantly better at the plate than Maldonado. And so, look, I just think when it's all said and done, a lot of this stuff is going to work itself out. And if they get in, now that's crazy. The bigger question for me is if they get in. If they get in, I think they're going to be primed and ready to make a run.
All right, coming up, this is one of my favorite games to play, the button game. The button game. And we're going to play it with the most beloved athlete in this city right now, C.J. Stroud. That's coming up next.
In the Loop.
Good for Nico, man, and good for the Texans. Whether you thought they should wait or whether you thought that they should get it done, I think this is actually a win-win for both sides, and I think they both kind of met in the middle.
Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Figgy was disgusted with you. Hell, Parker was disgusted with you.
Figgy doesn't know how to swim.
Parker
disgusted with who?
with him, I said it.
With Parker? I mean, with Tyler?
Yeah, I said.
Because of the iron thing?
I was like, damn, what the hell did I do?
He said, he don't know how to iron? He ain't never ironed?
I really never even thought about how I have never experienced that until this conversation today. And I was like, man, I've never done it.
Somebody's a little aggressive. Not only have I ironed, do I iron clothes, but I've ironed my damn socks.
That's a little bit.
I ain't never ironed no damn socks. Baby.
That's weird.
I'm going to tell you
I'll get with you that.
I'm going to tell you where I draw the line. And this is a real thing.
I've ironed my drawers before.
Well, I bet that feels nice.
This only guy that buys $2 underwear and then irons.
I just wanted to hit him.
I mean, if you're gonna iron them,
I was feeling good.
Well, you thought you was gonna get in front of one, didn't you?
I think it might have been prom. Iron them drawers.
Ironing your sheets.
I don't do that, but I know people who do.
When I heard that was a real thing, I said, "Man, y'all better get out of my face."
I don't care about that. Them sheets that's about to get covered up by that comforter. Hell no.
Ironing your sheets. I said, "Nah, I'm okay. I'm good."
Now, Courtney loves them cold.
The sheets?
Oh, she wants them cold as hell. She hates it. She hates it when I get in before her. And I done
get all
warmed
that
them up.
body heat, warmed up all the damn.
She wants some ice cold so she can get in.
Well, you need to make sure from now on, least you can do is get in the bed last.
Oh, trust I do.
Stay your ass in the living room until Courtney gets crawling her cool bed.
Trust she'd have to complain about it much.
That'd be a good Christmas or Mother's Day gift, Brian. You get her one of those mattresses that the AC blows into the side of it. And that thing will stay cool as ever, boy.
I think she really likes her mattress.
It's tight one. You just don't. Sounds expensive, doesn't it?
It sure does. The one we got. The one you got paid
ran
for.
Me
up a lot. Yeah, it sure the hell is.
Oh man.
All right. This is my favorite. Everybody, you can jump in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in as well. You know I love the button game. The button game where I challenge you and push you. All right. I'll give you some numbers. I'll lock it in right now. You tell me this is what, if you can guarantee me this, I would push the button, or you'd say, no, I ain't pushing that button because I believe we can do better than that. I believe we can do better than that. It's the button game, and I'm playing with C.J. Stroud. And I won't throw it out to you all. You give me your thoughts on this. Clint, Tyler, you as well. The button game, are you pushing it, or are you saying, no, I think he can get better than that? Touchdown passes. Last year, C.J. Stroud, in that great rookie season, as Clint Stoerner has said, the best that he has seen a rookie play, had 23 touchdown passes. If I told you right now you could lock it in, you could press the button that he gets 30 touchdown passes this year. 30 touchdown passes for C.J. Stroud. Are you pushing the button?
I'm pushing that sucker as quick as I can. I'm trying to push it through the table.
Pushing it 30?
Absolutely. That last year that would have put him top 4. If you get 30 touchdowns out of C.J. Stroud, you're winning a bunch of football games. So yeah, I would take that. I mean, look, I think he's capable of throwing 40. I mean, I think he's capable.
Because you said it, you think his touchdown numbers are going to take a jump up.
I think that's the one place that he could improve is consistently over the year accumulating more touchdowns. So I could see him touching 40, but if you told me right now that he was going to be top 4 in the NFL, possibly top 3 in the NFL in touchdown passes next year. With this team, I would take that right now.
God bless, brother.
Without a doubt.
Tyler, you pushing it?
Yeah, I'm pushing it.
You pushing it at 30?
Yeah, I'm pushing it at 30.
I don't think I am.
Really?
I think he's going to be in the 35 range. Like I think they're going to make it a point to get there. I think they want to do that. And I just think he's got a lot more playmakers. I think there's a lot more of an opportunity. A lot of stuff you talked about yesterday. Second year in the offense, more weapons. I think there are a lot more opportunities, Clint, for him to throw touchdown passes that he doesn't really have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Like the Brevin Jordan touchdown pass in the playoff game where he just threw a 5-yard ball that ran for 70. I think there's a chance for him to get a lot more easy touchdowns. Now, the only thing that pulls me back from it is with Joe Mixon there, I don't know if they're going to throw the ball as much in the red zone as maybe if they weren't as confident in their run game. I think they threw the ball a lot in the red zone last year just because there was a lack of confidence in the short yardage. I don't know how that feels, but I think he's going to go over 30. I don't think I would push that. I don't think I'd push that button.
Yeah, look, I mean, I agree that if we're just talking about what he's capable of doing, I think he can touch 40, but I would take 30. Here's the deal. You got to go back to the 2020 regular season, Ron, for 30 touchdowns to not put you in the top 5 in the NFL. Now, in 2020, good God, were these guys hot. Aaron Rodgers had 48.
He probably had 2 interceptions.
48 and 5. Tom Brady and Russell Wilson had 40. Patrick Mahomes had 38. Josh Allen had 37. Kirk Cousins had 35. Ben Roethlisberger and Ryan Tannehill and Deshaun Watson had 33. Justin Herbert had 31. 30 wouldn't even have put his ass in the top 10 in 2020, but it put him in the top 5 every year since.
Yeah.
So,
no, 30's a lot. I mean, that's a 7-touchdown jump from what he did last year in that season. All right,
now he'd have to keep him interceptions down. Like you get into double-digit interceptions, I need you to touch 40.
Well, let's get there.
Okay.
Interceptions. What if I put that number at 10? He threw 5 last year. Interceptions number at 10. Would you press the button on that if you could guarantee he'd throw 10 next year?
No, he got to be single digits.
Man, how many people do that?
Piece of positivity.
So you're not pushing the button on that.
I'm not pushing the button on that.
See, I would take 10. I would take 10 because I do think he's probably got more confidence and is going to take more chances, and I think he's probably going to have more confidence in his receivers, which may lead him to take some more chances. We saw him start to take chances with Tank in the middle of the season. The interception he threw against the Bengals was him just, feeling like he could make a play with Tank. So 10 is not bad. Now 10 is bad if you're throwing 23.
Yes.
10 is bad if you're throwing 23, but
yeah, the higher the interception number, obviously the higher the touchdown. Like it has to correlate to you being more aggressive and having more success. It can't just happen because you're making more mistakes, right? I mean, but to your point, last year Dak Prescott had 36 touchdowns and 9 interceptions.
Yeah.
He was the only, until you get down to Russell Wilson, Derek Carr, who's in the 25-26 range. But when you look at that 30, 31, 32 range, guys are 32-11, Jordan Love, 31-11, Brock Purdy, 30-12, Jared Goff, 29-18, Josh Allen. So, yeah, he's got to be single. I think the best version of C.J. Stroud, although, like I said, I think he can touch 40. I think he can touch 45, but it would run his interception total up because he had to be really, really aggressive. I think the best version of him is in that 30, 32 range and them single-digit interceptions. I think this team wins a lot of games. But you make a great point. You make a great point of if a guy's going to run up 40, 45 touchdowns, it's going to take it's going to take screens to the house. It's going to take slants or hitches, throws underneath, and somebody splits the safeties and goes for a touchdown. And if anybody has that luxury, he's damn sure one of them.
Yeah, we just didn't see a lot of, hey, I'm going to trust my guy to go make a play.
Yeah.
And that's where picks come. Yep. Now Josh does it all the time, and Josh doesn't really care which guy it is. He just trusts him. He'll throw it up there to make a play. But we'll see if we see that more. All right, coming up, I think there's a conversation that needs to be had about I think, a really, really important piece for the Astros. And not just an important piece. This might be the most important piece in terms of the future for the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
It feels huge.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask Joe Mixon. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we roll through on on a Friday. We were at Twin Peaks. We both Tyler didn't. Tyler was tried and true. We both veered off our regular orders. Kind of veered off. That little chili lime, whatever, that corn chicken salad. That was
pretty good.
Pretty good.
I'm telling you, all joking aside,
I've never had it. It's the first timer.
All joking aside, this at 2:41 on May 31st is not a paid advertisement. Twin Peaks menu is off the charts. I mean, I don't know.
You wasn't feeling the salmon today, which is your normal
that's
go-to.
my normal go-to.
And
I did some grilled smoked wings. What did I say? Grilled? Were they grilled and smoked? Yeah, grilled and smoked wings. And my little ranch and my buffalo on the side. It was phenomenal. French fries are good. I'm assuming the strips are good because that's what Tyler's tenders. He gets those every time. I'm assuming they were
never
good.
finishes it. I can't wait till you finish.
I do finish it, just not at that time.
Just at the place. I can't wait.
That is.
I think
it's unbelievable.
I think
I don't know.
taking a box home every time I have been there with him.
I like an evening snack.
Have you ever eaten at Twin Peaks and someone not commented on your either what you order or the fact that you don't eat any of it?
Yeah. Every time I ever ate there before I ate there with y'all.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Oh, nobody ever commented?
No.
You need to. Okay. You know how he just said Darren Waller needs some friends. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. If your partner sit down and you go, let me get 4 tenders, and then you sit down and eat one,
Clint
I mean, somebody got to say something, man.
Clint says, do they come in 2?
Can he get 2 of them?
And you confused the poor girl. She's like, well, I was like, girl.
I think on the kiddie menu they do. If you say I want a kid's strip, a kid's tender, great. I think they do.
Tyler had chicken tenders and then a little ass beer.
Yeah, and he ordered a little beer. I got a picture. I'm posting that, Tyler.
That little beer does look odd when it's like that hardcore mug, but it's just so little.
Next to 2 of them tall ones, and he was in the bathroom worrying about a speck of buffalo sauce on his new shirt.
Oh, I found a Tide to Go pin in my backpack.
I was about to say I thought he was going to leave to go get one. I thought he was going.
I had one clutch.
I ain't gonna lie. Using the bathroom, I looked over at that plate when she put that beer down, and I said, "Oh, guess whose plate this is? Tenders." And a little bitty beer.
A little beer. Tenders.
I mean, that's a crying shame. The world we live in today, the beer drinker that I can't even look at that. I mean, that's a mug. Back in the day, that's what everybody drank out of. That's my dad. That's what everybody drank out of. That's a normal size. Now you look at it and you're like, that's got to be a kid's beer.
Well, they've been punishing them things. I just never seen it. Tyler takes a box home every single time. And I'll be honest with you, with my acid reflux and heartburn situation, I should probably take a lesson and eat the way Tyler does. I mean, he eats so slow. I mean, he lets it all digest.
I've always been a super slow eater.
Slow.
If you know you're going to be there for an hour and you're only going to take 4 bites, hell, you got to be slow if you want to enjoy the company.
You imagine him at lunch in elementary and in middle school and high school. I mean, I bet he threw away so much food.
I did get a little bit bigger at one point. I haven't always rationed my food.
But listen, the way that slow as you eat, that ain't new. That's something you've been doing for a long time. I had a dude. His nickname was Fridge. Fridge ate so slow. I mean, we be sitting. I mean, we're down our second refill on the drink. Me my third because I had a real thirsty problem. Real one.
What?
But I mean,
consumption problem.
I was just thirsty. I'll never forget. I almost fought Scorp. We were at a Subway. Scorp took my cup away from me. He's like, "No, you ain't. I'm not gonna let you get another refill." And we almost went at it. Give me my damn cup, Scorp. I want my damn drink.
He wants another soda.
Give me my cup. You know him. He just cracking up. Give me my damn cup. He got it behind his back, jackass. But no, I bet you. Well, I would have been great a Tyler friend because I would have been eating. I would have been cleaning up when it was about 3 minutes left when we had to go.
Ron would adjust his order. Ron would adjust his order to save money because he knew he was going to eat half yours.
Them nuggets, I could just see it. I could see it. The nugget day, I bet Tyler's got 4 nuggets left when we got 2 minutes.
I like to have a snack at the house, in case I want a late night snack.
Text line coming through is Tyler 12. Nope, 34. Doesn't iron, but he.
I think it'd be illegal for me to be working here if I was 12, friend.
Yeah. Okay, good call. God, okay, Tyler.
We don't want to get Odyssey in trouble here. You know there are rules on that.
You're right. You all tell me if I'm over the top on this.
You're over the top on this.
Okay.
If it's like most things, yeah.
Yeah, he hadn't even started yet, has he? Oh, I thought you were just
I'm really kind of growing concerned with Yainer Diaz.
With Yainer or the handling of Yainer?
All of it, yes. Where he is, all of it. Because I think when you talk about future, like we don't know, like obviously Yordan Alvarez is going to be here, but we'll see how long, that is in future. And he's, he'll be 30 before in a few years. Tucker, we're not sure where he's going to be. Like I think there's an argument that Yainer Diaz is maybe your most important future player, down the line player, because you have him under control for quite some time. And I think the expectation was like this is going to be one of the next, big players that you have.
Yeah.
And I don't like the way he's being handled. I don't think it's being beneficial. You mentioned it earlier this week. He's in that 9 spot, and it looked more than just like, oh, I'm struggling. It looked like there was some feeling some kind of way about being down there, and I remember last year when Pena was struggling, they knew that Jeremy Pena was the future, and his ass was out there every day. Now I understand he's a catcher and it's different, but he should be playing every day, as much as he possibly can. Right, it should
be a normal rotation.
Like I don't like right now. Vic hit a home run and got another RBI. I don't know today if he's going to start. Like they split the 4-game series against the Mariners. He should be getting this time to learn in the lineup in some fashion. He should be in there because he is your future. And I know he has been struggling of late, but he should be in there. I'm kind of growing concern on how they're handling him and where he is right now, because he is extremely important in the future.
Well, to me, this is one of the most important conversations that can be controlled, and outside of the injuries, right? You can't control all that. With the Astros right now, coming into the season, and I think this is still an unanswered question. The game management, the pitch calling, the handling the pitchers in terms of their emotions and managing more than just the game and the pitches, but also the pitcher's emotions on the mound. Like all of that, we've taken it for granted because I think Maldonado was as good as anybody in the league at that, right? And Diaz coming in as a young catcher, it's a lot to ask of him to do that. Now, it's behind closed doors, so I have no idea how that's going, but that is something that's on his plate, right? And then on the flip side of that, you look and while this organization appears to be committed to and patient with every player on this roster, every player that's in this lineup, every everyday player in the lineup.
They've been patient with Jake.
Bro, they're patient as hell with Jake. They are unbelievably patient with Abreu, as we've talked about. Unbelievably patient with Bregman of late in terms of moving him down, moving him back up, moving him back down. Like, he never sinks down into 7, 8, 9 in this lineup kind of deal. They have been patient with everybody in this lineup, and I'm not they've been patient with Pena all year last year.
Right,
yes. There were times when it was like, hey man, what are y'all doing?
Because they knew we got like he's going to go through these growing pains, but he's got to do it because he's going to be our guy.
That's it. So Diaz has watched that. And now there's no way, whether you're looking at playing time or you're looking at the fact that he just consistently has slid down the lineup to where he's found himself in a 9 hole. There's no way there's no way that's not affecting him mentally at this point in time. So yeah, I agree with your point wholeheartedly, Ron. The X factor here is that the way you started the conversation, he is a player that the Astros have under control that's going to touch the ball every damn pitch of 90% of the games. And if you look at how he can swing the bat, you hope that he's going to bring some power to the lineup, some pop to the lineup. He's going to bring RBIs to the lineup. He's going to hit for a decent average. So this guy's got a chance to be, a long-term answer at the catcher position for you. And it seems like you treat everybody else one way, but for whatever reason, Yainer Diaz is the one that just keeps getting. As soon as he's hit a little bit of a rough patch here, he's still got 23 RBIs. He's still hitting 250, but he's hit a little bit of a rough patch here. The OPS is starting to slide a bit. Boy, you just said to hell with him, and you just slid him all the way down.
Like, are you confident he's starting tonight?
No, not at all. Look, as an Astros fan, I love the fact that they got Caratini's a guy that if this is going to be a problem, they're going to handle it this way. I feel like he's going to at least produce, but I just don't see this being the best thing long term for Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, and I think that's more important. To me, it is potentially clearly affecting him. Someone texted me.
It's Bush League.
Caratini is a better hitter. Diaz swings wildly, many bad pitches. If you look, Caratini is better. He's playing better right now. I wonder what Caratini looks like if he's playing every day. He's playing better, but that's not even the point.
But that's not. I mean, Caratini's a veteran. It's what you brought him in for. It's like a stabilizing factor. A guy that when you don't play your starter, you've got a midline guy. You got a guy that can give you some production at the plate. You got a guy right now. He's probably a better defensive catcher than Yainer Diaz is too. He's probably better managing the pitchers than Diaz is too. But you didn't bring Caratini in here to be your starting catcher. I mean, Diaz is a guy that you hope one day. I mean, Caratini can't hold his jock. I mean, let's be honest. If Yainer Diaz is not in a slump right now, Caratini can't hold his jock. Yeah, he's done a good job in pinch hitting situations. I like that move has been a tremendous move for the Astros. But if Yainer Diaz is swinging the bat decently, he's in a whole different league.
And I was going to say, y'all can't give me. I don't know if it's you. If you were this person last year, y'all can't give me this because last year all it was. He's got to get in the lineup because of how he hits. Caratini, you think Caratini could do what he did in 104 games last year? 23 home runs, hit 282, 60 RBIs? I don't. We see what he's capable of.
In abbreviated time, by the way.
104 games. I think last year they could have just said, hell, let's get Payne out here and put Dubon out there at second base when Altuve gets back. But no, this dude is going to be our future and our guy. And what are we going to do if we're ripping him out for a utility guy? You're gonna have to deal with, and it's too quick. It's still May today, and he's already getting to a spot of being yo-yoed.
He strikes me as one of those guys. I don't know that Jake or White Boy Chaz or even Dubon, I don't think they like it, but I don't think those – Diaz strikes me as a guy that could very easily go into the tank with this kind of move.
Yeah, text line, maybe Diaz is just overrated. I just don't think we've found enough time to see if that is the case.
I don't know how anybody even shapes their mind around that right now. Forget the time. Have you watched?
Damn it! I know he can DH over John Singleton. I know he could DH or get in over Abreu.
Absolutely.
I just know there are plenty of spots that he could roll in. And if he's going to be your catcher of the future, he should be your catcher of the future. And you got to roll. You got to roll with him. It can't be, all right, man. He got in a slump, so we're going back and forth. Ron, and you said, because they're not doing that with Abreu or Bregman or Jake.
But let's define slump, man. Yeah, his OPS isn't what it was. He's not hitting with the power that he hit last year. Maybe he's not meeting expectations there. He's got as many RBIs as Bregman does this year. He's tied for third on the team in RBIs. Is there something there to be said about a guy that when you got ducks on the pond, when this guy's got runners in scoring position, he has swung it well early in the season when some of your best bats in the lineup weren't? Bregman and Altuve? Yeah. Alvarez hadn't had the year that everybody expected him to have so far. He's been – come on. If a guy is struggling, if the definition of struggle to the point where you slide him all the way to the ninth hole in the lineup is 250 and third or fourth on the team in RBIs, sign me up for that guy struggling.
Yeah. Coming up, the finals are set after the Dallas Mavericks dispatched the Minnesota Timberwolves last night, and we'll get you ready for the Astros as they have a big series against a hot Minnesota Twins team. We'll get you ready for all of that coming up next.
All right, I'm going to get you ready for Father's Day. It's right around the corner. And look here, Academy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Big Three, a big day here in Texas in sports. First in up the road here, up I-45, fellas, the Dallas Mavericks. You said you thought they would finish it off yesterday against the Timberwolves. I was wondering, the way Minnesota was playing, they were going to go home. That place was going to be a madhouse. And I wondered if they would be able to force this to a Game 6. Well, it is not. And it was early, and I distinctly remember at one point Reggie Miller saying, and there is a three from Anthony Edwards to get it to 30. The second half, they were down. They were pushing 40 at one point in this game. The Mavericks from the jump dominated, and Luka and Kyrie, the combination of the two was just dominant in this game, especially Luka right from the jump. Clint, he had 20 with I think 2-3 minutes left in the first quarter, and when they were up 30 to like 13 at one point, and Luka had 20 of them. So their stars came to play and was like, we're going to shut this up right now.
Yeah, I mean, Luka went out there on a mission out of the gate, and then anytime Luka gets hot, you know that the second he needs a break or the second that he gets tired of taking all the damn shots and scoring the points, then you got to deal with Kyrie. And vice versa, obviously. So, yeah, I sat down. I walked in last night. My little girl, Ron, said, basketball? I said, hell, that's perfect time.
Let's get it
perfect
going.
timing, baby. Let's sit down and watch a little bit of these finals here. And it was absolutely beautiful. Man, I love the matchup that we ended up with, Ron.
Yeah.
I love the matchup that we ended up with. Boston, obviously the best team throughout the season, and then you look at it just took a little bit of time for the Mavs. Maybe it took the playoffs. Maybe it took them getting serious. I don't know, but this is a team that they're playing their best ball right now. Their superstars have been super, and the team as a whole has just turned up the volume in terms of playing defense and the effort, the energy. This is going to be a fun finals to watch, man.
No, it is, and we'll see. The difference in this thing may be Kristaps Porzingis, and they said he's getting better and better as they approach this series. Both teams going to have a long rest. The Celtics a lot more. Game 1 isn't until June 6th, so there's going to be some time to rest up. We'll start in Boston. But this will be interesting because you got the two stars versus they got two backcourt stars in Tatum and Brown against Luka and Kyrie. And then it is, to me, Porzingis is the next best player. It's just how do the Mavericks and their bigs counter that?
Yeah.
How does Lively and Gafford and their bigs counter what Porzingis can bring to the table? That's a big difference to me in this game.
Yeah, the crazy thing, Ron, by the way, as you look at it through that lens you just mentioned, I may be crazy, but give me Luka and Kyrie 10 out of 10 times in terms of superstar versus superstar.
Yeah, I think they have the edge when it comes to those stars.
Yeah.
At least I trust them more.
Well, I just when I watch the crazy thing, and it's one of the most fascinating things when you watch Luka play basketball. Like you can tell, he just doesn't have the athletic ability, the twitch, the change of direction, the sheer speed. Like he just doesn't have that. He's not that kind of athlete. And the dude guarding him typically is. And he somehow
he is so crafty.
It's unbelievable. It is but he somehow he doesn't just get off shots. Like he creates enough space where they're considered great looks. You know what I mean? It's fascinating to watch.
He can use
the guy plays the game.
He can use his body and his strength to create separation.
Yeah.
And he's not getting off the floor. I mean, they couldn't do nothing with. I think the Minnesota Timberwolves may have learned. Maybe they learned a little bit here. They did an awful lot of talking that would just reel them back in. I mean, before the series, one of the guys that was guarding Luka before the game yesterday, one of the guys that was guarding Luka was like, "Yeah, I think we we really only lost really one of those games. The other ones, I think we really did a lot to ourselves. And
sounds like a spotter.
I think now, he said, I think now before the game, we can rattle off 3 in a row. 3 or 4 in a row. So, can you? No, y'all couldn't do nothing with them fellas. nothing at all. You want a little money with Kyrie last night?
I did, man. Appreciate that head's up.
I'll tell you about that.
You should have took it, man.
Answered the very rough Wednesday night with a very strong Thursday.
That's good. I saw something disturbing, and I just showed it to you. Michael Finley, former player for the Dallas Mavericks, now a vice president, I believe, of basketball operations for the Mavericks. Don't quote me on that. But he's a vice president of something with the Mavericks. And Luka's in the back. They're celebrating as they're going to the finals, shaking hands. It looks like Luka has, like he's filling his Tyler Milner. He's got a miniature can of a Guinness.
He's got big hands.
I think that looked like a miniature can. He might. It looked like a mini.
Can you imagine what one of those mini cans would look like in his hand? That would look big in your hand, Ron.
Probably looks like a regular can in mine.
It looked like a mini can in his hand, but he had a. That's a miniature. No, that is a regular.
I'm telling you, them boys got mitts, man. Both of them, because you want to wait till Finley grabs it out of his hand, but you're like, hell, Finley got hands like that too.
So he's got a Guinness, and Finley. I mean, he does it so damn smooth. He comes over, shaking people's hands. About 3 people there. Finley shakes some hands. He shakes Luka's hand, and with his opposite hand of the handshake, just takes the Guinness right out of Luka's hand. Doesn't say anything to him, keeps it moving, and then walks on away.
Oh.
And Luka gives him a look like, the hell?
Well, Luka thought he was taking away from him because he wanted a drink or something. But when he walked off with it, Luka was like, what the hell? But I guarantee you that's a sponsor.
What is that for? You think because many people, I'm seeing some of the comments, see, they trying to keep Luka in shape.
If you're trying to keep him in shape after Game 5 of the Western Conference,
trying to slow him down.
That ain't the time or place to do it right there. I guarantee you that is a sponsorship deal.
You think Mike's thinking about the sponsorship deal like that, or somebody got to his ear and said, "Get that beer out of his
No,
head."
I mean it's probably been a problem before. Mike's probably been in trouble for it. I would guess it's that more so than.
I've repeatedly
that's a grown man taking a beer out of another grown man's hand. Like you. I mean, I don't give a damn what's going on. You ain't doing that unless there's money behind it.
It was
Mike don't give a rip.
I thought he shook Luka's hand. He didn't even shake Luka's hand. He just took the beer and just started shaking everybody else's hand. By the way, Guinness. That's a heck of a choice.
Interesting choice.
I'm very Irish. Guinness is gross.
That's a hard one.
It's nasty.
I remember at all. I remember when I got absolutely just 3 sheets to the wind. This is
Guinness?
St. Patrick's. Well, it was St. Patrick's Day. So I told myself I'm gonna do this. Went to some spot. They had Lucky Charms for breakfast, biscuits and gravy, and
that sounds like a hell of a place.
And I was like, I'm gonna really get into it. Let me get some Guinness. I mean it took me an hour and a half to get that down.
They say your taste buds change, so I've tried it a couple times, but man, it's nasty.
That's a hell of a choice. Like I'm coming out, we celebrating.
How you think he got his hand on a Guinness?
Somebody he had to bring that in somewhere, but Mike Finley took it from him.
Finley said, "No, they ain't paying our bills, bro."
No, you ain't getting that.
I would think that has to be. I would think so.
Because many people that's what people are talking about. Oh, they're trying to keep him in shape. They've been telling him to stay off the beers. Because I feel like that's what Red would do to me.
Well, I could see that. Now, if they've been telling him like, "Hey man, you got to stay off them cold beers during the damn playoffs or something, or during the season," and now here he is. I could see that. But you still like, boy, that would be ballsy. Just come up and take it out of his hand. Like he honestly thought that Mike was going to take a drink and give it back.
No,
that would be.
No. You think he went and got another one?
He didn't look like he just leaned back up against the wall and was good with it.
I mean, the video stopped. I wonder if he stepped back and got another one.
I don't know, man.
It pissed him smooth off. Good Lord. Sorry about that, Luka. But man, no. Right now, early picks around.
Luka better grab one in the middle lights.
I got Boston.
I got Dallas, man. Come
on. You
got
Dallas?
Boston in 6.
Oh, you got him in 6. There you go. Yeah, I think.
Boy, you really hate Dallas, don't you?
Porzingis.
I mean, yes, but I took that out of my prediction.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. There's Dallas is a. I mean, that's the Kyrie story, the Kyrie comeback.
By the way,
I've been loving watching Kyrie and Luka. That's
get ready for that. He's going to get absolutely just crushed.
The Sage.
That's right. I forgot about that.
They're going to give him
Bird in the Sage.
They're the only people who don't give a damn about his turnaround.
They don't want to hear about it.
Who cares about your turnaround?
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Bregman sends one to left. Back goes Canzone. He will watch this go off the top of the wall. It's gone. Alex Bregman has both home runs for the Astros in this series. That ball carried well to left, hit the top of the wall, and went out.
That was a low beady. I wasn't sure that one was going to get out, but I noticed that the left fielder immediately turned around to play that off the wall.
All right, that's from yesterday. Alex Bregman, maybe he's getting hot again, and
just keep him out of that 4-hole.
Well, he's not. He's in the 4-hole today.
Golly, his lineup just can't get out of his own way, man.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I mean, let's take seriously. Let's take history away and just say,
I can't believe it.
Gosh dang. What tells you to move that guy? I mean, he has absolutely. He's knocked the cover off the ball, batting in the 5-hole. And now you're going to why don't you just put him back in the 2-hole, man? To hell with it, man. Move him back up. See if you can't disrupt Tucker, too.
See if you lead him off. Why not? Why not? They play the Twins tonight. Big weekend series. Ronel Blanco, 5-0, ERA under 2, Cy Young candidate. He's getting the ball tonight against the Twins ace, who has struggled. Lopez, we saw him last year where he got to the Astros in that playoff game and had a dominant performance. So they've seen him before, and they have been there. But to give you the full lineup, Clint, and maybe this is why, I don't know. Altuve leading off with Tucker in right field, and Alvarez is the DH. Bregman is in the 4-hole, batting third with Jake Myers in center. Singleton at first base again. And Dubon is in at short with Pena out. So Pena is out, and they just, I guess, moving Bregman up. And then McCormick's in left. And Yainer Diaz, bat ninth. He is back in the lineup. Like, you think Dana and Joe are trying to pull a fast one on us? Like, all right, hey, he's batting fourth because Pena, we're giving him a day off. You think he slides back down tomorrow?
Like this would
you think? Like you
think
Bregman? Yeah, you think that? Because I feel like they're trying to pull a fast on us. Oh, we're just sliding him up.
If he swings it, if he swings it well tonight, he won't. He ain't moving back down. But this is like, Ron. This is God dang. This pisses me off with Diaz since we had that conversation. Like this was an opportunity for you. Like I think, like to me, tell me if I'm crazy. Like it would have made more sense to bat Diaz fourth and leave Bregman in the 5-hole. Because we saw Dusty all year last year with these guys try to get them a little bit of protection, try to get them to where they can see better pitches and give them a chance and let them swing themselves out of a rough spot. Putting Diaz in the 9-hole behind McCormick. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, why or at least Diaz in the 7th spot where Dubon has hit 9th and has been like a second leadoff hitter. Like you've been doing that.
It sucks.
Alex got back in that 4th spot that fast.
He's gonna go 0 for tonight. Is there? Can I bet the under on Bregman's hits?
Don't bet against him.
I won't place that.
What'd you say?
I wouldn't place that.
You wouldn't place that
on an under? Mm-mm.
On Bregman's hits in the 4-hole?
I
don't know that he's had a hit in the 4-hole all year long.
No, I agree with you, and I could see it happening. I'm not going to put that juju out there.
216.
That is correct, I believe.
218.
Giving them 2 points. He needs them.
In the 4th spot.
Damn it.
I think he's at 216 in the 4th spot.
Batting cleanup. Batting 216.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, at least Abreu got another night off. And
he needs to have all the nights off.
I think he got hurt in that last at bat.
I think he did. Oh, yeah, the way he rounded first.
That base hit. He's been a minute since that base hit. Wouldn't that be something?
Playing baseball like he's hurt, that's for sure.
I'm being serious, Tyler. Look like you got a little hammy or something.
I'm being dead serious.
I think Tyler's being dead serious. Is
no jokes here, son.
Is to you as well. All right, big one tonight. Weekend Weekend series. Framber Valdez is going Saturday. Hunter Brown is going Sunday. God, I feel like Hunter just pitched. Hunter Brown is going Sunday in a weekend series against the Twins, who've been playing really, really well. They just took 3 out of 4 from the Royals, so they've been rolling well. I will say this: get a lead early. This bullpen, they got some hard throwers coming out this bad boy. Hard throwers. They got about 3 guys that's coming in 99, 100 at the back end of their bullpen. So should be a big series coming up this weekend at Minute Maid.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, they've MLB awards to watch, the MVP and Cy Young, and believe it or not, the Astros have guys on both lists. The second, first is Juan Soto leading it, and then number 2 is Kyle Tucker in the American League in terms of MVP votes right now, awards to watch. So Kyle Tucker slid himself second behind Juan Soto. Clint, this is you talk about being undefeated. That contract year, baby. That contract year. And this ain't even really it, but kinda. That contract year is undefeated, and he is, I mean, by the day he's making money. He is making so much money and putting himself in that spot. And then Ronel Blanco, he comes in 6th in the AL Cy Young Award race right now, as he is 5-0, ERA under 2. So as rough as this season has been, especially for the Stanters of the Astros, they at least have some individual guys who have really played well, to be honest, when you got somebody in the top 6 and top 2 in the MVP and Cy Young Award.
Yeah, Ron, it's hard to wrap your head around what's going on, because you never would have thought that the wheels would come off from, or Javier would be injured a good chunk of the season. Or I say season, hell, it's looks like it's going to be a good piece of the season here after missing some a little bit earlier. Yordan Alvarez is not remotely close to the same hitter that he's been in the past right now. I don't know what that is, but he's not the same hitter. Obviously, Bregman having his worst year. You talk about how many things could go wrong. Presley appears to have the wheels have come off. Who would have thought that all of these negative things could happen with the Astros and would offset something like you just talked about? A rookie pitcher being 5-0, that is absolutely nails. Kyle Tucker having an MVP season. Jeremy Pena, one of the top hitters average-wise in the league.
Jake has come on.
Jake's hitting damn near 300. I mean, who would have thought?
When they let Dubon play, he's Yep. Wow. It's weird. It's weird how many things they got going, and then some of the struggles. All right. Boy, I'll tell you, there's one thing that ought to be true after this season ends with Bobby Slowik. One thing should easily be the case. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, one thing that easily is the case.
the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Apparently, they didn't want Luka to go on the to the podium with the beer. That's Bush League, Mike.
That's lame.
Man, you can go up there. It's just a celebratory, unless they're a sponsor. I would have got me a water bottle and poured it in there. One of them Gatorade bottles or something and poured it in there, and they're just getting sauced. Somebody gonna be able to come up there with a blunt here in a little bit. Have himself really celebrate. Really have himself a good time.
I can't wait till that happens. It will.
Light it up. Oh, man. Light it up. Nah.
Can't smoke indoors, man. Be a gummy.
You're right. Nah, because Mike would be right there to get that person, no matter what team it is. Mike would be right there to that person, get over there and just take it right from him. Hold that for you before you go up there. All right. Of course, Bobby Slowik yesterday was the first time we heard from him in a while. With efforts of wanting to hear from him, but that was the first time we got to hear from Bobby Slowik in a while. But he talked about the process last year of getting potential positions as a head coach last year in the offseason when he was a candidate in several spots.
Extremely grateful to the McNairs, to Nick. I know I've said it in the past, but I can't say enough about D'Amico as a coach and as a person, and what they've all meant to me and how great they've been through everything. You know, I've been blessed that the players we have are just a really enjoyable group to be around as players and as people. I've had a lot of fun, fired up to do it again this year, and I was blessed last year to have the opportunity to have a few head coach interviews and go through that process and see what that's like. But I can't even begin to describe my excitement for just staying in Houston, getting back at it, and really going out and building on what we did last year.
We heard him talk a lot of different things about the potential for this year's offense. Clint, I know this is anything can happen as much as you know in this sport you've seen. But, boy, when you look at on paper with this, Clint, barring some sort of big injury, and I mean big injury because we've seen Slowik can make it work through some injuries. But barring a big injury, like, it is hard to see him not being one of the top candidates as a head coach next year with what he potentially will be able to do with this offense. I mean, it is hard to see that he is not going to just continue to fly up the board and impress people because, it is hard to think that this offense fails, that this offense isn't better than it was last year with the parts and the pieces that he has to work with. I know like anything can happen, and I know there are probably some routes in which you could see potentially how this could go left. But damn, it's hard when you start to look on paper if they can stay healthy.
Yeah, I'm doing my damnedest, Ron. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I'm doing my damnedest to try to temper the expectations and not be a prisoner of the moment with seeing Tank Dell for the first time. I'm sorry, since the shooting in the broken leg, and seeing Diggs and the second year in the system and the pieces that they added. Like, I'm trying to temper my expectations, but as it pertains to Bobby Slowik, like, I am just convinced of two things. Bobby Slowik is a phenomenal play caller, play designer, and ultimately he's phenomenal at getting, like, allowing guys to play to their strengths and minimizing how often they have to play their weaknesses. And C.J. Stroud is just that damn good. Like, it's one of the, like I said before, outside of Drew Brees and Tom Brady and a couple of guys that just played the position like a surgeon from the pocket, I mean, it's as impressive as I've seen, man, and it's convincing. So I'm with you. I don't know how this team doesn't perform really, really well offensively. I don't know what the record's going to be. I don't know what they look like.
Yeah, I don't think that means they're going to win 15 games. Saying they're going to win 15 games, but their offense is going to.
Yeah,
it's going to. Like, because the place you would go to, right, is, all right, because I just saw somebody text it, and I agree. The place you would go to it is, yo, what if the offensive line stinks? Man, he's shown he has shown repeated, like he got a lesson in how to deal with offensive line issues last year.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're playing different teams, but it does not seem to me that offensive line injuries will completely derail things. I mean, there was an injury with every single major person on the offensive line where they missed multiple games. Tunzel, Titus, all of them, they missed multiple games.
It doesn't matter, Ron, to your point that you're making. It doesn't matter what angle you view this from with Bobby Slowik. It was ridiculously impressive. Overcoming the injuries at multiple positions, the quarterback playing like very convincingly well from the pocket on time, a brand of quarterback that travels, a brand of quarterback that typically doesn't go away. It wins. All of that consistently. I mean, that's Bobby Slowik, man. Then you listen to Bobby Slowik and talk about, as I said a while ago, I mean, it's so beautiful to hear a coordinator just talk passionately about it's his job to identify the strengths of each individual and play to those strengths, design plays, design schemes, call plays to those strengths. It's so beautiful, man. And I know a lot of people out there listening think, man, it's the NFL. There's 32 of those guys out there. There's not. I mean, there's not.
No,
there's
we're
not.
seeing it.
We watched a guy, and look, Bill won some games here. Okay, Bill won some games. But Bill O'Brien is not a guy that plays to it. Bill O'Brien is a guy, this is my system, and this is the system that you're going to run. He gives you every reason under the sun why rookies can't play, and it's going to take time for this. It's going to take time for that. I mean, it's so refreshing to have a guy that just says, it's my job. All these guys can play. All these guys are elite at something. It's my job to find a way to allow them to do what they do at an elite level as often as we possibly can. And if we do that, we'll win a bunch of football games. It's just rare. So, yeah, that I think this year it's going to be impressive. And I think to your original point here is it's going to be hard to not think he is an unbelievably impressive head coach candidate.
Yeah, I mean, like
already, if not next year.
Yeah, like the thought is, like, I guess that you look at, can he develop a better run game? Like that's the big thing. But what we do know is he's got more talent right now, and we know his offense isn't derailed if he doesn't have a run game.
That's right.
like he can still figure things out even if they don't run the football. But like that is the next step for him with this thing, with the parts they have. Can they develop a serious run game? They do that, man. He's like he is. This is nasty. I mean, this is nasty, and it potentially will be anyway. But like I said, boy, it's hard to look. It's hard to look that he gets another crack at another year at it, like Ben Johnson did in Detroit, and not looked at as, God, he's got to be the guy. We got to go.
Well, if you're an owner and a general manager that knows what the hell you're doing and knows what you're looking for. And look, I say that. I know a lot of people are like, who are you? What the hell? There's a lot of general managers, there's a lot of owners that hire and fire guys that don't look for the things that Bobby Slowik brings to the table. They seem very, very obvious, very necessary as a requirement. Like that's where you should start is you're not going to hire a guy that doesn't bring that to the table. But we've seen coaches over and over and over and over again in this league get hired that can't do the simple things savagely well, right? I mean, ultimately. So it's not a crazy thought. It's just if we're talking about owners and general managers out there that get it, that they'll be all over Bobby Slowik. Now, I'm sure the guy at Detroit is very similar. I've not heard him talk near as much as I have Bobby Slowik now covering this team. Bobby Slowik is very convincing that this is a guy you can hire and your offense is going to be better immediately.
Yeah. It was close last year, and if he puts them into the top 5 range of an offense, which I think they're absolutely capable of, and there's just no way. There's just no way, and they've got the pieces and the guy and Bobby Slowik to do it. All right, little words of wisdom from the captain Joe Espada.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Derek Jeter.
No, this one drove Tyler insane last night. Tyler is just rolling and texting us late last night after he cut audio. We got some words of wisdom from Joe. You don't want to miss that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes. If you're looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build a custom home, whether you're building on your own land or you need a little assistance purchasing the dirt,
purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details.
Attention sucky golfers. If you can't chip or putt, get your own putting green. Go to TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. And last night, I can tell when Tyler's cutting audio. I can tell when Tyler is grinding it out here, and he sends us stuff. You can tell he's angry about it. Tyler, you just enjoy the win. Just enjoy.
I'm trying.
Are you?
I'm
I don't
trying.
Think you are. Just enjoy the W. They won 4-0. Spencer Arrighetti did well. Captain Joe did well.
Stop calling that asshat that.
Don't call him an asshat.
I will for right now. He can get out of it. He can make a better name for himself. But for now, I got nothing for Joe Espada, man. I held on as long as I could.
I'm not with you there, T, with the name calling, but the
OAH.
I have a hard time enjoying it too, T.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I didn't get much joy out of that win. I mean, it was 5.5 beats the hell out of 7.5 back, but I didn't get much joy out of it either. I'm be just dead ass serious. There was not 1 minute when I thought, hell yeah.
I feel like we gotta get us some words of wisdom from Captain Joey.
His words make me want to punch myself in the face.
The words of wisdom. Let me hear his overall thought of how the series went. Let me hear his overall thought of
you talking about the series when they lost 3 or 4 to the division leading Seattle Mariners.
That's one way to look at it.
When there was an opportunity for them to take over, they could have actually, if they'd have swept, they could have taken the lead in the division actually
and scored 9 runs the entire series. Also
had great pitching.
They could have been swept and been 7.5.
Yeah,
but they're not.
Those are the two options.
But let's hear what Captain Joe, his words of wisdom from this week's series against the Mariners.
We pitched really well. I want to, look at the positive. Like we didn't win the series, but I thought we did a lot of things well. Spencer, set the table there with great performance, and the bullpen came in and did a great job. We grinded some at bats, big at bats. Brady had a big day. Caratini there with that big homer. Ended on a good note. Now we go home and just like we did on the previous homestand, we just got to go and play well at home.
Everything he just said, I could have told you.
That he was going to say?
Everything he just said, I could have told. If I'd have been in that press conference, I could have said, well, let's start with the pitching. We pitched really well this series. Arrighetti set the table right there. Brady with a big day at the plate. Caratini with a home run. Literally.
But he also said, we're going to lean into the positive here.
Yeah, we're going to lean into the positive. Yeah, he just took every positive from that game.
Who said that? Somebody said that. Was it Lovey?
The eternal optimist, Joe Espada.
Lovey who said that?
I'm sure it was
about the positive.
Oh, yeah. It was Lovey.
That was definitely Lovey.
Why are you always asking a negative question? That was Dusty.
Yeah. Let's lean into the positive.
Well, if we're going to do that, then you might as well have Joe just take the damn mic and talk about how, smooth and great the travel to Seattle was for him. Everyone at the airport was really great. That's a positive we can look at here.
Seattle's got some really good food, don't they?
Yeah. We had some great dinners while we were in town for this 4-game set. How about that, Joe?
The pitching was good. He wasn't lying.
The pitching was good. Let's stay with the positive. Hey, but we ended on a good note. Let's go back home and do it.
But he screwed up. He moved Bregg into the 4-hole.
Well, speaking of Bregman, did he speak about Bregg? Let's hear what he had to say. Let's get some more words of wisdom.
Breggy had a big day.
This one might piss me off even more.
Let's get some words of wisdom from Captain Joe, the captain. Here he is on Alex Bregman's series.
Breggy's going to hit. He's not going to stop trying to figure things out. So it's good to see him have a big day, and he's coming. It's just a matter of time, and we have some time.
Yeah. You have some time.
Yeah, look, hey, I'm glad he said that because that's exactly how they act. That's their actions.
That's how they look.
Exactly how they. It's exactly what they.
I mean,
do.
I'm comforted hearing that Bregman's going to keep on trying. He's going to give it his best go. Thank God. I thought maybe he was just going to throw the towel in. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you, bud.
He's coming, and he gets to play every day too to get himself right. Listen. I don't really have a problem on the surface with what he said, although I wish like.
No, Brian, it is on brand for what we watch.
Yes, I don't really have a problem on the surface. The reason why, to me, it is frustrating is, there are some managers, and I think Dusty was this way. I think Lovey was this way. I think there are certain guys that are this. I think D'Amico is this way, that are not going to throw their team under the bus, not going to say negative things about their team.
But stating facts isn't negative.
But you know though they're going to give it. They're giving the real to them
better
privately.
Hope so.
In closed doors, they're like in closed doors, D'Amico's giving them what they need to be given and telling them the truth. I think even Lovey did it. I think Dusty did it as well. I think Joe is coming to the meetings afterwards. I mean, after those losses, hey guys, we pitched well. Let's just focus on the positives. I think he's saying these things to them privately. Like I don't think there is not a publicly I'm gonna say this to protect my guys, but privately, hey, we got to. No, I think he's saying the same things privately.
Loser ass mentality.
I bet after that game when they lost 2-1 in extras, guys, we pitched great. Look at the positive. We're almost there. We're coming. Some great at bats. That's the part to me that is annoying. Is it's not just a protecting thing. I think he's telling them this privately. I think
he firmly believes what he just said. Hell, look at forget the play. Look at what he does with the lineup. Look at what he just did with Abreu. Does that tell you that there's any sense of urgency to win ball games and to take advantage of the 4-game series you have the Seattle Mariners? It doesn't. They're making priority. They're making Abreu and keeping him happy and trying to get him back in the lineup. They're making that a priority over putting your best foot forward every night. I mean, it's on brand. It's disgusting, to be completely honest with you.
It's just disgusting.
There's nothing worse than an individual that just wears losing.
That's what Joe does. He just wears.
I mean,
just him.
Now I'm anxious to see what it looks like down the stretch here because I know a lot of baseball guys are still in that it's early and we got time mode. I know Joe's not the only one.
Joe's in there. We got time.
But like down at some point in time when we all know they don't have time, I bet you a house note it's the same damn song and dance.
I mean, we just went from a Hall of Fame manager who screamed at an opposing pitcher at one point from the dugout, "Hey, get on the mound, mother effer," to Joe Espada now. Hey, we pitched good.
But that's the thing. Like I if you gave me the transcripts, I could see Dusty saying this, but I have confidence that Dusty is being honest.
Well, he might have said
being honest with these cats when he talks to them privately.
He might have said they pitched well, but he would have followed it with "we hit like crap."
As Clint
you can
said,
do that.
Yeah, as Clint said, Dusty would make himself look like a fool at times to protect his players, but you could tell that Dusty got in people's ass. In the way that he had.
But you knew that was his ploy. Like you knew that was his style.
This is him doing it. This is him just being him in front of the camera.
Sure seems like it.
Yeah. We made. Somebody said, "Yeah, how can you say how well we pitched and just ignore the hitting?"
So I'm saying all you had to do was follow it. And like that would have made me a lot happier if he would have said, we pitched really well, but we squandered those damn opportunities. But no, we just pitched well. Hey, we ended on a good note.
You think it's hard for him to just say just this, and yet we're just not playing good enough baseball. Like that where it comes down to it.
That's baseball is what he says.
We're not playing good enough.
Yes,
baseball.
I think it's difficult for him to say. I think it's difficult for him to say. And I'll be honest with you, I think it's difficult for all the brass over there to say it when you're dealing with the Abreu situation the way you deal with it. Like it is hard to me.
It's hard to push that.
To me, if you're, it's hard to push. Hey man, these guys in this locker room in this clubhouse, they've got to play better. It's unacceptable. We got to swing the bat better. When we got runners in scoring position, we got to swing the bat better. We got to find a way to win this game. I know it's a good team over there. I know they've got a good pitching staff. They got a great starting rotation. But damn it, we've been to 7 straight ALCSs. We got to find a way to win these ball games. And I think it's very difficult for him to say that when you're parading Abreu back out there and doing. He's getting. What did he play? 3 of the 4 games.
3 of the 4, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
he ended it with a hit.
I think it's really difficult for the brass, not just Joe Espada, but I think it's difficult for the brass to get real critical when that's the case.
When they bring that. What you got coming up?
We got a little update on, speaking of the Astros, a little update on one of the pitchers that's injured. Making a little progress. I got Luis Garcia. I'll have an update on that. Adam Spolane. Courtesy of Adam Spolane, who I think he lives at Minute Maid Park when they're in town, by the way. And then something these fans are going, all these fans out here going to love to hear. This year has the makings of the worst year for Jerry Jones. I'm talking about the worst year of his life. I'll tell you exactly what I mean, and we will discuss, and a bunch of y'all are probably going to agree and agree with a smile. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
We pitch really well. I want to,
Nico Collins got paid.
Diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I'll check. Give me a second.
Appreciate that.
We're trying to figure out how big he is.
Somebody said there's pictures. Somebody said there's pictures out there.
So,
all right. Houston Astros. Ron, let's turn to something a little positive. You and Joe Espada are rubbing off on me. Let's talk about the positives here.
Yeah, let's do it, Joe.
Luis Garcia, our boy Adam Spolane, he is SportsRadio610.com, obviously on all the different shows. Fills in consistently and is absolute nails. I think he lives at Minute Maid Park when the Astros are at least on a homestand. Guy must never leave there, but he's got video. Luis Garcia threw 20 pitches in one simulated inning today. Gray Kessinger served as the hitter.
How about that?
Live BP session.
Gray can get any other swings.
Garcia left the mound smiling after the session and shared handshakes and hugs with coaches and teammates. Sounds like that may have been the first time, boys, that old Luis Garcia let it rip a little bit. And,
How about that?
And no pun intended, his elbow didn't rip.
How about that? Lance was in the bullpen again earlier this week.
What's Lance doing?
He was in the bullpen earlier this week. I saw video footage of it.
Well, good. Luis Garcia.
He had a cup of coffee beside him.
It would be. I know we're nowhere close, but we're closer because our guy witnessed a 20-pitch simulated inning live BP session for Luis Garcia. I know we're not close enough to really get excited about it, but boy, whenever it comes time for Luis Garcia to come back, I don't know that I've ever even thought that I'd be as exciting about it as I am right now. They will have the ability to hopefully go to a six-man rotation again if need be. Although if Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti continue doing what they're doing, those two don't need to go anywhere.
Yeah, I wonder where he would come back and what role he would take on. Because, like, he's just throwing bullpen right now for the first time to a hitter. Now, it's going to take him a while to get his
ramp
up if he's going to be a starter. Like, I wonder where he goes, if they look at him in the bullpen or if they're going to try to make him starter, because they're going to try to, get his arm to a place where he can throw innings, and it's going to take a little longer before you see him back. But
yeah, well, you just wonder. 20 pitches seems to be, to me, that seems like he'd be ahead of schedule. It's. I don't know if he was letting it rip or not.
Yeah.
But a live BP session doesn't seem like something where you're just trying it out. It seems like it's progress. But nonetheless, Luis Garcia, he said he's headed to West Palm next week to continue his rehab. So I bet that was a good feeling for him and the coaches and everybody that's in the organization. I bet it was a good feeling to see a guy come back from rehab, throw an inning, throw 20 pitches, obviously stay healthy, and must have looked good before he heads back to West Palm Beach. Good news on the horizon here, Bo.
No, yeah, man. They need all the pitching help they can get. As I said, we're awaiting to hear the latest on Jose Urquidy, which Dana Brown didn't seem to be in a great spot about where we may hear, and Christian Javier. And I said they're one issue away from having to run back to old Henley.
Yeah.
And I trust Luis Garcia to get me 2 innings before I run Henley out again.
Yeah.
Maybe him and Lance can piece together 4 innings.
Yeah, we'll see. Good. That would be. How cool would that be if Lance and Luis Garcia come back together and they piggyback for the first time?
I thought you were about to say. No, I thought he was going to say, how cool would that be if Blair came back up Henley came back up for redemption?
For his sake and his parents' sake, that poor guy's family was all in the stands when that happened, man. I would like to see him come back and give us a good, strong 2 innings or something. That would be nice. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, I hope he can come back up and give us a good one. Hey, boys, I know a lot of Texans fans are going to smile about this. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not real happy about it. I mean, I happen to like Jerry Jones. I mean, I got a jersey hanging on the wall. I collected a couple paychecks from at Team Up 45.
There it was. Glory hole.
I like to see them have success unless they're on the field with the Texans, which they will be, which I'm excited about that ball game. But, boys, this has got the makings. This year has the makings of the worst year of Jerry Jones' life.
Good gracious.
And I mean, the more I say it, the more I listen to myself say it, the more I feel, the more conviction I feel in the statement.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
If you see what's going on in Dallas right now, the Rangers, defending World Series champs, the Stars, the Dallas Stars. I told you, if you're looking for a white woman in Dallas, Texas, go to a Stars game. I'm just telling you, man. It's fish in a barrel, man. I'm telling you. The Stars.
Is that where a lot of the Cowboys are?
I'm sure, if they're smart. Game 5 tonight of the West Finals. Series is tied 2-2. Game 5 is in Dallas tonight. So if you're looking for one of them, hell, you can go tonight.
Are they playing Edmonton?
I think that sounds right. How would you know that? Yes, it is the Oilers. How the hell would you know that? That's good, man. I don't have the hockey playoffs. To be honest with you, I ain't watched a 30 seconds. I ain't watched 1 second of a hockey game. And hell, they're in the playoffs and the Mavs are in it. I mean, the Stars are in it. Mavs got me to my next point. The Dallas Mavericks win the Western Conference Finals last night, and they're headed to the dance. They're headed to the final, NBA Finals. And I'm going to be honest with y'all right now. This next Cowboy season, I want it to be a better season, a good season, so that when the Texans beat them, there's that level of joy in the city, if you will. But I'm going to be honest with you, boys. This has – I got a feeling this season for the Cowboys is going to be a disaster.
Really?
It isn't on my schedule.
I think it's going to catch up with. I think it's going to catch up with Jerry. I mean, look,
they got a lot of good players over there for it to be a disaster.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Cowboys Nation.
I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl or anything.
You got to have good players and underachieve for it to be considered a disaster. I just look. I think Mike McCarthy is he's on board. Him and Dak are in the same boat. If they don't win multiple playoff games, if they don't get to the NFC Championship, they're fired. Jerry's moving on from him.
Maybe, yeah. 12-5 the last 3 years, I think.
It's unbelievable. Regular season success. I think Jerry's had enough. But you look at Mike McCarthy and Dak.
He's a cowboy.
Look, I'm just not a fan of the Micah Parsons stick and all that. I mean, you hear rumblings of how the team in the locker room is growing tired of his antics and all that and his loud mouth. I'm not a fan of that. He's looking for a contract. He's not going to shut up, right? CeeDee Lamb looking for a contract. He hadn't gotten paid. So, I mean, it just seems like this is at the first sign of a little bit of adversity. I think the wheels could come off of this thing. And if this is a year where Jerry Jones has to watch the Rangers win a World Series, the Stars potentially win a title in the NHL title. What's that trophy called? Do you got it?
Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup. There you go. Should have had that one. Damn it. That's disappointing.
It kind of is.
And the Mavs win the NBA championship?
Yeah, Larry O'Brien trophy.
There you go.
Sorry.
That could be a problem. Now, the Stars and the Mavs still got some work they need to do, and then the Cowboys have to blow up. But I don't think it's like far-fetched or unreasonable to think that this could end up being the worst calendar year, because the Rangers won it last year, but the worst calendar year, Jerry Jones.
You feel like he'd have to start to feel some pressure now for them to get a win? You think for the fan base to have some pressure towards him because everybody else is winning?
You talking about Jerry?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think it's. I mean, because they can win all they want. I mean, the Cowboys are still the big show. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Jerry's pocketbook and the fan base, they ain't going nowhere. I just think that it's going to be hard to push Jerry out and let them 3 kids take over. But this may be the year that Jerry would hang that thing up.
You think he just may throw it
I mean,
hands in the air.
This could
like
be
how bad do you think this can get for them? Because it's really in their season. Like if they make the playoffs, I don't think it's the worst year. But how bad do you think this potentially could get?
I think with the Eagles in their division, I think there's a chance that they could be playing for a wild card fairly quickly. And it falls apart from there. I don't know. I mean, how bad can it get? I mean, I don't think winning 12 games and then messing the bed in the playoffs, I think it could get a lot worse than that.
Yeah.
I think it could get a lot worse than
that.
that.
If they miss the playoffs, that'd be
I think they could miss.
You think that's you think that's highly on the table?
And I don't think that Jerry, Jerry, I don't know how old is Jerry? He got to be damn near 90.
No. Is Jerry Jerry? I bet Jerry's in his early 80s, isn't he?
Well, where I was going with that, even early 80s will make the point, drive the point home.
Bill Walton, we just lost him at 71. So
Jerry doesn't have very many more seasons where they go bad and they literally take multiple years off his life.
Yeah, because if this one doesn't result in a Super Bowl or a deep run, Clint, I agree with you. He's going to have to completely start over. He's going to have to rip it up and coach a quarterback, the 2 most important positions, and start over, and that could take another 3 years to get to that.
Yep. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, we got to start with the Stars and the Mavs winning it all, and then look out, man. It could get ugly. It could get ugly because if anything, Jerry, the noise is going to get a lot louder around Jerry if every franchise wins a title in a calendar year, and his guys ain't pissed a drop. And
it may be some pressure for some other people around there, like Steven.
Yes.
Like who's my man that's big? Was it Will
McClay?
Yeah, there might be some.
Yeah, he should have the GM title, but I don't know what his title is.
But it might be some tough time for them.
Man, it's going to be the pocketbook's going to be there. The fame is going to be there, but boy, I don't know if Jerry at some point the lack of winning is going to take its toll on Jerry, man. But we'll see. It's keep an eye on that. Every time I see the Mavs win, I'm like, oh, poor Jerry.
I don't think.
Jerry.
I don't think it'll be a disaster, but
you talking about the season?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a disaster. I wouldn't pick them to win a Super Bowl. I don't think it'll be a disaster.
Ron, it's got the real makings of the wheels coming off of that thing, man.
If we're lucky,
it's got the real making. Well, I mean, see now you're being a jerk.
Yes.
We're talking about a man having the worst year of his life.
Well, here's how it really gets bad for him. Like, how confident are you that after this season that the Houston Texans will be thought of as the team in the state that has the best chance to win, the team in the state that has passed, obviously not, I wouldn't say popularity-wise, but has passed them up as running the state as the better football team. That would add to it.
Oh, no question.
That would add
good point.
to it. Like
if Houston, if Cal McNair can look down his nose at you,
and if Houston gets to an AFC Championship game and you lose in the first round early, or Houston got to a Super Bowl somewhere you haven't been. When's the last time Dallas has been to the NFC Championship game? Is it 90? Is it in the 90s?
Yes.
Is it their last championship run? With Barry Switzer? Is that the last time they've been to an NFC Championship game?
Yeah.
95, yep.
Yeah, 95.
Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers, they beat them.
Yeah. Last time they won it.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that would really turn it and make it bad.
All right, look, I like Jerry. I'm gonna pray I'm gonna pray it doesn't happen, but not. Well, I hope the Texans beat him. I'm just talking about. I'm gonna pray it doesn't happen for Jerry's sake. I'd like for him to stick around a little while. He knows how to have a good time. Boys, I on a different note here, I did it again last night.
It better not.
Ran out of gas.
You better not see it.
One hell of a drive home. I did not run out of gas. I was driving the go-kart. I was driving, the golf cart. I was driving a golf cart.
You ran out of gas on the golf cart?
No, that's what I call that car.
Oh, okay.
I was confused.
An electric vehicle is like driving a golf cart.
Okay.
It's the same mechanisms, right? First of all, when I got here, I was supposed to plug it up, and I totally forgot. I was talking on the phone about something. Remember, it was Home Depot. Home Depot was screwing my order up.
Yeah.
So I got sidetracked and just parked and came in. Well, when I got in the car to leave, it tells you like, "Hey man, you ain't got enough juice to get to where you're going." And then it tells you want us to map your charging stations. Well, I was like, no, I don't need that right now. So I'm cruising because I wanted to get out of the city. I wanted to get out of the traffic before I charged. I had enough to do that. So I get over on 225. Well, I hit it, Ron, and it sends me to this charger. Before I get there, it's already alerted my wife, right?
Oh.
It's already alerted my wife that I'm low. Because when it alerts me in the car, it alerts. You have the alerts on your phone, too. You
can get it.
So she calls. I'm like, yeah, what's up? She's like, hey, you do realize you need to charge that car? I said, yeah. She said, and you do realize the charger that you're fixing to pull into is a what do they call it? A super slow charger. It's like an overnight charger. Like it's a station. It's not like a supercharger. Which means, Ron,
why didn't you do the one here at the station?
It's like the one I forgot. I didn't realize until I left. Right? But the one here at the station is super slow too. So I literally pull in there and I've got 7 miles. I'm still about 18 miles from home. So I charged the car on this slow ass charger because I didn't have enough juice to get to a supercharger. Right? So I had to stay in this slow ass charger. So I had to sit in the car in this sketchy ass hotel parking lot. People walking everywhere. And this thing's slow charging on me. I had to sit there for about 45 minutes. And Ron, I was 18 miles from home. I charged that thing to 21 miles and said, I'm going to take the risk. I pulled the plug, got on the road. I'm hitting that thing. I'm going over at Fred Hartman Bridge. I'm 71 miles an hour. The alert comes off and says, you don't have enough juice to make it home.
So you had to go to another one?
No, I said, oh, damn. And then all of a sudden, boom, this message pops up. It says, stay under 55 miles an hour.
And you can make
it home. Hey, your boy Cadillac all the way to the crib.
I bet you did.
52 miles an hour on 99, eased around that corner.
I'd have been going 40.
Hey, Ron, if I'm lying, I'm dying, Chief. I may have took a picture here. I may have took a picture.
What did you end up getting home at?
What time?
No, I mean, like with the amount left, how much did you?
2 miles.
2 miles left.
2 miles left.
You probably felt a sense of pride that you was able to make it easy.
Well, it's such those things. It's crazy, man. I mean, I'm over it. I got to get me a damn truck. I'm about over. But it's crazy how well this thing communicates.
So you spent basically an hour.
Oh, every bit of it. I got home. When I walked in the door, I took my little girl out of my wife's hands and put her in the bed and laid down next to her. It's crazy how this thing communicates better than I do. Right, when I pulled in the driveway, it was telling me, like when I was on the way, it's telling you how much, like you're going to get home and there's going to be 1% left is what it was telling me. I salvaged enough juice to get home with 2%.
2%. A little bit of pride right there.
Yeah, absolutely. It became a challenge, and I'm dead ass serious. Like it becomes a challenge.
Yeah, I know. I bet it.
I was mad at myself sitting in that ratty ass hotel charging that thing, but other than that, it was a challenge.
Well, another challenge. Get ready.
Get my juices flowing, man.
You got a challenge you're ready to hear right now. As Captain Joe, more words of wisdom as he gives us updates on injuries. And you're.
Oh hell!
It's not even the injury update. It's what Joe does. You'll hear that coming up next.
All right. After that great story, I got to tell you about my guys down at Ron Craft Chevrolet.
Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we got a little words of wisdom from Captain Joe the Captain, Joe Espada, a.k.a. Dana Espada, a.k.a.
Stop it.
DC, a.k.a. bench coach.
What was the captain's name off
Phillips?
No, that was Captain Phillips, Arkansas State Police. That was my guy.
Underpants?
No.
Crunch?
Off
I didn't have one.
Crunch was good.
Kangaroo?
God, man, you're killing it. You win. You're crushing it.
Jack Sparrow?
Yeah.
Hook?
Dan.
I was about to say that, too.
That's what I was looking for,
man. I was about to say that,
I'm sitting there racking my brain, man. I don't even remember what I was going to say about him. What the hell brought up Captain Dan?
Who is Captain Dan?
Forrest Gump.
Because Ron keeps calling Espada the captain.
Is it Captain Dan?
Isn't Captain Dan?
Is it Captain?
I don't know who that is.
Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, it's Lieutenant.
Oh, my God. You're talking about Forrest Gump?
That's what he
said. I said Forrest Gump.
I'm so ashamed of you right now.
Lieutenant Dan, not Captain Dan.
I was like, I know you're talking about Gary Sinise. I was like, that's not.
Lieutenant Dan.
I was like,
yeah, that's him.
Ain't Captain.
You ain't got no legs.
Hell is Captain Dan.
Yeah. That's great. Lieutenant, man. Golly.
Who needs to?
Lieutenant Dan, ice cream.
Yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't pull.
I should have known when Tyler didn't have that individual captain that I was the one that was wrong.
Yeah, I didn't have that. Yeah, Captain. If it was Captain Dan, that would have been early.
If it was Lieutenant, would you have got it?
Yeah, I would have said Lieutenant. Yeah, Gary Sinise. I knew when you.
I didn't mean to get you.
When you said Dan, I knew he's talking about. That's not it.
Lieutenant Dan, you got special legs.
Well, the captain, the real captain, Joe Espada.
No.
He spoke about Luis Garcia. Let's start with him. Let's get his thoughts about Luis Garcia, who you just mentioned. He threw a bullpen session, 20 pitches. Let's hear what he had to say about Luis Garcia.
It's exciting to see Luis out there.
Very, at a personal level, and also manager, his teammates out here showing support. He speaks of how much this group loves each other and respect for the kind of work that our training staff has done to get him back, the work Luis has done to get back on track, and this is a big step forward, and we're really happy for him.
All right, hey, there you go. Positive for the captain.
This actually is a positive thing.
It's a good one. Good one. He spoke about Jose Abreu, who stepped up big time with a huge hit in his final at bat in Seattle. Not in the lineup today, though. Here he is with his thoughts on Jose Abreu.
I think he's encouraging. I think he looks better in the batter's box. I think he's moving a lot better. I think he hits two balls really, really hard. Catching up to fastballs, way better passes on fastballs. And his mindset is better also, which I think is very important. But so far, the 9 at-bats in the games that he's played, I like where he's at.
This is a joke.
Look at this guy. He's dead serious.
He hit two balls really hard?
He did.
What are we doing?
He's factual.
I'm done with this, dude. I can't handle it.
But let me hear it. Because I honestly, God, I want to hear this. Tyler, I want you to take 3 deep breaths, and I want you to say what you believe he should have said. Like for you, honestly, as a manager, not what Tyler would want to say.
Sure.
But as a manager, what would have been acceptable for you?
I'm not saying
fired up about this.
Yes, I am, because that is BS. That is just a load of lies and BS. That's all it is.
So what would you say? Give it to me.
I wouldn't tear him down. I know better as a manager to just completely eviscerate a guy.
22 seconds of it. What would you have said?
Something closer to what Dana Brown said the other day. Yeah, he's up here with us for now. Going to keep hoping that he turns things around. But if not, we might have to make some moves and make some changes. He knows that. Something to that extent would have sounded quite a bit better.
You wouldn't comment on his 2 swings, his 2 hits?
No.
I wouldn't advise. If I were advising you,
what about his 4 strikeouts? How about those?
Yeah, I wouldn't advise you to go straight to he hit 2 balls hard.
What is wrong? The first thing he said was, it's been encouraging.
He said it's been
what?
I mean, honestly, it probably has been more encouraging than what he showed before.
A single and a double?
A big double. Was it a double? I thought it was two singles. I think it was
pretty
two.
sure it was 2 singles.
See, I'm giving him too much.
I think it was 2 singles.
I'm not.
All right, the more important, here is Joe Espada. We've been talking, and Dana Brown himself, the GM, earlier this week said about 48 hours, we hear an update on Urquidy and Christian Javier. Here is Joe Espada with his update, the latest on those 2 pitchers.
You know, I actually met with both of them today in my office individually, and, they're both waiting to hear from the doctors. So I don't have anything to report right now, and I want to give those guys space and privacy for them to, get that second opinion. So right now I just don't have much for you guys.
See, now this one's not on him. This was on Dana. There's no reason for you to say that we would have an update in 48 hours if they don't have an update. There's no reason. No one forced Dana to say that there was an update. And furthermore, Dana should be the one talking about this. Because Joe should have been the one speaking about it before. Joe should have been the one.
Yeah, Dana
took
the lead.
Right. Joe and Dana took the lead, and then Dana wasn't there when the next time you were going to update it on. And so now it's like, oh, well, what happened 48 hours? Like, to me, now I would have, when you say second opinions, like what does that sound like to you? If I don't have an update for you.
You don't get second opinions if the news is good.
We're going to wait for a second opinion. What does that mean? Both of them are getting second opinions. Like, it should have never been anything until you had something to announce. You shouldn't have given a timetable, shouldn't have been anything, and now it's like now I think most people feel like both of them have Tommy John.
Yeah.
On the horizon.
Which that's the fear, right? They're getting second opinions. That's clearly the fear. This is just more. I mean, this is so on brand with the Astros. You know, I think Dusty, I think weathered a lot of this and kind of kept it together. And now you see again Dana Brown overstepping with his comments. Or I don't care if it's overstepping or not, because I'm sure there's some people that think a GM can do whatever the hell they want to do. Okay. Clearly, him and the manager aren't on the same page. Clearly, Dana Brown isn't on the same page with the training staff or with the players in terms of are there really updates coming in 48 hours or what's going on? I mean, it's so on brand with these guys from a standpoint of like, is everybody on the same page? Last year, I feel like Dusty was a little better at covering it up.
But this would happen, though. This would happen.
Well, no, it happened.
One will go out and say something, and then, I got to,
But I think it's probably going to happen a lot more often. It's probably going to come to light a lot more often this year with Joe Espada, because I do think that looking back, that Dusty was probably pretty good at. If it weren't like him in the general manager's words, like completely being polar opposite, well, we weren't aware of it. Whereas I think Joe's going to step on it. I think Joe's going to step in it, should I say. And Dana clearly doesn't give a rip. So it's just on brand with the brass of the Astros. I mean, you got Bagwell making major decisions and then the organization trying to force it to work. I mean, you got Joe Espada, who clearly is in over his head. You got a clubhouse that is void of leadership, which is wild to me. That appears to be the case. I mean, it's all a rough watch from a distance.
It is an absolute rough watch. All right. As rough as it's been, I do have a question I want to pose to you about the Astros. As rough as this thing has been, about the potential future of the Astros and the near future. We'll discuss that coming up next.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask Joe Mixon.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. With the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at Park 10. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award, building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Guns, and more guns at this weekend's Humble Gun Show. First 50 veterans get free admission. Don't miss this weekend's Humble Gun Show with over 300 tables full of guns, knives, ammo, and shooting supplies.
Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Offer valid through 6/5. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Carlos Correa returns, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Got the video ready for him. Standing on in his first at bat. Still do that?
Did they do that for him already?
I think they did a video, but when he comes up tonight, I don't think they'll do a video.
I got you now.
Sad.
Okay, I got you.
That'd be coming right from Joe.
What would you do, Tyler? His first at bat, if you're at the game tonight, what would you do?
I mean, if the crowd was giving him a salute and applauding him, I'd probably join in. Yeah.
Oh, don't follow. Be a leader. What would you do?
Well, I don't feel the need to instigate it, but I would do it because he did a ton of great things here.
Like, yeah, you're good with, like, they come up and I think he batting second for the Minnesota Twins. Number 4, Carlos Correa.
Yeah, no screaming, but just standing up, nice, respectful clap, and then hopefully
like a long one.
No, not over.
It'll be a long one.
About 13 and a half seconds.
You're going to sit right on your ass, ain't you?
I'd go under. Yeah, no. I would definitely not get up and clap.
It's been what, a year now?
Maybe I like Lowe's. I'm a big Lowe's fan. But yeah, I'm not.
Don't wear any gear celebrating that 2017 World Series, man.
Damn, we put that on you.
On what?
You?
Well, I mean, I don't have any gear celebrating that series, but
damn,
if I did, it would be about the logo on it, not Carlos Correa.
Well, you wore the logo, but I hear you.
I wonder, yeah, some of you, if you all are going out to the game tonight, you still standing O for Carlos Correa. Like, right at some point, like maybe I guess, does that ever stop with the first time he comes back? Like any of these players, him, George Springer with the Blue Jays.
Not the beloved ones like them. I think they'll always get it
every time. Every time.
I mean, they changed everything here, you know.
I feel, man, when I hear you talk like that, I can feel it in your heart.
I can hear the emotion in his voice.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
like
man.
My voice cracked.
It's because you're longing for it. You miss it.
I'm not about to start sobbing.
Sounds like you are.
Won't you? Hey, during this break, this is a long break, man. I know you got a little work. Won't you pop up? Maybe just throw in, I don't know, game 7. Game 7 of the World Series. Just throw it on there.
I got them all on DVD at the house.
Just go in there and pull it up. You got it on DVD?
Yeah. Yeah.
I bet you did. I bet they got all your damn money.
You get the box set.
I bet they got all your damn money. That's right.
Build that virtual cart up.
I do too. I got Kansas up. I can go get you a 2008 championship run right now. I got them all popped in. And the tapes that I recorded myself watched it. Yeah, it's all good. There you go, man. There you go. Give him a standing O. He deserves it. Give him one more.
I'll be getting me a beer.
It wasn't done in the playoffs, was it? I think the playoffs, I think you just moved
different.
on like he was somebody else.
Yeah.
Like he was just a regular ass twin. And, Carlos!
How do y'all think Ronel Blanco is going to feel y'all doing that?
I don't think he's going to mind at all because he understands.
Shoot, man, he out there just trying not to sweat through his jersey. How many say he gets
better
through?
Be trying to keep that pine tar inside his glove. How about let's start with that.
How many did he say he gets through? He said about 4 or 5 jerseys, didn't he? A start? I watched Ronel.
Now we know why he was going through so much pine tar.
I watched Ronel. If they put Ronel in them blue ones, them dark ass blue jerseys, that
Stephen A. ain't never done that.
Play pool.
He sat in some old dark lit bar like that right there. He's in a beer joint shooting pool. Stephen A. ain't never done that.
Not in years.
Not in years anyway.
Not in years. Now if they put him in them blue jerseys, that Framber loves, he might have to go through an inning. I mean, now that I found out he does it, I look hard for Ronel to see how hard he's sweating, to see if I can catch.
Well, he's always been a little. You've always been pretty high on him, and now you find he's a sweater like you and Tyler.
Yeah,
boy. You even feel closer to him, don't you?
There you go. Yeah, I appreciate it. See him sweat his ass off. All right, hey, let me start with you, Tyler, since you're this is an emotional thing for you, and I love it. Those of you listening, you can jump into 713-572-4610, including that anybody here on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can jump in and give us your thoughts. As bad as it's been for the Astros, as much as the captain, Joe Espada, gets under your skin, as much as this Jose Abreu stuff is going, as rough as it has been this year, the Astros are still in it because of this division. They just lost 3 of 4. They are 7 games under 500, and they're still only 5.5 back. Somehow they're still in range to try to catch the Mariners. Are you still in the space, Tyler, where if the Astros just get in, if they were to just find a way to win the division and get into the postseason and get in the playoffs, are you at a space still where you watch this team and you look at them and say, if they just get in, they could make a run, they could realistically get to an 8th straight ALCS? Like, do you see that from this team?
Without a doubt, 100%. Reason being, there's just, to me, I mean, there's too many of the same guys still here. I know we've lost guys. We just kind of ran through a lot of them. But there's familiar faces that I've seen perform in big ways in October. But, yeah, I mean, the big if is winning the division. But absolutely, if they get into October, I think anything could happen.
Really? Anything. You said without a doubt 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you.
Really? Yeah. If they just got in, if they just found a way.
If you just get in, I mean, look, the only way, like, this is not a do they get in conversation. It's a, if they get in, do you feel like they can make a run? And my answer is yes. I mean, I believe what Kyle Tucker is doing. I think he's going to stay on a tear. I believe that a lot of the negative, Presley, Hader, you look at this, what we would call a struggle with Yordan Alvarez. Bregman is obviously struggling overall. Like, I just don't think all of that negative is going to continue. I memean, Verlander's been injured this year. Javier's been injured twice. Jose Urquidy's been injured twice. I mean, I just don't think that all the negative, it just somehow has all come to a head at one time early this season to cause this mess storm, if you will. I just don't believe that's going to be the case for the rest of the season. I don't believe that's going to be the case come October.
They got a lot of dudes that are still really good. I would say, for me, Ryan Presley is not included in this. But they got a lot of dudes that are still really good that have done it at a high level in that time. And I say in that time, I'm talking about in the postseason. Alvarez is still in his prime and has been great. Kyle Tucker has had his ups and downs in the postseason, but this is a guy that has still had some success. Obviously, Altuve still rolling and can still have success. Verlander, we just saw him the other day just shut down the Mariners, right? Like, Framber Valdez is a guy that, despite how annoying he is and can be with his performance, has done it and has been hugely successful and still in his prime. Hader has had huge success in the postseason. Abreu still can roll. Like, they've got a bunch of guys that it does feel like if they got in and everybody was 0-0, like it would, you could see them flipping the switch. You could see them.
Yeah, look, I
being able
think,
to make a run.
I agree. I mean, look, clearly we all agree. I mean, it's the big if is can you get in? But I think, I hope that this organization, whether it's a Spotter or Dana Brown, you would hope at that point in time, you've got Yordan Alvarez at DH, you got Dubon who's hitting over 300 in left field, you got Jake Myers who's killing it right now. I don't think he's going to stay that hot, but I do think he's proved to be the everyday center fielder, and I think he continues to produce for this team. That's a huge plus. Pena's swinging it like he's never swung it. I mean, there's a lot of good going on if you can just get them big boys at the top swinging it the way that they have swung it in the past, and you can get some guys back from injury. I think there's a real chance. I think they're going to be dangerous in the playoffs. Yes.
I think this was the same feel. Now, I didn't feel it, but I think this was the same feel in the playoffs last year with the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs were struggling and didn't look like themselves at all.
Yep.
But I think still people are like, oh, I know they've never played on the road before, but if they just get in, with Pat,
you like Andy and Pat in a win or
and
go
Travis,
home.
you feel like, and I think the Astros are very much like that. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't feeling it.
With the Chiefs.
I thought those mistakes they made were such habits that it would just be a complete flip,
right?
And what they would have to do, and it's a 1-game scenario in that time frame. But they did. They flipped the switch when they got in and started playing completely different. And the Astros are like that.
That's actually a really good comp. It's hard to comp football and baseball, but if you look at it, like Pat Mahomes was not playing well. Pat was making bad decisions with the football, turning it over, doing things that you just haven't seen Pat do. And right now, if you look at the Astros, whether it's Jordan or Bregman or Fromber or Josh Hader or Ryan Presley or all these guys like those are all your Pat Mahomes that are just like have been just in a short period of time somehow some way they've all been bad. If you get those guys in a playoff situation
where they get focused and their mindset
I would think that I would feel good about betting them to make a run because they're getting in. Well, I don't know.
They're getting it, but if they can get it, because there are some teams, Clint, they can get in all the hell they want to. you don't feel like they're going to go anywhere. But no, I do. They've got too many guys that have been here before. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready and give you the lineup if you've not heard that, and get you ready for this big game tonight to start the series off against the Twins. Finals are set, and the Buffalo Bills are doing something really, really interesting. Maybe this is a trend that could happen in the NFL. We'll discuss that coming up next. Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Just one series into Jose Abreu's return. Seth is sick and tired.
That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. A quick 6-hundo in a winning streak last night. Tyler Milner in the building. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. It feels like bad news, but it is bad news. I think Joe just doesn't seem to have the confidence or comfort into telling us this bad news yet. But
got optimism
that's
now.
The best way I can explain it. Like, I had never heard nobody tell me nothing, but just tell me everything with this statement. We were told from Dana Brown earlier this week that there would be an update within 48 hours about Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier, who both had forearm discomfort. Christian Javier was already placed on the 15-day IL, and Urquidy had been pulled from action. Here is the latest update from Joe Espada, the captain.
You know, I actually met with both of them today in my office individually, and, they're both waiting to hear from the doctors, so I don't have anything to report right now, and I want to give those guys space and privacy for them to, get that second opinion, so right now I just don't have much for you guys.
All right.
That would have been great from Dana Brown originally.
Yes. And not putting a timestamp. We're letting them see. Now, I don't think he should. I wouldn't have said the second opinion part. I would have just said they're still getting looked at. Doctors are still, our trainers and doctors are still checking these guys out, and we don't have anything at this point to update.
Right.
But now you done just told us, yeah, we're waiting. Want to give them some space till they have this second opinion. As Tyler so eloquently said this, and I'm telling you, this is why Tyler gets the big bucks. As he said, you usually don't need a second opinion if the first one is good.
Yeah, you don't get good news and think, I better go check around with some other doctors.
Usually, if you had a knee issue, when Tyler hurt his knee, and the first thing they said was, "No, everything's good here, man. Everything's intact." No. Let me go get this second opinion. Holy hell. That's a PCL and an MCL. That's all out. No. So, Clint and Tyler, to me, it feels like we are soon to hear that both of these guys are going to be out for a long period of time. I'm not going to speculate on what the injury is, although forearm discomfort, then matched up with, we got an update in 48 hours. Well, we don't have it in 48 hours because we're getting a second opinion. Generally, forearm, second opinion, that leads to Tommy John, UCL issues. But this feels like eventually, Clint, that these guys are going to be out for some time.
Yeah, I'm gearing up just, as a fan, I'm gearing up to not see Jose Urquidy or Javier again this season and have to figure out a way to make a run without these guys. Ronel Blanco, who goes tonight, is going to be obviously huge to keep up what he's doing. Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown are going to be huge to keep up what they've done their last couple of outings. And then you turn to the good report that we got today of Luis Garcia, and hopefully at some point Lance McCullers come back. At no point in time did I think that the Astros were going to be struck with needing the surplus. In the leading up in spring training, I talked about the surplus of starters is a huge advantage. The surplus of starters this, the surplus of starters that. I never thought we'd be sitting here a little over a third of the way through the Major League Baseball season and be needing the two guys that were unhealthy from jump to get healthy again so that we can get through a season. I never thought that the Astros would be hit with the injury bug in the starting rotation to use every single one of the starters that were going to be available at some point in time in the 2024 season. But yet here we are. And add to that, Spencer Arrighetti's been brought up. So, I just didn't foresee them having these kinds of injury issues, but here we are. And luckily, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, and Spencer Arrighetti are at least going to allow them to appear to be give them a good chance to weather the storm until Luis Garcia and Lance get back.
Yeah, and to me, Clint, I think they have lessons that they have learned with multiple injuries like this. Like, one, as you say, if it is what it sounds like it's going to be, fellas, like, we got to start looking at Luis Garcia, how long he's been out, right? Like, we potentially may not see these guys the rest of this year. And now Luis Garcia, we probably won't see until July at the earliest. And that's a good thing. What you don't want to do is I don't want to see anybody out here trying to fake or trying to pull off something that isn't there. Basically, trying to pull off a Lance McCullers where let me avoid this thing and let me try to find a different way to try to go about it. And then next thing you know, you're missing basically a better part of 2 years because you just didn't attack the injury immediately. Like, let's go. And we've already heard Lance express regret of not just going ahead and getting that taken care of, which really Lance has only pitched about 2 months, in the World Series run. Outside of that, he's just been on the shelf and still hasn't come back. So I think don't play around with it. If it is what you think it is and what you see it is, let's not go in and try to go grab some bone spurs. No, get it taken care of. Lance is still not pitching, guys. I just can't believe it. It is unreal. How long
busy getting that coffee shop going, man.
Have you been? Have you been yet?
No. Is it open?
I don't know if it's open.
Well, damn. You think he opens his shop or he pitches in an Astros game this year first?
Toss up.
I think it's what's the name of it?
Can't remember.
43s?
5 o'clock fire.
Probably not 43s. All right, big one tonight. The Minnesota Twins, Carlos Correa and the Twins come in. They're above 500. We've seen that the Astros, they have struggled against teams that have winning records. This is a team that's hot, coming off of winning 3 or 4 at home against the Royals. They come into town. Their ace is on the mound today, but he has struggled. But we saw him in the divisional series last year, and he gave the Astros problems in that series. So that's one to watch. But Blanco gets the ball tonight, Framber tomorrow, and then Hunter Brown on Sunday. And we're at it right now. Listen, I know this division is giving you opportunity to be in it, but Clint, they've got to start at the very least now winning series, and especially against good teams, they've got to start winning series because, hey, getting 1 out of 4, 1 out of 2, that's not going to help you climb to get where you need to get to. And they got hot there for a second, but they got to follow that up with another run. They had a really good homestand, 10-game homestand, won 7 of them. They got to do that type of work again to get back in.
Well, look, we talked about this. We've been here before. We've been here before with the Astros. To your point, you need one of those 7 of 10. You need one of those 11 of 13. You need one of those 15 of 20. One of those, maybe one of those crazy runs like Blum and TK and the Morales we're talking about the other night, where you win 29 of 33 or whatever the hell it was. It's going to take one or more of those kind of runs to get back in this thing.
It feels huge.
Yeah. So big one tonight.
Julia, that was, by the way.
Shut
I couldn't think of Julia Morales. I had that part right. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
You're a big fan, ain't you, Tyler?
Oh yeah.
Especially now that we know she eats bugs. Well, she was trying to dip out of that and then put it on Framber. What she was doing. Hopefully, lightly lime salted beetles or crickets, whatever they were eating.
Grasshoppers.
Grasshoppers, yeah. I was going to get there.
Lime infused.
Yeah, I said crickets, beetles. You said Captain Dan. We're in there.
Captain Dan is killing me.
That's a classic one of all time. Honest to God, can we see the bats?
That'd be nice.
Could they make an appearance in the series?
You got a little room for your boy to make a bet?
Come on now.
I do now.
Come on now.
I
got 34-38 now.
What's a Tucker bomb going to pay me?
Oh,
I'll let you know shortly.
What do you know? What do you mean you don't know about that? He hadn't hit one in 3 games. Hell, he didn't hit one the whole Mariners series, did he?
I believe he's 2 or 3 for his last 29 at bats.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Now is the time to jump on it.
Coming home.
How much would 34-38 pay me on a Dubon bet for Homer?
I don't even know if Dubon is a line. I mean, I bet he's not even a line.
No, you're probably right. He's probably not even in the line. By the way, if you're wondering, the lineup today for the Astros, Clint loves it. Alex Bregman slid himself back up into the cleanup spot after his great series against the Mariners. So Altuve, Tucker, Yordan Alvarez is the DH with Bregman batting 4th, playing 3rd. Myers in center field. I mean, you're right. Jake is flat out everyday center fielder, right? I mean, Jake goes in, he knows he's playing center every damn day.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we are. Good Lord have mercy. All right, Singleton at first, Dubon's at short, batting 7th. McCormick's in left, and then Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. You got numbers? You got numbers on that? How much?
There isn't a Dubon homer prop.
Is there a Singleton?
I just closed it.
Gotta be. He's a bat flipper, man.
Just don't bat flip when you hit it to the warning track.
Oh,
please. I like bat flipping singles.
That was great. I want him to embrace it. Bat flipping out. What I'm talking about.
There is a really good chance he's going to bat flip a fly ball to the warning track.
The only thing
that he thinks he got all of. And that
that's
going,
when
somebody's going to be camped underneath it on the warning track.
Fine.
It's going to be great.
Anything in the
I'm
air.
with you. I'm here for it, man.
I would like for John to add a hop to it. A bat flip.
Like a Sosa?
Yes. Just a small one. A bat flip, drop, and a hop. And a hop to first.
I don't know.
Or at least, you remember Edwin Encarnacion? I believe that's
Try
what
that
I'm
again.
saying. Edwin Encarnacion.
There you go. That was
I got to break it down. He would do the parrot. He would do the parrot when he
I
ran.
don't remember that one.
He would run and hold the parrot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what he's holding the parrot on his arm?
He would act like he's holding the parrot.
I didn't know that's what he was doing.
In his home run trot.
Holding a parrot? Where do you think that came up?
I don't know, but the parrot's on your arm.
I don't like it.
I used to love it. I used to love when Edwin would hit that home run and he hit that trot. And hold that parrot.
Only you would know that he was holding a parrot. I think he was having some kind of damn seizure or something.
A steel seizure, huh? Just a steel running around. No, I love it, man. Go ahead and pimp that thing, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Just give me a skip. Boom. One time and then get around.
What was it? One more time?
Skip. Boom. One time.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the finals are set. Boston will host the Mavs June 6th. I got to say this, fellas. Before the playoffs started, I could have been sold on a lot of West teams making it to the finals. Like, I could have been sold, obviously, the Thunder. They were the 1 seed. I could have been sold that they were going to make it. I could have been sold clearly Denver. I thought they would. I could have been sold that no, I couldn't have been sold in Minnesota. That's a weird one. I didn't think that. I could have been sold on the Clippers. You could have sold me that the Clippers could have made it.
I could have sold you on Minnesota after game 1 of that Denver series.
What? Yeah, after Denver. But I'm talking about before the playoffs started.
Right.
When they played Denver, I thought they were going to win the championship.
Right.
Those first 2 games. Right. Like if the Lakers didn't have to play Denver, I could have been sold that they could have made the finals. But anyway, I could have been sold they could make. There are a lot of teams. I didn't see Dallas. Dallas was a hard one for me to think they can win 3 rounds to get to the finals. They got enough to win 3 rounds to get to the finals, and they rolled through the Thunder. They at the 5 seed. They rolled through the Clippers and then rolled through Minnesota. And now we're seeing Luka. This is one of the best runs we've seen in a long time from an individual player. We're seeing one of the best runs we've ever seen, and now they got a matchup where I think Boston will be the favorite in this series, but they can easily win this series if those 2 players can be the dominant forces in this thing. But for me, like Dallas making it to the finals is a huge deal for me because I didn't think they had enough to win 3 straight rounds.
Well, I mean, clearly it is for me. That was my very first NBA playoff report was after the Clippers beat them in game 1 of that series. And the team I watched, I said, hell, I had them as good as swept. And here we are, they're going to the finals. And they're peaking and they're really hot at the right moment. So clearly I didn't see it coming. Hell, I had them getting swept in the second round. So here's what I know is for me, again, a very, very casual NBA fan that pays attention pretty much when the playoffs start, unless it's the Rockets, obviously. The Mavs, with the resurgence of Kyrie Irving and all the storylines that come with that. By the way, I love the way he handles it all, and maybe he's not handling it. Maybe it's just him, but I paid more attention. But I love the way that he's handling the success that they're having right now, the attention that's around him. I love Luka's style, the unorthodox style that just – it's fascinating to watch a guy like that that's clearly being guarded consistently by a better athlete. The way he creates space and gets shots off and scores at will is fascinating. And then you look at the matchup of those 2 guys with Tatum and Brown. It's going to be a hell of a matchup, man. I mean, it's going to be a fun series to watch.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what happens because I think Boston has the overall better team. I think we talked about it earlier. I think if we take it as the 2 superstars, which is fun, right? We saw Dallas really get to go up against one. Carl is just so hit or miss. And you saw it. I mean, Carl was like something like 6 for 30-something from three, and he just would not stop shooting. But this is two legit guard stars, wings and guards on each team, in Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and you got a booger in your nose. Jaylen and Jason Tatum, and
what, hair?
I don't think so. But against Kyrie and Luka Doncic. But then they have Porzingis. They have Porzingis over there. Brown is really good too, and also they've got a champion over there who's won a championship with the Bucks as well at point guard for the Celtics. They've got a little bit more. I would give the star edge to Dallas, but they have so much more. I think Boston has outside of Brown and Tatum I think that's going to be the difference. Is their others I think are better than the others that Dallas brings, because Dallas's others have played really, really well, but their others are a little bit I think a little bit better than what Dallas brings to the table. All right, coming up, I've got to run across this news that just came off. I mean, this is now I feel better about my overall initial prediction about this sporting event that I'm going to waste money on. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you want to talk about a good friend. When something's obvious, you got to
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's what happened, man. And when you get real old, this was a sporting event that I was going to watch and pay money for, and still am. Probably the first time I've paid for a fight, just paid for a fight in years. But, fellas, as a result of Mike Tyson's recent ulcer flare-up, he will not be able to train fully for the next few weeks. The fight will be rescheduled for a date later this year, with a new date set to be announced within the next week. See, when you're 57 years old, man, these ulcers start to flare up on your ass. And now you can't eat. And now
Mike lived a good one, man. He better be glad it's an ulcer. I'm telling you, it could be a lot worse, man.
Oh, man. Damn, man. I was ready for that. How long do you think it's going to take for Mike to get right? I feel like them ulcers might pop up on Mike at any point here.
Yeah, I don't know, especially with football season coming. I mean, they are fighting at Jerry World, right?
Oh, God, yeah, you're right.
So they're going to have some limited options.
Hell, not just Jerry, football season.
Oh, Jerry will get that thing planned.
You think he'll move something else around?
Well, no. I mean, he'll just do it, and they'll choose a week when they're playing out away.
Yeah.
Jerry will feel that's some. Jerry ain't going to pass an opportunity to make some money off that joke.
What was the original date for that?
It was in July at July someday. Maybe
it don't have to be pushed back. Maybe it's August still when it's pushed back. Maybe it's late August. But you know, hell, you know Jerry. Jerry probably got so many things on that calendar up in that spot.
I would imagine this is the last one of these exhibition type fights that I'm watching. If it's a real exhibition, I'm done.
Oh, you're.
I mean, if they're not really fighting,
if they're not really getting after it.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. I mean, Mike's not an actor. I mean, if Mike's really trying to get this fight to last longer so he makes more money or whatever the word reports are.
Yeah, I find it hard if Mike's got an opening that he won't take it.
Well, if he don't, then we're all going to see it.
Yes.
And we're going to know he's bull jiving, and this is a fixed fight. It's rigged. It's just silly to watch this stuff. They're acting. Like, Mike doesn't have the ability to go out there and sell to us that he's going to last 6 or 7 rounds and then get knocked out by Jake Paul. To me, we'll know in the first damn round whether this is a real deal and Mike's trying to knock his ass out or not.
Yeah. But the old ulcer caught up with Mike.
The old ulcer flare got him.
That ulcer flare. I know.
Happens to the best of us.
Tyler said in my ear, yeah, the Tyson Jake Paul got that fight got moved, got postponed. I was like, what? I looked it up. The ulcer flare up.
Tyler, you ever had an ulcer flare up?
I get ulcers on the side of my mouth sometimes, but never a stomach one. No.
That's what to say. I don't think it's one in Tyson's cheek that he's got.
No, one right there. Yeah, mine's triggered by like acidic food. Hurts.
Oh, I used to get them all the time.
Well, you should be okay now. Hell, you don't eat.
That first time I got, yeah, you're right. That first time I got it, I thought I had a tooth growing in my damn my gum.
Peroxyl, bro. That's the only thing I found that works.
Oh, the Oragil for me. Oragil, it's a like I haven't got them in a long time. I think I've passed them down to my kids. I think Trey gets them sometimes. But boy, I used to get them in the worst spots, like the crack.
Yes, and then it's rubbing right there, like on your teeth when you talk.
Yeah,
that's the worst.
Yeah, I used to say, just burn, boy, just burn, baby. Real quick, a little programming note.
Good ulcer talk at 5:30.
Hell yeah, Mike did it now. A little programming note. Nick Caserio. He will join Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast
and Payne
next Friday at 7:30. Last day before the NFL summer vacation kicks off. I just see that Sean has tweeted this out. And programming note once again. So stay tuned next Friday as Nick Caserio will be on with the fellas in the morning at 7:30 a.m. So set your calendars as Nick Caserio's making his rounds. Nick Caserio's been on with Kay Adams today. He's the fashion icon apparently with the vest. He don't wear that no more. I haven't seen him in the vest. Have you seen him? I haven't seen him. I've been seeing him straight polo here of late.
He wore a vest right before the draft. I think like the media availability before round 1, he was wearing a vest because it had that H-Town blue kind of worked into the zipper.
Did he get? Oh, okay. Did he get one? I've just been seeing him straight up button up. I saw photos of him talking to that fan council or whatever earlier this week. He was straight buttoned up.
Yeah, I think
maybe it's the summer. Maybe that's
look. I mean, he clearly heard the criticism. And albeit out of line for one of the players to be the one criticizing,
that was a little.
But I think it's clear that Nick heard the message. He got the message loud and clear, and I do believe that he's adjusted accordingly. He's a vest guy. I like vests. I think Nick may have paired his vest a little oddly from time to time, and it stood out and didn't really work together. I think he's changed that. I think he every time I've seen him recently, I think he's sharp as hell, sharp as a tack. Man.
Yeah, he looks good. Yeah, I just hadn't really seen the vest a lot. Well, maybe it's a summer thing. He can't let that go.
He had that. I think it was a vest on with that just a little small Texans logo on the chest the other day. Boy, that thing was cleaner than a board of hell.
Yeah, he can't let that go, man. That's him.
Oh, ain't no doubt. That is him through and through.
That is him.
Yes, indeed. You just got. I mean, you're known as the vest guy. Right now. Luckily, with the negative comments, you're just known as the vest guy, not the ugly vest guy, not the bad vest guy, right? I mean, obviously to Steven Nelson you were, but clearly to Kay Adams and company, it's just the vest is topic of conversation. So he's done a good job of turning that into something positive and really. I mean, he's the cool vest guy.
Next step, cool vest. Next step could be sleek, sexy vest.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know if sexy's the look that Nick's going for.
I don't think he is, but I think Nick could maybe change it up. No shirt underneath, just vest.
I think he should keep that between him and his bride. I think maybe he should spice things up in the bedroom a little bit.
That would be a good spice.
Yeah, I mean.
But you don't want to see that. I just see him in an all black number, all black.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing on it, just the vest.
I think he should
arms
go,
out, guns out. Let's go.
I think he should go black thong, black vest, spice things up with his bride. That's what I think he should do.
You think he folds his thongs?
I mean, I bet Nick is an extremely clean individual at the crib. I bet his closet doesn't look like mine. I got stuff everywhere.
Nah, man, just get you some good sexy briefs, and like a sleeker, and maybe go a size lower than he normally would, and get it real tight, and get it snug it up, and get it tight. There it is.
Hey, you think? Hey, sir, do you really think like? If you said, hey, Nick,
hey, big Nick,
if Nick's old lady, if his bride said, hey, baby, I want you to find you some sexy draws and this weekend wear them for me, you think Nick would know where to start? If he listens to the drive, he does. He knows where to start with at least these sacks over here, not them damn $2 ones you're buying over there, Ron. But you think
you can get some for a good price too. I don't think you should shoot those down. No, I bet you Nick does. I bet you Nick. I know Nick got one call to make.
I mean, when you make $5 million a year, you got to have some nice.
But
draws.
I know Nick.
Nice, comfortable draws.
Nick go in there to that T area in his phone, hit that T, context, get to the T section, and go to Tom Brady. I bet you Tom Brady.
Great call.
Like, hey, Tom, I need a little help.
I bet you Brady's got some draws in his. He's probably seen Brady in his draw. I bet he knows what kind of draws Brady wears. You just copy that.
I bet you. No, I can see Tom saying, Nick, consider it done.
I'll send you a care package.
Already there.
Great point. That is solid.
Tom Brady, I bet, has a load of sexy draws.
Thanks, guys. Yes. Appreciate it.
I bet you his polo. I bet you his brand.
Probably got some good TB12 action.
If Brady doesn't have his own line of underwear, he's missing an opportunity.
Text line: Ron gets his draws at Costco. That is not accurate.
Costco got some great deals.
My draws at Target.
Does Uggs make underwear?
Uggs? I don't think so. If they do, I bet they're warm.
Mike,
they're all furry.
Forget maybe a little furry around.
Oh, now you're talking.
Keep your butt warm all winter long.
If Nick had a vest with a fur collar,
Nick come in there with that fur collar match. Then Nick come in there and had that Teddy P.
Game over. How many kids Nick got? Nick be having another kid here.
Hit that Teddy Pendergast. Throw some Teddy Pendergast off.
I wonder if we
get in there. Turn off the lights.
Kissarium.
Light a candle. I mean,
hey, Sean,
I
know Sean loves it when people suggest questions he should ask especially in his interview, in his appearances by Nick. Hey, Sean, I'm just telling you, I think you should ask the sexy underwear thing.
I want Nick to go Joe to see, but I think that's a tad bit aggressive for him. So I maybe back it off a little bit. Maybe a little Teddy P, little Al Green, maybe. Nah, who's my kid, man? Get that John Mayer going, man. Let's tune it up and let's get it right.
Hey, I mean, look, Nick can't have lived in the world he's lived in for 25 years now and not have some of that.
Oh, he got it. Yeah, I think Jodeci's a little too aggressive. Like I don't think he should be doing. He shouldn't go there. Shouldn't go there. Maybe
take back from college dorm days. Man.
Maybe a little Silk meeting in my bedroom. All right, coming up, one of our favorite segments, the best of the week, and we got to get into it about an athlete I'm concerned about, and I think the Astros really need to look in the mirror how they're handling this player. We'll discuss that next.
What's Bobby Slowik most excited about with the Texans offense this year?
problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up very, very shortly, one of our favorite things all week long, our favorite segment, the best of the week, as Tyler Milner works hard at that. We'll get that coming up very, very soon. Remember, coming behind us, Texans All Access, as the fellas will be on and rolling, so make sure you stay tuned for that, as they always have conversations and topics you not just want to hear, you need to hear about, and always great guests there. So All Access coming up behind us, and then following them at 7 o'clock, Area 45, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. That's coming up behind Texans All Access at 7 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. They'll have the post-game show as well. I cannot wait till this starts up. Right here, this I'm going to be all on this when this scandal of the LA Clippers clipped with Donald Sterling and I forgot who the old, I think is it Elgin Baylor? I believe, yeah, Elgin Baylor, who Lawrence Fishburne's going to be playing. I cannot wait for that, boy. That's going to be that one. I hadn't
seen anything about it.
You hadn't seen it? Oh yeah, they're covering all the time with like Donald Sterling and that time, and he was with the Clippers all the way up to when he was ousted, and they got him up out of there. Like that one's going to be good coming up on FX. I love when they keep going to these real ones. I like the ones they did on the Lakers, with the Buss family. So these are pretty good. I can't wait for this one. You get Al Bundy and Larry Fishburne. But that guy Ed O'Neill is somebody I'll call Al Bundy. Yeah. It's hard for me to call him Ed O'Neill.
If you said Ed O'Neill, I ain't got no clue who the hell you're talking about.
Al Bundy.
Al Bundy.
And he went on. He had more success with Modern Family than he did with that. Obviously, Kevin O'Shea from Little Giants, he was fantastic with that.
Who'd you say Ed O'Neill's playing?
Donald Sterling.
Oh, he's playing him.
He's playing Donald Sterling.
Oh, wow, I did not catch
Elgin
that.
Baylor is Lawrence Fishburne.
Wow.
I've seen, because Don had him some young numbers. I've seen one. Her lips is completely filled in. I'm not sure if it's acting for the show or that's just what that young lady brings to the table. But no, it should be a good one. That's one of the best ones. He said, "Now who is Big Magic Johnson? Big Magic Johnson. Who the hell is he anyway?" That's one of my favorite lines.
I hadn't seen that. What are you looking at? You watching the what do they call them? The previews?
Well, that is real. That's Donald Sterling when he got it with Magic Johnson. Oh, okay. Big Magic Johnson. Good old Big Magic Johnson. Who is that guy anyway? He says that about Magic Johnson. It's crazy. All right. We do this every Friday. One of our favorite segments, the best of the week.
All right. Thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live.
Hey, man, you ever see somebody where it's raining and pouring so bad, but you can still see his sweat?
Oh, ain't no doubt.
You can see the difference of sweat and rain. That's how bad that man got up there. Boy, he got to the top. That man, John, had to grab them knees. Woo!
Hey,
keep an eye on Show Cool.
He rounded that corner and stepped into that room, and we both looked at each other like, what in the...
All the umpires should pay homage to him today by extending their strike zone.
Widen your strike zone.
And then there'd be a signal or something that says, that one's for Angel. Catch for Angel. That one's 6 inches off. We were sitting right here, and we broke before anybody in the universe. We broke the Donnell Hunter news. We knew before, I believe, Cal and Hannah knew. We broke it before anybody. There's video footage. There's everything of it.
We're that good.
That damn good, right? Before Nick did it, we broke it.
Possibly before Schefter.
Absolutely.
I said I didn't move out of my seat, and I didn't adjust my ass either. I sat right there, toes up, leaned back, and watched it all go down. And I got up and got them clothes out of the dryer.
Out of the dryer and just started folding clothes. See, that's his version of counting change. Folding clothes, folding drawers.
I don't fold thongs, Chief. You just throw them jokers over in a pile. That's one good thing about that young lady I got is.
Can you fold a thong?
Ain't no folding them panties. I tried a couple times.
I just put them in crease together.
Crease, crack and back.
Yeah, someone texted. Yeah, you're right, man. This show don't get started till you get to see Tyler's nipples. That pretty much is.
I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
The way it comes in. Well, I think that's fair. I like movies like Anne Hathaway starring in Havoc.
You've been thinking a lot about that film.
Go check out Havoc. If you ever seen Anne Hathaway, you won't believe what she brings in that film.
I've seen her, but I don't mind seeing her again.
See Havoc. Go see Havoc in particular. I didn't know we still play shirts and skins.
I didn't either, but it's good to know that the youth of today are holding on to a beautiful part of history. You was that guy until the shirts had to come off.
Came off. I'm playing. No, I'm shirt. No, I'm going home. That's what I'd have done. Abreu is not in the lineup today.
I'm telling you, he's going to be.
Come on, man.
I'm with you. I don't like saying this.
They can't make it.
He's in the lineup batting eighth, and Dubon's.
No, they cannot make it this obvious that they are not trying to win. They can't.
Really did some good things down there in Florida.
They can't. He is not playing tonight.
I'm going to punch myself in the nuts.
I don't recommend that you do that. When Ryan Presley walked out on that field in the eighth inning, were you confident? Did you feel good? Did you feel good about old Rhino? Does anybody call him that? That Ryan Presley when he walked out, did you feel good about that? This type of a breeze.
Get it during camp.
It was still hot, dude.
I know it was still hot. I'm just saying there was a bit of a feel that was different than the hail.
Okay, I didn't mean to offend you.
Did the hail? Now, okay, hold on now. We got sensitive Tyler today.
Sensitive ass T.
Look at. No,
it was a sensitive one.
I wasn't sensitive. I'm just saying I will accept.
Weird.
I will accept. You're weird.
I know.
You're the weirdest.
I've never denied that.
Rank you the highest of the weirdest.
Mike's Hard Lemonade type of guy.
No.
What'd you just say? Did you just disrespect who?
I'm not even trying to disrespect him.
Todd Cal.
TK. He feels like a Mike's Hard Lemonade type of guy.
No chance.
There's no way. Todd.
Well, no.
I bet it's good. I bet it get you drunk.
I would smash a couple.
Damn it! I want a Mike's Hard Lemonade. I want a Mike's Hard Lemonade. You guys have heard me talk about soda weight loss. 122 pounds in 11 months. Yes, that was me. 122 into 11 months. And guys like Sean Pendergast, who I saw ahead of me. John McClain, I just saw him earlier today. He has also had major success with soda weight loss. That can be you. Say it with me now. Soda is state of the art.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well done as always. Well done as always from Tyler Milner. As we enjoy the best of the week, as we always had a good week. Had a good time. Had a good time. By the way, the Astros, they got the Twins tonight. Lineups out. Clint 1. Yainer Diaz is in it. And he is batting ninth. Batting ninth again.
I don't like it.
In the 9 spot with McCormick, Dubon, Singleton, and Myers in front of him. By the way, Alex Bregman in the 4 spot. Back in the leadoff spot. I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm concerned. I'm starting to get concerned about Yainer Diaz and how he is being treated and handled, because I think there's an argument he is the most important player you have when it comes to the future. You have so much control, years of control over him, and I think based off last year, the thought was, oh man, this is going to be the next guy that slides in. You got a power hitting catcher like this, and Clint at this point, Jake is more of the everyday center fielder than he is a catcher. And that's the point we've reached, and he's batting ninth. Hell, I don't even think Dusty ever had him bat ninth last year. And we saw what he's done, and he's clearly in a tough stretch. But I don't think benching him or platooning him with Vic is the right move in the right space, and it just doesn't appear that he is being handled in a space where it is helpful to him right now.
Yeah, look, I agree wholeheartedly, Ron. I think it's Bush League the way they're handling him. I agree with your frustration with how he's handled. I agree with your thought of how important this guy is to the future of this organization. Assuming that they firmly believe and truly believe that there's World Series windows open and that's still the end game here. I hate it. I don't like the way that he is being treated, and it's twofold here. I think number one, as I said before the season started, this is the biggest question mark with the Astros. Now, there's been a bunch happen since, but at the time it was, you've got a young catcher that's replacing a veteran catcher that is known to be able to manage games, call pitches, handle the emotions of pitchers in the moment. That's a big ask for a young catcher. So you're talking about a guy that's got a lot going on. He's young. He doesn't have any experience. It all has to be moments where he's swimming, he's overwhelmed, and I'm just talking about the responsibilities that he has now versus the previously in his career. That in itself should merit a little bit of grace from the organization,
especially right? When you're giving grace to so many others.
Bingo. That's where I'm going next. That's number one. Is this guy's got a lot on his plate. You should expect him to struggle. You should have some grace. You should be willing to help him weather the storm. But instead,